God is rich, and God is glory. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, we're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings, and you'll take to the sky. My voice is a little crazy.
Ooh, hold on. Where we at? Y'all got me messed up.
One of these mornings, we're gonna rise up singing. Then you'll spread your wings, and you'll take to the sky.
It's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah, on your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
$57, and I'm gonna read
to commercialization.
All right. So be on the lookout for that. Lance is why we'll be getting it in on Saturday the 31st, family. This is the league, man. On the 1st, we do have another member of the Solar Vision Debate League scheduled to come in. So if you're about that debate life, this is where you want to be. But tonight, family, we got a good debate lined up for the family. So without further ado, let's bring the brothers on. Debater 1, he goes by the name of Domo. Rookie of the Year. What's good with you? Your mic is off.
So it was some controversy in terms of who everybody felt like deserved to get Rookie of the Year. So my job here today is to clarify, clear up, and to quell any confusion associated with who was rightfully crowned Rookie of the Year. Let's get into it.
All right. Enough said. All right. So we got Domo in the building. Definitely. He was the Rookie of the Year of season 2. This is season 3. You know what I mean? And people still be, talking shit. So he gotta let it be known. You know what I'm saying? We got Inyame in the building as well. What's going on, brother Inyame?
Peace. It was good. Peace to the family. Power to the dark side.
All right. So we're going with a semi-customized format for tonight's debate. We got a 7-minute opening, 10-minute premise, 10-minute rebuttal, rapid fire round is 10 minutes apiece, and then we have a 5-minute closing. We still got a little echo from you and Yame. I don't know, but Yame is set to go up first. With that being said, we're gonna go ahead and set the timer for 7 minutes and allow the brother to open up. So let me go ahead and set this timer right now, so we could be all situated. The timer is set for 7 minutes. And Yame, it is on you. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your opening, brother.
All right. Am I sharing my screen?
All right, let me share the screen. You're all set, brother. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Let me see. All right. Is sharing?
Yes, sir.
All right, family. This debate is about our embracing of the term nigga stem from our acceptance to commodification. I want to put out a disclaimer. You will hear the word nigger and nigga quite a bit. So, did the embracing of the term stem from our acceptance to commodification? And I want to clarify commodification, the action or process of treating something as a mere commodity. A commodity, a raw material or primary agricultural product that can be bought and sold. Commodification is similar to commercialization, the process of managing or running something principally for financial gain. And family, I want to make sure we understand, I'm not saying that the word in its original intent is how it became popularized. I will break that down more in my premise. We both agree that the word became popularized and embraced around 1985, around when hip hop, gangster rap, hardcore rap, and gangster rap began to be popularized in American culture. This is when the word nigga began to be heard in our music, in the movies. It began to be popularized around that time. I say the word nigga as they were using it. Well, I say they as I was using it because that's my generation. We used it as a connotation. And a connotation and a denotation are two principal methods of describing the meanings of words. Connotation refers to the wide array of positive and negative associations that most words naturally carry with them, whereas denotation is the precise literal definition of a word that might be found in a dictionary. So connotations have with it the emotional effect of a word. That's why it can be positive or negative. You can use a word to mean a positive thing or a negative thing. That's its connotation. I would be using that within this debate. Family, there are five main forces of why words change. It's called a semantic shift. And this is my summary of the forces that cause the word to change over time. Social, political, religious, economic, and technological. I will be using these forces to show how the word changed and developed and evolved over time. But one thing I must make clear here, family. The inception of the nigger mentality. Inception, an act, process, or instance of beginning, the commencement, the inception. Family, none of our ancestors were born niggers or niggas. But if you look at the definition of the word, it talks about blacks and slave labor. But I don't want you to think about our ancestors as niggers and niggas. And that's the definition. That's the European definition of the term. The ideological definition of the word nigger should be that plantation master. That's the prototypical nigger. Even the word came from him. But the ideology, the niggology, if you will, is that plantation master. All the characteristics they want to put on the word nigger really started with that plantation master. When I say the word nigger, I want you to think of that plantation master because all of his sociopathic behavior, they tried to put it on us, but it was really them. Look at George Washington. George Washington wore the teeth of his very own slaves. What type of mentality is that? Is that a true human? Is that a true humanitarian? Someone fighting for freedom? No, he wore the teeth of his slaves. This guy is Dr. James Marlin Sims, family. This is a very well gynecologist or so-called who operated on our people, on our ancestors. And not only did they operate it, but they experimented on our ancestors. Took the women and did gruesome things to them in the name of being a doctor, in the name of science. But he thought in his head that the women could take that torture because of their black skin. They, in the midst of all the screaming and the pain, he still was able to experiment. What type of mind is that? This is where the nigger mind originated, the nigger identity with them, that white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So when I say nigger or nigger mentality, I'm thinking of that plantation master. Think of Thomas Jefferson, family. Thomas Jefferson wrote that all men are created equal. We hear that all the time. And yet enslaved more than 600 people over the course of his lifetime. Sally Hemings, his slave, they have DNA evidence has proved that Jefferson and Hemings had 6 children together. While Jefferson kept Hemings enslaved, Jefferson also enslaved their children. So the woman was 14 years old when he had children with her, kept her as a slave, and the children she bore for him, he kept them enslaved. Is that a father figure? Family, the quintessential nigger mentality is that slave owner. That mentality goes right back to that white Anglo-Saxon Protestant who tried to hide behind his customs and his culture. But believe me, family, the nigger mind starts with him. We cannot forget that in this debate. So in my premise, I'm going to give evidence why we began to use the word nigga all those years after slavery, the years after Jim Crow, the years after the civil rights movement. Why did that enter into popular culture? And family, with that, I yield my time.
Shout out to Nyame. We're gonna keep this thing rocking and rolling. I'm gonna pass this thing now over to Brother Domo. Let me pull up his information. I see you already got it ready. It is on you, Domo. You got 7 minutes as well for your opening whenever you're ready.
All right, you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
All right. So we can go ahead and start the timer now. All right. Embracing the nigga. Is it out of resistance or commodification? My opponent is saying that it's embraced due to a mindset that came from slave masters. But what I'm gonna prove today in today's debate is that it's something a lot deeper than that, and it shows something that Black people are doing that is special within itself. Now, all right, my position in today's debate is that embracing nigga is a form of epistemic resistance. All right, so to understand what I mean by epistemic resistance, we first have to know what I mean by epistemic. Now, epistemic is of or relating to knowledge or knowing. So, knowledge production, how we come to know things. Epistemology is the study of knowledge, the study of learning. So, epistemic resistance would be knowledge production that challenges social norms. Now, I will be arguing that the nigga represents, and embracing nigga represents, a site of resistance in understanding ourselves in relation to how the world attempts to define us. This is a instance of self-determination that has been denied to Black people. Now, when we talk about who is a nigga, from the perspective that I am speaking from, I am talking about Black people. Right? We in this debate, we will be discussing how experience and emotion and knowledge goes into the knowledge production of what it means to be a nigga. Not what white people say and all, but the knowledge production and the experiences of Black people. When we talk about those experiences, what are we talking about? Specifically, the descendants of Africans who were enslaved and displaced through the Middle Passage and the transatlantic slave trade. Now, I'm clearly talking about Black people. I will make the argument that they are synonymous, and Black people dictate the meaning and the usage of the word. All right, so Black people having that ability to dictate the meaning and the usage is that resistance, is what pries it away from the hands of the slave master. Now, these people have been marked by this experience, and it dictates how they are marginalized, disenfranchised, demonized in this society. All right, so we know that not only is that the experience of slavery have impact on what it means to be a nigga, but also being marked by melanin, being marked by the relationship to Africa, creates a group of similar experiences that create a cultural cohesiveness associated with what it means to be a nigga. Now, let's go ahead and get into the etymology. I appreciate Nyame go ahead and introducing when the term nigga was introduced in the Black popular culture. But let's first start with nigger though. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, nigger belongs to the French negre, which, like its Spanish cognate negro, was used in early modern time to designate Black people. It appears to have come into English through the Dutch sometime in the 16th century, and by the 17th century, it appeared in variant forms: nigger, negar, niger, and negre. All right, so now this is an understanding of when it was initially introduced in terms of white people and their relationship to the continent. This is where we see that they refer to them as a skin tone. This is where it gets unique. In its earliest known literary reference of 1587, it is already associated with slavery. By the time it reaches the Virginia colony, it simply designates Black people as slave labor. Of particular importance in this regard is the belonging togetherness of the categories nigger and work, an association articulated in American English. Nigger could mean exceptionally hard work because niggers by definition are labor commodities. Now, in this debate, I will be making a distinction between nigger and nigga. They are separate. There's an evolution that takes place, and we'll get into that in just a second. What's important to understand here is the relationship with the word in the white epistemology. Within white epistemology, and Yame and I would agree that nigger simply refers to the labor commodity force associated with slaves, enslaved Africans, and essentially the impact of what that means on their descendants. Now, What I'll be showing in this debate is that there is a evolution that occurs, what I consider an epistemic evolution that occurs from nigger to nigger, right? Now we can understand that nigger, we understand that as the enslaved African, or what I'll be explaining is that is the enslaved African whose being has been rendered an object through the process of the transatlantic slave trade and the Middle Passage. What I'll be explaining is that there's a transition to what's called the bad nigger. And the bad nigger is what's considered rebellious property that antagonizes the social order of the plantation. So a part of the conversation that my opponent addresses when he talks about that plantation logic, this bad nigger, as it's associated with plantation politics, was actually shown to antagonize that. And what I'll be arguing is that there was an evolution from the bad nigger to the nigger, which took that level of antagonism and took it to another level in terms of creating an ontology out of that antagonism, which helped transcend Black identity. Now, what I'll be arguing is that this evolution comes about through the active resistance of white knowledge production and white culture. What cannot be missed here is that what we'll be showing is that within the creation of nigga, we see a active resistance. Nigga, all right, nigga. Not now we know what the nigger is, but the nigga we talking about something specific. Now, a part of framing this conversation is that there is an understanding of niggas and the double consciousness. Now, the double consciousness is a concept in social philosophy referring originally to a source of inward two-ness, putatively experienced by African Americans because of their racialized oppression and devaluation in white-dominated society. The concept is often associated with W.E.B. Du Bois, who introduced this term through his work, Souls of Black Folk, in 1903. I will show how embracing the term nigga is the evolution of the double consciousness, resisting the white gaze and the white epistemology, and embracing cultural context. Now, I'll be doing this through three main arguments. My first argument is that the nigga was created out of our cultural resistance to white society. So within the creation of the nigga and his introduction into our culture, we see resistance. Second, embracing the nigga represents the epistemic and ontological transcendence of Black people. Right, embracing it shows that we are moving beyond just embracing the understandings that they're giving us. And third is that nigga affect, which is the emotion that comes out of that experience, resists and challenges the hypercommodification of Black people. And I'll be showing this and explaining this through an article entitled "On the Question of Nigga Authenticity" by Ronald Judy. Now, a disclaimer I want to throw out here: this debate is not about proving whether or not we should use the word nigga. Rather, the focus of this conversation is to explore why we have embraced the term. My opponent is making the argument that we embrace the term out of carrying on plantation politics. My argument is that it's the exact opposite. In terms of challenging plantation politics and challenging the nigger term, that's how we embrace what it means to be a nigger.
Time. All right. So shout out to both debaters. We're going to get into this premise round right after this brief intermission. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man. If you want the up-to-minute information on how to start a business, subscribe to Kansu Seshmu Aman's channel on YouTube. He gives you information on how to start a grant, how to form a non-profit organization, and how to get your credit score up to an 850. So once again, subscribe to his channel. That's Kansu Seshmu Aman on YouTube. In fact, I'll make it easy for you. Just hit the link located in the description box on this page. It'll take you to his channel, and then hit the notification sign so you could be updated on when he go live. Once again, Kansu Seshmu Aman's page on YouTube. Get your business up, family. All right. Shout out to the league. We're going to get right into this premise round. We're going to start out once again with Inyame. Let's go ahead and set this timer for 10 minutes. Inyame, it is on you whenever you're ready. Let me know what you're trying to do, brother.
All right, let's share the screen.
Wait for it to pop up.
Okay.
All right, looks like you're all set. So whenever you're ready, brother.
All right, all right. Family, he reiterated and showed that this is not should we use the word or not, family. It's already in our vernacular. So there's no going back. This is about how it got into our popular culture. Coming up in the 70s, family. One second, family. I gotta get this right. Let's see. All right, there we go. We use the word to identify ourselves, family, as Negro, Black, Colored, Afro-American, African American, and never nigga. There was a reason why. Why? As I stimulated before, family, the reason why we didn't use it is because we knew the word association towards that plantation owner, towards that Anglo-Saxon. Even though it was in our culture as a slang, even though it was a colloquialism, we never identified ourselves with the word nigger. We never made institutions after that word. We used African Methodist Episcopal Church, the Negro Business League, National Advancement Association of Colored People, National Association of Black Journalists, but never nigger elementary school, nigger Baptist church. And there's a reason why, family. There's a reason why our ancestors knew ahead of time to associate that word not with us, but with them and what they tried to do to us. We had ideological identities, family. Hebrew Israelites, Nation of Islam, House of Shabazz, Gods and Earth, Brothers and Sisters, Moors, and never the lost tribe of niggas. And I'm not trying to be funny, family, but the connotation, the emotion behind the word is one of the reasons. You can use it negatively, you can use it positively, but that connotation that I talked about, that emotional, psychological negativity will always come up when we use the word. You might use it positive sometimes, but there's times you're going to use it negative because of its history. And again, family, I'm not saying words don't change, nor am I saying that the future generations, I cannot stop the future generations from doing what they do. But I do want to make this clear. It came into popularization because of our commodification, because of our commercialization. A semantic shift, family. That's what the linguists call when words change over time. They use factors creating changes, which is linguistic forces and psychological forces. You know, all the linguistic jargon. Here is the website on my screen, family, if you want to use that. You want to hear more about it. But I summarized those forces, family, into technological forces, religious forces, political, social, and economic. I tailor-made it for this debate as I look through all those linguistic forces that causes words to change. Before then, let's look at commercialization, family. Designed principally for financial gain, profit orientated. According to 27 CFR 72.11, burglary, counterfeiting, forgery, kidnapping, larceny, robbery, illegal sale or possession of weapons, prostitution, extortion, swindling, and many other things like simple addiction to drugs or marijuana use are considered and defined as commercial crimes. So family, they're gonna try to commercialize everything that we do. One of the forces of change, of changing words, is technological changes. And as you see here, it's a big boom box, family. I had a couple of them. But with the boom box, you are able to hit play and record, and you can make your own mixtape. This way, the like our culture had banned the word nigger and nigga for being on the radio. But with the mixtape, you can make mixtape and you can walk down the block, sell it to whomever. You can drive to the next town, sell it to whomever. The word began to increase through these mixtapes, these underground tapes. I was living in California during the 80s. We was getting tapes from out of New York, out of Detroit. This is a technological force that changes words. With the boombox, you can rap over tracks that the DJ will mix on his mama's record player. That's a technological change. Religious factors during the time, family. A religious factor, remember how the church was the center of our communities. By the 1980s, family, we looked at the pastor as a pimp. He was pimping the members in the church. We didn't want nothing to do with the church. We was rebelling against the church. It was commercialized. The political forces during this time, the war on drugs. And we know what the world war on drugs was, family, just like this sign said. It was a war on us. Economic forces. In this article here, 1990 census data to analyze the changes in ghetto poverty among blacks in the 1980s. Ghetto poverty among blacks increased both in terms of the number of blacks living in ghettos and as a percentage of the black population. As social forces, family. We felt disconnected from our culture and our history. That's how we felt in the 80s. We was disconnected because now we was integrated into these schools. We was away from what culture was in previous generations. We felt commercialized. We felt commodified. Amos Wilson says culture is the social institutional instrument which is crucial for facilitating a people's adaptation to the complexities of the world. Through those 5 forces I named before, we was being separated from our culture. It almost like we was possessed demonically, family. The inability to control oneself. He struggles against impulses, desires, and wishes over which he has little or no control because he has, in his escape from self-knowing and reality, conceded his self-control and given it over to someone else. When you lose culture, someone else now controls the way that you think. Dr. Amos Wilson said it's like a demonic possession. If you're going to get a book, family, get this book, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome by Joy DeGroy. She defines post-traumatic slave syndrome as this, family. It's a condition that exists when a population has experienced multi-generational trauma resulting from centuries of slavery and continues to experience oppression and institutionalized racism. Family, the gang culture was a part of a survival mechanism. Even though some people did not have to be in a gang, but because they thought they needed the survival of the gang, they joined the gang. That produced this gang culture. It was from this gang culture that you get hardcore hip hop, you get the gangster rap, you get the prison culture back into the streets. All of this was done because of those 5 pressures, those 5 linguistical pressures, semantic pressures. That's what caused the word to change over time. We wasn't trying to be revolutionary. We was forced through these cultural pressures. And so here Amos Wilson again talks about demonic possession. I don't have enough time to go into it. I want to skip that. The word nigga became a strong connotation. connotation, an idea or feeling that a word invokes in addition to its literal or primary meaning. During the times of this gang violence, we start making up words like the nigga moment. Chris Rock had a skit, said, I love black people, but I can't stand niggas.
Time.
That's
All right. Shout out to Nyame. We're going to hand this thing now over to Domo. Domo, you have 10 minutes, brother. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your premise.
All right. We could go ahead and start the timer now. All right. So Nyame did a lot of talking about, what our ancestors did, and I appreciate that. And none of this conversation gonna diss or down the ancestors, but ultimately what we have to understand is that evolution happens whether we like it or not. And we're not talking about evolution in terms of coming from monkeys, but just how culture evolves. That's the reality of it. The previous generation always had an issue with the younger generation, whether it was soul and rock and roll music being the music of the devil, and y'all may saying gangster rap and all of those things only came out of survival strategies. Ultimately, this is culture that we have created within the circumstances that we in. And as a people, if we appreciate black people, we need to learn to appreciate that culture. And one thing about niggas and the phrase niggas specifically, what it does is it shows a appreciation beyond what those just those particular circumstances. And we're gonna get in explaining why that's true. Now, again, I want to reiterate my position. Embracing nigga is a form of epistemic resistance. What we are doing is I am making the argument that the evolution from nigger to nigga has shown a resistance to white knowledge production, and that's crucial in terms of producing a understanding of self that I'll explain as a part of something that's called transcendence. So we can go ahead and get into the first argument, and to show that the nigga was created out of our cultural resistance to white society. Now, I do want to point out the article I'll be reading from specifically is entitled "On the Question of Nigga Authenticity," where this information is pulled from by Ronald Judy. Now, again, I'll show you the evolution, the epistemic evolution. And what I mean by that is the evolution of the knowledge production, right? We talk about, we explain how the nigger came into the English connotation or English lexicon as slave labor, slave property, right? Well, what I'll be explaining now is how the nigger transformed into the bad nigger, which showed a resistance to plantation politics. Now, what I mean by bad nigger, where that phrase comes from, and why Ronald Judy is using that phrase, is that John Little, a fugitive slave living in Canada, wrote in 1856 that a bad nigger is the Negro who is put in the stocks or put in irons. So the Negro that was walking around with chains on or walking around with weights on was the Negro was the nigger that was causing issues. And so they would ask him, why do you have those chains on? Have you been a bad nigger? It was almost like talking to a dog, which shows the understanding of nigger. But the uniqueness of the bad nigger was what they represented. Now, Judy argued that the bad nigger designated an obstreperous, dangerous nigger who threatened the order of the plantation by refusing to submit to its laws. For the slaves, bad nigger indicated an individual who, in challenging the laws of slavery, refused to be a nigger thing. A bad nigger then is a oxymoron, rebellious property. In rebellion, the bad nigger exhibits an autonomous will, which a nigger is as commodity thing is not allowed to exhibit. Now, what's important about that is understanding that this is somebody who, even with this name and title, is still resisting what it means to be a nigger, resisting what it means to be property. Within that social category, he was defined as just a bad nigger, and we're gonna get into why that's important. But it's important to understand that at this time, this is an important phenomenon because white people were socialized to believe that enslaved Africans knew that they were slaves. This is an enslaved African showing like, nah, this ain't right. Through the exhibition of autonomous will, the bad nigger marks the limits of the law of allowance by transgressing it. The bad nigger frightens both white planters and other slaves because she reveals the impossibility of completely subjugating will. The real threat of the bad nigger is exhibiting the groundlessness of the sovereign individual, the enslaved African who ran away, who sabotaged equipment, who injured themselves, who poisoned the food. Those were what in that society were known as bad niggers. Now, they had this title, right? But this linguistic title, this colloquial title, did not truly reflect what those people were representing, because as it said, a nigger is a thing. So if a rebellious thing is an oxymoron. So we see these enslaved Africans resisting having these titles placed on them. Now, again, like I said, there is a difference between nigger and nigga, and we're gonna get into where that comes from in just a second. But what needs to be understood is that the fear is the fear that the white planner is seeing is the realization that the potential to undermine their entire social order starts with small acts of resistance. It starts with the thought and understanding that these aren't circumstances that you're supposed to be under. And so what they understood was that as these things that we're calling niggers, as they slowly start to show these acts of rebellion, they're losing their epistemic grip, the grip on the knowledge production, because we're starting to see something that's not true even within their epistemology. Now, my second argument, now that we understand that the root of nigger isn't just the nigger, but it's the transition from the nigger to the bad nigger, as they were known on the plantation. Now, my second argument is that embracing the nigger represents an evolution of our epistemic resistance and Black ontology. So how do we get from the bad nigger to the nigger, right? Judy argues that when Public Enemy released Don't Believe the Hype in 1989, they were marking how popular culture itself is a technology of government. So when Nyame is talking about technology and speaking on how the word was popularized through language, what Judy is saying right here is that rappers know, specifically even back then in 1989, with Don't Believe the Hype, they were speaking to how we know that popular culture is them, that they getting paid off of us. Rappers know this. But what Judy says is that nigga defines authenticity as adaptation to the force of commodification. Rap becomes an authentic African-American cultural form against its appropriation as transnational popular culture. This is why at the moments where people think that, oh, rap is just becoming commodified, the underground culture and the underground aspects of hip hop continue. They culminate, because that's what drives the culture, regardless of who make money off of it. New talent is always poached from the underground rap scene to make money off of it, but the underground still thrives no matter what happens in the mainstream. And that is because there is a culture that is created that niggas are able to resist that commodification. Hardcore rap in its formal and rhetorical strategies is akin to the blues as understood by Ralph Ellison as an oppositional cultural movement that is thoroughly symbolic in the face of political domination. Whereas the blues is a collective response to political domination, the hegemony rap contends with is of another order, the global hyper-commodification of cultural production. So hip-hop as a counterculture and the newest iteration of what Black culture looks like as a whole naturally utilized language and aspects of Black culture that Black people were told to keep secret or were told it wasn't appropriate in public. That's when Nyame talks about what the ancestors, what they would say. It's a lot of stuff that the ancestors wouldn't do back then because of the culture back then. But as culture has evolved, that, like, I mean, my generation, we say we not our ancestors. You are 100% right, Nyame. We got all the respect in the world for y'all, but we not y'all. Right? We have a different approach to understanding ourselves, and it starts with challenging these systems. And what Judy is arguing here is that rap, specifically in its use of the word nigga, is challenging the hyper-commodification of Black people. Now, this is where we get into understanding the nigga and the double consciousness, and we get into W.E.B. Du Bois. Now, the nigga poses Judy argues that the nigga poses an existential problem that concerns with what it means to be human. In contrast, the bad nigger poses a moral problem that concerns the structures of relations in humans, their governability. Nigga turns to the existential preoccupation with the difference between the subject of knowledge and the subject of experience. Now, understand, the bad nigger was just represented by their antagonism to the plantation. What Judy is arguing is that when it comes to hip hop culture and the proliferation of the word nigga and embracing it, what we are seeing is a understanding of transcendence, of being able to elevate our epistemology, our understanding of who we are above the relationship that it had when it first started. And we're gonna get into explaining why that's important in just a second. So when we take the double consciousness, we're talking about, in this instance, what Judy is talking about is the subject of knowledge and the subject of experience. Right now, this is where you get into what W.E.B. Du Bois was talking about, where he says in Souls of Black Folk, he said, It's a peculiar sensation, the double consciousness, the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One never feels his two-ness, an American Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. So here we're dealing with this duality, right? We're dealing with this dual understanding, and that's where we get the transcendence and facticity. Now, what Robert Burt argues is that we may note here an interesting insight that there are two types of bad faith. One may deny one's transcendence and try to identify oneself totally with one's facticity, or one may deny one's facticity and try to identify oneself as pure transcendence. Whiteness inclines towards the latter. What it's saying here is that we are both facticity and transcendence. That's what makes the human experience. So in order to actually understand who we are, not only do we have to embrace where we came from, but we have to elevate above that. And Yame is denying us the ability to do that by saying, just because we haven't done it in the past, we shouldn't do it now. That is the denial of evolution and growth.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. I don't know, this is looking classic-ish, you know what I mean? We're going to take a brief little intermission and we'll be back, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man. If you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news, chop it up with Toya G, Conscious Lee, and Domo the Political Plug on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the vibe is great. The information is even greater. The link will be in the description below. Hit the link, subscribe to their YouTube page. Let's chop it up, family. All right, family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we are in the rebuttal round. We're going to start out with Nyame. Nyame, you have 10 minutes to do your thing. Then go ahead and reset this time.
Are you still sharing my screen, Solar?
Yeah, your screen is still shared up there, yeah.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
All right, so it is on you, Nyame, whenever you're ready. Cameras are on.
All right, I want to share my screen real quick.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, your screen is shared, brother, whenever you're ready.
All right. Domo is very intelligent. We both really enjoyed the work of Judy on the question of nigga authenticity. I do have issues with the article. I'm going to address it a little bit here, as Domo brought it up. He talks about the existential problem. The existential problem, family, are moments where individual questions whether their lives have meaning, purpose, or value. On the screen, family, this is the epitome of humanity. Harriet Tubman. Now, you might think that this debate is about the word nigga. It is, but it's deeper than that. It's about being human. It's about existence. What does it mean to exist? What does it mean to be a human? This is the question at hand. Why the word nigger was even formed? Why are we going through the battles that we go through? Why did we have to embrace these type of terms? It all stems at the heart of existence, of humanity, of being a human. You see, as a kid, and I'm speaking from experience, if we would have had classes of philosophy to talk about Harriet Tubman, because she's a subject by herself, on existentialism, about the philosophy, of black people in America, we would have known Harriet Tubman represents what it means to be human. She represents what it means to exist. She represents what it means to be an African American, to be a human being. Because in the face of some of the hardest conditions that a human can face, she freed herself. But she just didn't free herself. After she became free, she went back to go free others, jeopardizing her freedom. She had went above and beyond what it means to be human. When we talk about being human and humanity, we have to first start with Harriet Tubman. She is the epitome of humanity. If there is any question about to be or not to be, to exist, do your life have values, you have to look towards Harriet Tubman. And I say all that to say, family, when we use words, and in the way that we use words, they must be authentic. And what I mean by authentic, that being authentic is when you wipe away all of the frailties, all of the ideologies. It's really you. This is who you are. Authentic. So he talks about the existential problem. There is no existential problem when you think about Harriet Tubman. When you think about Harriet Tubman, the conditions that you face, the values that you face, can only equal what she faced, or they're better than. And to see her overcome it, to overcome those hard points, then you will realize, or should realize, what it is to be human. So when I think of the existential problem and I think of the word nigga, is that word authentic? Should it represent this generation or the future generations? So I take the word nigga and I match it up to Harriet Tubman. Can I use that word to identify Harriet Tubman? And I know everyone knows it's no. Not because future generations can't elevate that word. It's because they have not. Culturally, the word nigga still has its negative, still has its neutral and positive connotations. So emotionally, you can use the word to mean your brother, and then you can use the word nigga right before you kill your brother. It has both connotations. It hasn't risen to the level of positivity. It hasn't risen to the level that can exemplify what our experience is, what it means to be African American, what it means to be human. Domo also says that the word nigga represents the resistance to global hyper commodification. And I disagree. As I said, in our trauma of facing the things that we faced in the 80s and 90s, the separation of culture, we thought we had the answers. We thought, look, we can take to the street, we can make money, we can do for ourselves at 13, 14, 15, 16 years old, but we didn't understand that the puppets behind the money we was making was that same old nigger mentality that was on the plantation. The CIA, the FBI, the local police was controlling the drugs flowing into the inner cities. Rap songs and music was being controlled by white distribution companies. We was going through the same commercialization, but we thought it was okay because we was making money. but the detriment it had on our culture and on our society means that the word had not fully taken the change that it needed to take to represent our people. It has not fully went through the changes. You see, when a word is really ready to make that change, as I said before, it can stand up next to our ancestor, Harriet Tubman. Domo said, "We are not y'all." And that's unfortunate because I am the sum of my ancestors. And even though you might think you not y'all, you are. The responsibility is on your shoulders. And I understand your point that you was making, but you said we are not y'all. You are an extension of us. You are our extension. You carry on our not only genetic legacy, but our cultural legacy. And I will applaud any generation who could take that word and change that word to it, and where that generation matches up to the honor of a Harriet Tubman. But it has not happened. It has not happened. You see, when you use a word and you say that word is revolutionary, it should cause changes. Every time I experience you using that word, it should have that effect of positivity, not sometimes positive, not sometimes negative, or just roundabout, because it represents everything that we are. That word should represent our culture and our people. And it has to match the epitome of humanity, the epitome of blackness, which is Harriet Tubman. What else? Again, they use the word nigga as an adaptation to commodification. This is what Domo is saying. It was an adaptation to commodification. And I disagree. It was because of commodification. We got a little money in our pocket and nothing else mattered. Biggie Smalls, the prophet Biggie Smalls says, money, cars, and clothes, all a nigga knows. And that was that period. We cared about the money, cars, and the clothes. What it done to the community, what it done to our people, we did not give a damn. But now that we have come back, we are able to look in retrospect and see we responded out of trauma. Our culture was attacked. Our leaders, because I'm not saying that the crime was a problem. I'm saying the reason why we used the crime was the problem. It was selfish gain. The word has not made the right changes to be elevated to represent black people. And with that, I yield my time.
All right. So shout out to the brother and Yame. We're gonna now hand this thing over to Domo. It is on you, brother. You got 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, give me just a second. Hold on. All right, let me just go ahead and share my screen real quick. All right, you see it, Sully?
We all
All
set.
right, bet. All right, we can go ahead and start the timer. Start the timer now. All right, so what I want to make clear is that it's hard to have this conversation because I'm definitely trying to stay on the lines of respectability. But one of the main things that I'm challenging as a part of this conversation is the idea of respectability politics. Now, there's a way that our ancestors were just like how he says that there were certain things that we do out of trauma. It's things that they did out of trauma. It's things that they wouldn't say out of fear of how they would be perceived, how they would be treated, how they and how they would be categorized. Living in 2020. The people my age, even people younger, we don't have that fear, right? We don't have that fear of, oh, well, you know, we don't want the John, or we don't want these people, or we don't want somebody coming after us. We are moving past the trauma of our ancestors. That's what Nyame is dealing with. He's tying us to the facticity, to our experiences, to what it was, and saying that there's nothing beyond that. But what I'm proving in today's debate is that not only was even with the whatever titles, no matter what we was called, we showed these active resistance. What you see when embracing the term nigga is actually us saying we dictate the language. Now we're gonna get into what that means in terms of the nigga identity and how it's seen. But first, let's go ahead and just get into the arguments. I want to reiterate, nigga is a form of epistemic resistance. Now, I understand that my ancestors didn't use that language, but guess what? The way that we resist and ontologically and epistemologically nowadays is different. And a part of it is having a culture that is counter to what's deemed acceptable or what's deemed as understood. Now, when Nyame makes the argument that he disagrees with the ability to challenge the term nigga to challenge our commodification, what he is ignoring is that what nigga affect is and how it resists and challenges the hyper commodification of black people, and we can get into that right now. Now, Judy argues that the possibility of the nigga rests on twofold: experience and affect. The fact that experience is essentially unfungible, which means that the experiences that black people share culturally, right? Because this is where we get our understanding of the language. What Nyame has ignored, and what I say he has to do mental gymnastics to do, is that when culturally, people my age, when we understand what a nigga is, it's not from the perspective of, oh, you were a slave. Nah, we are taught, like my age, my generation, there is a clear distinction between a nigger and a nigga. And Nyame is holding on to being called nigger. The people, what I'm arguing is that the later generations, what we have done is we have re-ontologized. We've moved on with nigga as a resistance to nigger. Right. And a part of how that's understood is the experience of being a nigga. When you have a brotherly or a sisterly relationship, familial relationship, then your understanding of nigga don't fit this idea of calling somebody property. So even if our ancestors understood it like that, the cultural relationship is no longer based in that understanding. What Judy argues is that knowing this, or it cannot be sold as is, but must be abstracted and processed by the formulaic functions of transnational capitalism. When he says that these experiences cannot be extracted as is, that means that they have to sell our music. They have to do all this other shit because the experience, the raw experience of nigga and niggas understanding each other, what that comes from is they can't control that. That's why you have the underground rap scene. No matter what happens on mainstream, hardcore underground rap still dictates itself. In this sense, and this is where it gets crucial in understanding how it challenged commodification. In this sense, hardcore rap is the residual of non-productive work of translating experience into affect. What Judy argues is that the nigga is constituted in the exchange of experience for affect. This is not identical with the bad nigger who jeopardized the community by insisting on having unmediated free experience. A nigga forgets feelings, recognizing instead that affects are communicable. So not just how we feel, but how our experiences, our common experiences of being black people in this country, how that creates an amalgamation of experience and emotion, and that provides a subversive form of resistance to challenge the power of hypercommodification. So no matter how much the money they make off of it, black people are still able to inspire and to able to galvanize other black people using gangster rap, specifically because of the affect that they can't take from us. They can take whatever, just like we would still sing, we would still make songs on a plantation. No matter what they tried to take from us, what nigga represents is a culmination of saying, even within the worst circumstances, we still create culture. Remember, there was an epistemic evolution from nigger to nigga. This is important because going from that thing to that rebellious property to now a transcendent being creating its own identity, that's extremely important because, again, regardless of the perception of the term, evolution of the term still happen. A culture evolves devoid of politics. Let me repeat. Culture evolves devoid of politics. So no matter what the social political game says about what nigga means, what nigga means in terms of black culture has its own understanding and own definition, and you only understand it through the experiences, the affect of being black in this country. The framing around the term, specifically with older generations, is shaped out of the politics of respectability. And what I'm arguing is that embracing the term specifically works to challenge the politics of respectability. Now, again, what I'm arguing is that with this evolution happening, the meaning associated with the nigger is now distinct from the meaning of the nigger. Because when you have to go through a separate education to be told, oh, the white people have to tell you, yeah, we called you niggers. Oh, my niggas call me nigger though. So y'all can't call me that. Y'all can't even call me nigga. And this is the one thing that Nyame is ignoring about when he admitted that we got it banned. That's the only thing we've been able to ban. Racism still has such a prevalent hold in this country. The one thing that we can dictate, the one thing that we control the social capital of is who can use it socially. We know that the term nigga has no standing socially. People are losing their job. The wrong people using it are losing their jobs because of it. That's unprecedented. Our ancestors would have never seen that. Their jaw would drop if they knew that a white person could get fired because they got caught on camera saying nigga or nigger or any iteration of it. That's because that's the one thing in terms of social capital that we're able to control. And Nyame makes the argument that our ancestors didn't use the word. The problem with this argument is that, again, Nyame is denying the transcendence of black people. Our circumstances shape our future. It doesn't dictate it. This is what's called bad faith. The distinction between transcendence and facticity is understanding that facticity is what's known. Transcendence is the ability to rise above what's just known. Right. And as black people, what we've understood is that double consciousness is a representation of understanding facticity and transcendence. Facticity is knowing that the world sees me as a nigger. Transcendence is knowing that my niggas see me as a brother, as family. That is transcendence. That is the ability to create philosophy. That is something that black people are continually denied. And that is the problem with how this conversation happens. Black people are denied transcendence. Yankee is a derogatory term in British languages. White people have embraced that term. They don't fight with, well, we shouldn't call ourselves Yankee. The term Yankee is literally derived from white people being the colonists joining the British Army and being sloppy, raggedy soldiers. That it was sloppy. But now they embrace Yankee, run with it because they understand that past doesn't dictate, right? They built from it. They ran from it and made it something that they embrace. And Yame's argument is that we can't. He said, "Can I?" He asked the question, "Can I use the word to describe Harriet Tubman?" Harriet Tubman. The thing about it is, some people do with no problem. Some people say Harriet Tubman was that nigga. That's where you lose the sight of understanding the context, because saying Harriet Tubman was that nigga was saying that she was a pinnacle. She was everything that you said she was, and that's why it's important that we get into understanding what we mean by the nigga identity. Because then Nyame says that the word hasn't went through the change, it hasn't went through the shift, it still has a negative connotation. But when Judy argues that nigga is not an essential identity, strategic or otherwise, but rather indicates the historicity of indeterminate identity, what he's arguing is that the way that niggas, us, the people who use the word, understand nigga is that it refers to everything. Any and everything is a nigga, but only we can say it. That's dictated, right? That is a social standard that's dictated. That nigga, them niggas. When he says, well, it hasn't overcome the negative connotation. When I see my partner or my first time on the college campus and I see some black people, and I'm like, my nigga. That is a positive connotation. You literally have to brainwash me otherwise to think outside of that. That is denying the transcendence. Transcendence has happened within Black culture, but because we are tied to the facticity as whiteness has taught us, then we see ourselves only looking at this past and saying, well, the past is what dictated. Now, we ain't gonna get into talking about how it's a quote unquote etymological fallacy, because we actually talking about challenging knowledge production, which is more important. When Judy says understanding whether nigga can be either authentically or inauthentically is an existential task, we know that the question of Harriet Tubman being able to do what she did is the question of humanity. That's Judy's argument. What he's arguing is that the nigga is the current iteration, the way in which that evolution of knowledge production has shifted. We can still look at Harriet Tubman with all of her might and glory. Some people can say she's that nigga. She's the number one nigga, and that not have no negative connotation. You literally have to do mental gymnastics to place that onto a cultural context that is transcended and shifted outside of that white normative understanding of what that word means. Remember that we have the ability to transcend, just like white people transcended Yankee. And that don't mean with that, they don't trip off that. We can transcend nigga, and it only matters what we say. Not everybody else. We need to stop allowing other people to dictate our culture.
All right, family. So we're about to get into this rapid fire round, family. We'll be back in a second. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. What's good? People? You're now rocking with the best. This is your boy Solomon, and I'm about to give you the top 5 debaters of S.V.D.L. Shout out to the league. It's been a long time since we left you a good top 5 you can step to. So without further ado, here go your top 5. Okay, I'll reload it. Number 5, Anpu. Congratulations, Anpu. You've been doing your thing this season. Number 4, Minister Howe has shot all the way up to number 4 within a month's time. Number 3, Return of Nimrod. Congratulations, Lex, you are number 3. Number 2, of course, we got the Chris MVP Harris doing the damn thing. But the number 1 debater on S.V.D.L. and has been reigning number 1 for the last 3 weeks, Domo. Who is going to dethrone this man? Shout out to Domo doing the damn thing. The top debater on S.V.D.L. You too can make it to the top ranked debaters on S.V.D.L. You just gotta step your damn game up. You gotta have the mental toughness to last in this league. You can't be a weak person. And if you can get those things together, family, along with your information, you too can make it to the top 5 debaters on S.V.D.L. The best debate league on social media. S.V.D.L. for life. All right, family. It is that time. The rapid fire round is now in session, family. We're going to start out with Ngame. Ngame, it is on you. You have 10 minutes to interrogate Domo. Whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin your interrogation.
All right. I'm ready. Peace, Domo.
It's cracking, OG.
All right. You can hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
All right. What does the term nigga mean to you?
I'm making an argument from the perspective what Judy argues that it's the site of indeterminate identity. When we talk about who nigga, when we talk about the people that use the word, we are talking about the descendants of enslaved Africans. But ultimately, when we say, well, what is the definitive, other than that experience of being a child of the diaspora, there's no other codified understanding of it other than the context that those people give it. So when I say, yo, my nigga, yo, that's my nigga, or I don't fuck with that, or I don't mess with that nigga, those connotations are completely different, even though the word that's used is the same.
All right. So do you ever use it in a negative connotation?
Yeah.
So to you, the word has both a positive, negative, and sometimes neutral connotation.
Correct. But I think what I want to point out, though, is when I say negative connotation, I've never used the term to refer to somebody as property. Never. I've never thought about somebody as property using the term, even when it was somebody I didn't fuck or mess with. or somebody I wasn't cool with. I've never thought to like when I was like, yo, I don't rock with them niggas. I wasn't saying, oh, I don't rock with them property or those that slave labor. I'm saying I don't rock with those individuals.
But you do agree that the word, when using the word, it excites a feeling, whether
No.
that feeling is good or bad.
I disagree. I mean, I disagree in the context in which you're trying to argue. Because what I'm saying is that the feeling has to do with context. There is no general feeling associated with the word nigga. It has to do with the context in which the term is used in that creates the feeling.
Are you serious? There's no feeling using the word nigga.
Again,
So
like I said,
when somebody gets upset, the first
Hold on,
words that usually come out their mouth is bitch ass nigga, hoe ass
right,
nigga.
but again, the context is still not connected to the etymology. Even when I have a negative, like I say, I don't rock with them niggas. You can transfer niggas for individuals. Just like, and you can't say individuals is a negative term. It's just talking about those individuals, those people, that thing, whatever it is that I'm saying I don't rock with. That's just a nigga at this point.
We don't say individuals. So what I'm saying is that
but it's the same. It has the same context though.
I'm saying the word definitely has evolved, but the emotions behind it has become negative, neutral, or positive.
That's every word. Every word is either negative or neutral or positive.
When I refer to my woman or my daughter as beautiful, I don't use beautiful in a negative way, because it transcends the negative terms.
But you can say, for example, beautiful sarcastically, and to denote of negative feeling. Like, okay, yeah, you spill coffee on you in the morning, and then you pull up to work and realize you got a flat tire. Beautiful. That is the word beautiful being used in a negative connotation to describe a negative feeling associated with a negative experience. Just like nigga can be used to describe a negative, a positive, or neutral. Beautiful can be used to describe a negative, a positive, or neutral. That's the power of language.
Right. So nigga is not this transformative word that you keep saying it is. It's just like every
You
other
just said
word
it evolved,
with a strong
though.
emotion.
No.
Yes, it did evolve.
It evolved to what? Well, hold on. Don't you gotta answer that. This is your
Right,
prospect. So I ain't even gonna ask you no questions. But when you say that, that's my point though. When you say that evolved, we're saying that evolved meaning, which means that, like I said, when I was taught the word nigga, I was taught the word nigga separate from taught what nigger meant. That was an attachment that white people had to make to explain to me that, hey, you were, and even when they taught it to me, I still understood the cultural difference. I would never call my partners niggers. I would never call them that. But them would be my niggas. Nigger always has a negative connotation. You never gonna use nigger around me and be cool. Nigga though, that completely changes the context.
Right. It has both a positive and a negative. I want to move on. You talk about indeterminate identity. Can you explain a little bit what that is?
When Judy is saying it's indeterminate, he's saying it's the essence of indeterminate identity. What he's talking about is a group of people who were denied identity, right? Like you and I will both agree that the process of chattel slavery was an attempt to rip the enslaved Africans from their culture, right?
Right.
What Judy is saying is that phenomenon, those people had to start from anew, right? Because they had different cultures, they had different languages, but they came together and had to start from anew. So as these evolutions takes place, there are words, there's language, there's things that come out of it, and that's what we call Black culture. So whether it's the music, whether it's the colloquialisms, all of those things are associated with the evolution of culture. So when he says indeterminate identity, what he's saying is that the way in which we understand it and the way that we use the word, we have exploded its meaning as a part of our knowledge production to add new meaning to what we give it meaning to. So like when I say, just like you said, it's indeterminate because it could have a positive, It could have a neutral. It could have a negative connotation. That's what makes it indeterminate, because what determines the connotation is the context that it's used in.
Right, but that also predated the hip hop movement. The culture always had that within the culture.
Right. I mean, but
times that we used it, but we're talking about when it was popularized.
But I think that's what the mistake that you make with that, Nyame, is that to put that much emphasis on when it was popularized is putting the emphasis on how commodification happens. What I'm arguing is that knowledge production internally is more important in terms of understanding how we use that word than how it was popularized and how it's attempted to be used outside of that. Because everything like blackness is the site of hyper commodification. Everything that we do, everything that we put out is robbed from us, right? And so that's why the double consciousness is important, because you have one end, you have to understand that whatever the world does, whatever you do, the world gonna try to rob from you. But at the same time, you have to understand the significance of cultural knowledge production within our culture, just us. Fuck what they do, but we gotta have our culture growing.
Right. So, but what you're saying is, it changed just like every other word. But as the culture changed, as we went from slavery to Jim Crow to the civil rights movement, that connotation, that energy behind that word traveled with the word, even to the point of 1985 gangster rap, hip hop culture, because it's just like when
that's where you wrong, yeah, man.
But just like when Chris Rock says black versus nigga. I love the black person, but I hate a nigga. We also knew in the culture what the nigga mentality was. We never lost it.
No, you was told. You knew what you was told what the nigga mentality was.
No.
Hold on. No.
We wasn't told. We wasn't told. That was a part of our culture. We already knew that.
Exactly.
You think it was told to us. We already knew that.
No, it came out of the trauma of respectability. It came out of how you would behave in the normalized society. Y'all generation had that much more like clamps on y'all. Y'all had more people policing, dictating what you could and couldn't say, and it was more of a matter of life and death then than it is now. The difference, the huge difference, is that right now we are saying that we are dismissing the concept of respectability politics. We know that in social polite space that word is not to be used. But again, I'm saying that the word is unproductive, and you agreeing that the word is unproductive, which means that anything that is unproductive challenges commodification. Because if they can't benefit from the word,
I don't know how you came to that conclusion.
Okay, you agree that they you can't say nigga on the radio.
Right, but that
you can't say nigga on TV.
That was from our culture challenging them to say it.
Exactly. That's my point. Name one other thing that we challenge them on and they don't overstep the boundaries.
We challenge them on everything.
Okay.
On everything.
But name one.
They challenged us from the right to ride on the bus, on the front of the bus. We challenged that. They challenged us from the job that we had. We challenged that.
But we talking about where
I want to move on. I don't have that much time. So
time.
Oh shit.
All right. So we're gonna hand this thing now over to Domo. You have 10 minutes to do your thing. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your interrogation, brother.
Let's get it. And y'all, man, when you say that the word nigga has evolved, what does that mean?
It means that when they use it, they're not talking to
No, not they. We talking about us. We talking about us when we use it.
When we use it.
Because you're talking about we embracing it.
Right,
we use it.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you talk about it evolved, it started with them.
But hold on. I wholeheartedly disagree with that because I laid out.
You don't think niggas started with them?
No, that's not the point. It's not whether or not niggas started with them. What I'm asking you is in terms of this debate is about us embracing the term.
Right.
Us embracing the term. So in terms of us embracing it, what does that mean in terms of the evolution that you are conceding took place?
I mean, okay, I'm going to answer like I was before. it doesn't mean a slave.
Okay.
The word
Hold on,
change.
no, that's perfect. It doesn't mean a slave. Got it. So if that evolution means that it no longer means that you are a slave when you use it, what is the problem with embracing it?
The problem of embracing it is that we haven't changed our culture.
You just said it no longer means that you're a slave, though.
Right. It doesn't no longer mean that we're a slave, but we can have
So it
the
has
nigga
changed.
we can have the nigga mentality. We can
What is
still
the
have the
nigga
nigga
mentality?
mentality. We
But
can
hold on,
still
but-
have the nigga moment.
But
the
you
nigga
do mean-
mentality and the nigga moment.
Hold on, and we'll get into that. But you do agree that it doesn't mean what it doesn't mean what it meant.
In the beginning, no.
Okay.
In the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now that we have an agree, now we're on agreement that it doesn't mean that. When you say nigga, a nigga mentality, what are you talking about?
The mentality that the slave master had. The mentality where everything was commercialized.
Okay.
Where if you had no value except for your commercial value.
Okay. When you
For
say
your
you,
monetary value.
are you saying that about yourself? Like, who are you saying that about? Like, when you say, because we're saying that, okay, the word no longer means this. You know what I'm saying? But it's this thing as a nigga mentality.
Yeah.
So where,
Yeah.
if the word is no longer means slave, why are you still associating a negative slave connotation with the nigga mentality?
Because the nigga mentality, as slavery ended, the nigga mentality continued, and
Okay.
that's what our culture fought against, the nigga mentality, the nigga moment.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Understanding that we both agree that there's been this evolution and it no longer means slave.
But
What
the
does it
culture,
mean?
the culture evolved also. The
Right, the
word
culture
evolved
evolved
with
too.
the culture.
Right. So it no longer means that. But in terms of, so how do you understand what a nigga is within its evolution?
From our culture.
And how does our culture understand what a nigga is after the evolution?
Because after the evolution, we had individuals who still thought with the nigga mind, where you could prostitute your sister, you prostitute your brother, you can walk up
But-
to your brother, shoot him in the head for his sneakers. We understood that was nigga mentality.
But within the but within the evolution though, are there instances where nigga doesn't mean that, even with the evolution? So you're saying like, okay, nigga mentality means prostituting and other things, but if we know that it no longer means slave labor or slave commodification, then what is stopping nigga mentality mean me going to college and getting a degree?
Then I would have to see that word transcend in the
But
culture.
you're saying it, though.
I'm not talking about your individual changing a word. Individuals can change words all the time. I'm talking culturally. When the culture
But you see it,
begins,
though.
when the culture begins to embrace these words as going to college, and you hear it in the music.
But who's saying the
you
culture
see-
doesn't though?
Because I'm listening to the culture. I'm
listening to the
experiencing
culture, too.
I'm experiencing the culture, and I know
We
that's
bo-
not
we
what they
both
said.
are.
I
And
listen
hold
to
on, but see, that's the
Domo,
difference.
and when Domo gets mad at something, the first thing come out of his mouth, you bitch ass nigga.
Okay, but then you
That
also
doesn't mean you
hold
bitch
on,
ass
hold on.
brother
Let me ask
going
you
to
this.
college.
Let me ask you this though, Yame. When I see when somebody, for example, like Suave hop on the panel, and I'm like, Suave, my nigga, do you pay attention to that too?
Yeah, I do pay attention to that also.
Okay, so when I'm excited, when something makes me happy, I also apply the word to that as well, correct?
Right, and that's that the boy's double consciousness.
And that's okay. So when we understand that double consciousness, do we not understand and see how the word in its meaning is indeterminate?
Right, that's the problem. It's indeterminate. It's double consciousness.
No, hold on. How is it?
When a culture can change a word, when they change a word, and I identify it with going to college, with taking care of your family, with controlling your economics, that's when a word has transformed and become revolutionary.
But we see that in y'all, man.
I don't see it.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, you don't see how. For example, you're saying that you see that it's indeterminate, right? You see that it's evolved past meaning slavery or meaning a slave, but yet you still choose to attach a negative connotation to it, even though you see that there's
choose. People in the culture chooses to.
Hold on. We're both in the culture, correct?
We're both in the culture.
Okay, and so you're literally telling me that the only thing that you see in the culture is people only bigging up niggas in terms of drugs dealing and not, I'm proud of that nigga. He got his degree. I'm proud of that nigga. He take care of his family.
We use it sometimes positively. We use it sometimes negatively. But if it's transcended, if this is the word that we're going to embrace to identify who we are, it shouldn't be used in a negative connotation at no time. It hasn't met that level.
But hold on, but you do agree that any word could be used with a negative connotation.
Individually, the culture is different from the individual.
Okay, let's talk about the culture, right?
So just like any word, just like the word bitch, people use that positively. But is the culture gonna say, okay, that word is gonna be the identity of our mothers and our sisters?
Hold on, are you saying that black culture is monolithic?
No, it's not monolithic.
Okay, so even black culture is more so about possibility as opposed to just being one concrete thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so if we know that the culture doesn't mean one concrete thing, that the transcendence of thought, of epistemology gives us the ability to use a word in a cultural context that we dictate, correct?
Yeah, right.
Okay, now if we are able to dictate that, why is that not something that we should embrace?
Because we haven't changed the mentality.
But
once we change the mentality, once we change the culture, and then it's established that, hey, this is the nigger university. This is the nigger grocery store, because that word exemplifies the culture. Then I would say, okay, that generation did that thing. I don't see it. It's not happening.
But this is the thing about it, Nyame. Are you not speaking to the word being used in popular or not in popular culture, but in the general social context, right?
Right now, yeah, it's just
okay.
It's a
What's more important?
Social context, yeah.
What's more important? Understanding the general social context or knowledge production within black communities?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, when W.B. Du Bois is talking about the double consciousness, he's saying that there's a conflict, right? Yes. There's a conflict with how the world sees us and how we see ourselves, correct?
Right.
Okay, would you not agree that how we see ourselves must override how the world see us in order for us to sustain and be mentally?
Absolutely, that's what this debate is about.
Okay, so if internally we are using the word for us to talk about brother, to talk about sister, to talk about somebody I don't like, and to talk about somebody I like, is that not more important than what's happening generally in society?
Yeah, I don't care what white society think of how we use the word.
Okay.
I care about how we use the word in our culture. And when I hear those negative connotations, when I see the culture still acting out those negative connotations and celebrating those connotations, I know the word hasn't transcended. It has not transcended.
Do you see the culture acting out any positive connotations?
All right.
Yes.
Time.
Thank you.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. Let's go ahead and close this thing out, family. We're going to take a brief little break, family, and we're going to get back to this whole deal. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Man. with the best. This is your boy Solar Mind, and guess what? We got more debates lined up for the family. How y'all liking season 3 so far? I know, man. We took things to a whole nother level. Shout out to the league. Make sure you come prepared, because these debaters in this league is not playing this season as what y'all can see. These debaters are coming locked and loaded. So make sure you show some love to the voice and the mind when you come in the building for these debates. I want to know who's going to be the winner at the end. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for who's going to be the one to reign supreme for the 2020-2021 season. So, let's get these debates on, shall we? Alright, family, you're rocking with the best. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're about to close this thing out. We're going to start out with Nyame. Let's go ahead and set this timer for 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to close it out. Brother Nyame, whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Peace, family. This debate, again, it goes to the heart of being, the heart of existence, of who we are as a people. And so, as a people, I look at our culture and I see great things, I see negative things, and I see neutral things. And with the usage of this word over the last 40 years, 30, 40 years, I see negative, positive, and neutral. But what I don't see the authentic identity by using the word. So if we are African Americans, if we are Black Americans, if we think of that word generally identify us, we will begin to use it in the culture in a more positive way. There will be scragglers. There will be people walking around using. I'm saying as a culture, and nobody could stop us from doing it. It's like the word brother, the word sister. Those are words of endearment, soul food. Those are words in our culture. Those are things that we embrace. The term nigga still has that emotional trauma attached to it. We haven't overcome it. And family, I'm not saying I don't use the word. Sometimes when I see friends, I say, "What's up, nigga?" Because that's part of the culture I grew up in. When I get upset at people on YouTube, you might hear me call them stupid ass nigga out of anger. The word hasn't transcended. It has its emotional connotation. It doesn't identify us authentically. I'm looking for the authentic use of the word. And when it's spread all over the place, no, that the word has its negative, positive connotations. It's a colloquialism. And one thing I want to point out, it's an emotional attachment, family. We have an emotional attachment to the word. Not just Black people. White people got an emotional attachment to the word. That's why when NWA and all the rap groups was using the word, all the money started going to those groups, the gangster rappers. I came up in a time you had a tribe called Quest, you had De La Soul, you had all these different groups, but the money went to the more negative side. There's an emotional attachment with the word and the culture. So I'm not saying that the next generation doesn't have the right to change a word. I'm saying let the culture and the word, let the culture reflect the meaning of the word you saying you use it for positive. If it means a beautiful mind, then use it as a beautiful mind. If it means always getting money, I forgot how Pac used it, then let the word, let your culture represent the word that you're using. We're looking for words to exemplify who we are as we build our culture, as we build our identity. That's what this is about. That's what this debate is about. It's about our identity. And the reason why it stays an indeterminate identity because it can't pass the test of authentication. You have to leave it there in this blissful, mystical world because it's not real yet. It doesn't authentically represent who we are, what we have been, and what we will be. And I leave it with this, family. To be or not to be. Harriet Tubman is our example of humanity. When we find a word that represents her in all of her examples, in all of her glory, in all of her existence, that's the word that will identify us into the future. Because the culture will exemplify the meaning, the denotation, and the connotation of the word. And with that, family, I yield my time.
All right, shout out to Brother Nyame. We're going to hand this thing now over to Domo. You got 5 minutes to close this thing out, brother. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your closing.
All right, let me get this timer. All right, we can start it now. All right, let's be clear, right? My position in this debate is that embracing the term nigga represents a epistemic resistance. What I mean by that is challenging normative knowledge production. The reason why I win this debate is because Nyame has admitted and Nyame has conceded that resistance has happened because of the term nigga. Now, again, I explained the evolution from nigger to the bad nigger to the nigga. That is the evolution that Nyame has agreed to. In the cross-examination, he said clearly that he agrees that it evolved. Now, the reason why this is important and the reason why this is extremely damning for my opponent is that when he talks about let the culture reflect the word, when he says that, and then in the same breath says the culture is not monolithic. When he says in the same breath that he sees great things, he sees negative things, and he sees neutral things. And just like the word nigga it could be used great, it could be used negative, it could be used neutral. Think about that. I think we're underplaying how much of a concession that is in terms of the argument. If we know that the term started out as nigger and it only meant one thing, remember the etymology at the beginning said nigger only meant one thing. We both agreed that it only meant slave labor. It only meant slave labor. If we are both agreeing by the end of this cross-examination that there's an evolution of the word and it no longer means that, he no longer has any grounds to say that we shouldn't embrace it. If we have went around and actually changed the meaning of it, which he has conceded, he has said even he sees his partners and it elicits a positive emotion that tells you that epistemic revolution took place. He understands it from the cultural context. When he sees his homie and he's like, yo, my nigga. And when he sees somebody he don't rock with, yeah, we ain't cool with them niggas. Them niggas can stay over there. He already understands and is using it in the same way that the culture is. He's using it as a site of indeterminate identity. Now, he is trying to say that indeterminate identity is a bad thing, but it's actually the opposite. When we talk about transcendence versus facticity, white people have attempted to deny black people our transcendence. We're denied the ability to philosophize. We're denied the ability to be anything more than what they tell us black means. The nigga has shown that by creating indeterminate identity through our own usage, that we control that. That is something that should be embraced. Think about all the things in society that are associated to black people that we have no control over, but they not gonna call us niggers on the radio. They not gonna call us niggas on TV. Harriet Tubman and our ancestors, they was called niggas to their face daily. Like we say, we wish y'all would. That is a level of social control that only exists on the level of language. That is an epistemic revolution, an epistemological revolution that has taken place simply by understanding ourselves outside of the context of slave labor. And then y'all may have missed that. When he talks about again that we need to let the culture reflect the word, because ultimately that's literally the last argument that he could hold on to. After he knew he conceded all of them things and saying that he agrees that the word has changed, he agrees that we use it differently, he agrees that we should, when it comes to that double consciousness, we should focus on what we do, which means that if we're embracing that word and we can use that word in a positive fashion, that means that it has that meaning within that context. Then what happens when he says that he needs to see that change reflect the culture, and Yame is a part of the culture, I'm a part of the culture, and we both agreed that we use it that way, so that change is clearly reflected there. That's damning for Yame in this debate. Because also I asked him, is black culture monolithic? He said no. That means that black culture, there is no one black culture that needs to change. He agrees with that. This means that not only is the term nigga indeterminate, but it also represents how black culture represents the word that's typically used is possibility, right? It's pregnant with impossibility, with the possibility of the future. That's one thing that was denied to black people within white culture. The argument that has been made is that embracing nigga represents an epistemic revolution, an epistemic evolution. My opponent has agreed that has taken place. So ultimately, what the judges need to understand is that there has been no reason presented outside of the culture needs to change that we shouldn't embrace it, and we have seen, and he has conceded that he has used it in the same way that the culture has. If we could use it in all of these different ways, when we know that it only started meaning that one thing, that's game over. That means that we won with that word. We have the control of the meaning. And as long as we have control of the meaning, it should be embraced because it represents our ability to fight commodification and rise above that.
All right. So both debaters, they did their thing, laid down the arguments. But unfortunately for both of these debaters, their time is officially up, family. The Chucklebuck round is now in session, family. So let us know in the chat, who do you want Solar Mind to Chucklebuck first? Is it Domo or is it Inyame? Press 1 for Domo and 2 for Inyame. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Yes. Shout out to the family. Who do you want me to Chucklebuck first?
You already know. I don't even know why you asked. You already know.
Yo, it was a joint on Black Mirror, I think, right? It was like everybody was at their job. It was somebody in the cab. It was somebody doing some other shit. And they was like on their phones, right? And it was people doing this game, like killing people. And they were like, choose who you want me to kill first. Like, it'd be like a person working at a daycare. They're like, press 1 for Domo. Like, okay, yeah, kill him first. they're like, yo, like casually like engaging in this like but let me see. 1 2 1 1 1 1. All right. So, I guess we'll go with Domo. There's a couple of twos in there. Yeah, but them niggas done voted twice and. Oh, okay. So, what's going on, Domo?
What's cracking?
All right, so explain, how embracing this N word would be something productive for black people?
Well, in terms of knowledge production, what the argument that I made is that nigga represents an epistemic resistance to commodification that allows us to create knowledge in ways that challenge our commodification and produce knowledge in ways that's subversive to the systems that attempt to commodify us or that do commodify us.
Okay, so is there any negative things that comes with the word nigga at this day and time?
Yeah.
What are some of those negative things?
Well, in mainstream society, when we talk about respectability politics, it's not a word that society deems that should be used. It's not a word that the society deems useful. It's not politically correct. It's not polite. It's not social. So yeah, so using it in particular context can create a negative experience.
So what's some of the benefits of the word nigga?
Well, the benefits of it is, and one that we don't know or really don't pay too much attention to, is again the knowledge production, the epistemology associated with it. A part of that double consciousness is again understanding how the world sees you and understanding how you see yourself, and embracing the term nigga. And the way that Black culture has embraced the term nigga is a reflection of our transcendence, our ability to rise above our facticity, our circumstance, and still be able to produce culture, still be able to resist, still be able to fight back. I mean, but at the same time, still, have shit like make Black beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, I think we underestimate the value of being able to talk about the
make
beauty.
Black beautiful or make nigga beautiful?
Well, like I said, it's the same thing.
Okay, so what is anything tangible that we could get as a result of that?
I mean, your material reality. Like, ultimately, like when Malcolm X says, you can't hate the roots of the tree and not hate the tree. You can't have a negative relationship with niggas. You can't have or the term itself and not have a negative relationship with who you are as a person, because the world tells you that the people that look like you, and the people in your culture that those are the niggas.
All right, so give me some examples of how the word nigga can be used effectively to uplift Black people.
I mean, shit. Every time it's like you have instances of celebration of Black people accomplishing, like that's my nigga. Like, yo, my nigga did that shit. Like, that nigga
so
did his thing.
So where does it go on at? Does it go on at the graduation?
Everywhere. Goes on everywhere.
Okay, so you're saying at the graduation, somebody announced like, yeah, this is my nigga. He got his bachelor's degree in education.
He got his bachelor's degree in whatever, but my nigga did his thing.
So you're saying that is so what are some of the negative things that comes with it?
The negative things associated with the word itself. Hold on real quick. I gotta switch. My shit just all right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So the negative things associated when we talking about just the word itself and not context, the negative things associated with it have everything to do with being shunned by popular culture and mainstream society.
Now you're saying repeat that? You being shunned?
Yeah, like, so for example, one example, like even what everybody is using, like when they throwing out, well, can you use it in this instance? Can you use it in instances? Well, these are instances of respectability. These are instances where you're quote unquote supposed to be on your best behavior. Like Lex asked a silly question. Well, can you use nigga in an interview? It's like, what would be the point of the context? If I know that.
I mean, what it reveals is that, like, I mean, what you're saying is positive. It really doesn't have any like tangible relevance. I mean, the only reason why you want to use it is just for maybe social reasons.
I mean, but see, I think when we talk about wanting to use the word, like when you've grown up in the culture, you use it. Like it's natural. There's no want to. Even Inyame with his
But it
debating.
came as a result, as what Inyame said, based off of deterioration of our communities, where we began to acknowledge that word more, and it was entrenched into the rap culture, which now makes us more likely to use the word.
Well, no, what he was saying was that the negative connotation with the word has to do with its inception, and the plantation mentality. But when I asked him in cross-examination about the word's evolution, he agrees that it evolved. Not only does he agree that it evolved and it no longer has that designation, he also agrees that that he uses it because ultimately it's a cultural thing. Knowing, even with him saying, debating against embracing the word.
But our culture is foundation. Our foundation of our culture is the dehumanization of us.
But see,
and
that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. The foundation of our culture is not the dehuman. That's the difference between transcendence and facticity. Transcendence is understanding that happened, or facticity is understanding that happened to us. Transcendence is understanding that doesn't define us. And that's what happens with black people.
That's where the word nigga came from, though.
Inyame and I
agree?
both agree.
Do you agree with that?
But yes,
it was a form of dehumanization.
That's where the term started. But we both agree that there's been an evolution. That evolution is more important than the foundation.
It evolved from a form of dehumanization. So that's why, like what Inyame said, when I know most of the time when a nigga getting beat down, they say I'm gonna beat that nigga the fuck up. And nigga, like, yeah.
Right, but he also said, when I see my homie, I'm like, yo, my nigga. He said that.
Right,
so yes, he can give you instances of positivity and instances of negativity.
The bad shit. I mean, the bad shit is like affecting people's lives. Like, niggas do drive-bys and say, nigga, brace yourself.
But they not doing drive-bys because they say nigga, though. They doing drive-bys because they doing drive-bys because of the circumstances.
The energy behind the word is
not the energy
and dehumanizing.
They have to
now dehumanize him before they shoot him.
But see, Inyame also said,
brother, they have
that
to
word no
before they
longer
shoot
has
him.
that meaning.
They have to dehumanize them before they beat them up.
They don't do the
black
dehumanization,
person, bro. When did you ever
they don't
hear,
do the dehumanization.
Brother, when did you ever hear
the white culture dehumanize black people?
Brother, when did
we
you
not
ever
dehumanizing
hear,
black people?
When did you ever hear a black man say, "Yeah, I'm gonna go and beat that good brother up. I'm gonna beat that brother up. I'm gonna beat that king."
Yeah,
up.
Niggas don't talk like that. We don't talk like that.
Right. But when it's something positive, oh yeah, that brother, yeah, he.
No, that's a lie.
I got love for that brother.
Like, you have to do mental gymnastics to make that shit up, or make that stuff up in your head.
People don't use brother in a positive way.
Now they be like, "Yo, my nigga, he did that." People
say brother all the time. What are you talking about?
People say nigga all the time in the same context. So what are you talking about?
That, like he said, is a double-edged sword.
No, it's not a double-edged sword. It's literally the transcendence of language.
Niggas
having the ability to mean different things.
When did brother was ever used in the context of shooting a person?
What?
When did the word brother? When did the word brother was?
That's a silly question.
When did the word brother was ever used in terms of harming an individual?
Hey, many times, I'm sure.
Many times. So can you show me like a rap song where I'm gonna go and kill?
Nah, niggas don't talk like that in rap music.
Why? Why?
Because they don't talk like that in rap music.
Is a reason why they don't talk like that.
Because they've developed their own colloquialisms. That's why they developed their own language. That's why. In most dominant cultures.
So why would it be more customary to use the word nigga when I say I'm gonna beat that nigga, I'm gonna shoot that nigga?
Because of the indeterminacy. Because it could mean anything. Because even when they saying I ride with my niggas, we just had, and you know that I'm gonna ride my nigga. Most likely I'm gonna die, my nigga. I said, what are you talking about?
The foundation
and it
evolved. Is predicated around dehumanization.
And it evolved outside of that dehumanization. You can't get around that. That's
yes,
you can. It evolved above the dehumanization. The creation of the culture has to do with rising above the dehumanization.
In those contexts, then.
But see, that's a false equivalency. The argument that you're trying to attempt to make. I mean, because that's what I'm saying. You doing a bad job, Stucklebucket. Tell me why they don't say brother in rap music. Come on, bro. tell you why they don't say
No.
brother in rap music? Because it's not a part of their colloquial language.
Why,
They wouldn't say
Why,
brother when
though?
when
You're
they talking
not
about their
explaining to
partners.
me
They don't
why.
call their partners their
Why
brother.
was
They
it
call them
not
their
used in the
nigga. What are you talking
colloquial
about?
language?
Because they say my nigga. Whether they talking about my nigga
There's
in
a
a
reason
good thing
why,
or my
though.
nigga in a bad thing.
You're now
Because they've
alienating.
defined it.
You're now
is
trying
because,
to avoid the
we have
fact that they
defined
use
it.
that to
No.
dehumanize. So when
No, they
wait,
don't.
wait,
They don't
wait,
do
wait,
the dehumanization.
Oh, wait.
What are you talking about?
Let's stop
Like
right
you are
there.
making
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right
Black
there.
people don't do the
when a
dehumanization.
person says,
Black
says,
people
I'm
don't
gonna
do
shoot
the
that nigga.
dehumanization.
Wait.
Black people are
Hold
already
on a
dehumanized
second.
in
Hold on a
society.
second.
What are you talking about?
When a person says, I'm gonna shoot that nigga, is that dehumanizing?
They are not dehumanizing them. No.
Wow.
No.
I'm gonna kill
No.
that nigga. I'm gonna shoot that
Okay,
nigga with
so
the
when they
AR-15.
say, hey yo, that's my nigga, are they dehumanizing them in that instance too?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
And that's
Because the
that's the mental
foundation
gymnastics.
of the word is
That's
to
the mental
dehumanize
gymnastics.
black people. And you
and
know
that's
why
called
they
an
use that
etymological
word?
fallacy.
It's because the white man told
And
them
that's
to use
called
that
an
word.
etymological fallacy.
The white man
White
told
people
them
call
to use that
themselves
word.
Yankees.
That's why they use that word.
White people call
The
themselves
white man
Yankees.
told them
That
to
is a
use that
derogatory
word.
British
If the
term.
white man
They
never
don't
said
care.
nigga, if the white man
Talking
never
about-
said nigga, you wouldn't be using that damn word. Bottom line. The white man could have said alien green. Your ass be on the
You
rap
wouldn't be
song.
speaking English
Your ass
unless
would be on
if
that
it wasn't
damn
for the
rap
white
song
man.
talking some
Next
alien
question.
green. And that would
You
make
wouldn't be
sense to
speaking
you.
English if it wasn't for the white man. Next question. That's a terrible argument. All
Right.
of our language.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
because
be
the problem
I wouldn't
with
say
that is
should. I wouldn't be saying you.
No.
I wouldn't be saying me.
You know
if it
why?
wasn't for the
You know
white
why
man.
though?
What you talking
Because it's not
It's the
even.
ability to
It's not even in
transcend.
English. It's not even. The foundation is not even in English. Checkmate.
That's completely non sequitur.
What
You
you
saying
mean
that
it's
don't
non-sequitur?
mean nothing.
What
Like, you
you
just
mean it's
saying
non-sequitur?
something. You saying
the
that
only
don't
reason
mean
why
nothing.
you say nigga is because the white man told you to, bro.
See, hey, and now you grasping for straws. If that's the
I'm
best
not
you
grasping
got,
for straws.
because that ain't even a question. So I could let you say that.
I'm telling
I could
you.
let you say that, and that don't mean nothing to me because it's Chucklebuck. So you either
Right,
asking me a
right.
question
That's what I mean.
or what? Because
because
look, I'm not debating you, so you can make all the arguments you want.
I'm
You
not
asking
making
me
no
questions.
arguments. Well, what I'm saying to you is that
Well, you made a
you're
statement.
trying to now intellectualize. You're trying to intellectualize using the word nigga that the white man used to dehumanize you.
I didn't intellectualize
Now that shit
it.
is non sequitur.
I
That shit don't make no
intellectualized
goddamn
it.
sense.
I intellectualize it. Non sequitur isn't a matter of
Now
making
you're trying to
sense.
sit
It's a
up
matter
there.
of
You're trying to
relevance.
sit up there,
Non
intellectualize.
sequitur is a matter of
You're trying
relevance.
to sit up there,
What you talking about?
intellectualize using the word nigga that the white man used to dehumanize him. That don't make no goddamn sense.
Again, you're making a statement.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
that's
the
a statement that I'm
Chucklebuck.
making.
So you can make statements all you want. Do you have a question?
Right. And what I'm
Because
saying
if you
is
can't
that
ask me no
you
more
can't
questions,
get around,
then that means that you
cannot-
ran out of Chucklebuck.
No,
bro.
no.
If all you doing is
You
making
cannot
statements,
get
that means
around
you
the
ran out of
point.
Chucklebuck.
You
You can
cannot
go ahead
get
and move on
around
in.
the
Y'all may
point
now.
that it was used to dehumanize.
You're
black
making another
people,
statement.
and you're still trying to use it.
Am I still needed for you to make statements?
No, you
Because you can
be
make as
quiet
many
while I make
statements as you want.
You can be quiet. Just be quiet while I make statements. You know what I'm saying? You sit up there and you use this word nigga. That was the foundation was used to dehumanize us, take us out of our original culture. Our culture didn't call ourselves niggas. We had indigenous names. Nigga was just a general term that they had to use to dehumanize black people. There's no way that you can use that as a foundation to sit up there and say that now we can use the word. There's no way you're going to intellectualize yourself around that, bro. And you can see it in the rap culture. They talk about how they're going to kill niggas, they're going to shoot niggas, they're going to stomp niggas to death, fuck all niggas. It's always used in a derogatory term. Bottom line, brother.
You got any questions for me?
No, that's all I got to say. All right.
Appreciate your time.
We can now go to Nyame.
Peace.
All right.
You get to see my face now when you working my nerves.
All right. So, what's going on, brother?
Everything's good.
All right. So, back to you, Domo.
Yeah, get him. God damn it.
What is why should we not embrace the word nigga?
Because it still has too many negative connotations with it. I mean, if we embrace the word, and I'm calling somebody a nigga, and the next thing I'm calling somebody a nigga bitch. I mean, it's a contradiction. I'm just contradicting myself. I seem hypocritical.
So was the word nigga used before the transatlantic slave trade?
Nigga? No.
You say what?
No.
Was a form of the nigga used before the transatlantic slave trade?
Yeah, it was.
Where was it used?
Negro. I think the Spaniards.
And what
Oh,
did it
what?
mean?
Black people.
Was it derogatory?
No.
Okay, so you're saying that the foundation of the word was not derogatory.
The foundation of the word Negro? No.
Yeah. So at what point did it change?
Well, that's the topic of this debate. When the Anglo-Saxon began to enslave our ancestors, they could have used the word Negro, but they didn't. They chose nigger and nigga.
They did call you Negro, though.
Yeah, they did. They did.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
But instead, they used the word nigger.
So how did Negro evolve into the word nigga?
It evolved on those plantations.
How?
It was used as a form of taking the identity.
Well, no, we get that part, but from the word Negro to nigger, why did it change as far as pronunciation? That's what I'm asking.
Because there were cultural and economic changes. So if they called us
So you saying
Negroes
it was a
before the slave trade,
mispronunciation? So you said it was a mispronunciation of the word Negro, or
wait, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
so what are you saying? It was like a sort of a mispronunciation, and they just went with nigger.
No.
So why did they begin to use the word nigger, and if it derives from nigra?
To dehumanize our ancestors.
Okay, we can move forward from that. I see that. So you're saying that it evolved from a good thing to a bad thing.
What, it evolved from a bad thing to a good thing? What?
You say that the word existed before chattel slavery in America.
Negro.
Right. So that Negro is derived from, this is where you get nigger from. It's derived from that word, right? Like what you just said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you could say, for lack of a better word, for time's sake, Negra is more of a corrupted form. Nigger is a corrupted form of Negra, from that that simply refers to black people. So why is it a problem if we use nigga and it means a good thing again? Why would that be a problem if the word originally meant something, just general term for a black person? Why is it a problem that we use a derivative from that term, to refer to a black person? Why would that be a problem?
Because now we have 400 years of culture in between those two words, and how it was used to plant fear in our people, subjugation, exploitation. That's why our ancestors fought against using it, and it doesn't represent us. It doesn't belong to us. Now,
was it the fact that they enslaved us was the issue, or you saying would they have enslaved us if the word nigga didn't exist?
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be more so the fact that they decided to enslave us and capture us would be the issue, as opposed to a word that existed before they did it, that they used to classify as? Why would that be a big issue if the word existed before that happened?
You can't separate the word
You can.
with the cultural context.
You can because it existed before
Yeah, but
that happened.
that has nothing to do with what happened in slavery.
Okay, so they call
before,
they called us a lot of things. Then, if that's the case, a lot of words has been used as a result of transatlantic slave trade.
Right, right.
So we can't use none of those words either.
I didn't say you can't use the word.
Okay. So the word has evolved. We don't even say nigger no more. Nigger is dead. The word nigger is dead.
In some places, yeah.
Yeah, I mean in all places. I mean like what Domo said. You cannot use the word nigger on television. You can't use the word nigger on the public radio. So white people can't say nigger. Is that true?
I mean,
they'll be fired from their job.
Say it in movies, certain movies.
Yeah, and they do that, very rarely. I even had I think Leonardo DiCaprio said he had a problem with saying the word nigga during Django. He didn't really want to say it.
Right.
So who put that in place? Who made that reality?
To not say the word?
That they will be penalized for saying the word. Who made that reality? Who's responsible for that?
For the word not being used in popular culture?
Yeah, for you to be for white people specifically to be penalized for using the word. Who made that a reality?
We made that a reality.
Okay, so isn't that power? Isn't that a form of power to say that the word that they initially started out before slavery, that they tried to use now for slavery purposes and to dehumanize, now we got it to the point where we made a derivative of that word, which we use is to big up each other, and then on top of that, you can't even say that word. Isn't that a form of power?
Yeah, that we did in the 50s and 60s. Absolutely.
Right,
we did that in the
so,
50s and the 60s.
Okay, it was done during the 50s and 60s. I have no problem with that. But to this day, it stands strong. To this day, white people cannot say nigga in public. They can't say nigga. You know what? If a white person say nigga in public, it'll be white people that jump on them before even the first black person gets on them. So we have shaped the culture. And that's the black experience, brother.
Right.
We took what was ratchet. We took what was like the pig, like the filthy animal. We made it as a means of survival. That's something that we should commend. Why is it a problem?
Survival mechanism.
Now, all around the world, people want to say the word nigger. People now want to call each other nigger. That's crazy. Why would you want to give that up? To the point
what
of
does Paul Mooney say? What does Paul Mooney say?
From the point of dehumanization. Why would you want to get that up?
Paul Mooney said, everybody want to be a nigga, but don't nobody want to be a nigga.
So what do you mean by that?
He means you want to have the show. You want to have the showmanship.
No, it's what Domo's talking about.
No.
Yeah,
he's saying have a showmanship.
Yeah. He's saying from a socialization.
But as soon as you go home, you still don't act the same way. You don't tear down your culture.
He's saying from a socialization point of view, they want to be niggas. From a socialization, and that's what y'all talking about.
No, from commercialization.
No, from a socialization.
No,
like when they
commercial.
Socialize,
It's commercial,
brother. When they socialize, they want to use the word nigga. When they socialize, like when they chilling out at the park, they want to use the word nigga. Like, yeah, that's my nigga. And when they socialize, you know what I'm saying?
Commercially, they want to have the shoes we wear, the clothes we wear, but the social conditions.
But those aren't our shoes, brother. We don't make no damn shoes.
I mean, you start to make my point.
We don't make no damn shoes. We don't make no damn clothes.
Right. Even when we make $200 million
we
a
made the
year,
word
we don't own the
nigga.
music.
We made that word, brother. Did we not make the word nigga? Black people
During
made the word
our
nigga.
Commercialization.
Brother, who made the word nigga? N-I-G-G-A.
In its current form, it was black people.
Okay.
But they've been saying nigga
Black
for a long
people
time.
made the word nigga. That's our shit, bro.
I mean, it was done under our commercialization. I mean,
Why is that a problem for you?
Why is that a problem for me?
Yeah, why is that a problem?
Because
That we now use this with. Why is this word that revolutionized the whole entire world so much so that everybody want to use the word, but they can't because we said so? Why is that a problem for you?
What you mean they can't?
They can't use the word because we said so.
But they're using the word. I see them using the word.
Who used the word?
White people, Mexicans.
White people. He's saying white people use the word nigga.
Yeah.
Where at?
Like I said on TV, you just said.
You said wait. You said that white people use the word nigga on TV.
Yeah.
Damn, what TV show was that?
Well, in the movies.
No. He said nigger on Django. He said nigger.
He said both. He said both. He said nigga and nigger.
Probably, but that's acting. What are you talking about?
It's still part of the commercialization. That's my point. Under commercialization.
But nobody, like no white motherfucker on the news gonna be like, yeah, there were 3 niggas shot today in Bladen County. That's not gonna happen.
Right.
A white dude walking down the street.
Come from
A white dude, you're standing in the line. A white dude is not gonna be like, yeah, I wish this nigga hurry up. That's not gonna happen, bro.
That came from 50s, 60s, and early 70s.
Okay, so what? I mean, why you keep on reiterating that point? Why is that something that you want to reiterate?
Because that's when that transform happened. That's when that change happened.
Okay,
Not
so
during,
that's why it's transformed now.
Not
So why do
during,
you have a problem with it if it was transformed?
because it was the. What you mean? Because it was transformed? It was transformed in the culture that they couldn't say it.
Right.
They couldn't say it publicly.
So they were saying nigga in the 50s and 60s.
Right.
Okay, so you acting like black people wasn't saying nigga then.
Yeah, but we did not commercialize it. We did not.
That's because wait. Commercialization came with blacks beginning to excel as far as executive and with the hip hop culture. Of course, because that didn't happen then. That didn't exist then. Even some of the greatest musicians. We live up in the uptown here, the Delphonics and the Temptations. Due to segregation, they wasn't like really able to blow up like how they would if they would have came out today. Imagine if the Temptations came out today. That'd be a worldwide phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? So that was just the time for as promotion and people being more acceptance due to desegregation and those things that obviously you said was 4-4 in the 50s and 60s. So yeah, of course that's not going to happen then because they wasn't in the black community like they're in the black community today. So how is that a point of reference you're making as an argument? That's not a result of black people not using the word. That's a result of the black community not being exposed to a global market.
No, when we stop that from being public, from having signs, nigger water fountain.
Negro, that's what they said. They put Negro.
On some it was still
and nigger, Nigger.
Right.
Okay,
right.
so Nigga is something totally different, bro. That comes from the black community.
It's not totally
You would have
different.
to be in the black community to get the understanding of the word nigga.
It's not totally different.
Yes, it is.
It's not total.
Yes, it is. It's totally different.
We added positive meanings.
No, we didn't add positive meanings.
Yeah,
it's a
we
new
did.
word, bro. It evolved. It evolved, bro.
No.
Yes, it evolved.
That's why Chris Rock says, I love black people, but I hate niggas. What was he talking about?
He said that he loved black people, but he hate niggas.
Right.
That's one person, bro.
How
are you using Chris Rock as a reference?
Because we still use it today in that same context.
How are you using Chris Rock as a reference, bro?
Because he's part of the culture.
How? I mean, from the standpoint of how we use the word and how the word evolved. Just because he decided to use the word in that context, and Chris Rock would turn around and say "my nigga." In that same stand-up, he used
That's
the word
exactly
"my nigga."
what I'm saying. It hasn't
Wait.
transcended.
So was that a bad thing? Well, when he was saying "my nigga," was he talking about the niggas and the brothers then, or was he talking about the brother when he was saying "my nigga"? Which one was he talking about?
Chris Rock?
Yeah, when he let her on in that same show, when he said "my niggas," right? Was he talking about those niggas that he don't like that's at the barbecue, or was he talking about his brothers?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, you don't know now.
No, I don't remember that part.
He said he don't like the niggas, right?
Right.
He said he wanted to be around the brothers.
Right.
So when he say "my niggas," who is he talking about?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
He could have been talking about the drug dealers.
I mean, you're done at this point.
He might have been talking about the drug dealers.
You don't even want to admit to the truth. You don't even want to admit to the truth. You know what I'm saying? He used the word nigga all the time. If anybody used the word nigga, it's Chris Rock. That's checkmate, bro. He just had to make a distinguishment from good black people and bad black people. You know what I'm saying? That was his own thing. He decided to use the word nigga in that context.
No, he didn't say bad black people. He said
No,
niggas.
he made reference to, they're black people and then they're niggas. And he was trying to make it niggas. That he decided to do that. You know why? Because we gave him the ability, like you said, our forefathers in the 50s and 60s gave him the privilege to do that.
So let me ask you this: what do you mean by the nigga mentality?
The nigger mentality?
Nigga mentality.
The nigger mentality is when a person elevates their consciousness to a higher level.
You know what? So
Okay, so what? You know why?
I mean, I can't.
Wait. Now tomorrow, tomorrow I can change that. You know why? You know I can change that tomorrow?
Why?
Because they fought in the 60s and the 50s that I could use it very loosely as I want to use it. Shout out to the forefathers. That's checkmate. Yeah, I have the ability to use it how I want to use it. But guess what? That white man can't say nigga mentality. I can use it however I want to use it. I can say whatever. I can call a white person a nigga if I want to.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's how we know the word hasn't transcended.
It did. No, that means that it transcended. That means that it transcended. If I could call a white person a nigga, he can't call me a nigga. Nigga. I said that in college. I said it by accident. I said, yo, hand me my soda. And this idiot is looking, I said, it's in the fridge. This nigga thinking that I put it on top of the fridge, this idiot. I said, nigga, it's in the fridge. What are you doing?
Yeah, but so are you saying?
And you know what he did? He opened the refrigerator and got me my goddamn soda.
Right.
Shout out to the people in the 50s and the 60s.
Because the word
you know what?
comes
You know
with a
what
lot
would
of
have happened?
emotion.
You know what would have happened if that was 1948 and I said that? I'd be hanging from one of them goddamn trees.
Exactly.
All right, so black power to that, bro. Why you denying the word nigga? Stand on that. We stand on nigga. That's our power, goddammit. I told that cracker, yo, go in the refrigerator. Nigga is in the refrigerator, nigga. He turned around, looked up in the air like, oh, did he just call me a nigga? Oh, well, let me get the soda. Nigga, give me the damn soda, nigga. Is that progress, bro? Wait, is that progress?
Yeah, that's
okay,
progress.
Say no more. That's it. That's it right there. Shout out to both debaters. It was an excellent debate, family. Let me throw the link in the chat for the voting for the people's vote. Let me go ahead and throw that link in the chat real quick. Who do you think had the better argument tonight? Is it Domo or is it Nyame? Let us know. Here you go. Booyah. All right, shout out to both debaters. I believe there's going to be an after party.
It's always gonna be an after party,
you know, because after the show, it's the after partying.
Yeah, yeah. Niggas is about to get in. Real niggas
definitely
only.
about to get it in. So,
Real niggas only. You know what I'm saying?
shout out to my brothers and shout out to my niggas. This is the Solar Vision Debate
Look,
League, man. We'll see you
Don't
guys.
shoot up the after party. Whatever you niggas do.
This is the league, man. Peace.
Biz on the track.
Good shit in y'all, man.
S.V.D.L on the beat.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it, man. I'm not gonna be able to.
How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seemed bright with solar vision. A whole court and a witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol with the solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending. Ain't no need to study long if you gon' study wrong. Got me chasing the ghosts with no lully bones. Blew a hustle anywhere but never hustle home. Mama pray for his soul cause he ain't coming home. Y2 doctrine get demolished. Bluetooth pilots for YouTube scholars. I do for knowledge, not no stupid dollars. My new provider make them hoop and holler. In the lead for the light bringers, Illuminati. You ain't doing nada and blue ain't bother. Can't be rolling with you with no stupid mock and no Candace Owens. I don't do Kamala. Free flowing out this new Kabbalah. Lumen in the garden, hit a human olive. And you can get this stick with no soup and salad. Blue seek asylum on a Cuban island. My newest challenge is live a long life. Can't nobody live it for you. You gon' live your own life. Right place, wrong time. I'm in the valley where the bones dry. I prophesy till the bones rise. How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seemed bright with solar vision. A whole court and a witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending. Wake up, Jacob, tell him it's urgent. Identify me by the blessings, never the curses. Walk on water, but I never submerging. You a goon on Zoom, but never in person. My verses merge with the ancient letters. My rating's good, but my ranking's better. You soft as Wayne and baby's leather. If I bring my best, you can't do better. Local natives surrounded by the foreigners. The throne of David, the crown is Moorish. I can anoint the babies and crown the poorest. I'm rolling out, I found the forest. Lex told me keep a head and a leg up. Y'all rob with a tank at your head, bruh. Consul told Blue keep your bread up. Seen solar at the door like Legba. Yeah, I'm shooting for the top like Rick Berry. Sneaking baseline, tryna rip Parrish. This is where your talking points get perished. Just to be a champion like Chris Harris. How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seemed bright with solar pitch. A whole court and a witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending.
Clang, man. That little Ghostface killer shit ain't gonna help, bro.
Dead Man Walking.
The building. Oh, that's a good one right there.
Shout out to the P Island. This day
and see who actually is the person that stood out this month. Matter of fact, that is going to be the poll question for tonight. Who stood out most this month in the Minnesota Vision Debate League? Who stood out the most? That is a good one right there. So we're gonna that's gonna be the question that I'm gonna pose in the chat room tonight, and I'll let y'all know when I throw it in there. Y'all know when I throw it in there. Don't run it around, So with that being said, let's introduce tonight's debaters. We got Nimrod in the building. What's going on, Lex Nimrod?
Yeah. What's good? Power to the dark side. The double master teacher of this day and time is in the building. And I have to come down from the heavens to the second dimension to debate this gorilla tonight. And it's going to be a rap. It's silly. So just, it is what it is. The dark side is in the building. Nimrod's in the building. You're about to witness psychological insanity versus rational reason without emotion. Let's get it in. Power to the dark side, man.
All right. And we got Swab Beezy in the building. The people's champion. What's going on, brother?
Man, you already know, man. Just let me give an honor to my mother and my father and their parents who created them so that they may create me. Shout out to Darlene and Allen. I want to say Black African power, peace, global liberation, man, self-determination, self-definition, and global acceptance. Shalom, shalom, salam alaikum, Hotel Basay. Peace, Black power, man. Let's get it in. Shout out to Solar for providing the platform. Shout out to the judges. Shout out to the people. Shout out to my opponent for showing up and ready to take this beat.
All right. So it was agreed upon by both debaters that we're going to do a standard format. There will be a 5-minute openings, a 10-minute premise, a 10-minute rebuttal, 10 minutes apiece for the rapid fire round, and then we're going to have a 5-minute closing. So Lex Nimrod is set to go off first. So we can go ahead and get right into this debate. Once again, the topic for tonight's debate is the white man superior at this day and time, more superior at this day and time? So Nimrod, it is on you.
Yeah, let me know how my screen is shared. Let me know
your screen is shared, brother. You all set whenever you're ready.
All right. Is the time starting?
As soon as you start talking, I'll start the timer, brother.
All right. Here we go. Welcome everybody tonight to this debate. Is the white man superior in this day and time? And of course, we have to start off with the definition. Superior from dictionary.com. Higher in rank, degree, or importance. And then there's other things that support the definition that we're going to have to deal with during this debate. Above average in excellence, merit, or intelligence, of higher grade or quality. And last but not least, greater in quantity. Example, superior numbers. Today, we're going to deal with this clearly, rationally, and functionally. Clear categories. And it's going to be a reality check. We're going to deal economically, educational, technologically, militarily, politically, and socially. A reality check. Without emotion. These are functional things in society and in civilization. Major aspects of how every nation lives today. We're going to deal with facts and numbers and not emotions. Facts, numbers, and statistics. Because I know this is a touchy subject. So I must ask the judges to remove their emotions aside and deal with the facts, numbers, and statistics. I know people are feeling charged because they're hearing white people superior to black people. But you must understand the very important part of this debate is in this day and time. I'm not arguing today are white people inherently superior. That's something different. Are they superior in this day and time, in this moment? So know the difference between superior now and inherent. Inherent means existing in something as permanent, essential, a characteristic attribute. So I'm not saying that white people are born superior somehow. They're just, God made them superior, or that this superior where they are right now will even remain forever. Right now, white people are superior. And we're going to show that in the premise with those categories that I showed. In this day and time, from Grammarly.com, this is a term that means something. It means now. It means current, as opposed to a different time period such as the Dark Ages or the Middle Ages or when the Egyptians built the pyramids. This day and time. Not talking about when King Tut lived or when the Moors ruled Spain or when black people were making spaceships in some other dimension during another time. This day and time. Suave's inferior approach will support my argument. The nigga mind will come out tonight and prove the inferiority just through his own words. I have a feeling what he's going to do, he's going to make excuses to why the numbers in fact show superiority, rationalizing and explaining away the harsh reality. Well, it's because of this and because of that, crying just like weak black men do, just like we've been trained to do. No, what is the reality? What is happening now? I don't want to hear, well, because I lost the race, well, I broke my foot. Well, that's why you lost. Period. That's the harsh reality. Denial will happen tonight, and it's denial in 5 easy steps. You see the evidence, ignore your intuition, swallow your emotions, reason away the evidence, and pretend it's all well.
Time.
That's how I learn to cope with it.
Time. All right. So shout out to Lex Nimrod. We're going to hand this thing now over to S.V.D.L. It is on you, brother. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready, brother.
All right, let me share this screen real quick, please. 1 second before you start my time. Okay, I think it's right there. You see it?
Yes, we can see. We can see. Got a definition of superior.
Here we go, man. The black people gonna win this day, man. The word superior, right? Higher in rank, status, quality. He showed something that was similar to it. I would need for him to show us what rank, what status, or what quality that white people are superior in. It's simple as that. I want to talk about white supremacy because this is a classic case of. White supremacy is the belief that white people are superior to those of all other races, especially the black race, and should therefore dominate society. So I'm emphasizing on the part that the belief that white people are superior, this is what they push through propaganda, information, especially of bias or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. That is what's going on. The white supremacist propaganda is what he's falling victim to. Indoctrinate, to teach, to accept a set of beliefs uncritically, and that's what he's done. So he's fallen victim to white supremacy propaganda, indoctrination. This is what's wrong with the brother's mind and why he cannot comprehend. I want to take you to this is a case. These are examples of how the propaganda work, right? Things are done, and in the dominant society, which we are in America, so it's the dominant society, they put it out there as if, to exploit it. And one case is Picasso, right? And African art. A lot of people want to expose the African art. Picasso took advantage of that and became famous for depicting it. Shows like Friends, right? Who was stolen from Living Single, and then they pushed to believe that white TV shows are the best. Led Zeppelin, stolen from him to give you the illusion that they have a superior guitar player. A lot of different cases, comedy. Elvis Presley stealing from us. But one that I want to home on right here, shout out to Chuck Berry, Jack Daniel whiskey, is Onesimus. If I'm apologize if I'm not saying it right, but in 1760, Onesimus, an enslaved African, purchased by a notable Puritan minister, Cotton Mather, told his master an incredible story. Mather already thought Onesimus was wicked and thievish because of his slave intelligence. Maybe it was because the slaves still practiced African traditions. Maybe it was the smallpox epidemic that was killing thousands. At any rate, Cotton Mather didn't trust Onesimus, especially when the slave master told that was something impossible to leave. So now smallpox breaks out. Then this guy tells his master that where he's from, his mother would cut his skin and put some of the pus from smallpox in the wound, and that would make him immune. Of course, the dude didn't believe him, but after so many people died, he brought it up again because a lot of when he did say something, he agreed. You know, they joked like he was crazy, but they actually tried it, and it says that one out of every 40 people died. It said then in 1721, smallpox killed 14% of Boston's population. Mather convinced the doctor friend to try similar methods, inoculating his slaves, his friends, and families. That year, 1 out of every 7 people in Boston died from smallpox. Of the 242 people inoculated by Mather's friends, only 6 died, 1 in 4. And so this is how the propaganda works. And this stems from, this is a study, right? A genetic study, genotype, haplotype, and copy number variation in worldwide human population. A bunch of terms that I'm not familiar with, but Fox News did a study on it. And they titled it, Whites Genetically Weaker Than Blacks. Studies find. And so this is where it comes from. Attitude of people like this. This is an excerpt from a white American giving these sentiments right here. This is actually from National Vanguard, right? Bradford Hanson, September 2 years ago. He expressed this. Whites have evolved out of non-whites that came before us as they evolved out of less evolved kinds that were before them. And the chain goes all the way back to the first molecule of RNA or DNA. The greatest danger to whites is miscegenation, right? And so I didn't know what that was. I went and looked what it was. It says the interbreeding of people considering to be a different racial types. And so this is the extremity that they have to go through. And he expresses in his letter how it's important to keep them white and keep the line, because the one thing, like, all we got to do is breed with non-white and we're gone. So this is showing where the inferiority complex come from them to try to stem white supremacy, the delusion that they are great by having material things or having dominance. So I want the brother to know that this is what he's suffering from. It's not that whites are superior. It's that we as blacks are in their society, and they dominate the structure that controls this shit, this stuff. And so they, from the inception of what we know as black, right, from a few hundred years ago, have been able to shape the mind. They scientifically study this to give us this illusion. And the brother studies the Bible and this, that, and the other, but it's the real life that you have to sometimes interpret. We're disconnected from the rest of the world and don't know how things go. And so it's been rhetoric, you know, the white man is superior, he got the world on lock, this, that, and other. Well, I'm here to show y'all that that's not true. My brother suffers from white supremacy, propaganda, indoctrination. And that's what all this absolutely is. Black power.
All right. Shout out to both debaters. We about to get into this premise, man. So, brief intermission. We'll be right back. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. If you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news, chop it up with Toya G, Conscious Lee, and Domo the Political Plug on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the vibe is great. The information is even greater. The link will be in the description below. Hit the link, subscribe to their YouTube page. Let's chop it up, family. Yes, family. You're rocking with the best. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're getting into the premise round now, family, which is 10 minutes. We're going to start out with Lex Nimrod. I'm going to set the timer and pull up your information. You can go ahead and share while I get this time ready. All right, so let me go ahead and share screen. Nimrod, it is on you whenever you're ready. Okay, so we cannot hear you right now, brother.
Oh, my fault. I had the mic muted. Yeah. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Real quick, I just wanted to finish one last part that was in my opening before I bring up my premise, and that is, and I'll just make this a part of my premise. Physical superiority is one of the things that people argue, which is really some monkey stuff. You know, they'll say in this day and time it's in sports.
The illusion,
All right, so let me go ahead and share screen. Nimrod, it is on you whenever you're ready. Okay, so we cannot hear you right now, brother.
Oh, my fault. I had the mic muted. Yeah. You ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Real quick, I just wanted to finish one last part that was in my opening before I bring up my premise, and that is, and I'll just make this a part of my premise. Physical superiority is one of the things that people argue, which is really some monkey stuff. You know, they'll say melanin, the ability to produce, the ability to take the sun, and dominance in sports, which is all basically feeding into the stereotype of just being your animal, because like a gorilla is superior to you physically and can beat your ass. So when you can't deal with intellect and the real things of the world, you result to silly things like physical superiority. So let me pull up my premise here and share this. All right. Are white people superior in this day and time? Oppression is the reason why. Planet of the Apes. That's why they're superior. But see, this is what Black people do when they don't want to face reality. And the reason why I show this because gorillas are never going to come and take over human beings and enslave them and oppress them. But even if they did, it would show that they had the ability to do it. But once the situation is set in motion, it doesn't matter why. When we're talking about this day and time, you are in an inferior position. If the apes rise up and conquer humanity, you are inferior at that point in time. So I showed y'all the layout of what I was going to deal with. First of all, we're going to simply deal with economics. Are white people superior economically? Are Black people inferior? This is one of the major areas of life, and we're going to deal with 7 major areas and even 9, depending on dealing with the work of Neely Fuller, who said white people control the 9 major areas of life processes. From Brookings.edu, this is an article called Examining the Black and examining the wealth gap between Blacks and whites. It says the average net worth of a white family is $171,000. The average net worth of a Black family is $17,150. That's 10 times greater. Blackurban.org, we're dealing with it says Black college grads have lower home ownership than white high school dropouts, is the name of the article on urban.org. So even Black men who graduate from college still have less home ownership than white high school dropouts. Now we read the definition of superiority, one of them greater in quantity or numbers. Is 171,000 greater than 17,000? Is that superior? It's 10 times greater in numbers, greater in quantity, superior numbers. That is superiority. It ain't about your emotions or your feelings. What about education? Are white people superior in the education department? From InsideHire.com, there's an article there called Graduation Rates and Rates 2017. Whites graduated 20% higher than Blacks and Hispanics. So in this case, whites are not only superior to Blacks in education, but they're also superior to Hispanics. From Brookings.edu, Black and white test score, the Black and white test score gap. Black people score 75% less than whites on every standardized test known to man. Technology. Let's talk about technology. So we didn't deal with economics, education. We're going to deal with the major areas of life today. Technology. From Africa.upenn.edu, which is University of Pennsylvania, in an article called Information Technology in Sub-Saharan Africa. This is a quote from the article. Africa seems to be the lost continent when it comes to information technology. Most Black people on the continent of Africa, but it's the lost continent in today's technological age. Is that an inferior position in the realm of technology to be the lost continent when it comes to it? Here's another quote from the same article. The second largest continent is the least computerized. Would you say that would be an inferior position technologically? This is not about emotions. And like I said, it's not about inherent white people being inherently superior. It's this day and time right now in the world we live in. Africa is the least computerized continent on earth. Military power. Let's talk about that. Another major function of today's life on earth. Here is the power ranking of the military. If you look here, you see it goes from 1 to 25. First is United States, second is Russia, third is China, fourth is India, fifth is France, sixth is United Kingdom, seventh Korea, Japan, Turkey, Germany, Italy. The first African country is Egypt, will be number 12, which is not African, it's Arab. Iran, Brazil, Indonesia, Israel, Pakistan. You don't get an African country in the top 20 and then the first one listed, I think, is South Africa, which is ran by white people. Is that inferiority on the world stage? And do you look at all the military might of European countries, nuclear bombs, high advanced military technological weapons, organization ready to go out, conquer the world? You're inferior militarily. What about politically? Here's a chart, Congress seats by race from the Brookings Institute of 2020. If you look at this chart, over here in the blue, that's African American. And then above that is Hispanic. The rest of it, it's white and other. This is the percentage of people who sit in Congress. Socially, we know that when it comes to marriage, Blacks are less marriage. Their communities are safer for each other. Their families are tighter. I want to go really quick back to hold on. I got a slide missing here. Okay. Military, politically, socially, and community. I'll show further on as this debate goes on that socially, when we talk about, like I said, family unit, community, they're superior in their operation, in their function. Let me pull this up real quick because I want to show y'all this. And this is basically what I'm dealing with right here. You see this right here? This is my rapid fire, but I want to get to this. See this right here? This is work by Nellie Fuller. This is a book by Nellie Fuller. In this book, United Independent Compulsory Code System Concept, a compulsory counter-racist code by Nellie Fuller Jr., he lists 9 major areas of operation that he says are dominated by white people. Nellie Fuller Jr. Are you going to listen to Nellie Fuller Jr. or are you going to listen to the gorilla, the monkey brain, the emotions? We're superior. You know why we're superior? Because we can make more babies. Because we have more melanin. Oh, well, just because we're oppressed. 9 areas are dominated: economics, entertainment, education, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Do I got to remind y'all of the definition? Higher in rank, importance, quantity, numbers. Like, I mean, who are we joking here? This is a joke. I'm not even like it's a pride thing. Of course, nobody wants to admit that they're in inferior position, but you're inferior in the major areas of life. Neely Fuller told you. You heard him talking about white supremacy. Duh. Whether they believe it or not, or psychologically, or whether it's inherently true, it doesn't matter in this day and time on whether functionally in the major 9 areas of life, are they superior? So he got to answer that. Economics, entertainment, education, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some will even add health to this. Neely Fuller actually went on before, and he even added health to this. They're controlling your health. You talk about rap music, they control the entertainment business, the education, labor, law. You're losing in every category in the 9 major areas of life. How is that not superior?
All right. Shout out to Lex and Emerald. We're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're going to hand this thing now over to S.V.D.L. It is on you. You got 10 minutes for your premise, brother, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I think I'm ready. Share my screen, please. All right, thank y'all, man. Please remember, this is a case of white supremacy, propaganda, indoctrination, where they push out the material that says they're this, they're that, they're this. And because you're in the middle of it and you believe in Santa Claus and Jesus and everything else, you know, even though you was able to see through most of that bull crap, sometimes the illusion is so big we don't think that we can. So we can't see it. So I would like, oh no, this thing right here. So I would like to say, this is a publication, right? Released in May 22, 2019 of a white American published in it saying China's military is bigger on, oh crap. China military is the biggest on the planet, admitting that China's military is the biggest on the planet. This was released, like I say, May 22nd. The Pentagon also admits, right? Pentagon says China has largest navy in the world after buildup. This is today, in today's time. The Defense Department released a statement saying China has the largest navy in the world with an overall battle force of approximately 350 ships and submarines, including over 130 major surface combatants. The report says, in comparison, the U.S. Navy battle force is approximately 293 ships as of 2020. So that right there is telling you that in today's, not in today's, in 2020, that the white man is not superior, the Asian is. And that, what's the name? And this is the money. Can you mute that, sir, please? I don't know who that was. This is showing you right here that defense spending, right? Because everybody is because this is the illusion. I spend more money, so I must be the best at it. But when you're good at it, you don't need to spend that much money. But showing you who spends the most money in the defense, U.S. is 5th. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now look at that mentality right there. We're talking about military and how y'all spend it. See, the U.S. Has been known for spending a lot of money on there, but they don't create the products. They get charged more. So now let's get into the economy, right? Now, right now, the U.S. and China are dominant leaders of the top 10 of economics, right? Then it goes on Japan 3rd, right? So right there, and of course, this is Western propaganda, right? We have to make us look dominant. So when you look, it says largest economy in the world, while China is the largest, even though some say it's the U.S. So explaining, for the 5th year in a row, China was the world's largest economy in 2019. It contributed 22.5 trillion, or 17.3% of the world's 130.1 trillion in gross domestic product, or GDP, according to estimates by the World Bank. It uses so-called international dollars to make better comparisons. But China has been leading the world economically the whole time. People saying, oh, they got the, and what they even add more of it. Look at the list of debt, right? The U.S. is ranked at number 1 when you're dealing with Western. I'm not even going to argue that, right? But you see the variance from who's representing the newspaper. the statistics, who's interpreting the data. The U.S. also has the largest debt. And they not only have the largest debt, but Japan and China owns most of the debt. And so how is U.S. economy better than China if China is leading for 5 years straight up to 2019, right? And the U.S. owes China. So how are you superior to them? That doesn't show superiority. Now, this shows a reflection of the unemployment rate. Now, the unemployment rate depicts how rich or poor your people are. So we're going to go all the way down to the bottom, right? Number 1, 0.1 unemployment. That's Qatar, right? Now let's go to Belarus, Niger, Laos, Cambodia. Like he said, oh, we didn't get a European, Western, cracker till when? Let's go, boo, boo, boo. We still going. We still looking. They go Japan, the Asians kicking butt. North Korea, let's go. Czech Republic, close enough. Turkey, no, not close enough. South Korea. Dang, this is crazy. The United Kingdom. I'll say Israel right before that. No, Germany right here. Okay. Hungary. Look at that. So how are you superior in economics? You're in debt. You owe China and your people poor. Just that's their game. They shuffle the money around. U.S. really has more money than they know what to do with it. It has more products than they know what to do with it, because that adds to the illusion that we're okay. Speaking of Qatar, the place, let's get into healthcare, right? Qatar was rated the best top healthcare in the world, 2019. It says, okay, Malaysia takes the top spot in healthcare category in international living 2019 annual global, with 13 JCI accredited hospitals in the country, up-to-date sophisticated infrastructure, and almost every doctor fluent in English. The healthcare in the Southeast Asian gem is simply world class. And let's take a look at those people. Wow, those aren't crackers. You would think that the crackers would have the best healthcare system in the world, right? Let's look at the best life expectancy in Qatar. The best health, the healthiest people in the world. Qatar overall. See, people would take it. It's like the Western society. Even if we lose the basketball game, we celebrate the rebounds because we dominated the rebounds. And so this year, this game, points ain't important. Rebounds are. So they say stuff like life expectancy, which you might go to Spain. They say, different type. But overall, Qatar, the same place, has the healthiest people. But this is the illusion that they like to put up to mislead you, like, hey, everything white is right. My brother is suffering from white supremacy, propaganda, indoctrination. He's looking at all of the glitz and the glamour. He don't know how much in debt. It doesn't matter how much in debt they are. It doesn't matter about the molestation going behind the scenes, the kidnappings going behind the scenes, all the corruption going behind the scenes. Right smack dead in the middle of the tornado, it seems perfect, and that's what's going on. Now let's talk about the best education system. Let's go right here, China. Even without the inclusion of Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau, China dominated the PISA test in 2018, coming in first in all 3 subjects of research, science, and mathematics. With these additions, China is an educational powerhouse. They've been dominating. It's not even a conversation. That's why it's the contaminated argument. But that's not what we are arguing today. Their impressive results come after a decade of modifications to their educational system while maintaining an overall spend of about 4% of the GDP. That is gravy. The changes are clearly having a positive impact, not only on PISA scores, but also the post-secondary level, with 27% of those aged 25 to 34, check out those test results in European countries, have graduated college or above. Let's keep it moving. I want to go to right here. This is just a testament of the IQs, right? Highest IQ, Singapore, Hong Kong, South Korea, Japan, China, Taiwan. The Asians are clearly leading the race in this category. And just for a caveat, I like to throw this in right here. Want to know which country has the biggest penises? This is a physical This is a physical test by nature to let you know. Right here, we're going straight to the Congo. The whole green area on this wherever that this map is supposed to be. But if you look in the red, it's like China, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Japan, Korea, right? The orange is Afghanistan, Algeria, Australia, Canada, Ethiopia, Finland, Greenland. Yellow, Argentina. But when you get to the green, where it's the men are the most endowed, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Congo, right? You're dealing with places like that. And at the same time, the highest numbers of cosmetic surgery and procedures are being done by Europeans who are feeling inferior about their body. And so we're not even going to play about that. People running down to Brazil, making it up. And just for a little tad, I would like y'all to know that the Chinese invented the fire lance, which is the first gun. This is the first gun. They invented the for those who just caught on that, and it's like they invented the gun. All right. These people, the crackers are leaning on our intelligence, our structures, our backbones, our heritage, our history, and they're feeding the illusion to our citizens, right? And they're at war with everybody else outside that's calling them on their bullcrap. And just to let you see the inferiority also, 10 countries who were never colonized by Europeans, for those who think they're just unstoppable and have the whole world conquered, conquered humanity. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Japan, Korea, Thailand, China. Look at those people. Afghanistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Ethiopia. Just to put it in, what's in that? And contrast. And here's also an article from this verse put out in April 13, 2018. 10 indications that the world body is collapsed.
That little ghost.
They said your mic's super low.
That's a donation right there. Let me see somebody hit me up with that donation. You know what I'm saying? I got these brothers locked in. I'm about to let them out the cage and they're going to mix it up. You know, this is going to be like a personal topic right here. So, show some love to your brother. Hit the donation. Hit the Cash App. You know what I'm saying? There you go. There you go. That's right. There you go. Hit that Cash App up. Shout out to Kofi Hill, $22 donation. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. So, with that being said, now that we got that out the way, that's your shuckle buck because he put 20 in there. So that 10 will cover the shuckle buck, all right? So y'all good for tonight, all right? So with that being said, once again, is state-sanctioned child support, is that for the best interest of the child? I'm just going to let them go right now. You know what I'm saying? We're going to start out with Claim Your Inheritance. Hold on one second.
They said your mic's super low.
Yeah. Vanglorious Vanguard. Knowledge born. Yeah. United Front. What you want? To the Knowledge Radio. We in here. What you got? Dot. Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The way unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and your circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick the can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And UF with KBA is a win-win. 1K.
Alright, so what they saying, the mic is low. Okay, I see what y'all talking about now. Okay, let me cut the mic up. Let me cut the mic up. See if this John. Okay. Yeah, testing. Is that better? That should be better. Let me cut it up a little more so I can yell over y'all during the chuckle buck. Cut y'all joint down a little bit, you know what I mean? Get that advantage thing going on right there. Testing. That should be good right there. That's hitting the red right there. Testing. We good? Okay. So, let me do this real quick because I got to hop out and come back in on the other. For them, I got to hop out and come back in. That way I could set the camera up because my camera is not working. So I got to do that over again. All right, so. Damn. I have to do that over again. Let me erase this joint out. All right. You forgot to take it over, you just left it. Let me do that real quick. I apologize for this, family. Got to do the whole dizzle all over because of the reset of the camera. So, I could now let them back in and do this during the round. So let me go ahead and let the brothers back in so we could begin. All right. All right. Okay, we got the brothers back in the building. We're going to go ahead and get this thing started. We're going to start out with Claim Your Inheritance. Claim Your Inheritance. You have 5 minutes for your opening. Whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin.
So let me set up my timer right quick. All right, share my screen, please. Gotta share my screen now. All right. Open it. The Prime Minister S.V.D.L is black, still alive, better than ever. The state-sanctioned child support have the best interest of the child. I say yes. My opponent says no for frivolous reasons. Current population survey child support supplement of 2018. This has every bit of information of income for the populace. And child support is one of these incomes. Okay, so the universe is the civilian non-institutional population of the United States living in housing units and members of the armed forces living in civilian housing units on a military base or in a household not on a military base, a probability sample is used in selecting housing units. So in this 248-page information, it tells you the number of households, the income that they receive, and everything about the populace. And child support is one of those incomes. The current population survey is the source of the official government statistics on employment and unemployment. The CPS has been conducted monthly for over 50 years. Currently, we interview about 57,000 households monthly, scientifically selected on the basis of area of residence to represent the nation as a whole, individual states, and other specified areas. Each household is interviewed once a month for 4 consecutive months, 1 year, and again for the corresponding time period a year later. This technique enables us to obtain month-to-month and year-to-year comparisons to a reasonable cost while minimizing the inconvenience to any one household. So I'm going to be coming from this information all night long. I'm also going to be coming from custodial mothers and fathers of their support, of their child support. So here I'm just going to highlight a few things. The current statistics is about 21.9 million children had a parent who lived outside their household in 2018, representing more than 1/4 of all children under 21 years of age. Approximately 30% of these children were in poverty, about 3 times the rate of children in households with both parents present, which is 11.1%. Approximately half of all Black children had a parent who lived outside their household. 1/2 of all custodial parents and either legal or informal child support agreements. About 7 in 10 custodial parents who were supposed to receive child support in 2017 received at least some payments, but not all. Less than half of custodial parents who were supposed to receive child support received full child support payments.
All right. Shout out to Claim Your Inheritance for that opening. We're going to hand this thing now over to Zadok. Zadok, you also have 5 minutes to do your thing, brother, whenever you're ready.
All right, give me a second to go ahead and share this screen. We gonna do application window, and we gonna do boom, boom, and then okay, we there? Did you put my stuff up? Okay. Okay, can y'all see this? Y'all can't see it? Oh man, hold on, man. It's right here, ain't it? Oh, it's on the screen. So, can y'all see this?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's child support for the best interest of the child. All right. Let me go ahead and just put this right here and present this. Is it for the best interest of the child? Okay. Making sure y'all can see this.
We don't see your presentation, brother.
Y'all can see it. Okay, good. All right.
We don't see it.
All right. Okay.
We don't see your presentation, brother.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just share it like this. Give me a second.
You can just read it if you want to.
Can y'all see that?
Hold on a second. Now, okay. That is up now, brother.
All right. So y'all can see this? All right, child support versus custody. He already lost. The law can't state that child support is in the best interest of the child, because it isn't. The law doesn't state that child support is the best interest of the children. It only states that if two parties can't agree, then the court must enter into an order. The best interest of the child is only used for determining custody and parenting time. Your problem is you have commingled language from custody and inserted into child support. I see it all the time. There's no best interest factor that supports or even remotely child support. And why do I say child support is not in the best interest of the child? Right here, we can see a different case law, and we can read it. Okay, Title 4D is not intended for the benefit of individual children and custodial parents. Since Congress only intended to give states the ability to recoup Title 4A loans, which is Section 8 and all that, intended for needy unwed women with children, the courts have consistently ruled that Title 4D creates no enforceable rights for the unwed woman with children because they are not intended beneficiaries of the statute. Now, these are a lot of words that people don't understand. When we talk about a statute, we talk about this prima facie law right here. Let's continue though. The mothers of the children with absent fathers brought a lawsuit under this particular code against Georgia Department of Health and Human Services for its failure to establish the paternity of their children and secure child support on their behalf. The 11th Circuit held that child support, which is Title 4D, is really not child support. There's no such thing as child support. It's Title 4D under the Social Security Act. They call it child support so you all can get emotionally attached to it. Just like the Patriot Act. They call it it had nothing to do with patriots, but you all get attacked because it says child. You know, Title 4D does not create enforceable rights on behalf of needy families with children because they are not the intended beneficiary of the statute. They were not the intended beneficiary. Who was the intended beneficiary? The feds. The federal government is the intended beneficiary. The government treasury getting money is the intended beneficiary. So whenever a woman wants to come to child support and say, "Oh, you violated my rights because you're not going after that man," they say, "Man, listen, I'm a pimp. This is my program. You don't listen. This, you know what I mean? So it's not intended for you. It's intended to get our money back from the government. You just a third party who does what's the name? An application, and then they have to file an application fee. We can continue. Birth certificate, voluntary acknowledgement attorney does not give you rights. Just because paternity is established does not automatically mean that the father is custody of the visitation of the minor child. All right. Same goes for fathers who have been ordered to pay by the child support enforcement agency to pay child support. Once paternity is established, it is necessary for fathers to petition the court for custody, share parent, or parenting time. They don't have just because you file a birth certificate, you ain't got no rights to see your child, make no decisions for your child. How is this in the best interest of the child? Because they do this to fathers to put you in child support. Right. Custody arrangements. Custody rights for unwed mothers. All right. We're talking about child support. But on the bottom, an unmarried father who gives birth to a child is sole resident parent and legal custodian of the child until a court of competent jurisdiction issues an order designating one person as the resident parent and legal custodian. What that mean? That means as a father, you have to go to court in front of biased magistrates who get bribes from child support, and their incentive is to keep you away from your child. But I'll show all that. Okay, so right here, child custody arrangement. This right here is the federal rules of civil procedure. I know a lot of this stuff is gonna go over people's heads, and they're gonna say, "Well, we don't know what you were talking about. That's why you lost, because I didn't understand you." I'm gonna try to break it down. But the federal rule of civil procedure shall apply to masters appointed under this paragraph. The court shall, you know what I mean? So right here, it's talking about the court shall master in determining the dispute, gives the substantial differentiations to the need for maintaining parent-child relationships in order to issue by the court shall be in the best interest of the child. Okay, so state authority asserting the best interest of the child is paramount to parent rights. So this is when they talk about custody is best interest of the child. It's never best interest for the child for child support. Why? Because it's not for the child, it's for the government. That's why whenever a child or a mother comes to child support and says anything, they will shut them down because it's not about you, it's about getting our money back from Title 4A, which is Section 8 and all the rest of the Title 4A of the Social Security Act. Because really child support is Title 4D of the Social Security Act. And guess what? When they steal your children.
All right. So shout out to both debaters. We're going to get into the meat and potatoes of the debate, which will be the premise round. Right after a brief intermission, this is the Solar Vision Debate League. If you want the up-to-minute information on how to start a business, subscribe to Kansu Seshnu Aman's channel on YouTube. He gives you information on how to start a grant, how to form a non-profit organization, and how to get your credit score up to an 850. So once again, subscribe to his channel. That's Kansu Seshnu Aman on YouTube. In fact, I'll make it easy for you. Just hit the link located in the description box on this page. It'll take you to
and agree to.
You could begin your premise.
Let me set up my timer right quick.
Solar Vision Debate League presents Season 4, The Year of the Woman, Emancipation Proclamation.
Did the NOI have an impact on Public Enemy?
Of course they had an impact on Public Enemy, but does that make it right?
Does Public Enemy represent the black community?
No, they don't.
What?
Sister Nandy, First Lady of the Solar Vision Debate League.
Back then were privately owned.
Randy, listen to what I'm saying.
Government
Prior to this act being passed, were black people allowed to go and sit anywhere? Yes or no?
They're still not allowed to go and sit anywhere.
Yes or no, Nandy?
You want me to sum that up in 30 seconds?
So where's the members from Public Enemy from? Where are they from?
Chuck D somewhere being a motherfucking communist and a sellout. Professor Griffiths here and that.
I asked you as kids.
You asked me where were the members. Then you just asked me where were the members. Did you not just ask me where were the members? So you gonna let me answer the question or you gonna answer it for me?
No, where they from?
And Flavor Flav somewhere on a damn show calling it the Flavor of Love, trying to get some wisdom from white people.
Listen.
Nandy with the smooth jab and dip. They issue a public apology.
I don't care what they issue publicly.
So that means, you know what that means? That means that they don't stand on segregation. That's what that means. You're a liar.
All white restaurant.
And if you don't get it together and drop these macho attitudes, you are never gonna have anybody bringing you anything, anywhere, any place, anytime, ever.
Still not down, and they still not down.
Did you say no? Okay, cool.
You said were they able to
go out? Woo, I'm trying my best. In the name of Jesus, you're gonna make the minister come back out. Girl, listen. After the civil rights movement,
Jesus
no, you got all type of thing going on with you right now.
You finna be nailed to your cross.
Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Have you ever heard of the Million Man March?
I don't care anything about that plagiarized crap.
It don't matter if you. I don't care if you like it or not.
Yes, I've heard about it. I've actually been to the marches. I've actually participated in the Million Woman March.
Okay, so was it?
And it was all for publicity. Don't ask me no question that I can't.
Hold on.
What benefits did the Million Man March do? And I'll tell you. What benefits?
Knowledge of self. Do for self.
Knowledge of self. Walking down the street, getting dogs and billy clubs and water hoses across your head. That's knowledge of self.
Sister Nandy is coming with a boatload of haymakers. Oh, caught my dime connect with the main left hook. It's going to be hard for Madonna to recover from that punch.
You
are a liar.
I apologize a lot, but what has changed?
Yes, you can go to the Arby's. That's what changed. You can go to the Arby's. That's what changed.
Judicial system still segregated. Convict leasing still going on. What do we give a what do we care about their apology?
This is 2-piece price. Just demand it.
You have to answer the question within
private owners were not included in that. So if I'm a white person and I have a restaurant and I want to not let somebody eat my restaurant, I still have that right.
In the context of the debate.
Operation Emancipation Proclamation, Season 4, The Year of the Woman.
For 10 minutes. All right. Share my screen, please, sir.
Screen is sharing.
All righty. So we're going to figure this out one round at a time. I told you where I was coming from. I told you my position. Now we're going to break it down for you. So the Child Support Recovery Act was invented and agreed upon by society for bitter fathers and bitter mothers who don't want to pay child support. You see? favorable and noteworthy decisions in the Supreme Court of Federal Appellate Courts. United States versus Curley. The defendant's failure to pay child support in accordance with a court order to 2 children, twins, amounted to a violation. United States versus Fields requires proof that the defendant willfully failed to pay a past due support obligation to his child who resided in another state. Is the state required to prove that the defendant knew that his child resided in another state? According to this decision, the answer is yes. Though the out-of-state requirement is also a federal jurisdiction element of the offense. The court concludes that defendant's knowledge of the location of the child is also an element of the offense that the government must prove. So I don't have time to read 100 cases, but what society came together to realize is that parents were derelict of their duties of paying child support. You understand that? That's a problem. So what you read, I'm gonna touch on what you read earlier, talking about the monies that the mother is not the intended beneficiary. So you obviously don't understand what you're reading, because if the mother is not the intended beneficiary of the $300 check that they received, then who is the intended beneficiary? Logic would conclude that the child is the intended beneficiary of the check that the mother received. Okay, so for the law review, the constitutionality of punishing deadbeat parents. The Child Support Recovery Act of 1992 after United States versus Lopez. So this was clearly created in order to address the problem of people not paying for their child. The constitutionality of punishing deadbeat parents, the Child Support Recovery Act of 1992 after the United States versus Lopez that I just read, the Child Support Recovery Act of 1992 makes the failure to pay a past due child support obligation for a child living in another state a federal crime. To be subject to prosecution under the act, a defendant's failure to pay must be willful, and his past due child support obligation must be either greater than $5,000 or have remained unpaid for more than 1 year. So let's add this up. It has to be greater than $5,000 in order for you to go to jail for a deadbeat parent, right? And your payments are only $300 a month. So 1 year of $300 a month is $3,600 that you're behind. A year and a half would be close to $5,000 that you have not paid nada to the baby mother in order for her to get the necessities of the child. So the society had to put in place measures to hold accountable a bitter parent who does not want to pay the responsible parent of the child, who's being responsible and taking care of the child. And the parent that's not being responsible and taking care of the child is somewhere else having other babies. So I'm going to go into the personal observations and add it with my own personal anecdote. All right, so I grew up extraordinarily poor in the most impoverished portion of the community, and that would be Campbell Terrace to be exact, in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And what I noticed was that, what I read earlier about partial payments or informal agreements that the parents get into. They get into informal agreements about child support because they contend to the irresponsible parent that you better not take child support out on me. You see what I'm saying? So the irresponsible father often tells the woman, you better not take child support out on me. The irresponsible mother tells the man, you better not take child support out on me. Why? Because then they would have to pay it, and then it would have to go to the responsible parent who is then taking care of the child. A child can't take care of itself. The parents have to do that. Okay? So that's just common sense. So in my own personal life, I grew up without child support my whole life. And my mother was a single parent who struggled her entire life to make a way for us. And her power instilled power in myself. However, if she would have received child support from my rich dad, then we would have been much better off, and we wouldn't have had to move around every 2 years. It was like clockwork. We had to move every 2 years because we kept getting behind on the bills. You understand? And my mother has a master's degree from Clark Atlanta University. You understand? She graduated from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill with a bachelor's degree and went to Clark University for her master's degree. And even with a master's degree, during the 80s, there was no jobs. This is when they started taking the jobs out of the community, out of the black community, and putting their foot on the neck of black people even more so than they have already been doing historically. So the child support would have made a way, it would have made it better for her to take care of me. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know what this guy is talking about. That's time.
Okay, you're yielding the rest of your time, brother. Okay, so
how much time is
you got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. So shout out to Claim. We're gonna swing this thing now over to Zadok. You also have 10 minutes to do your thing, brother, whenever you're ready.
Hey Siri, stop the time. Oh, excuse me. Damn.
My bad. Let me start my timer up. All right. And I'm ready to go. All right. So application fee. So basically they have to do an application fee. They don't have a right to child support. All right. All you got to do is type this stuff in. They have to do an application fee. And guess what? The application, they can deny you. All right. So a woman does not have no right to child support. I don't know why you're saying this stuff. What is prima facie law? Child support is prima facie law. What does that really mean? That means that it was never enacted into positive law. Now, what does that mean, though? That means that Congress never passed it. So therefore, it's not a right. They don't have a right to it. So it talks about the positive law code, positive law title, because itself has been enacted by Congress. But in contrast, you see Title 42, Public Health and Welfare, non-positive law. You know what I mean? It is comprised of many individual enacted federal statutes, such as the Public Health Service Act and the Social Security Act, which child support is under. He don't know nothing about child support. Child support, he said that people weren't paying their child support, and that was the problem. No, the problem is the Social Security Act, which created welfare and child support. And it was basically they signed them contracts and it broke up the black family. Well, let's continue though. Non-positive law titles are prima facie evidence of law, but positive titles constitute legal evidence of law. So that's the difference, man. And it's the reason that it's not because the federal government has you all fooled believing that child support is a right and you have to have it. No, it's contract law. You have to sign something. If you don't sign anything, then what they're doing is stealing from you, because it's not a law. It's only contract. That's why you have the contract. But it was not intended for the children. Right here, Title 4D was not intended for the benefit of individual children and custodial parents. Therefore, it does not does not constitute a federal right, and it doesn't. And all you gotta do is type these different things in CFR, and right here, you must have a written agreement with child support. Pursuant to this, cooperative arrangement, states shall provide the state will enter into written agreements for cooperative arrangements. All right, so you have to have a mutual contract. That's why they get you. You don't have to sign nothing, and all you have to do is fight it. See, in order to have a legal duty to the court, you must have a contract. Legal duty, this is right here, is from the Black's Law Dictionary. The obligation arising from contract of the parties of operation of law. See, this is the only authority they have over you in child support is that you signed a contract. You signed something because it's not a law. You just have to do. All right. What is a contract? An offer, acceptance, mutual consideration, capacity. They don't do that in child support. They not at all. So you did not, even if you signed something, they put something in front of you, you didn't do it. Penalties for non-payment. What do they do? Freeze your bank account, suspend driver's license, suspension of professional license, imprisonment, wage garnishment, denial of passport if behind more than 2,500, reporting to credit bureaus. And guess what? Even if you pay your child support on time, it don't help your credit, but it does affect your credit if you don't. Interception of tax refunds and workers' compensation. So they will take all your right. Shout out to my these my Gentile friends. Right here, this is Texas bragging about how much money they got from men and child, how much money they got from child support. This one is $3 billion in 2013, 4 billion in 2017. Child support gives incentive for women to file for divorce. They give them an incentive. It's called a no-fault divorce, where you can get a divorce with nobody be at fault, and then they can just take you for broke. See, when there was a fault divorce, when somebody did something wrong, well, then you can decide who gets the children from who's committed adultery. But no fault divorce, a woman get a divorce and they give it to her. All right, let's continue. Presumed to be the father of a child in approximately 27 states, American Samoa, and all the rest of these states. Right, a man may be presumed to be the father of a child if any of these things happen. If he and the child mother were married each other, and the child was born during the marriage, you're the father. Before the birth of the child, and you acknowledge his paternity. You sign that little birth certificate. If you did a voluntary agreement, like some of y'all do, go on there and sign don't sign nothing with them, because that's the only way you can get out of child support. It's easy. You just have to know. It's not too. You got to get with us. Get with fathers. People fighting for fatherhood. Paternity fraud. Paternity fraud all the time occurs when women names a person the biological parent, birth certificate, legal proceeding, even though you might not be the biological father. Unfortunately, there's no current consequences for mothers who commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is considered a punishable crime and is extremely difficult to collect anything. And right here, it says right here, this is a court case right here. Mr. Parker petitioned the court to enforce a ruling. Her ex-husband was to pay $1,200 per month for child support as a father of a child born during the marriage. The petition prompted a DNA test to prove that it wasn't him. Then he submitted a motion for child support relief 16 months after the divorce, but Florida law only allowed for 12-month window. So he had to keep on paying for a child that's not his. Paternity fraud. Look up these. You can even type the same thing in. I'm not, Paternity fraud is common in the U.S. What is it? There's about 3,000 DNA paternity tests analyzed, and roughly 300,000, 100,000 men are deemed not the father. All right. Studies in International Journal of Epidemiology and Health. All right. So if I want some. The current system fixated on enforcement and ignores involvement, and definitely it does, and everybody knows that. You all know that. They're going to get that money, but are they going to get the father in his life? Not at all. So they will go after you for all the money. Right here it says, National Parent Organization recently released a shared parenting report card which graded every state on its child custody statutes and how well they promoted shared parenting following divorce or separation. Nearly across the board, states scored with a cumulative 1.63 out of 4.0 scale, which is like a mid D. That's a mid D. Let's continue. Let's make it particularly tough for low-income fathers. All these families in the system, 30% live below the poverty line. Unpaid child support payment accumulate, often snowballs into another issue, parental alienation, because research showed that men, the outstanding child support debts tend to be less involved with their children's life. Why? Because you ain't paying this, I ain't gonna let you see your child. And some even, this right here. We already know this, man. Let's continue though. Oh, wow. Okay, I have one contract here, and I'm gonna see if I can zoom in. I can't even zoom in. Okay. But this right here is a contract, and I apologize for this. I'm actually getting a little closer. And in fact, I got a little bit of time, so let me go into some other stuff. Real quick. I got to share my screen again on some other shit. Okay, can y'all hold on? Let's see this. Dang. Share. Y'all see that? All right, boom. All right, so I can zoom in now. All right, boom. What does this say? Oh, this is the contract with child support. Child support is bribing in court. Let me continue so y'all can really see this. But it's the contract, the juvenile court, and they bribing them with money. And I'm gonna show y'all. Let me see this. What is this? Oh, this is the incentive. Let's go into the incentive for child support. They get an incentive for how many paternity tests established. That means how many people come in. If you can establish that paternity test over 80%, you get some more money. Child support establishment cases, you know what I mean? They get an incentive collected. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry. This is racketeering. That's why they don't give a father their rights, because they want the cost effectiveness. You know what I'm saying? Child support incentives right here. Y'all can look this up. Paternity establishment, they gotta get over 80%, and then they get their incentive. All right. We can continue. Hold on. Oh snap! I ain't got that much time. All right. Let me see. Let's see if I'm lucky. Okay, this is how much the magistrates get paid. $1.3 million. This is only in my county. Every time somebody stands in front of them, they get $55. But you know what I mean? They got 24,000 times to do it, and this is their incentive to keep doing it. They work for child support. You know what I'm saying? But let's continue though, because I got some good stuff with that. Okay, what does this say? Oh man, okay, let's continue. Okay, contractor, this is the people, this is the magistrate services. The contractor will improve incentives right here. Child support improve all performance incentives, paternity establishment, support establishment, current collections, arrears. So these magistrates are getting paid to do this. I ain't got that much time left. Let me see. Come on. Who is this? This is the juvenile magistrate services right there. This is the magistrate, which is that fake ass judge in child support. He gets paid by child support to make sure you get as much money as possible. This is the same contract. This is the incentive right here. Magistrate service.
Time. Shout out to S.V.D.L. Very powerful round. We're gonna get into the rebuttal round right after this brief intermission, family. This is the league, man.
Biz on the track.
S.V.D.L on the beat.
Yes, family. We're going to get into the rebuttal round right now, family. We're going to hand this thing over to my main man. Claim your inheritance. You have 10 minutes to do your thing, brother. Let me go ahead and reset this timer, brother. And it is on you. Let me go ahead and bring your screen up. You're all locked and loaded, brother. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your rebuttal, brother. Unmute your mic.
Okay. Can we start the time over? Okay. Okay. All right. So it's the rebuttal. It says, does state child support have the best interest of the child? All right. He just agreed that they did, because he clearly stated at the last sentence of his time, he said the magistrate gets paid to make sure you get as much money as possible. Okay. Meaning that the magistrate gets paid to make sure that the responsible parent who's taking care of the child, who can't take care of himself, he can't get a job till you're 15 years old in this country. So the child needs a responsible parent to take care of him, and then the magistrate holds accountable the irresponsible parent to pay child support to the responsible parent in order to take care of the child. So that just proves out of his own mouth that the state sanctioned child support is in the best interest of the child. You just killed yourself, brother. Now, for all the rest of the utter madness that he spit, he said reinstitutionalization of debtor's prison, right? He was talking about that. And we already realized that debtor's prison comes about by way of people not taking care of irresponsible parents, whether they be mothers or fathers. Irresponsible parents do not want to take care of their responsibility, which is that life that they brought into this world. He said, mothers are not intended beneficiaries. I touched on that in my premise because it was so mind-boggling to me that he didn't understand what he was reading. The mothers are not the intended beneficiary. The beneficiary is the person who receives the payment. That's the beneficiary. So the state law says that mothers are not the intended, they're not the person that the state wants to receive the money. Who should it go to? It goes to the child. The state is making it certain that it's understood in their law very clearly that he can't read properly, that the check should go to the child. This is why they only receive $300 a month, $287 to be exact. Unmarried fathers, he mentioned unmarried fathers as if they should have any form of rights. Get married properly, and you wouldn't have this issue, brother. He said the money goes to the government, not the family. Brother, you got to prove that. You can't just make statements without proving things. Prima facie law, that even though it's non sequitur with a no, you said that the prima facie law is not actual law, but it's law in practice. If you don't know that, whenever things are practiced as law, then it becomes law because it's accepted by the masses. You said that it's not intended for custodial parents. The checks are not intended for custodial parents, the person who is raising the child with their own income. It's not intended for them. All that does is prove my point that the state doesn't want the parents to have the money. They want the money to go to the child. And if you are derelicting your duties, you will become held responsible for not raising that child properly. This is why Child Protective Services is very active in that type of situation, because they want to be sure that you're spending the child's money properly to take care of the child. Denying passports and credit. I don't understand what that has to do with this topic at all. So what? You're denied a passport and denied credit. That has nothing to do with the state making sure that the child is taken care of properly. You said incentive for women to file for divorce. Again, I don't understand what that has to do with the state sanctioned child support being in the best interest of the child. Then you said they take you for broke. That's because they should take you for broke, since you left them stranded with no money. You said presumed to be the father of the child. Well, after you take a paternity test, it will be proven that you are the father of the child. And since you tried to dip out on taking the responsibility of paying for the child, people with authority and guns have to step in to be sure that you take care of that innocent life. You said, don't go under contract with the baby mother. Oh, well, you just do anything to not pay child support. What's your brother? Don't go under contract with the baby mother. Listen, man, you need to pay your child support. Shared parenting. I still don't get what that means, what you meant by that. You said low-income fathers are hit the worst. Well, in low-income households, the payment is less than $300 a month. I told you that very clearly, and I can prove it. And the child support payments that are received by custodial parents. So it says here, on average, in custodial single parents who receive child support get about $287 per month to help with things. You understand? So I just don't get where you're coming from, bro. I just don't get it. You have been thoroughly refuted and rebutted. So now you're going to have to rebut everything I said if you remember. I'm pretty sure you don't. So eventually we're going to have to get into the rapid fire round. And you already have lost this debate, but it's going to be fun beating you up in the rapid fire round. I'm going to really enjoy that. And once again, his final statement in his premise was that the magistrate gets paid to make sure the responsible parent gets as much money as possible. Then we heard that the intended beneficiary of that money that the responsible parent receives from the irresponsible parent is intended to go to the innocent child that is not allowed to work until the age of 15 years old in the United States. That's a child labor law. They used to make babies that could walk. As soon as they could walk, they could pick cotton. So then they changed the law as a society. We came together as a society and said, don't do that. Allow them to work when they get to the age of 15 years old. Like a near adult type of, they're going into adulthood, you understand? And trying to learn how to be an adult. So 15 is the age for working. So before they turn 15, a parent has to take care of these people, man. So the state is in place to be sure that the irresponsible parents who don't want to pay for their child not only pays for the child, but pays the parent of the responsible parent who is taking care of the child. So $300 a month. A child doesn't cost $300 a month. A child costs $1,000, $1,500 a month. So $300 is just a supplement, it's just a help. See what I'm saying? Stop it, man. That's time.
All right, family, we're going to hand this thing now over to Zadok. Zadok, you have 10 minutes to do your thing, brother, whenever you're ready. Mute your mic, brother.
Yeah, my bad. Let me get my screen right. Boom. All right. So let me start my shit. All right, I'm ready. All right. So let's just address some of this. I know you guys can hear me. Right here, he was just saying, what was he saying? When we talk about custody rights, an unmarried female gives birth to a child, has sole resident parent and legal custodian of the child until you go in front of a biased judge. So let's stop acting like, oh, he was the responsible one. No, she was just a woman. That's how it go. That's just what it is. And like I said, all you have to do is copy and paste this, type exactly what I have right here. You'll see the same exact thing. All right, the unmarried female gives birth to a child, has sole resident. You can't even make no decisions when you anywhere. You can't. As soon as the baby come out, if they want to put 15 vaccines in them, you have no say so. All right, but and one thing I want to let the guy know is you already lost. I told you this. You cannot find best interest of the child in no child support document. Best interest of the child is not dealing with that. Go to find any code where it says best interest of the child in the law. But they determine child support because of the interest of the child. I've already told you right here. Let's go back, man. What does it say? The United States Supreme Court found defendant action did not assert a violation of a federal right. This is the Supreme Court. This is what they're tripping on right now. The requirement that the state operate its child support program in subsequent compliance with Title 4D was not intended to benefit individual children and custodial parents, and therefore it does not constitute a federal right. Far from creating an individual entitlement to service, the standard is simply a yardstick for the Secretary to measure the system-wide performance of the state Title 4D program. Thus, the Secretary must look to the aggregate services provided by the state, not to whether the needs of any particular person has been satisfied. What does that say? This is case law right here. Type in blessing versus Stone, and it'll tell you it was not for any person. It was for the state to make money. This is a money-making thing right here. So for you to lie, I mean, I don't know why. You said according to the state, is it for the best interest of the child? I've proven this. According to the state, as it was stated, it's for the best interest of the child. The only way you can disagree with that is if you don't look up these different case law. See Wilder. The court in Golden State suggests in dictum that a statute does not create enforceable rights if the benefit of the plaintiff is merely incidental. Even if the court would adopt such an exception to the enforceable rights analysis, it would not affect the determination of whether the Title 4D creates enforceable rights on behalf of families with children. Children, okay? So this right here tell you it don't matter. But you were saying something about a law being passed. I forgot. I remember Bill Clinton passed that Welfare Reform Act that gave the government greater power to enforce child support collections. So if y'all voting Democrat, that's what y'all voting for. Non-custodial parents. Bill Clinton signed the law to return the Social Security to the status of an independent agency in the executive branch. That's one thing you don't understand. It's not a judicial hearing. When you're in child support is ran by the executive branch. So therefore, they do not have any judges. It is the executive branch. They bribe the court to act like a court, but it's not a court. Child support cannot be. That's why they don't have any judges. They have all paid magistrates and administrative judges, because administrative, they don't have judicial judges. But you have to understand it's a separation of powers doctrine. You cannot have the executive branch with the judicial branch. But you were saying, the magistrate work for child support. So the magistrate does work for child support. He doesn't work for the woman. I showed you the contract with magistrate services. I don't think I have to bring it up again. I showed it earlier. Well, magistrate services pays the magistrates money So for you to lie and be like, okay, well, I just said that the magistrate trying to get as much money for the woman. No, he not. They're trying to get it for the state. They can care less about the woman. You know what I mean? And if the woman ever tries to come to the state and say, you better give me my money or give me my child support, the pimp state would tell her, you have no enforceable right. You sign an application. Man, let's go back. What was that application? You sign an application fee, $25 every year. They got to keep paying $25 application fee. All right, and type in this code. You don't have no right when you do an application for child support. An application. So so we were talking, and like I said, even when it comes to those when they try to arrest you, the sheriff's office is getting bribes by child support, and they don't have no judges. Any type of warrant supposed to be signed by a judge in a judicial court, not an executive, not a child support court. All right. And like I said, it's all contractual. It's just that's why they're able to take away all the stuff that the executive branch gives you. You know what I mean? All these different departments that give you this stuff. That's why they take away all those things. But let's continue though, because you said the least fit parent. You know, feds they want to convince the people child support is not about a contract. It's all about a contract. Because they have no right to do it. That's why they do the application. So, and what I'm saying, and when you say, what do you say about the Social Security Act, or which person is being responsible? Now we know for a fact it's not about responsible. You know about Roe v. Wade. If you don't know about Roe v. Wade, a man cannot consent to a birth, so he has no say so at all with that child in her stomach until even when it comes out. Even if he signs the birth certificate, he has no say so in anything dealing with that child. And even if a father was to try to, because the father had to wait till the child comes out, even if a father was trying to go to the court to get rights, you have to motion the court. That takes 3 months. You get a hearing, that's another 3 months, another hearing until somebody, and then about a year go past and you finally get to make a decision in regards to your child, because automatically you are out of the, because I guess it is what it is. But children deserve, equal parents, because children rights advocates, you know what I'm saying, like myself, we point out the suicide rates, because y'all don't realize that men are killing themselves. And the male to female ratio, more men are killing themselves. You know what I'm saying? And we work toward the unwed fathers, because fathers are trying to get custody. If their mother try to have their child adopted, they can't even do nothing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times about that, we got to fight for it. So we fighting for fatherhood, man. All right. But so women are more like, and I was talking about the women. Yes. Because they're more likely to get a divorce because of all these benefits and all these contracts that go along with it. But as you were saying about it not being, I'm going to continue right here. Talk about it's not being prima facie. It's most definitely prima facie law, and you can look it up right here. Title 42 of the Social Security Act, Title 42. You can look it up. All the different things have to deal with it. You don't have to do this. You got the contract with it. It's a non-positive title, meaning it wasn't passed by Congress. Therefore, you have to volunteer. You know what I'm saying? It's just like with anything else. You have to be, if it's somebody competent, and they have to volunteer for things of this nature. All right. You were talking about what the best interest of the child is the same as the best interest of the father. The child wants the father to be in a tip-top condition he can be. He don't want to get put into a contract that has all these different downfalls and pitfalls and trying to put him in a hole. We have many different contracts. You can contract about anything. You can even do a verbal contract. But a child support contract is something you should not enter into. And you don't enter into a contract with a woman. You enter into the contract with the Child Support Enforcement Agency. And that's why you never should sign anything with them. She did an application. They're her customer. This is a franchise. All right. Child Support Enforcement Agency is a franchise. It's not even it's a single separate entity in the federal government. They don't even claim it. The federal government don't want to claim it. All right. Right. He was talking about no fault divorce and divorce. It is a problem because people talk, oh, you should have did it the right way. Like he just said, oh, you should have did it the right way. But as we can see, it doesn't matter if you do it the right way. There's no fault divorce, meaning you can't even say what she did wrong or why she divorced you. But all of a sudden, all your things, alimony, and your children are gone. You're on child support, and you're on the verge of killing it. All right. So we talk about these fathers. We're really serious. All right. I know I see he didn't touch the fraternity fraud, or nor did he touch the fact that you know what I'm saying in regards to this. But in my rebut towards the brother, I just want to say I've proven substantially that according to the state, it's not for the best interest of the child, regardless of what you want to bring up in your brain. That is federal law, and that is the judges of the Supreme Court that said this. So for you to go against that is you're going against the state. Now you can have your own imagination of what you think child support is.
Time. Yeah, shout out to S.V.D.L. For his rebuttal. We're going to get into the rapid fire round. Cut your cameras on because it's about to go down. The rapid fire round will be going down right after this brief intermission, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man. You're now rocking with the best. This is your boy Solar Mind, and guess what? We got more debates lined up for the family. How y'all liking season 3 so far? I know, man. We took things to a whole nother level. Shout out to the league. Make sure you come prepared, because these debaters in this league is not playing this season, as what y'all can see. These debaters are coming locked and loaded. So make sure you show some love to your boys in the mind when you come in the building for these debates. I want to know who's going to be the winner at the end. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for who's going to be the one to reign supreme for the 2020-2021 season. So, let's get these debates off, shall we? Alright. The most coveted rapid fire round is now in effect. We're going to swing this thing over to Claim Your Inheritance. You have 10 minutes to interrogate S.V.D.L. Cut your cameras on, brother. So, it's on you. Claim Your Inheritance. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your interrogation.
Okay, share my screen, please, sir. All right, that was a good try, rookie. But you made a few fatal mistakes. We're in the rapid fire now. The debate is clearly not, does the state say that state sanctioned child support has the best interest of the child in mind? You added a connotation into your premise by reading the law that shows that state-sanctioned child support is intended for the beneficiary, and the responsible parent is not the intended beneficiary, which means that the check that goes to the responsible parent, the intended beneficiary, is the child. So for my first question, what state do you live in, brother?
Not too many personal questions, but Ohio.
How old is your son?
See, you know that's HIPAA laws. I ain't gonna talk about my son, bro. Don't do that.
Is he under the age of 15?
Yes.
So in America, he's not allowed to work unless he owns his own business, and you have not taught him to own his own business. So therefore, he's not allowed to work and make money for himself. So he's not responsible enough to take care of himself. So the mother, the responsible parent, has to take care of him. Are you aware of that?
You say he can't work unless he owns his own business. That sounds dumb.
Okay. How
He
much
can be
do you
15
pay?
and work at the amusement park. You can work at McDonald's at 15, can't you? You ain't got to own the business. What are you talking about?
You're allowed to work in America at the age of 15. Under 15, you're not allowed to work. You got to listen better. How much do you pay in child support?
Oh man, that's personal questions, man. Come on, man, stop it.
Is it under $300?
No.
And your rebuttal that $2,500 behind denies a passport. Let's say it was $500 a month you're paying. That would mean that you're 5 months behind in child support in order to be denied a passport. So that's clearly an irresponsible person, because everybody makes more than $500 a month, brother. Are you aware of that?
Not everybody, but yeah.
Okay. If you were living with your baby mother, would you buy your son food at least?
Man, we talk about my personal character instead of the information, man. Don't do the personal thing, man. Is that what we can do? We can do that. I can start asking you personal questions about.
You refuse to answer that question. Would you provide shelter by paying rent for your son to have a place to live, or buy a house and let your son live in your house?
I fought quickly and I got every weekend until they wanted more money. Then they took that because I had more than 100 nights. So they had to lower it, but they didn't like that. So they just took them. But yeah, I fight. I don't get much. I do everything for my baby. I don't know. I mean, you got the right.
Does everything include food?
Obvious questions. I mean, I guess you're trying to waste time.
Not at all. So that's a yes, that it includes food, it includes shelter. Now, would you buy your son clothing, or do you buy your son clothing?
Of course.
Okay. Do you pay for medical costs for your son? Or would you if a medical cost arise?
Of course.
Would you pay for your son's education?
Man, I would do everything positive. I think you're really trying. How much more time? How many times? You done took a whole minute doing this? I mean,
I don't have a whole lot of time, brother. Can your son have an allowance of $14 a week?
My son have an allowance of $14,000 a week. Yes.
What should your baby mother do about those things without you there and your income?
Give me the child to take care of and to nurture and to teach.
Okay. Did you know that you just conceded yet again every round of your whole debate and fully established and agreed with my premise in the rapid fire round when you stated the affirmative to all of my questions? Because the definition of child support in practice is the purchase of the things that you agreed to.
What dictionary is that? What dictionary is that? Because you're making that up.
This is from custodial mothers and fathers and their child support that I read earlier from the U.S. Census Bureau.
Oh,
so on average, I don't have a whole lot of time, brother. Custodial single parents who receive child support get about $287 per month to help with food. Let me go back to it. To help with food that you agreed that you would do. Don't try to change your answers. You help with food. It also helps with shelter, clothing, medical costs, education, and incidentals like allowance of $14 a week. So once again, you bodied yourself. I'll put you in a tricky bag that you didn't have a clue how to get out of, even if it was wet and you had scissors in your hand, stabbing the bag. You would not know how to get out of that because you agreed to all of these things. And without you there, the responsible parent has to take care of these things. And so since you're a co-parent with the production of a child, you had to pay child support to the state so that they can get the money to the responsible parent who then takes care of the child that's under 15 who can't take care of himself. That's fine. Good try, rookie.
Are you using the rest of your time? Oh yeah, I think he. Claim, can you hear me? Oh, so he having some technical difficulties. Can you hear me, Claim?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you perfect.
Okay, so I think the brother is having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, that kind of stuff happens when you get demolished.
So he had about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. So that will be, you will be reimbursed your time, family. So while he gets his situation together, this give me time to talk some shit, cause we got some more debates lined up for the week, family. So let's check them out tomorrow. Yamra Ya'u will be making his debut debate here on Solar Vision Debate League. He will be squaring off against Sosa, who is he already had a debate. So this will be Sosa's second debate. So make sure you be in the building for that, family. That will be tomorrow. Anonymous Hebrew on Saturday will be making a return after the most controversial debate between with Chris Harris. He will be squaring off against another contender this Sunday. That will be out the blue, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you be in the building for that. T-Duck will be squaring off against T-Duck will be squaring off against Rabbi Lewis on the 12th. That'll be Monday. And we got a new member of Solar Vision Debate League. He goes by the name of Nefertim. He will be getting his interview 9 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, family. So if you are about that debate life, this is where you want to be, family. So with that being said, let's go see if the brother has his whole situation tight so we could bring him back on in, family. There we go. He goes by the name of
My bad. Let's go.
All right, so you got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Claim, your time begins now.
Okay.
So we got the child support payments, right? And the child support payments received by custodial parents in the United States Census Bureau, in percentage, they're generally speaking, there's 25% or 1 out of 4 parents do not receive payments. Roughly 30%, 30 to 40%, but mostly 30% receive partial payments. So, and then roughly 45 to 50% receive their full payment. Now, the majority of these are in a non-formal agreement, an informal agreement, meaning that they didn't go to the state and make this thing happen. So in those informal agreements, that's where the majority of the non-payments happen and the partial payments happen. You understand that? So do you understand that?
I'm pressing the wrong button. The non-payments and the partial payments, you're not supposed to pay these people at all. What do you mean? You trying to act like it's a good thing? Like child are supposed to go over there and sign that stuff. What? Man, the Social Security Act is a setup, bro. You don't sign nothing with them. That's like the crime bill. It's a setup. All these acts. What, you can't hear me?
No, I heard. That was my last question, Solo.
Okay.
Wait, real quick, if you got a little bit more time, how much more time you got?
He has about a minute and
well, you know what, brother, can you restate that another way for me?
Well, I just said that they're in informal agreements where they don't put the irresponsible parent on child support. That's where the majority of non-payments and partial payments occur. So it's important for the state to step in order to retrieve the money from the irresponsible parent in order to give it to the responsible parent so that it goes to the child that can't take care of themselves and not allowed to work until they're 15 years old. So I was asking, I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you exactly what's wrong with that, man. Basically, what you're saying is the only time that it's a bad is when the two people are actually getting along and coming up with something by themselves. See, so you're saying two black people or two people in general can't come up with an agreement as two grown people with a baby by themselves. So they have to go get them because people are just inherently evil, and that's what it is, right?
Time. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and pass this thing over to Zadok. Zadok, you have 10 minutes to interrogate claim whenever you're ready, brother.
Okay, one moment. I got this. Hey, no, I want to get what's the name on for real? That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, turn your camera on, man. Just press the button. It's at the bottom. Just turn your camera on at the bottom.
No, I got it. Well, I can't do it because it's two different phones. I'm trying to put it on my other phone because my thing went out. All right, I'm just gonna get with it, man. Fuck it. I'll try to put the other phone, but it's gonna echo if I try to use my phone.
Just leave it off and get to getting.
All right, yeah. Well, like I said before, I asked you a question about is there anywhere in any child support law you can find where they determine child support according to the best interest of the child? Can you find that in any state code? Because remember, we're talking about the state. We're not talking about your moral opinions on stuff, on who should do this and more. We're talking about the state and actual code. So can you find anywhere where they determine child support payments or anything because or they determined by the best interest of the child?
So as I've been arguing all night long, all night, yeah. All night long, the debate premise is about, I'm the affirmative, so I define it. I tell you what to respond to. I'm the Prime Minister of S.V.D.L, not you. So it says, does state-sanctioned child support have the child's best interest? So that's important to understand that and not to get lost in the verbiage and the legalese that confuses you, and so you're not supposed to confuse other people by the legalese that's written in the law. So you got to understand legalese in order to.
You saying the people too dumb to understand it? They say it's people too.
Oh, you are too dumb to relay it to the people. I'm relaying it to them clearly.
Now, all right. Well, so it says, I said Blessy versus Freestone, where I read how the United States Supreme Court found a defendant's action of trying to sue child support. They said the requirement of a state to operate child support program, right, is not intended to benefit individual children and custodial parents. Are you saying that these case law that I'm bringing up, where it says that child support is not to benefit the children, are you saying that they're a lie? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the legalese there is confusing you, not me. I'm saying that the practice of collecting.
That's my next question.
Hey, hold on, be quiet.
All right. I'll give you a little bit more time.
I'm saying that the collection of the child support payment from the irresponsible parent to the responsible parent is in the best interest of the child, not what you're talking about, the legalese in the law. You understand the difference? There's a difference between the legalese and the practice of retrieving child support from an irresponsible parent.
So when I asked the question about it, because we talk about state sanction, and when you state sanction something, which is my next question, doesn't it have to be a part of the laws of the state in order for it to be state sanctioned? Don't you have to refer to the laws if something is state sanctioned, like this debate is called?
Yeah, the state sanctioned child support being in place collects child support payments from an irresponsible parent. I don't know why you don't get that.
Okay, when you sign an application, do they have to take your application? If you sign an application, do they have to hire you? If you sign an application for a job, do they have to hire you?
Nope.
All right. Do you have to sign an application for child support?
You have to sign an application for child support. Yeah.
Do you have to sign an Yes. Okay. Can they deny you?
Can they deny the responsible parent? Yes, they can deny the responsible parent.
Okay, then is it a right? The child support, do you have a right to have child support?
You want to hear the answer?
Yes.
The conversation is not about it being a right. It being a privilege is even more reason why it leads to strength to my argument that state sanctioned child support does have the best interest of the child at heart, because they're not going by rights. They're giving you a privilege to receive child support from a deadbeat parent, mother or father.
You didn't answer the question. Do you have a right to get child support?
Again, I said no.
I don't want a paragraph.
It is a privilege to receive child support through the state. The state is taking their time to go hunt down the irresponsible parent and hold them responsible to the benefit of the child, to the best interest of the child.
Okay. All right. So, is it true in many states, if not most, if not all, that an unmarried woman who gives birth to a child has sole resident parent and legal custodian of the child? Is that true? That they got all the rights? As soon as a child, an unmarried female, got all the rights to the child, and the man ain't got no rights to say nothing. Is that true?
No, it's not true, because in what I said about the child support payments received by custodial parents, the fathers, 70% of the time, the fathers get the child, and they are the custodial parent. 45% of the time, mothers get the child, and they become the custodial parent.
So, are you saying right now that fathers 55% of the time have rights to have their child? So you saying it's not
70% of the time the father becomes the custodial parent, according to.
Well, you know what the difference? Do you know what the difference between a custodial and non-custodial parent is? I don't think you know the definition.
The custodial parent is the person who is A custodial parent is the person who the child is living with, brother.
Okay, so how are you saying the fathers have 55% time custodial rights? We know that the single motherhood is rampant. We know that the fathers don't have the rights to the child. Why are you saying these lies?
Because according to the United States Census,
so you said 55%. Say it again.
No, it says 70% of the custodial parents are men or fathers.
Oh, 70% of children are getting raised by their father. That's what he's saying in this right now. You talking about today?
That's correct.
Oh wow. I'm gonna let that marinate. I ain't even gonna touch that. So he just said that. I'm gonna let him sit on that.
I cited it. I didn't just say it, I cited it.
So does a father I mean, I asked you the question. So when we talk about child support, is that contract law? Is my question. Is it contract law?
Well, you said you have to fill out an application, and the responsible parent can be denied. So of course that's a contract.
Oh, it's a contract. Okay. So according to contract law, do you have to be forced into? Can you be forced into a contract?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Okay, legally, can you be forced? I mean, or lawfully? Because the difference between legal and lawful, I know you don't understand that. That's what child support is, legal, but it's not lawful. It's prima facie. All right, but it's a little over your head. But in dealing with that,
That's pretty fun.
No, but do you have a legal duty to pay child support if you didn't sign the contract?
A legal duty would be no. But once again, it's a privilege to
rob you. It's a privilege to rob you. Yep, I hear you.
Yeah, it's a privilege for the state to step in and receive monies from the irresponsible parent in order to go to the responsible parent. That's a privilege. They're wasting their time trying to hunt down your choice of father selection and mother selection.
And I know you're appealing to emotion, but we're talking about the Title 4D in regards to the state. All right. And that means that most people are not signing the contract. Therefore, they're committing racketeering and fraud. And we know this. All right.
That has nothing to do with our topic. Our topic is, does state-sanctioned child support have the child's best interest in mind?
Well, I mean, and that's because
why they're collecting.
You don't believe that fathers,
irresponsible parent.
And that's what I'm saying. That's because you don't believe that fathers are good to be in their children's life, and that the best interest of the father is the same as the best interest of the child. You believe that you give the money to the woman, she can come up.
Brother,
because she had to. No,
I'm gonna treat that as a question because you just.
Okay, go ahead.
Right now, so I'm trying to tell you that the father gets the child and raises the child in his home.
Okay, I got my question. Okay, hold on. If you're underage,
hey, brother, I'm allowed to answer, brother. Well, I got a minute to answer.
Oh, you got a minute? Okay, cool. Go ahead.
So while you stated to me that I'm saying that the women should come up, which they should, yes, if they have an irresponsible baby father. But I'm showing that the state records data that states that 70% of the time the father receives the child, not the mother. So 45% of the time the mother gets the child. So that just refutes your silliness of thinking that majority of the time.
And where you getting this information from again?
The United States Census Bureau.
The United States Census Bureau says that. Okay. All right. But also, if you are under the age of, let's say, 15, like you always like to say, who pays child support for your child?
Time. The responsible parent.
But if they are not of legal age or they cannot enter into a contract.
Time. All right. Shout out to both debaters for the rapid fire round. We're going to go ahead and close this thing out, family. Right after this brief intermission, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Yeah. Vanglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want, what you want, what you want?
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Doc.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and your circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick your can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
All right, family, we're going to go ahead and close this thing out. We're going to start out with Claim Your Inheritance. You have 5 minutes, brother, to close whenever you're ready.
Okay, 5 minutes. Let me set my timer right here. And then if you could share my screen, as the Georgians say, I could be on my way. Oh, shoot. I got to share it first. There you go.
All right, brother, you all set whenever you're ready.
All right. So, as you guys noticed, this was a devastating defeat. Closing. The state-sanctioned child support have the best interest of the child? The answer is a resounding yes. So this is why we came together as a society to pass laws to protect child support from bitter baby fathers, bitter baby mothers, because it's clearly in the best interest of the child. So we had to pass the child protective, we had to pass the laws of the Child Support Recovery Act, and we had to pass a law of the Deadbeat Parents Punishment Act. You see, we had to come together as a society to do those things, so that child support can be collected from the irresponsible parent, go to the responsible parent, which then goes to the child that lives with the responsible parent. So he said countless things in his premise that I rebutted every single one of them. I took notes and addressed every single statement he made. His final statement in his premise was that the magistrate gets paid to make sure you get as much money as possible. I listened real good and I wrote it down. So we can easily transpose the responsible parent gets as much money as possible from the magistrate. That's the state-sanctioned child support being in the best interest of the child, because the intended beneficiary of the check is not the mother or father. It's the child. Okay? So in the rapid fire, I obliterated them. I asked a series of questions that he agreed in the affirmative to, that agrees perfectly with the definition of child support. You see? And so I just want to thank the Most High, praise to the Most High, and thank the League for volunteering time to teach us how to debate and present. This skill is invaluable in life. Bridges are easy to drive over, so don't burn bridges. That's my closing.
All right, family, we're going to hand this thing over now to Zadok. You have 5 minutes as well to close this thing out whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, we can see clearly the brother don't know nothing about state-sanctioned child support. He said we agree on a definition of child support, but he doesn't even know what Title 4D is. He probably learned today, like many people. So when it comes to Title 4D of the Social Security Act, of course our people love Social Security. So he's bigging up the white. You see how he's bigging up the heathen, the white man. He love them. When they do this. But I understand the Social Security Act is also Child Protective Services, where they stealing the children, they yanking them out your house. This is the Social Security Act, the same one when it comes to Section 8 and the contract that says that you can't have the father of your child in your house. All right, the Social Security Act was a setup for our people, but our people like him love it. Oh yeah, the responsible parent, and because she signed a Section 8 contract, and then because she went down there, and then you got to go down there and do this, and go down there to him and do that. And so now he might as well he back in the blue right now. I mean, that is what it is. That's his preference. You know what I mean? If he wants to, but he was saying about how the Democrats, Bill Clinton signed something, and and he did it so. No, he didn't say. He said the Welfare Reform Act. He didn't say Bill Clinton though. Gave the government and all this. So he's behind these different acts. You know what I mean? Of Social Security that do all these dirty things to people. So while all these people getting their children stolen and the whole bad side about the issue, you want to big up that. But we see clearly that according to the state, it's not in the best interest of the child. It's in the best interest of the state. It always said this. And that's the whole thing. It's the whole pimp game. The federal government is the pimp, and they tell the woman, "Yeah, you sign this contract, we'll give you something." But if the woman ever get if the hoe ever get upset and say anything, the pimp gonna say, "This is my game. This is my game, and I don't. It's benefited for my Treasury Department and my money flow. It ain't about you, baby. That's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? It's a non-positive law. You got a contract. And people don't know that. Why don't people know that? Why does everybody think you just automatically supposed to get put on child support? Because it's a wool that's been pulled over your eyes, and this brother want to continue that going. He wants you to be ignorant about what you're getting yourself into. He loves that. You know what I'm saying? This $1 billion franchise, and how all the different judges and magistrates and they even pay the sheriff's office to go and arrest you. All of them have a conflict of interest, but the brother is all about, all child support is good. They bribing the court. How do you want to let the child support pay the court millions of dollars to do all their bidding? But it's all good. It's all in righteousness for this brother. This brother believes that all these courts are doing the right thing. And then he always talks about the responsible parent, like the fact that because it's not 50-50 automatically, that man has to do a motion in court and wait for a year before he even begin to have any type of custody. But he don't want to address that. He want to say automatically the woman's responsible. She's the better, because you can get child support before he turns 1 year old. So now he ain't got no custody. He almost won. I'm gonna put you on child support. You don't help. I'm gonna put you on child support. Because but like I said, he has no mercy for his own sex. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad for a lot of these brothers out here, man. You know what I mean? I guess you know what kind of points he's trying to get. But and then like I said, and the brother don't know it's not even a judicial court. You got to go to the appellate court to get in front of a real judge. Child support does not have no judges. And you know what I'm saying? When it comes down to the Bar Association, all the lawyers and the magistrates and the judges, all of them are part of the Bar Association. It's a monopoly in the court. They all are part of the same gang in that court. All right. But he wants to act like, oh no, it's all righteousness. And they all doing, because he wants to protect the court. He wants to protect the system. He wants to protect what the white man is doing to all other white men. We got a lot of white men that are killing themselves because they're separated from their child and they're taking them for broke in them courts. That want to lie to you like it's not contractual. They want to sneak a contract on you. Oh, sign this real quick. Sign this away. So like I said, the brother I've proven that the United States Supreme Court said that it's not in the best interest of the child. I mean, the only way you can go against that, according to the state, is if you just want to ignore it. because according to the state and the laws, it's not for any women. If any women got problems or how the child support enforcement agency is doing it, then they don't need to sign no application, because their application will be denied. Everything else.
All right. Shout out to the family. It's been a very interesting debate, but unfortunately for both of these debaters, their time is officially up. The official Shuckle Buck round is now in session, family. So let me know in the chat, who do you want me to Shuckle Buck first, family? This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Press 1 for Claim Your Inheritance and press 2 for Z-Doc. Who do you want me to Shuckle Buck first? Tell me what it is. Tell me what it do. One for Claim, 2 for Z-Doc. Talk to me, man.
Oh, shit. We got the official. Oh, shit.
Talk to me, man. Who do you want me to Shuckle Buck first? 1 for Claim, 2 for Z-Doc. Hello. Let it be known, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. All right, I see more 2s up there. So we're going to go with Z-Doc. What's going on, Z-Doc? Z-Dizzo.
What up? What's up?
Brother, is child support, is state sanctioned child support, is it for the best interest of the child?
No.
Why so?
Because it's a franchise. It's a franchise that was, you know what I mean? Like it's actually a business, and they sell Title 4D. It's like a McDonald's, and they're making money. It's a money game. It has nothing to do with, they care about children or whatever the case is. That's why, you know what I mean? So that's why you have to do an application. It's a business. It's a business for profit.
Okay. So what prompted this business for profit to come up with this particular scheme?
I mean, it's many different things. It's the destruction of the family. When you think about the Social Security Act, you think about all the different contracts and things that go along with it. They can, children's services, where they steal your children out your house. Child support, where they really separate the father from the mother with those type of litigations. Section 8, which is Title 4A, where they have different thing. We definitely can't have certain people in your house or whatever the case is. Certain, you know what I mean? So when we talk about these different basically child support is to pay back Section 8 and Title 4A loans, food stamp, things of that nature.
Okay, so is there a such thing as a deadbeat parent?
Yes.
So what do you think we should do about that?
What should we do about a deadbeat parent?
Yeah.
We should definitely put.
What should we do about single parent homes that doesn't have enough money to provide for the children? What should we do?
Well, we say single parent homes that need to provide for the children. What should we do? We should make it legal for a father, a 50-50 at birth. Because what happens is a lot of fathers just don't believe they have rights at all anyway. They don't even try.
That's not what I asked you, brother. I said, what should we do for deadbeat parents, and what should be designed for a situation where you have a deadbeat parent and a single parent taking care of the children? What should we do about that?
Well, what they should do is come up with a mutual contract, just like the Child Support Enforcement Agency does. They come up with their own stipulations of the contract, not a contract so bad that it just puts you in a hole like the Child Support Enforcement Agency, but a contract that both you and the mother can agree on, and that they force you to agree on some certain contract that you both will agree on, like it's supposed to be. And then I definitely believe that. And if they're deadbeat and they refuse to go with this particular contract, you know what I mean, when it comes down to
so are you saying that you are against the single parents receiving some form of income to compensate for the inactivity of the deadbeat parent?
I believe that any parent that's going to give away his rights and don't want to be around his child has, you know what I mean, that's one thing in itself. That's a sanction in itself. They need to go after somebody like that. But somebody who's trying to be in their child's life, then they need to have the child.
Is that not what child support does?
Yes. So that when
do child support provide income for single parents that has a person that is not providing for their child?
Yes, because they can't. They're forced out of their life.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't know every situation, so you can't.
Well, yeah, of course, but like I said, there's.
Okay, so there are situations where you have deadbeat parents that just don't want to take care of children. So they're being required by the government to put forth some form of income to help provide for this child. Why do you have a problem with that?
Well, because the government is the one that pushes the man away in the first place. He's the one that separates the family in the first place. And you know what I'm saying? So when it comes to the government trying to put together a program to help people, they're not trying to help people. They're trying to profit. That's why, as a private person, you made this baby in private. I do not believe in not taking care of your child. I believe that you made him in private. You take care of him in private.
Well, see, the problem with that is that, when you have a lot of people and you're relying on the people itself, these situations can turn out ugly. Meaning that if we just say it's a private situation, so then the person has a choice whether they want to take care of the kid or not. And in some cases, people just walk away from their responsibility and leave the other person stranded with a bunch of children. So this is why the state has to now intervene, as what Claim was saying during the presentation. So,
can I respond? Mm-hmm. Basically, and that's another thing I put in one of the PowerPoints. I put a lot of people respond just like the state because they put an emphasis on stealing money from the father, but they never put any emphasis on him being in their life.
Well, I mean, you're making this.
If the state has sanctions,
bro, you're making this into the father issue. That's your whole thing. You're stuck on that.
But that's the best interest of the child to have a father.
No. What I'm saying is that you're speaking. The problem with what you're doing is that you're speaking as if this whole situation is specifically for the fathers, where you have women that has partial custody, women where fathers, as what Claim showed you, where fathers also have custodial custody. So, I mean, for you in the context of this debate to just stand on the side of the fathers, I mean, I don't see,
that's like people saying you get raped and have
right. So that's number one. Number two, what are you providing to replace child support?
When you talk about that, are you dealing with reality, or are you dealing with what I, you know what I mean? Because you talk about what am I providing?
I mean reality. You're against child support.
Okay, let me tell you reality. Are you talking about me? You talking about me particularly, right? Like me?
No. I'm just saying, no, not you personally. I'm just saying what would be something that you would implement in replace of child support? Because child support, as what you just agreed to, you just agreed that child support provides money for single parent households who doesn't have enough money due to the fact that the other parent is not around, providing that economic responsibility for the children.
No, it's different child support. It's child support for divorce. It's child support if your kid in the system. It's all types. So it ain't just that. So I ain't say that. All types of child support.
So you know the child support we're talking about in this debate, bro.
It's child support if your son had a baby. You
bro. You know the child support we're talking about, bro. So why are you doing this?
No, because you said I said something. I didn't say that. I know more than that. I don't say stuff like that.
Okay, so we don't want to know how much you know. We want you to answer the question.
Sorry, could you repeat real quick? Repeat it real quick if I can get it there.
The question was, what do you have to replace or what idea that you're trying to suggest we partake in replacement of this current system? Because as what you admitted, this current system provides money for single parent families that doesn't have the other person. Go ahead.
It's easy to write up a contract. That's one of the most simplest and basic laws that any American has to make a contract with one another. All you need really is a notary to prove that it was you the one that signed it. And you can make a contract about anything. You can make a contract saying you're going to pay your baby mama this, or you can make a contract saying you're going to go and do this and go up, you know what I mean, and go pick him up every day. You can make a contract on anything.
Okay, so what if they
need to come together and make a contract?
Okay, brother. So what if that person, one party, refuses to pay?
We talking about the refuses to make a contract. See, they don't even. You talk about child support. Or are you talking about my contracts? What are you talking about?
Well, yeah. Somebody you're trying to get the person to sign a contract. They don't want to sign a contract.
So somebody don't want to sign a contract.
Yeah, somebody don't want to sign a contract.
That obviously is an evil man.
Yeah, they're evil. Yeah, but you know what? Their evil ass is getting away with not having to pay shit.
Yeah, but you know what? Like I said, I
mean, you see the flaw. Wait. So you see the flaw within. Wait. Hold on a second. So you see the flaw within your whole little theory.
No, it's not a flaw.
So what would be more? No. So what would the necessary evil be in that context? Wait. I want you to answer this question. Hold on. No. You hold on. I want you to now answer this question. What would be the necessary evil? I want to see if you're really thinking on this. Well, a system now that is in place where, under these certain circumstances, that now the person is required to pay a certain amount of money based off of the fact that that is their child, or your system where they don't have to sign a contract and you'll just call them evil.
No, that ain't what I said, and you definitely misrepresenting me. And what's happening right here is
I'm not misrepresenting you. That's what you said.
Definitely.
How did I misrepresent you?
Well, because in any type of relationship, you have a contract. Even a marriage is a contract. You know what I mean? And the marriage has stipulations.
How many unwedded parents are there in America? There's a whole.
What I'm saying is make a contract an option. People don't have that option. So what you're saying is
wait. So basically what you're saying, you're just relying on whether the father is nice enough to actually do the contract.
No, because the father's supposed to take care of his child.
He's supposed to. So you know what the problem is, and why the state.
The problem is he don't have
wait. So you know what the problem is, which forced the state to get involved. Yeah, they're supposed to do it, but they wasn't doing that. That's why they had to get involved.
They can't do it. They don't have no right. They got to go to court first. If it's a baby, remember.
So yes. So I'm saying that
you can't file until the child is born, right? You can't file until the child is born as a father. You don't have no rights when he's born. As soon as if he's born, if you file on the day he was born, you got 3 months to see your first hearing. You got 3 other months to get a second hearing, and you got 3 other months to maybe now get to have a trial to get see your baby.
So what's the matter with that?
Say.
What's the matter with that?
No, what I'm saying, what's the matter with that? What's the matter with it is now all these months, supposedly she don't like you, whatever. You're trying to go to court to get some type of rights to your child to have visitation that she has to hand him over. So all these months she's saying, oh, he ain't doing nothing. He ain't a deadbeat. He ain't nothing. When as soon as the child is born, he wanted to have his baby. He wanted to be able to feed his baby. And
So wait, hold on, wait. So
yeah,
wait, hold on. First of all, you're speaking as if you know every father in America. First of all, you don't know that. How can you, like, what are you talking about? He wanted to take care of his baby. You don't know if every father wanted to take care of their baby. What are you talking about? You sound silly, brother.
I deal with a whole bunch of them that do. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you don't know every father, bro. So you have a very biased perspective. Yes, you have a very biased perspective. Well, for one, you assume that the topic of the debate. Wait. Hold on. You assume that the topic of You assume that the topic of the debate was specifically dealing with fathers who are being put through child support. When it's not, it's mothers that's in child support as well. So you have a very biased perspective on the situation to begin with. And then you go on to say, then you went on to say that, they wanted to take care of their kid, as if you knew every father in America.
That's what I'm used to.
And then on top of that, when I asked you to provide another efficient system that is going to compensate for deadbeat parents, you said, well, they can sign contracts, and if they don't sign it, then they're evil.
Man, we had, before the Social Security came in, we had fathers in the home. That was a setup, and y'all love it. Y'all love that Social Security Act.
There's no excuse for a father not to take care of his kid.
Before the Social Security Act came, we had all fathers in the home.
Thank you, brother. You're dead. Brother, you're dead. Thank you. He told some, sign the contract, and if they don't want to sign the contract, then they're evil. Well, damn, are they going to pay anything? They going to put any money up? No, they're just evil.
On them, but
I'll be evil. I'll be evil with my money. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll be evil with my money.
Yeah, the white system or
the white system. Well, the white system is much better than what the fuck you're saying. The white system is much better than what you're saying.
I said make your own contract.
Thank you, brother. You're done. Thank you.
Child support contract.
Thank you, brother.
Make your own contract.
Thank you, brother.
Go ahead and sign. Tell people to sign it.
Thank you, brother. It's almost on the white system. He wanna sit up here and have this old bullshit contract that he don't have to sign, and then talk about some damn white man system. You're pathetic, brother. He's talking about some damn the white man system.
You know I'm gonna lose now, y'all. It is.
You're muted, brother. Hush. This nigga's ridiculous. He wants to now get over on motherfuckers. You see, so what if they don't sign it? Then they're evil. What the fuck type of shit is that? Okay, they're evil and no, they're just evil. They don't have to pay anything. They're just evil. Like, the fuck?
I'm making up my made up stuff as I go,
dog.
Damn
mic, bro.
You want me to make up something?
Damn mic. That bullshit ass answer. Nigga gonna tell us so. Nigga gonna tell us so. They're evil. What the fuck? Okay, they're evil. I was waiting for the end. They gotta do some shit. You know, they're just evil. Fuck it. Cause niggas got bills to pay and shit, right? What's going on, Clay?
What up?
Okay, so this nigga that nigga funny is you vicious. You a wild boy. You a vicious motherfucker, bro. Damn, he said, fuck these hoes, bro. Fuck these hoes, man. You evil for that shit, man. But fuck these hoes, man. They let them take care of all the fucking responsibilities. He's a wild boy, bro. What's up, Clay? What's up, Clay?
What's going on, bro?
The sanctioned child support have the best interests of the child.
I proved it in every round and every word.
All right, so under what circumstances should child support be put into effect?
Whenever the parents come to irreconcilable differences, right? And they separate, so they have to figure out who the children should go with.
They should figure out who the children should go with. So you're saying that the state figures that out?
The state, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why do you feel as though the state should be getting involved in deciding where the child goes?
Because the parents who are fighting about who the child should live with cannot decide who the child can live with. So to prevent them from killing each other, they go to court. And then when they hear that authority say,
is that the case all the time though, Claim? Is that the case all the time?
Oh,
that is this issue with because as what Z.D.L said is a lot of situations where the father wants to actually take care of the child, but the mother just wants the money. What do you do about that?
you saying the child lives with the mother?
No, I'm just saying, what under some circumstances you have women who the father wants to take care of the child. He's like, yes, I want to take care of the child, but she just wants the money. What do you do about that, brother?
Well, taking care of a child means paying for the child's everything, necessities, their food, their shelter.
So you mean to tell me that you're cool with a sister? She gets pregnant by this man. He did absolutely nothing wrong, as what Z.D.L showed. That under this feminist law of what's the name of it? The right to this divorce without no reason. What's the name of the law? Z.D.L.
No fault divorce.
No fault divorce. They could just say now, okay, I'm gonna fuck him, and I'm gonna get this no fault divorce shit popping, so I can take his black ass to child support. What do you do about that?
Well, the parent who the child lives with deserves assistance from the parent who does not live with the child.
So wait. You now are going to try to tell me that you trust that woman, right, that just fucked him for some damn money to take him to child support, that you want to trust her to now use that money to take care of the child?
Yeah.
Are you crazy, bro? Are you crazy? You mean to tell me that she actually took the time out to fuck a certain nigga that got a certain good ass job, right? She took her time out to search and find this nigga, right? To fuck this nigga.
She shouldn't have been so fine.
Hold on, wait. I want you to hear this, right? She took her time out to find this dude, search for this dude up in the club, looking for this dude with the good ass job. She finds him, she fucks him and gets pregnant. You mean to tell me that you trust her morality, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Her integrity, right? She actually put her body in a line just to get this dude with the money. That you mean to tell me that it's for the child? That she's going to turn around and give the money to the child after all that she did? You trust that she's going to provide for the child with that money?
Absolutely.
That don't make no goddamn sense. And then you
You
saying,
have
and
to
then
remember
wait,
the
and
child
then
does
you're
live with
saying
the
that
mother,
you're
right?
cool. Wait, you're saying you're cool with the situation that the dude that absolutely had nothing, know nothing about her intentions, that wants to take care of the child. You're saying that no, he gets partial custody, the responsible one, right? That wants to provide for the child, but I'll just take his fucking money. You're cool with that, huh?
Yeah, because the child lives with the mother.
Wow. And then, whoa. So, Zadok pointed out something else. He pointed out the fact that these laws are designed to give the woman leverage in these situations. From the time that they are born in the hospitals, they have complete autonomy over what the child gets as far as vaccinations and the whole nine, right? So it's a biased system. It's rigged from the start. It's rigged from the start to put you in this situation where you have some damn gold digger under the no fault clause just fucking niggas and getting their damn money. And you don't have no problem with that.
Not at all.
I don't really have nothing else to say at this point, family. What we're going to do is we're going to go and I'm going to drop the link into the chat room. And let us know who you think had a better argument, man. This is some crazy stuff right here. You know?
Man, I said always unpopular. I'm always over people's head. I don't even, it is what it is.
So we'll take a brief break and then we'll go ahead and officially close it out. Vision Debate League. That being said, and let's get it in, family, shall we? All right. So, hit the like button when you come in the building. This is your boy Soul of Mine. We got Blue in the building, along with Akmalak. Should black people have slaves? Hey, shit. Anybody that been here for all 3 seasons know that this was never debated before. So, we may have a classic on our hands. I got the classic feeling. It's all lovely up in here, so we're going to see what it do. Family. You know? Let's take a glance at that schedule. See how that schedule's looking. Yeah. Cube and pro-black politics, we're going to have to maybe reschedule that. To a later date. So we'll keep you posted on that. Suave and Arataza will be on Tuesday. Suave and Arataza. That'll be the Flat Earth debate. Arataza will be back in the building going up against KOT the next day on the 23rd. Minister Howe will be going up against T Dizzle on the 24th. Lance and Suave will be going at it on the 25th. And Ampu and T-Duck on the 26th. So T-Duck is going to be debating this week. Arataza is going to be debating this week. And Suave is going to be debating multiple times next week. So if you're about that Arataza, T-Duck, and Suave life, this is where you want to be. And Yame and Chris have a debate scheduled for the 27th on the capitalism. Joshua and Blue will be on the 28th. Lance and Domo will be on the 29th. Chris and Christian Battle Axe. They had to reschedule for the 30th, and Brandon Day and True Justice will be capping off the month of December. So, yeah, that's New Year's Eve, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. You gotta see what's up with that one right there, bro. Y'all know I ain't got no life, so it's all good. We got Blue in the building, and Akmalak, so let's bring the brothers on. What's going on? Akmalak.
Shalom. I just want to give all blessings, honor, and glory to him who sits upon the throne and to the Lamb forever and ever.
All right. And we got Blue in the building. What's going on, Blue?
What's going on? I want to holler out a quick Rock Nation. I want to give a praise to Stemia, the most beautiful goddess of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which is the future of the African and of the planet. I also want to let everybody know that if you are listening to this at this moment, together we are Babel. Let's build. Power to the dark side.
All right. So, once again, tonight's topic is, should black people have slaves? We talked about all the logistics behind the scenes, so we're just going to let you know that it's standard format. That'll be a 5-minute opening and a 10-minute premise, 10 minutes for the rebuttal, 10 minutes apiece for the rapid fire round, and 5-minute closing. All right, so Akmalak has selected to go first, so we're going to get this thing started, family. 5 minutes for Akmalak. Whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin your opening.
All right, yeah. Can I get a screen share?
Yes, sir.
You can see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so today's topic is, should black people have slaves? And my answer to that is yes, we should. And I just want to hit Blue with one of his little sayings. And that is, ain't no need to study long if you're going to study wrong. Let's get the definition of slave that we agreed on. It's one that is completely subservient to a dominating influence. Slave is. Get the definition of subservient. One who is prepared to obey others unquestioningly. The similarities to that is submissive, deferential, acquiescence, compliant, accommodating, obedient, dutiful, duteous, biddable, yielding, meek, docile, ductile, pliant, passive. You know, I mean, you can keep reading on, but you know, it basically is one that is submissive to another dominating influence. So let's get this word deruged out there, because deruged is the verb for slave. Slave is the verb of slave. The action of slave is to do hard work. Oh, my bad. To do hard work, denial, or monotonous work. So hard work is like hard slavery, like, you know, building railroads, building houses. Denial is light work, and monotonous is when you don't really want to do it. You know what I mean? But you still do it. The definition of dominant is someone that is very important or powerful or successful. That's what I want you guys to pay attention to. They're very important During my premise, I'll be bringing out why we should have slaves after becoming autonomous, and I'll also be showing some of the different type of slaves we should have. I'm not talking about this, you know what I mean? Back in the day, pain on the neck. Not saying that that's not going to happen, because it's possible. I'm talking about what's commonly known today as slavery, which is this. Workers. The reason why this debate is even being brought up is because my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Hosea 4:6. See, the problem is this brother thinks he knows the foundation of the word slave. But if this brother knew each step to the word slave, he wouldn't be having this debate right now. But since he doesn't comprehend the word slave, he's going to get destroyed today. He doesn't comprehend because he is a slave himself. He's a slave to the dollar. He must work for a dominant influence in order to live in this society. You're what you call today a consumer. And guess where the consumer class came from? Slavery. Today, this brother would try to explain to y'all that having slaves is not morally correct. But my response to that is economic necessities trumps what you call morals. So for next is coming my premise, and I just want you guys to pay attention to what I'm bringing out today. I'm gonna show you guys why we need these quote unquote slaves to work, because every nation that ever started, that was ever built, that was great, was built upon slavery. It was built upon other people working for the masterminds or the quote unquote rulers of the land. They had their own laws that people had to go by, and they had their own system, that they had their own things that they were doing in order to keep their nation intact. They thought about it thoroughly, and then they enacted what they talked about. And one of those things that they talked about was they need slaves. That's a fact.
Time. All right. Shout out to Akmalak. We're gonna hand this thing now over to Blue. It is on you, Blue. Whenever you're ready, you got 5 minutes for your opening.
My fault. Let me unmute. Hold on. Let me share screen. And that one. Yeah. All right. Let's get it going. This is it. Cool. Should black people have slaves? All right. You can go ahead and start my time. As you can see, tonight I will have to show you basically the difference between being completely subservient and a hard worker. The brother is unfortunately suffering from some comprehension issues on a few of the definitions that he pulled out himself, which actually tied him back into chattel slavery, instead of the actual definition that we both agreed on, right? And just so we can see it, this is the definition that we agreed on: slave, right? Now notice, he started going in, he don't even know what he just did. He wanted to stay away from definition 1. I'm sorry, I'm pointing like y'all could see me. He wanted to start at definition 1. A person held in servitude as chattel of another, right? This is what he wanted to debate tonight. One that is completely subservient to a dominating influence, as if that is any better. The issue with it is that he has a problem understanding what completely subservient means in a dominating influence. So we agreed on the definition of slave. So tonight I will be arguing that having a slave according to his definition is wrong, as he stated that the standards for the treatment of these slaves, not workers, which is what he's going to try to drag you into, right? Because when we get into the definition of employees, you're going to notice that employees does not have anything to do with completely subservient at all. I don't know what this brother, I guess he was thinking wage slave in his mind and ran with that, but that is not slave. And it has nothing to do with the definition that this brother drew out. This is his definition. This is what he chose, right? So my opponent will try to argue, right? But he is wrong. And on top of that, I believe he is wrong according to the standards. It was like pulling teeth to drag out of him. What standards are we treating these slaves to? He finally said it: the laws, statutes, and commandments. Why he didn't state that in his premise, I have no idea. But I will show you using Leviticus 25, right along with Exodus 21, that this is wrong. Number one, on top of that, my opponent himself said that his personal stance, or that his stance coming into the night, is that we should be treating people the way that we want to be treated. I'm going to show you that according to the law, statutes, and commandments, these ain't even the way that you want to be treated. These things are inhumane today. Inhumane. I will show how the definition of slave contradicts his premise based on the definition of employee itself. I will show that his premise contradicts the agreed upon definition by both parties, right? By way of the definition, this brother does not understand what complete subservience is. We just saying he don't even know what manal means. So, like I said, this is the definition that he went into. This is the definition I agree to. For some reason, he went into drudge, and then he went into manial, which I guess which is 4. Mind you, the brother said we're gonna stick to 2, but then he jumped down to 4. Well, since he can jump down to 4, how about I go to 1 and chattel slavery? We just use, matter of fact, we'll just use the whole actual definition of slave tonight. How about that? Since he's adding tonight to his premise, that is not what we agreed on. We didn't agree on drudge. But I'll show you that he didn't even understand that word that he brought out. Nor did he understand manial. Manial has nothing to do with light work, easy work. So tonight, unfortunately, family, it would pretty much be a comprehension lesson tonight. Pretty much on the word slave, the word employee.
Time. All right. Shout out to both debaters. We're going to take a brief intermission, family, and we'll be right back. This is the Soul of Vision Debate League. Let's get into this premise.
You're now rocking with the best. This is Soul of Mine. And this is the Soul of Vision Debate League. I hope you enjoying tonight's debate, family. We're going into
by themselves. Okay. So my opening, I told you guys this brother was going to say something about, according to the Bible, it's not right. But that's neither here nor there. So let's start this premise. If you want to convince Black people to leave this place, you must show them something better than this place they are in now. You don't tell a people who already don't like working, because we are a nation of priests, according to Exodus 19:6, that they are going to have to work even harder than they were working where they were initially at. You must show them a better alternative, which is having slaves. There is no way that a nation of people can perform all the duties that must be performed in order to establish an economy by themselves. First off, you don't know how to do everything, and you can't do everything. One person can't build a house by himself. What I mean by that is one person can't lay pipe, lay cement, build the structure of the house, install electricity, lay down the roof, mend the garden, and take care of their animals all single-handedly. On top of that, you can't convince a whole nation that each person individually should be doing those tasks either. So you must have slaves. For that reason, we need slaves. When you think about should we have slaves, this is what you should be thinking. Check out these slides. Should we have plumbers? Yes, we're a royal priesthood. The children of the Most High ain't supposed to be dealing with species. So we have grocery store workers. And that first dude, that plumber, he was monogamous. That's what he was. He was doing something that he really didn't like to do. This dude right here working at a grocery store, should we have those people? Yes. And that's banal. Should we have construction workers? Yes. That's hard work. That's in the verb of slave. If you look at the verb of slave, it's going to be derudge. And derudge means hard, banal, or monotonous. The verb is an action, the action of slaves. Should we have farmers and field workers? Yes. Israelites ain't supposed to be out there doing that. We the priests. We the brains of the operation. We're supposed to be running a nation. We're supposed to be running a country. We ain't supposed to be sitting there doing no hard labor, worrying about no animals, digging all in the ground. We need people to do that. Should we have sewer cleaners? Yes. You're going to be having toilets and sewers that collect all the dirty water from out of your bathroom. You're going to need people that come through with the septic tanks and clean out the sewer. Should we have roadkill collectors? Yes, we should. It's common sense. These are all slaves. These are all workers. The verb of a slave. Should we have janitors? Yes. These people are all and yeah, I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to how these people are going to be all completely subservient to a dominant influence. Should we have firefighters? Yes. These are all just slaves. Ain't no Israelite supposed to be going into no fire. Send somebody else to do that. Should we have butchers? Yes. These are all the things that we need. These are some of the things that we need in order to have an thriving economy. My point is we must have people as our slaves to work these jobs in order to attain a thriving economy. All great nations that ever existed had the same understanding too. And that understanding was that slaves are very much needed. The people that's running the country don't get their hands dirty. They have people to do that for them, while they are the brains that sustains the nation. That's facts, man. If we going to run our own country, we're not going to be doing all the work in running the country. We're going to be having slaves, man. We're going to use our brain. People thought about this. It's all throughout history. You check it out all through history. What was really going on? Those people that be working and stuff, they don't think they slaves. Like you right now, brother, you work. You don't think you're a slave. You know what I mean? Like I said, you're known commonly as a consumer. And this consumer class comes from slavery. That's a fact. See, the problem is this brother has a slave mentality instead of the mind of a prince. He's stuck in a box of working. If we're going to be a slave to anybody, we slaving for the Most High. We servants to the Most High. We're not servants to these people. He believes we should or even would be doing the same exact thing he is doing here in America. He thinks that whatever he's doing now, he's going to be doing that in the next country we go to or wherever we go to and be a autonomous. That's not the case. With and whatever, so that may be whatever job he is, he thinks his only use on earth is the quote unquote work skill he learned here in America. And that's the type of mind state that destroys our people from becoming who the Creator created us to be, which is rulers of this earth. We were not created to be slaves to men. We were created to serve the Most High power and to be above all people once we are obedient. This is Exodus 19, 5 and 6. Let me get that for you. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Exodus 19, 5 and 6 real quick. It says right here in Exodus 19, 5 and 6. It says, now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar Salakia, treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. We're going to be above all people if we obey the Most High. That's what it says in Exodus 19, verse 5. Check out what 6 says. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests. That means we're going to be doing work for the Most High. In a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. How much time I got left, Solar? Okay. Yeah, so and the brother said that he didn't agree to the definition that I brought out, which was grudge, but that is the verb of slave. I told you, yeah, we should have people that's completely subservient to a dominant influence, but those people's attribute.
Man, your screen is black. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, my bad. Let me stop sharing.
Okay.
But these people's their attribute of a slave is a worker that is either hard working, maniacal, or monotonous, which is really they don't want to do it. So what the brother got to do now is prove that we do not need people like that. I'm not talking about we gonna be to us how we was treated here in America, which was us our women getting raped and stuff like that. We priests of the Most High, man. We don't get out like that. When you think of slave, don't think about our condition that happened to us. That's not the definition of a slave. That's why they changed the word from a slave to chattel slavery, because we were treated like animals. We weren't treated like humans. The Americans came up with that damn chattel slavery definition. That's because how they treated us was not cool. We weren't treated equally. I already told you that the people that's going to be with us is going to be treated through the law, statutes, and commandments. So now what you got to do, brother, is prove that we don't need slaves. We don't need people working for us, as we're supposed to be the priests of the Most High. You call yourself Melchizedek. That means priest of righteousness. That's your name. You better start seriously taking that name and that reputation and glorifying the Most High. We need slaves, brother.
That's right.
Ain't no need to study long if you're going to study wrong. That's what I'm
Time is up, bro. We're gonna hand this thing over to Blue. Blue, you have 10 minutes to do your thing, brother. We're going to go ahead and set the timer for 10 minutes for your premise round whenever you're ready.
All right. All right. So right back again. So I just want to start out once again. The premise and the definition that we both agreed on was number 2. Slave. One that is completely subservient to a dominating influence. This brother is talking about employees. Your plumber is not completely subservient to a dominating influence. You are not the dominating influence. He is subservient to his own will. Let me continue real quick. Subservience, right? Willingness to obey others unquestionably. Willingness to obey others unquestionably. So if a plumber came over your house, mind you, he's the professional. But according to this man, the plumber is subservient to the person that is getting ready to pay him. Completely subservient. He is a slave to the house. He is getting ready to fix the pipes on. Now, what he is saying is that when he comes to fix the pipes, mind you, now he is responsible for any damage that is done. What he is going to do is take your advice unquestionably. Come on. He demonstrated his complete subservience to his masters. Masters, we already know what master leads to. What? Slave. And that leads to the whole definition. And what the brother is really kind of not understanding is you really can't have definition 2. You can't really separate it from definition 1. And that's why he tried to jump down to definition 4 with drudge and toiler, which you're really not going to like to see that either. But now let's get on to this. Subservient to the dominating influence. Let's check out. Let's see how is this dominating influence going to hold up. Now, when we deal with this, right, I'm going to show you the difference between complete subservient, right, and a worker, a hired worker, right? So let's start off at Exodus 21. I'm going to start off at 2. And it says, if thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years shall he serve, and in the 7th day he shall go out free for nothing. So now we are dealing with a Hebrew servant being bought, correct? How do I scroll? Okay, here we go. A Hebrew servant being bought, right? And it says, let me skip down. Now, let me get right here, Leviticus 25, right? So when we get down to Leviticus 25, let's check out what's going on, right? Now notice he said, we're going to treat everybody fairly and the same. Now watch this. If thy brother, which would be a Hebrew servant, right, waxen poor and be sold unto thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bond servant, but as a hired servant. See, this is what this brother really wanted to debate tonight. A hired servant or a bond servant. The problem is that he used the word slave. Not only that, and his definition, guess what it locked him into? Not a hired servant, but a bond servant. Because guess what a bond servant is? Completely subservient to his master. He fell on his neck with this one. But as a hired servant and as a sojourner, he shall be with thee and shall serve thee until the year of Jubilee, which is 7 years, right? And then he shall depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family. We want to go forward. I've just had this last debate about us moving forward free of blood on our hands. No animosity. Breaking the cycle of the repetitive violence that has taken place on this planet. This brother wants to continue the cycle. That's what he wants to do. He wants to continue the cycle. Now watch what it says. Watch the difference between a Hebrew and, let's just say, an African. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves, right? So should we have slaves? No. No, we shouldn't have slaves. Why? Because we did not want to be slaves here. We don't like that kind of treatment. A lot of us still feel like we're slaves. This brother just had a debate with Q where he felt like he was a slave. Watch what it says. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor. Right? Who? The Hebrew slave. He can't rule over the Hebrew slave with, the Hebrew servant with rigor. But the slave, yes, he can. And I want to show you something real quick. Oh, excuse me. I want to show you something. Right? So this is an employee. Notice you don't see anything that says completely subservient, nor did he pull a definition of employee that says completely subservient. Right? We see a person employed for wages or salary. Right? But what does rigorous mean? Rigidly severe or harsh, as people rules or discipline rigorous laws. So how much time I got?
Brother, you have approximately 3 minutes left.
Perfect. Right? So let's get right back here. You cannot rule over them rigorously. But what about our Kemetic brothers? What about our brothers that are voodoo? They, guess what are they? What they are considered? Heathen. The brothers that take on the customs of what he would call a Hamite, they are heathens. And watch what happens to the heathens. Both thy bondmen, which is slave man, and thy bondmaids, which is slave women, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Here's a clear separation of how you are treating the slaves compared to the hired worker. Mind you, his definition that we agreed on, right? Let me go back real quick to the definition that this brother agreed on. Slave, right? One that is completely subservient to a dominant influence. That is not in the word, anywhere in the word employee. Somebody for wages and salary, right? And I'm sorry I have to walk y'all through. I'm trying to help this brother out as we go along also. Moreover, the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which ye begot in their land, shall be your possession. Now, mind you, you can only own a Hebrew, right, until the Jubilee, which is 7 years, right? They should be your possession. But watch this, what happens to the heathens. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your slaves forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, who are the children of Israel? those who do what? Keep the laws, statutes, and commandments, right? You shall not rule over them with rigor, harshly, which comes out as manial. That's what this brother doesn't even understand, which we'll get into that in my rebuttal round on how he brought out the word manial. And when I go into the word drudge on top of that, right? So you can't rule over them rigorously, right? Well, let's just see. Let's go back to Exodus 21 real quick. I want to show you how you are allowed, though, to treat, I keep doing that, a Hebrew servant. And if this ain't rigorous, well, tell me what you're going to be doing to the heathen, right? And it says, watch this. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hands, he shall surely be punished.
Time.
Okay, cool.
Time. All right. Shout out to Out the Blue. We're going to go ahead and get into the rebuttal family. Right after this brief intermission, this is the league. Man. You're now rocking with the best. This is your boy Soul of Mine, and guess what? We got more debates lined up for the family. How y'all liking season 3 so far? I know, man. We took things to a whole nother level. Shout out to the league. Make sure you come prepared, because these debaters in this league is not playing this season as what y'all can see. These debaters are coming locked and loaded. So make sure you show some love to the boys Soul of Mine when you come in the building for these debates. I want to know who's going to be the winner at the end. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for who's going to be the one to reign supreme for the 2020-2021 season. So, let's get these debates on, shall we? Yes, family. This is the league. We're about to get into the rebuttal round. We're going to start out with Akmalak. Akmalak, I'm going to set the timer for 10 minutes. It is on you whenever you're ready. You can begin your rebuttal, brother.
All right. All right. The brother asked a question. He said, "Would a plumber take my advice?" Of course he would. He's there to plumb. He's not gonna ask anything. He knows his job description. The plumber's gonna get to plumbing. When he comes through, I'm not gonna tell him to do anything. I'm not gonna tell him how to do his job. He should already know how to do his job. He's a plumber. So the answer to your question is, yeah, my advice to him was plumb that toilet. So the plumber is gonna plumb the toilet. That's his job as a slave. I'm not gonna plumb it. So if I got somebody else doing it, they're my slave. They are under the verb of slave. The action of a slave is one who does work, hard work, menial work, or monotonous work. That's what a slave does. So you got to realize that. That's the step that you missed when you took the debate. You weren't thinking, and you did not prove that we don't need slaves. You actually just kind of like brought up the laws of the Bible. And the laws, that's an in-house discussion. That's a discussion that we should all have together. If you got a problem with the laws, there's somebody that can help you understand the laws and why they're there. Your name's Melchizedek, priest of righteousness. What is the righteousness? Let's look at Deuteronomy 6, 24 and 25 real quick. It says right here in Deuteronomy 6, 24 and 25. And the Most High commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Most High our power, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Most High our power, as he has commanded us. Ain't nothing up. Those are the righteousness. Those laws that you was just reading, nothing wrong with you said. We shouldn't use our brother. We should let our people, we shouldn't have them working for us forever. We shouldn't have them being workers for us forever. There's another class of people that's there to do those things. The Most High said we're gonna be above all nations. You brought up the law, but you didn't prove that we shouldn't have slaves. Exodus 21 and 2 was a person that was menial. He was doing light work. He wasn't doing the work he wasn't doing the wear and tear on the body work. That was a light worker. You can't work vigorously. You can't put that man to hard work. Let me get this scripture right here. I only got nothing to really respond off because you didn't even give me nothing to respond off of. So what I'm gonna just do is drop some script. It says right here, and I'm gonna go to Isaiah. So we are going to be the dominating influence. The reason why we're going to be a dominating influence is because of the fear of the Most High that these people are these people are going to fear the Most High, and they're going to be they're going to agree to all the law, statutes, and commandments, and they're going to respect who we are. They're going to know that we the children of the Most High power. The Most High, He's going to destroy all these wicked nations, and the ones that make it with us, they're going to be our servants according to the scripture. Let me bring that out. And he said, this is Isaiah 49, and start at 6. And it is a light thing that thou should be my servant to raise up the tribe of Jacob, and to restore the preserved of Israel. I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou might be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Thus says the Most High, Redeemer of Israel, and the Holy One. To him who has despises, to him whom the nations abhorreth, to the servants of rulers, kings shall see and shall arise. Princes shall also worship because of the Most High, that is faithful, and the Holy One of Israel. And he should choose thee. Thus says the Lord, in an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in the day of salvation have I helped thee, and I will preserve thee to give thee for a covenant of the people, to establish the earth, and to cause to inherit the desolate heritage. Right? So the Most High, He's going to cause us to inherit the earth. We're going to be the priest of all these people. So these people are going to be our servants and our handmaids. The kings are going to be our nursing fathers, and the queens are going to be our nursing mothers. That's a fact. I got another scripture for you too. Like I said, you didn't really give me nothing to respond on. I wrote it down, but that's what happens when you don't know what you're coming into. You don't know what a slave is. You won't have any information. You won't know where to come from. That's why you should try to go straight to the Bible and say something about the laws. Because you don't even know that you need slaves. Get that nursery fathers and mothers. Get that Zechariah 12 real quick. So, this is the book of Zechariah. It says, 12 and 9, and it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplications. And they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him as the one that mourns for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him, as for the bitterness of his firstborn. In that day there shall be a great mourning in Jerusalem, as the mourning of Hadath-Ramam in the valley of Megadon. And the land shall mourn every family apart. The family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart, and the family of the house of Nathan apart, and their wives apart. The family of the house of Levi apart, and their wives apart, and the family of Shema apart, and their wives apart, and the family that remain, every family apart, and their wives apart. So the Most High is going to come with the destruction. And he's going to destroy a lot of people, and there's going to be mourning. It ain't going to be, and it ain't going to be a glorious thing. There's going to be fear of the Most High when we become autonomous. And these people are going to listen to us, which is going to be a dominating influence, because they're going to be afraid of the Most High, and they're going to know who we are. We're the children of the Most High. All nations, all wicked nations are going to get destroyed, and only a few are going to make it. I got another scripture. Because you didn't give me anything to stand on, to attack. So I just got to go and read the Bible. Matter of fact, no. Let me address this Manal in this Derudge thing. Derudge is the verb of slave. That's the action of a slave. And the action of a slave is a hard worker, a light worker, or a worker that don't even really want to do their job description, like that plumber or the septic tank cleaners. So now that you understand that, I just want to let everybody know that you're not putting things in a proper perspective. You have a flawed standpoint, brother, and you haven't considered the importance and the utilization of slaves in the past kingdoms that were as large as we expect. We are expecting the kingdom. We're going to need slaves. You're not thinking about that. We're not talking about 15 acres. We're talking about a nation of people.
Time. All right. Shout out to
these people are going to be completely subservient under the fear of our God.
Time.
Their allegiance.
All right. Shout out to Akmalak. Blue, it is on you. You also have 10 minutes to rebut whenever you're ready, brother.
All right. Real quick. I want to just start out and just say this brother is once again trying to pigeonhole. I don't even know what a lot of that was. I guess the whole point of him going into those scriptures, he was saying that the Most High was, I don't know. I guess he fell right into what I was saying in the first place. What goes around does not have to come back around. You can end the cycle. That's just simple and plain. We do not need slaves. What the brother keeps failing to realize is that slaves do not get paid. And not only, and even if they do, right, they're completely subservient to the dominating influence, which would be the master. The brother said that the plumber would listen to him. No, you can't. You're not finna tell the plumber how to do his job. You can tell him what you believe needs to be fixed, but you don't even know what the hell is really wrong. He's gonna go in and check it out. If you knew what to do, you wouldn't hire the plumber. The next thing, the brother basically came out and opened up his premise by saying that black people are lazy. That's pretty much what he did. He started right out and just said black people are lazy. We don't want to work, this and that. So this is why we need slaves to build the... Bro, we can plow and till our own land, bro. You can plow and till your own land. You can build your own house. Trust me, brother. You will be able to enjoy it a lot more, and you knowing that it is yours. Oh, my screen is sharing. Okay, cool. Let me get real quick, right? So, mind you, he said, slave. So, mind you, the slave is somebody that is completely subservient to the dominating influence, right? So, what is this dominating influence making them do? Making them do hard, menial, and dull work, right? A slave, right? What else? Right? They're working hard. They're making them into what? Toilers, strenuously, right? No, check out what menial means. This is work, right? Not, this brother said that menial means easy, light work. No, brother. This is work not requiring much skill and lacking prestige. This is low grade work, brother. This is low status work. That mean that, and the fact that you are already tying all of these things into slave, you know what you're saying? Is that you're going to be making people do strenuous, hard work, menial work. That's what you're going to be doing because you're going to be the dominant influence, right? That's what you said. You never addressed any of the scriptures that I brought out. I brought out Leviticus 25. You never addressed anything in there. I brought out Exodus 21. You never addressed anything in there, right? You never even, you lied about how the slaves is going to be treated. You keep trying to make it seem like, oh, it's just, yeah, you shouldn't do that to the, what you call it. The fact is brother, all black people, you got this fantasy world where all black people believe that they Israelites. Everybody don't. So if this is, you said black people, not Israelites, brother. You said should black people have slaves, not Israelites. So as far as black people, no, brother. I don't know about the Most High is doing all I know is black people should not have slaves. Why? Because look at, you even said yourself, brother, you stated in your premise, right, that these slaves could be black people, white people, whoever. That's what you said. That's what you said. Now watch what happens, what he'll do to his own brother. You want to know what'll happen to a heathen? Watch this. This is what happens to their own brothers and sisters. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with the rod and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Starts off well, right? Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, and he shall not be punished, for he is his money. So if this dude comes back and is able to come back up in a day or two and he's better, then he shall not be punished, because why? He is his property. This is what this brother is failing to realize. Why? What is it him being his money mean? That he is completely subservient to the dominant influence. Who is the dominant influence? The one that struck him with a rod. The one that struck him with a rod. right? So, and it says, excuse me. And so, real quick, so I think I dealt with Judge Manial. I want to get back. So what this brother keeps trying to describe to you is an employee. But in actuality, what he is really talking about is somebody that you can beat on. Somebody, he keep bringing up like Taco Bell and the plumber. If the plumber don't do a good job, bro, you can't beat him with your rod. You understand that? You can't just beat him with your rod, bro. Simple and plain. Right? Watch this. And this is his own brothers and sisters. And if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him or her go free for his sake. And if he smites out his manservant tooth or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. So it's okay to beat them as long as they don't lose an eye or a tooth. No, that's not okay for black people to be doing moving forward. That's not the type of treatment that we would like, and that's not the type of treatment that black people want to go with moving forward. Very plain and simple. This brother is failing to realize that we are dealing with rigorous, hard work, right? And once again, I'm just going to kind of go into Manial again, right? This is a slave that is doing low grade and low status work, right? And they look at what's being said. They don't want to do this. This is the definition that he pulled. A person made to do hard and menial work. A slave. This brother is not talking about a worker. Because it says they're doing hard work does not mean this is just a worker, bro. Let's go back real quick to the definition of employee. An employee, a person employed for wages or salary, right? Wages or salary. Notice in all of his definitions, there is nowhere in there where it says wages or salary. This is his definition when that is completely subservient to the dominating influence. That's what we agreed on. But he went outside of his premise. He went to drudge, right? So let's go back at drudge again. Let's see if we see, based on what he keeps talking about, because the brother's just confused. He doesn't understand what a slave is and what a hired worker is. That's his issue. He keeps claiming black people are lazy and they don't want to do their own work. Black people would love to build their own house, would love to till their own land. Something that they can call their own. When it's something that's yours, bro, you take care of it. That's just simple and plain. So let's look at the definition of drudge. See if we find. Let's see, we see a person made to do hard, menial, or dull work. We see menial, we see slave, galley slave, lackey. But you know what we don't see? Anything that has to do with being paid.
All right, shout out to Blue for the rebuttal. We're gonna take a brief intermission, and we're gonna get into the rapid fire family. So we'll see you guys in about a second.
Biz on the track.
All right. Let's get this rapid fire thing started. We're gonna start out with Akmalak. You got 10 minutes to interrogate Blue. Whenever you're ready, brother.
Okay, Blue, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, brother?
All right, got a question for Ari. So, do you feel like doing everything it takes necessary in order to have like build a house, till the land, have heirs?
Doing that?
Can you do it?
Yes.
You convince a nation of black people to do that?
Yes. To do it for themselves?
Yes.
Are you saying that black people don't want to do anything for themselves?
I'm saying you can't do it by yourself. Can you carry a 2x4 by yourself?
You saying we can't do it by ourselves? Why we can't build by ourselves?
Can you carry a 2x4 by yourself up a ladder and build your own house single-handedly?
Do we have other black people?
If you need other people, those will be your slaves.
No, they would not be.
Yeah, they will, because they're helping you.
They would be my help.
They ain't got
No, hold on. Notice the word that you said. They helping. What does help mean?
If they're helping you, that means they're not getting their stuff done either.
If you help me, do you have to help me?
No, I don't have to help you.
Okay, so what does completely subservient mean?
The people that gotta help you.
Okay, then.
I'm gonna be. We're supposed to be a nation of priests. I'm not supposed to be a nation of workers. I'm not supposed to be working for no man. I work for the Most High.
So this is the issue with that right there, off the bat. Number one, that ain't even in your premise. The whole Most High ordeal wasn't in your premise.
It was.
You barely wanted to even say that the treatment of these slaves that you keep trying to pigeonhole in the workers would be based on the law, statutes, and commandments.
No, I said we need workers. The laws that we're going to go by and all that extra stuff got nothing to do with this debate. You got to prove why we don't need slaves, aka workers. A slave is a worker. The verb of a slave is a worker, either hard, light, or work that they don't want to do. That's the definition of a slave. So, do you need a plumber?
Do we need plumbers?
Yes.
Are you saying that black people don't know how to do plumbing?
All black people do not know how to do plumbing. No.
Okay.
Do you need? Yes or no?
So you saying do we
need a plumber? As you're supposed to be running your country, you're supposed to be a royal priesthood and all that. Are you supposed to be getting, according to the laws, are you supposed to be getting dirty like that? Are you supposed to be dealing with unclean people?
What are you talking about? According to the laws, bro. This is black people.
We're supposed to be a nation of priests. We're going to be priests.
Hold on. Are all black people, hold up. Do all black people believe they are Israelites?
They can believe it. Yes.
They can.
A lot of people do. A lot of black people.
All black people.
I can't say all. I can't say all. Most.
Hold on. Do we have what is it? Do we have Christian black people?
Yeah, a little bit. They're falling away.
Do we have Muslim?
They're realizing they're Israel.
Do we have Muslim black people?
This is my turn, brother. Okay, so like I was saying, we're a nation of priests. We're going to be a nation of priests when we get into our land. Our priests are supposed to be dealing with unclean things, according to the law. Just say no. Just say it.
I don't know, and I don't know what that has to do with black people. Now, if you want to ask me, do black
people are the Israelites, man? That's a fact.
That's a whole nother debate, brother. That's a whole nother debate.
That's who we are. We're the Israelites, and we're going to be a nation of priests.
That we are
what I'm talking about, man. Come on, man. You can't run from this. Okay, do you need? Okay, like I was saying, can you build a house by yourself? Yes or no?
No. Are black
people need help, right?
Yes.
So what if that person be a slave to you?
I could use help. No.
You would need 50 of you.
It would be a helper to me.
Okay, if we go to a land, if 100 of us went to a land,
A slave
we needed
is
listen, if 100 of us,
subservient.
if 100 of us, I'm just gonna do an analogy. If 100 of us went into a land, right, and we needed somewhere to live, we went to a desolate land, and it was bare, and we needed somewhere to live by the night. Wouldn't we need other slaves to work for us to build those houses?
No.
Then how are we gonna get it done?
By building them ourselves.
Where we gonna get the resources?
From each other.
How are we gonna get what resources?
What
Where we get the
resources?
resources from?
How are we gonna get this land? That's a whole nother argument.
No, this is all a part. You got to think of this.
The question
I know
is,
the answers to all these
black
questions.
people have
Our
slaves.
kings and queens is going to be our nurses, mothers, and fathers. That's a fact. And they're going to be obeying us unquestioningly.
Do black Muslims believe that's a fact?
Yes, black people know when black Muslims know
Comedics
when Israelites
believe
get into
that's a fact?
rulership, they got to be obedient to them dudes. It says it in the Quran.
Comedics believe. Okay, what about brothers who believe they are Hamites and practice?
Those are
Hamites?
heathens.
Those are heathens? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
They ain't got nothing to do with the black people. They don't call themselves black people. They call themselves Africans. That's a fact. And then, matter of fact, they don't call themselves Africans. They be like, I'm from this place, or from this place, from here. They even make a separation from who they are. But anyways, have you ever laid concrete?
Yes.
Oh, don't you? Okay, when you was laying concrete, didn't you know that it sucked?
No.
Was it easy work?
I got paid actually good money for it.
So okay. So where did the conservative class come from? A consumer class, I mean.
The consumer class?
Yeah.
In America?
Slavery, just say it. Did it come from slavery?
You could say that. I don't know
Are
what
you
that has
commonly
to do
known
with
as a consumer?
Yes.
So are you work, right?
Yes.
You work to buy whatever you feel is necessary, right?
Yes, I do.
So therefore, if we got our own land and we need people to work for us and do our biddings, just like these white folks got here in America, they got other people doing their biddings instead of them doing it themselves. Wouldn't we need a consumer class?
No.
How are we gonna get this done? You're gonna do everything by yourself?
Everybody should get what they deserve, bro. You want more?
Are you
than
going to
what
do
you deserve.
everything?
That's
Can
your
you do
problem.
everything by yourself? Can you fight fires?
With the help of
Can
black
you fight
people.
fires? Can you plumb the toilets? Can you build the house? Can you lay down foundations? Can you work at grocery stores too? Can
There
you
are black people that
do
can.
roadkill? And you know you're not supposed to as a priest because you're using the Bible. You're trying to use the Bible. You know what I mean, against me. And now when I use the Bible back at you, you're not trying to succeed to the Bible.
What definition are you using, brother? A slave?
Someone that is completely subservient to a dominating influence.
Explain what that means.
A plumber. He's gonna plumb. That's somebody that's completely subservient.
Who is he subservient? Who is the plumber subservient to?
To the dominating influence.
What is the dominated influence?
In our case, when we're in our land, it's going to be us. We're going to be the dominated influence.
So basically, okay.
Okay, so my next question is, man, so you believe that we need plumbers, right?
Yes, I do believe we need plumbers.
We need other workers, right? That
Yes,
like we need
I do believe we need paid
Are those
workers.
people completely subservient?
No, those people
How aren't they
are not.
completely subservient? Is there still a construction company?
Work.
When is there? They don't have to work. Will that construction company still be there?
If they don't work?
If people don't work, will they eat? Will they live?
What do you mean? So
If
are you
people
saying
don't work?
So what's the dominant influence? Is it hunger or is it us?
We're the dominating influence.
Okay, bro. So why are you
They're
talking
gonna
about
be,
whether they're gonna eat or not?
you gotta work in order to eat. And when they go into our land,
Now,
just like you gotta work here.
when you argue that way, you're eating
You
the
gotta work.
dominating influence.
Don't you have to work? Yes or no?
For what?
Do you have to work in order to live?
In order to, so living is the dominating influence.
Do you have to work, man?
Time.
Yes.
All right. Akmalak, shout out to Akmalak. It's Blue's turn to interrogate Akmalak. Whenever you're ready, Blue, you can begin your interrogation.
Okay. Brother, can you see my screen? No, you can't. No, you can't see it. Hold on, I got you right here. I need your full attention too, brother, because you're kind of going through it. Can you read that's on the screen for me? The definition that you agree to?
One that is completely subservient to a dominating influence.
Okay. Cool. So the influence is dominant, correct?
Yes, we're going to be dominant. We're going to be the ones that's be dominating our land. That's a fact.
Cool. And that's completely subservient, correct?
Yes, the people that come with us is going to be completely subservient because they fear our God and they're going to be in agreement with our God and they're going to respect us and who we are, which are the priests, and they're going to know our laws, statutes, commandments that we go under.
Okay, can you read to me where it says the word worker?
Completely subservient. Slave. Slave is a worker. The verb of a slave is a worker.
No, a slave does work. You know, verb is an action. That means a slave does work.
Yes.
A worker also does work.
Without question.
Okay. So a worker is an employee, correct?
Yes, they go to work without question.
Okay, cool. So a worker is an employee. Can you read the definition of employee right here?
Employee is a person employed for wages or salary, especially a non-executive level. They're going to get paid.
Okay, perfect. But so they're going to get paid.
Yeah.
Wages and salary.
They're going to get wages.
Okay, cool. They're going to get wages. I want
to
go right
wages
back.
or salary.
One more time. Can you show me where it says wages or salary in your definition?
If you work, you're going to get a wage, brother.
Sir, you haven't even showed
work, you'll get a wage.
Sir, you haven't even showed the word work in your definition.
Yes, I did. I showed you the verb of slave. I showed you the verb of slave.
No, you showed me
you the
verb of slave, which is does work.
Do employees do work?
Yes, employees.
There you go. Slave.
No, sir. You know the difference. Okay, let me go back to employee real quick. Let me help you. So hold on first. What does it say? Completely subservient to the dominating influence, correct? Let's go back to employee. Can you show me completely subservient to the dominating influence in this definition?
You said show you the word dominating in that definition?
Mm-hmm.
The word employee lets you know that there's a dominant influence over that person.
You see how, and let me show you something. You see how,
member of staff.
Hold on, you see how when we go to similar for worker. Employee, it says worker. Can you show me that for slave?
Go to the verb of slave, which is the attribute of a slave, and you'll see. Yes.
Said it was drudge, right? Which that's not even correct, but let's just roll with that. Let's roll with drudge. Where are they getting paid at in your definition, brother?
When you work, you get paid. What are you talking about?
So you're talking about a slave, and the person that's doing drudge work is a slave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad you agree to that. Cool. Real quick. Manial. Does manial mean light work?
Yep.
Can you show me that in this definition?
I can't see that. You're gonna have to blow it up or something.
Brother, it says of work, not requiring much skill and lacking prestige.
Not requiring much skill means light work.
Manial factory jobs. Where does that? How does that mean? Is a factory job manial work?
If it doesn't require much skill, that means you're doing light work. You ain't doing nothing. Manial.
Brother, what does low grade mean?
What does low grade mean?
Yes.
For what?
If you have a low grade job, what does that mean?
A low grade job is like working in fields or something.
What about a low status?
Low status job is like working in driving buses.
Okay, is that hard work?
No. It's manial.
So working in the field isn't hard work. Okay, I'm not even gonna. Matter of fact, let's just go into low grade. Look at what it says: similar, poor quality, inferior. Inferior.
You can keep going in the definitions. That's not going to change the fact that we need slaves, brother. You know that, right? We need slaves in order to have an authority. You have to have slaves. You have to have them. Not only are there slaves, there must be slaves, and there always will be slaves. You know that, right?
Sir, how should we treat slaves?
It's not how should we treat them. It is should we have them?
These slaves.
According to the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High Power.
Okay. And is that how you would want to be treated?
No. I keep the law, statutes, and commandments.
You keep the law, statutes, and commandments.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to be the priest. So when the laws go down,
hold on. If you got hired as a plumber to do some plumbing,
I'm not going to do plumber job. That's not my job.
Okay, cool.
Working for the Most High.
Oh my God, bro. You know
Serving
what?
to the Most High Power.
So if a plumber shows up, bro, is it okay for you to beat them in the eye as long as they don't lose their eye?
No, the moral of that story is don't be beating on nobody. Because you're going to lose.
Hold on, bro. This is Exodus 21 and 26, bro. It says, and if a man smite the eye of his servant or the eye of his maid, that it perish, meaning he loses his eye, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake.
That lets you know. The moral of the story is don't be beaten on your slave. Because you can lose that person.
What happens if he doesn't lose his eye?
What do you mean what happens if he don't lose his eye?
What happens if you hit him in his eye and he doesn't lose his eye?
What would you be hitting him in his eye for?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It all goes down to the circumstance that is taking part.
Why you know why you're able to hit him? Because you're completely subserving it.
No, if you hit somebody, it's because they did something wrong. You're not just gonna hit nobody for nothing.
Brother, can you just hit the plumber in the eye?
No, that's wickedness. No.
Why? Because the plumber is a worker, correct?
No, it's because that's wicked. You can't just go on punching on nobody because you want to
hit him in his eye. If you're not satisfied with the word and you smite him in his eye.
It didn't say if you're not satisfied with his eye. What are you talking about, man?
All it says is if you smite a man in his eye and he loses.
That's where you know if you cause somebody to lose their eye, you're losing that person. That's all. More of the story is do not
be
It
beating
says
on nobody.
in his mouth and he doesn't lose a tooth. Then what? What happens if he doesn't lose a tooth?
It's the circumstances. Like I said, if something is going on to where somebody gets fired on,
and he does not lose a tooth,
you better
what
not be fired. Man, this is actually non-circular. You know, you never proved why we shouldn't have slaves. You know that, right?
Bro, I've already proved
And
it.
you actually agreed that we should have plumbers.
You just admitted, bro, we shouldn't even be beating on people. Yet, how we treat these slaves, we're gonna be putting hands on them.
No, I said you shouldn't be knocking out nobody's eye. You shouldn't be causing somebody to lose an eye.
I didn't say you shouldn't be causing. I said, what if they
Knocking
don't
out
lose
nobody's
their eye?
That means you hit them to where they lost their eye. You shouldn't be doing that. You're gonna
Why
lose
is
your
there
leg.
only a
That's the moral of the
punishment?
story.
Why is there only a punishment if the slave dies as opposed to if the slave lives?
That's an in-house problem. This is not what the debate is about. If you want questions about the law, you want to hear about
Brother,
the law.
is it okay to
Hey,
own
hold on.
somebody for the rest
Let
of
me
their
answer first. If you want to hear about the laws, watch the Christian battle axe debate coming up, and you're gonna figure
Is
out.
it okay to
what's up with the law.
to own that plumber for the rest of their life?
Yes, it's okay to have plumbers. Yes.
To own
You're gonna
that
need plumbers
plumber for the rest of your life.
It's okay to have plumbers for the rest of your life. Yes. You're gonna need it. They're needed.
All right. Shout out to both debaters for the rapid fire round. We're gonna take a brief intermission. Get to this closing, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
Yeah.
Vainglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United front. What you want, what you want, what you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The way unwavering. This is a labor of love, rise with a purpose every day, invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square solid and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick your can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And UF with KBA is a win-win. 1K.
Yes, family, let's go ahead and close this thing out. We're going to start out with Akmalak. Set this timer for 5 minutes. It is on you, Akmalak. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your closing, brother.
Yeah, so we do need slaves, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, you crazy.
We have to have people that is completely subservient to us when we get into our land. We're going to be the rulers of our land, and we're going to need people that work for us. We're going to be the brains, and they're going to be with the quote unquote you call bronze. They're going to be the ones that's doing the hard work, even minimum work. You know what I mean? There's going to be ones that's doing work they don't even want to do. There's going to be plumbers in the kingdom. There's going to be construction workers in the kingdom. There's going to be grocery store workers in the kingdom. There's going to be people dealing with roadkill. There's going to be people fighting fires. There's going to be all these things. And the brother knows it. He admits that we need these things. How can you have a nation without these things? How can a nation even survive without these things? And you're supposed to be a royal priesthood. You're not supposed to be getting your hands dirty. You don't see Donald Trump picking up no dead animals. You don't see Donald Trump cleaning out no toilets.
When his toilet get clogged up, guaranteed he called the plumber. Because guess what? He knew he needed somebody completely subservient to his influence, to him. He needed somebody to do that job that he did not want to do, that he refused to do. Because guess what? He feels royal. He knows he don't need to do nothing like that. And he knows there's people willing to do that for a wage. If you work, you get wages. You're called an employee. That's the fact. You don't have to. We work too. We work for the Most High. We servants to the Most High. Work must be done. 6 days you must work, and on the 7th is the Shabbat. They're going to have to go by that too. That's the influence that we're going to be pushing on. Because we got the Most High power on our side when we get there. And we got to make sure the law, statutes, and commandments is being held and done correctly. That means there's going to be servants. There's going to be bondmen. There's going to be people. What happened, brother? There's going to be brothers that that's going to be working for us for 6 years, and on the 7th you let them go. You're gonna have to get them brothers back on their feet so they can get their little service going on. They can have their little own thing going on. You're not supposed to keep your brother forever. You got a certain amount of time to have this brother working for you. That's a fact. If he's a poor brother, you need to help that brother out. Put him to work. Don't have him doing no motherfucking plumbing and shit like that. Because he's part of the priesthood. He's part of us. We got other people for that. We need slaves. Every kingdom has been built. Every thriving kingdom has been built off of slaves, quote unquote. Or what you call was it consumers? Consumers. Every country. There's not one country that sat there and thought about doing their own thing and didn't realize that they needed a slave. And I proved it today that we do need slaves. His brother didn't prove today that we didn't need slaves. That's one thing he didn't do. He just complained about the laws. Hugging a white man. Hugging a Mexican man. That's all he's trying to do. Oh man, these heathens. I love them too. That's not dominating. That's weak. Don't be weak, brother. They don't give a damn about you. They never cared about you. That's why you're in this position that you're in now. Still have you working for them. Probably work for a Mexican, probably work for a white dude. I don't know who you work for. But I tell you this, you ain't the one that's running that. They got the understanding that they need you to be in that position. So why can't you get the understanding that you get your own, that you're going to need people in that position too? You ain't supposed to be boo-hooing over what they got going on. If they plumbing toilets, let them plumb some toilets. If they working in the grocery store, let them work in the grocery store. If they picking up dead animals on the ground, let them pick up dead animals on the ground.
Time. All right. Shout out to Akmalak. It is on you, Blue. You can go ahead and close this thing out, brother, whenever you ready.
Damn. Let's get right here. All right. So let's get right back to it real quick. The title of this debate was, should Black people have slaves? Right? I want to remind you of my opponent's premise. He chose to go, he kind of changed his premise in the middle of the debate, but we're going to go with what he agreed on real quick. One that he went with definition number 2, one that is completely subservient to a dominating influence. Completely subservient. He didn't show not one time somebody being completely subservient. Not one time. All he kept showing was, guess what he kept showing? employees. And notice, in the definition of employees, he could not find, guess what? Someone that is completely subservient. He couldn't find that. Right? Right? So what is subservient? The willingness to obey others unquestionably. That means he says, go jump off the cliff. You don't ask, you jump. Should anybody do that? No. Right? And mind you, I want to tell you that when we agreed on this debate, he said we will be treating people how we want to be treated. So how is that? He never wanted to get to it. Now all of a sudden it's the law, statutes, and commandments. So cool. It's the law, statutes, and commandments. But then when I went into the law, statutes, and commandments, that ain't how he wanted to be treated. Right? He didn't want to be a perpetual slave. Right? But then the brother was like, yeah, the plumber could be a perpetual slave. That ain't how you doing. That ain't treating people how you want to be treated. His whole premise completely contradicted what we agreed upon and what he was saying. Somebody that is completely subservient to the dominating influence. It had nothing to do with them being paid, a wage slave. If that was the case, brother, we could have debated a worker. And worker is not somebody at McDonald's is not inherited. McDonald's cannot pass the employees down to his children, and his children. He can pass the McDonald's down. Employees come and go. Slaves don't, though. These are what you inherit. Right? So I clearly showed you the difference between what? A slave and a worker. Right? What this brother was trying to argue was this right here. And mind you, the whole night he's talking about work that he does not want to do, but he wants to force somebody else to do it, which was in his debate. I mean, which was in the definition that he chose. Right? In the definition that he chose. And then he jumped right out of the window, right, to drudge for no reason. I don't know why he went here. This is a person made to do hard work. Simple and plain. Made to do hard work. And look what comes under there. Slave, galley slave, lackey, Torah. What do all of these things encounter? Not an employee. Employee is not in any of these. Nor is somebody that's being paid. This brother showed no examples of that. Not one time. The brother didn't address my Leviticus 25. He didn't address... Then the brother said it was okay not only to own the plumber for the rest of his life, right? But then he had no explanation for what happens if you hit the plumber in his eye and he doesn't lose his eye. What happens if you hit him in his mouth and he doesn't lose his mouth? What happens if you beat him halfway to death and he's able to get up in the next few days? Any of that. He addressed none of that. He wasn't on topic this whole night. He wanted to debate whether black people should have workers. That's not what he asked me. The title of this debate was very plain and simple. Should black people have slaves? Should black people have slaves, not workers? And the definition that he chose, nowhere in here does it say workers. It says somebody that is completely subservient to the dominating influence. Then he says we're going to treat the people how we want to be treated, but yet he wants the slaves doing work that he don't want to do, which is treating people how you don't want to be treated. He goes into this priesthood and all of this. This debate was not about Israelites. Let me go right back again. Should black people have slaves? Not Israelites, black people. There was no practicality to anything that he even brought forth. It was already a utopia debate. And then he took it way out of the window. Have I been sharing my screen? Oh, man. I'm sorry, family. I thought I've been sharing my screen the whole time.
That's time. All right. Shout out to both debaters. Very interesting debate, but unfortunately for both of these debaters, their time is officially up. You funny as hell. Yes, family. The Shucklebuck round is now in session. Man, let me know, who do you want Soul of Mine to Shucklebuck first? Is it Blue or is it Ak? Press 1 for Blue, press 2 for Ak Malak. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Yes. Who do you want me to Shucklebuck first? Press 1 for Blue, 2 for Ak Malak. It's been a long time since I made a nigga dance. God damn, let's get it. It's been a long time. Yes, family. 1 for Blue, 2 for Ak Malak. Alright, so let's looking at it. Looking at it. Niggas is voting twice. Okay, 1 for Blue, 2 for Ak Malak. Looks like it's tied. Niggas is voting twice though. Yeah. What it do? Okay, let's go with motherfucker. There you go. We're gonna go with Ak Malak first. What's going on? Aki.
What's going on, brother?
Alright. So, should black people have slaves, brother?
Yes.
Why so?
Because in order to have a flourishing economy, and because we're going to be a royal priesthood, we're going to need slaves in order to do the biddings that we can't and we necessarily don't want to do. We're already doing work for the Most High power. We're doing the work too. We're going to be servants of the Most High. So we're going to need servants to us too, because the Most High said that we're going to be above all people, and that people are going to serve us.
Okay, so you're saying that they're going to serve you.
Yes.
As slaves?
Yes.
So what are they going to be doing?
Work.
What type of work?
It depends. Some could be doing hard work. Some could be doing light work. Some could be doing some work they don't want to do. But they're going to be doing it unquestioningly.
Are they going to be getting paid for it?
Yeah, workers get paid.
Can they quit?
They're not going to quit.
That ain't what I asked you, brother.
No, then they wouldn't be completely subservient if they quit.
Bruh,
They're not going to quit.
Bruh, I'm asking you, can they quit if they wanted to?
No. No.
You're saying no?
Nope.
Okay. So, if you're working at a job right now, can you quit?
I'm here in America. I'm not. They don't have.
Can you answer my question, brother?
Yeah, I could quit.
Okay. So, why were you making a comparison with what's going on in America with the slavery that you were just talking about when the black people come in power? Because they're not the same.
We can use the same concept that they got.
You understand what I'm saying?
Like a different code, and under a different authority.
Are we under slavery? Are we under slavery now, brother?
Yes.
Okay, so.
But their influence, their religious influence is Javon. We're gonna be going off the Most High righteousness. His in the Most High. He's
So
the only
if you're under slavery now, right? But you have the option if you want to quit. How is that slavery?
Here?
Yeah.
How's it slavery? We got the option to quit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got the choice on not to get money or not, and if I choose not to get money, and that's gonna be on me. I'm gonna just be poor. You're homeless. That's quitting. That's the consequences of this dominating influence. If you quit a job, you're not gonna get any. You're not gonna get the wages you get as a worker.
Right. So, what would not be slavery?
What would not be slavery?
Mm-hmm.
The royal priesthood, the people that's running the country, the people that's running everything. That's not slavery.
So what would the job entail?
What would the job entail? Like priests, rulers, teachers.
So are teachers going to get paid a wage?
Yeah, but they're going to be a part of the. They're going to be a part of a certain class.
You said they will get paid a wage.
No, they will definitely be getting paid. I said we're servants to the Most High.
Will they be getting paid a wage? Is what I asked you.
Yes.
Okay. Will they be allowed to quit?
They won't quit. You talking about in our nation? They won't quit.
That ain't what I asked you. Will they be allowed to quit?
No.
So they won't be allowed to quit.
No.
So that means that they will be slaves too then.
I said that.
So who will be dictating or making sure they won't quit?
The Most High power.
Okay, so if they decide to say I'm quitting anyway, what's going to happen to them?
It's not going to happen. The sphere of the Most High is going to be all in the nation.
What would be the penalty for them quitting?
They won't quit. The penalty, well, the penalty will be the curses.
Will be the curses.
Yes. If you don't be obedient to the Most High, curses come upon you.
So there's nothing that. So there's nothing. So there's nothing in the law that says that they will be penalized for saying that I don't want to work no more. I don't want to be a teacher no more.
If you don't do what you're commanded to do, you'll get cursed. But people are not going to be disobedient.
Now, brother, does that make
the fear of the Most High is going to be known? The Most High is going to be known. His reputation, the way he gets down, we already figuring out how he gets down now. So when we get our own, we're not going to make the same mistake we did.
Under the kingdom, that Allah will curse somebody that doesn't want to be a teacher anymore.
If you're not doing your duties as a priest, you will be tripped on.
All right, so as far as with the slaves, so pretty much everybody's a slave then in that case, right?
Yes.
So
we're a slave to one dominant influence, which is the Most High, and they're a slave to us.
Okay, so who is going to be enforcing these rules though?
Enforcing the what?
These rules.
You talking about the law, statutes, and commandments?
Yeah, these rules are saying that
the priest. The priest, they're going to teach. They're teaching. They're enforcing it.
So they are the ones that get to dictate then, the priests.
Yeah, it's going to be all ordained through the Most High. It's going to be all.
What if they don't want to be priests anymore?
That's not going to be an option.
Not going to be an option.
No, because the fear of the Most High.
And when did that ever happen?
When did it happen?
No, when did people not do something for fear of the Most High?
When did people not do something?
Yeah, I mean, like when you read the Bible, they always disobeying the commandments. They always
get tripped on.
Yeah, so I mean, there's nothing in place for the priests.
Is there anything in place for the priests?
Yeah.
Our kingdom is not. It's going to be an everlasting kingdom. It's not going to fall anymore.
Oh, you said that it's going to be an everlasting kingdom,
right?
And the slaves are going to be slaves forever,
right?
So you're saying that the slaves are going to be slaves forever?
Correct.
They will be getting paid a wage.
Correct. They'll be able to live.
They'll be getting paid a wage, you're saying?
Huh?
You said that they'll be getting paid a wage.
They'll be getting paid a wage?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're workers. All workers get paid.
You know what chattel slavery is?
Yes.
Will black people own those people that are working for them?
Will we own?
Yeah, the people that would be our slaves. Will we own them?
Yeah, they're going to be a part of our nation. Yeah.
You're saying, yeah, we will own them.
Yes, they will be a part of us.
So why would you have to pay them?
Because they're a part of our people. They got to be happy. They can't make them miserable.
Okay, so you're saying you're
going to be completely subservient.
Okay, so you're saying that they not only will be paid wage, they will also have the option whether or not they want to quit or not.
Will they have the option to quit?
Yeah.
No, they're not going to quit.
You just said 5 minutes ago that they have the option.
No, I said in America, they got an option.
Oh, so you're saying that they won't have the option to quit? You saying?
No.
So if they decide to quit anyway, what would happen to them?
If it was the 5th, I'll be drunk right now.
Well, if it's the 5th right now, you must be drunker than a motherfucker because I want you to answer the question.
Well, shoot, if they decide, well, I'm gonna entertain this question. So, if they decide to quit, what will happen?
Yeah,
punished.
Huh?
Punishment. If you don't obey, you get punished.
Who will enforce the punishment?
The people of the land.
You say what?
If you don't obey the laws of the land, you get tricked on everywhere you at, no matter where you at.
So who enforced the punishment?
People of the land.
Okay, so what would that consist of?
What's the circumstance?
What would it consist of? Okay, a person saying that, well, I don't want to work, fuck you.
Shoot, man. If a motherfucker say I don't want to work, fuck you, they might get punched in the face. I don't know.
Oh, so you say you'll punch them in the face?
No, I'm not gonna punch nobody.
No, I'm just saying hypothetically. That's how it would be enforced.
Yeah, they might get punched and told to get back to work.
Right. So this would entail the servitude that will go on under black people's rule.
Yes. And nobody's gonna be disobedient. I was just entertaining the if question, man.
And you're saying that's righteous.
Was that righteous?
Yeah.
What is what righteous?
Punching somebody in the face because they don't want to work anymore.
Is punching somebody in the face righteous if they don't want to work? Man, that was just my whole little analogy, man.
No, so answer the question.
Is it righteous according to the Most High power? No, it's not in the righteousness of the Most High. I'm just adding my own interpretation for the if question.
You're adding your own interpretation. You know what they say about a person that adds their own interpretation.
Question. That was my answer. I just threw an answer out there. I was like, shoot, man, well, cut them. But that's not going to happen. That's what I'm saying. I already said it's not going to happen.
How are you going to say that's not going to happen? People always rebel. People always quit jobs and people always rebel against forms of slavery.
Have fear, there's no fear of the Most High.
Oh, okay. So would that be righteous, brother? Huh?
No, that's not part of the righteousness. No.
Okay. Thank you. What's going on, Blue?
Oh, you can. What's going on?
Should black people have slaves?
No.
Why so?
Well, I think as we all know, I'm not even a fan of this current system, but obviously this brother is based on his definition, that's somebody that is completely subservient to the dominating influence. And in this brother's case, the dominating influence would be even stricter than the one that we live under now. And in his last debate, the brother was arguing against this dominating influence, that he doesn't even like it. And his premise was that we should treat the slaves how we want to be treated.
So when the blacks are in power, what type of system do you think that they should run?
I think we should run a fair system. I think we should.
Say fair, you mean like equality for all people, all races?
Yeah, I think you should all people, all races. I think that you shouldn't get, you know what I'm saying? You should get what you know what I mean, what you work for. Obviously, we got people who we could say have certain disabilities or things like that. You know what I mean? I think we should have something set up for them.
So how would you be able to remain in power then, brother?
How would we remain in power?
Yeah, given equality.
Well, it's not about remaining in power.
So you're saying that
it's not about power. we're trying to be black people. We want this. We want our own land. We want to be free. We don't want power. We just want to be free.
But you need power to do that, though.
Well, you only need power because of how the current system goes. But we see that that's based on the current cycle. We want to break the cycle and move forward.
Well, if you're going to take the people that's in power out of power, you're going to have some form of power, brother. And you think I mean, if you're in power, you think they're not going to try to get power back?
Well, that's the thing. The people would be in power.
Now you're saying the people. What people are you talking about?
The people of the planet.
The people of the planet.
Yeah. So you like, in order, like, the people of the planet would have to be taking power from each other because it's their power. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's their power. This is their system. These are the things that like, let's just say we just talking strictly about black people, which is this debate is about, right? And this is black people land. What we would want to build is a true democracy. You see what I'm saying? We wouldn't want a game or a monopoly. We want a true democracy where we actually have a say-so in our future. And that is not the case in a society where you are completely subservient to the dominant influence. So in his case, the dominating influence.
So who would be telling the people what to do?
This would be, well, no one would be telling the people what to do.
So how would they be working?
What do you mean? How would they be working?
How would they be working if they're not being told what to do?
What do you mean they need to like as far as
some people need to be told what to do, brother?
To do what?
Work, whatever they need to do.
So to build a house, like, so if it's raining and to get shelter, I have to tell you to build shelter to get out of the rain.
You have to tell some people to.
Or you gonna try to find shelter.
You gonna have to tell some people to build the house, bro.
Okay, but I think that would be more so the common. I mean that's I don't have to tell them to do that. I mean,
yeah, you would. Some people wouldn't want to do it.
Wouldn't want to build a house. Well, some people wouldn't know how. I wouldn't say that some people wouldn't want to do it. I would say some people wouldn't know how.
That's what I'm saying. That some people wouldn't want to build the house.
But and those people just, I mean, unfortunately, they wouldn't have a house. This is an environment. What you get, what you put out is what you get, unless you have some sort of disability.
All right. So what would then that have as a reciprocal impact? Because some people say, well, I don't want to build a house. I want to live in his house.
Well, I think as a whole, the people will decide.
And I'm strong enough to beat his ass and take his house.
Well, that's on the community. The people can allow that type of stuff.
So what would they do about that?
People won't allow that.
So what would they do about that?
I mean, me personally, I would like to see the person exiled. But that's up to the community.
So where would you send them?
Outside of our land.
Right. So what if it's 100,000 people that does it?
Well, there won't be 100,000 because if we're going in our land, then we don't need 100,000 people that don't want to do anything. We need 100,000 people that want to till. I just don't believe that out of black people. I think black people would be happy.
So I mean, what would you do with 100,000 people if you control the whole planet? So it's billions of people on the planet. So what would you do with 100,000 that which would be a minority that don't want to work? Where would you send them?
Well, I think we could have a designated area for the people who don't want to work.
Okay, those people that don't want to work.
Maybe we send them to the
So
the same place we're gonna send the Israelites to the mountains of Turkey.
Okay, so they're in the mountains of Turkey and they become excellent fighters, and then they come and beat your ass.
I don't believe that'll happen.
I mean, that actually literally happened historically. I mean, they kicked the European out into the Caucasus Mountains. This was being suggested. They became excellent fighters and came down and beat everybody's ass. That literally happened in history.
Mm-hmm. We've also had them enslaved, and then they've come up and then kicked everybody's ass.
Okay, so this is my point. You know, you have to oppress people, bro.
No, you don't have to oppress people.
Well, yeah, because, you know, I mean, yeah, you don't have to, and that's why you're the one being oppressed.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say that the reason why we are being oppressed.
You would sit there, I mean, from a strategic standpoint, you will sit there and let these people put them off without no form of oppression. Knowing that they are rebellious. Knowing that they are against your society. You'll let them sit there for 100 years and learn how to fight. Won't bother them.
And again, by this being a democracy, that would be up to the people to decide what they want to do with them. So I would want him to be free. That may not be what we vote on, though, as a community. So I don't really know what I mean by it being a true democracy. It's not the way my system, it's our system. So it's what we decide.
Well, we're talking to you right now.
I don't know what we would decide.
We're talking to you right now. So you said that you'll let them sit there and develop into mighty warriors and take your shit over.
No. I wouldn't say that.
That's what you said just 5 minutes ago. You tried to change it
because up. I think honestly it's hypothetical. I just don't honestly believe that we would get people that would not want to do anything. I just don't believe that. I think those people.
Are you serious?
I don't
you know how
think
many people got skills that don't want to do nothing?
No,
know how to do shit.
I think that we kind of looking at things based on this kind of system. Like they don't want to be. I think people don't want to be forced to do anything, and work would be what you need to sustain yourself. So, I think everybody would want to do like. If
you're naive, bro.
I mean,
you're naive. There's some people that just don't want to do nothing.
I think it's just the spirit, brother.
No, Akmalak just told you, like, yo, he wants to not do nothing. Read the Bible.
Akmalak does not have the spirit. It says in the spirit that there is.
It's a whole community of Israelites that agree with him, brother. It's a whole bunch of Israelites it's a whole community of Israelites that agree 100% what he's saying, bro.
Let me share my screen real quick.
No, you're not sharing no screen, man. You're not sharing no screen, bro. You're done, bro. You thought some share screen, bro. You better be glad that I'm still recovering, man. I would have turned up on y'all niggas. But shout out to both debaters. We're gonna go ahead and close this thing out. We'll see you guys in the after show. Let me drop the link for the people's vote. Who do you think won? Who do you think won tonight's debate, family? Is it? Okay, copy. Copy, there you go. Nigga talking about some share screen. All right, so let me throw the link in. There go the link. Shout out to the family. Go ahead and do your voting thing. We'll see you guys in about maybe 10-15. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
The ghost with no lily bones. Blew a hustle anywhere but never hustle home. Mama prayed for his soul cause he ain't coming home. Y2 doctrine get demolished. Bluetooth polished for YouTube scholars. I do for knowledge, not no stupid dollars. My new provider make them hoop and holler. In the lead for the light bringers, Illuminati. You ain't doing nada and blue ain't bother. Can't be rolling with hit you with no stupid MAGA, no Candace Owens, I don't do Kamala. Free flowing out this new Kabbalah. Lumen in the garden, hit a human olive. And you can get this stick with no soup and salad. Blue seek asylum on a Cuban island. My newest challenge is live a long life. Can't nobody live it for you, you gon' live your own life. Right place, wrong time, I'm in the valley where the bones dry. I prophesy to the bones rise. How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seem bright with solar vision. Whole court and a witness, nobody know this missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending. Wake up, Jacob, tell him it's urgent. Identify me by the blessings, never the curses. Walk on water, but I never submerging. You a goon on Zoom, but never in person. My verses merge with the ancient letters. My rating's good, but my rank is better. You soft as Wayne and baby's leather. If I bring my best, you can't do better. Local natives surrounded by the foreigners. The throne of David, the crown is Moorish. I can anoint the babies and crown the poorest. I'm rolling out, I found the forest. Lex told me keep a head and a leg up. Y'all rob with a tank at your head, bruh. Consul told Blue keep your bread up. Seen solar at the door like lead, yeah, I'm shooting for the top like Rick Berry. Sneaking baseline, trying to rip Parrish. This is where your talking points get perished. Just to be a champion like Chris Harris. How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seem bright with solar vision. Whole court and a witness, nobody know this missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending.
Biz on the track.
S.V.D.L on the beat.
How you supposed to have light if you got solar missing? Everything seem bright with solar vision. Whole court and a witness, nobody know this missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol if it's solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, no pretending. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an ending. Ain't no need to study long if you gon' study wrong. Got me chasing the ghosts with no lily bones. Blew a hustle anywhere but never hustle home. Mama prayed for his soul cause he ain't coming home. Watch you doctrine get demolished. Bluetooth pilots for YouTube scholars. I do for knowledge, not no.
Hey, Solar.
Seem bright, my own judge, jury, and the co. The witness, nobody know the witness don't be bright with solar vision.
We'll be talking to y'all like they hear about. It'll be going down on Tuesday. Then we got Lance and KOT. They will be rocking out on the 18th. So make sure you be in the building for that. Chris Harris will be squaring off against Out the Blue on Saturday, November 21st. So we got a whole litany of debates. KOT, he'll be going up against Ampu. So Ampu will be back in the building this month. I didn't even know he debated again this month. Asar Mkai, definitely I knew that. He will be in the building going up against Aknalak. Minister Howe and Claim, that's the one I'm kind of waiting for. But the one that I'm actually waiting for is this Lex Vortex and Suave Boss debate. Is the white man smarter than black people or something more superior? Some old crazy shit. Alright, so if you're about that debate life, this is where you want to be. But tonight we do have a powerful debate, family. We got True Justice in the building. We got Pro-black politics is in a building. Once again, the topic for tonight's debate is calling ourselves black counterproductive to human development. All right, so let's bring them on. What's going on? Pro-black politics.
Peace. What's good brother?
All right. And we got True Justice in the building as well. What's going on, brother?
All glory to the Most High. What's up, Sorry?
All right. So, who would like to go first?
You can go first.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, pro-black politics will be first up the bat, family. Let's get it started. We're gonna go ahead and set the timer for 5 minutes. Let's see if the timer is already set. Yeah, it's all good. So we're gonna go ahead and let me know what you're trying to do, brother. You want me to share screen?
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
All right. All right, the screen is sharing, brother. So whenever you're ready.
All right. So, is the term black detrimental or negative for black people's advancement or human advancement? My position is very clear. Black is being used for the advancement of black people. I say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Okay. Now for my opening, I just want to highlight the points that I'm gonna stress during this debate. Okay. I didn't do this on purpose, but the way that my outline is, it kind of explains our whole progress in this this country, in everything that led up to the black empowerment movement. Starting with a very old saying, a simple saying: sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt us, unless you're soft, that is. So the sticks and stones part should be obvious for us, man. They broke our bones with pretty much everything, guns, sticks, stones, all kind of force is what they used. But regardless of all of that and everything that they said, all of the negative information that they put out about us, it didn't hurt us to the point that we stopped progressing. Okay. Second point that I'm gonna highlight is black people's obsession with identity. So it's plenty of information on the topic. I'm gonna get into that a little bit just to show why people making this argument. It goes back a long way, but it's rooted in another thing that I'm gonna highlight, and that's self-hate. Okay, self-hate, again, it's self-explanatory, but it's very well documented. And that condition for black people is what led a lot of our leaders to the last point that I want to stress, which is black empowerment. And my main point, embracing black has been used as a means to unify and empower black people in America for the past 60 years, 70 years almost. Okay, so these are all the things that I'm going to point out. I'm going to use some examples of some real issues that black people face, some serious things that we need to give more attention to, and not focus on things as simple as a title, especially when that title black, so much power has been put into it by our people. I think it's important for us to understand that all of the power and all of the effort that's going into the term black by our ancestors should be cherished, it should be respected, and it should be something that we hold in high esteem. Because a lot of those black people took a lot of pride in being black. And we got the history to show for it. It speaks for itself, but some of us don't get the message. We're gonna touch on that also. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and cede the rest of my time. We're gonna go ahead and get this thing going.
All right, no doubt. Shout out to the brother, pro-black politics, for that very powerful opening. We're gonna keep this thing rocking. We're gonna pass it over to True Justice. True Justice, you also have 5 minutes for your opening. Whenever you're ready, you could begin, brother.
All glory to the Most High. Praises to the Eternal King, and shout out to my Akim out there preaching that word on the four corners. Okay, my debate today will be about the word black and on how it is an actual block in the road. Today I will explain the reasons why Africans shouldn't call themselves black or any other blanketed label. I take this debate serious because it's a bad habit that we all have using the word black. So, with much strong emotion for that word, we might have to dig deep to open our eyes for this side of the argument of the debate. I ask that the audience seriously consider this argument that I am about to lay out, and not to let strong emotion of the word detour your focus on the layout of this argument. Malcolm X explained and had defined this word black and the effect the definition of the word black can have on the people. So we will observe this word black by defining it so that throughout the debate you can know my meaning of the discussion of the meaning of the word, okay, which is considered to be like darkness and evil. Okay, so pro-black politics says that sticks or says that was used to empower, that the word black was used to empower. Okay, I just want to underline that word was. Okay, and one of my arguments is going to be on how not using that word black can help our development by better putting us in a social standing. And also, I have another argument that he said that sticks and stones, can break your bones, but words would never hurt you. But I'm also going to go into on actually how that word black and using it on other people and using yourself can actually do damage. Okay, so that'll be what I'll be doing tonight. All right, thanks, Owen.
All right, shout out to both debaters. We're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling. We're going to take a brief intermission and we'll be right back, family. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
You're now rocking with the best. This is your boy Solar Mind, and guess what? We got more debates lined up for the family. How y'all liking season 3 so far? I know, man. We took things to a whole nother level. Shout out to the league. Make sure you come prepared, because these debaters in this league is not playing this season, as what y'all can see. These debaters are coming locked and loaded. So make sure you show some love to the boy Solar Mind when you come in the building for these debates. I want to know who's going to be the winner at the end. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for who's going to be the one to reign supreme for the 2020-2021 season. So, let's get these debates on, shall we?
All right, family, this is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're getting into the premise round. So we're going to start out with True Justice. Pro-Black Politics. We're starting out with Pro-Black Politics, and we're going to go ahead and set the timer for 10 minutes. It is on you, Pro-Black Politics. Whenever you're ready, you could begin your opening, brother.
My screen sharing.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, your screen is up now, brother.
Cool. All right. So I stated in my opening I was going to focus on a few things, and one of them was sticks and stones may break your bones, but words can never hurt you unless you're soft, that is. And I went into it a little bit, so I'm just going into it a little bit more. In contrast, again, I already stated that a lot of things have been said in medical research that's been outdated. It tries to paint African Americans, black people, as inferior to white people. Those words have not stopped us at all. We've continued to progress and we continue to strive on a daily basis in the United States of America. On the other hand, racism, which is everybody knows what racism is, but prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Now, racism is a problem that we deal with every day, but racism is not something that's solely directed at just black people. Other minority groups can also experience racism. Okay, racism is not the result of us considering ourselves black. Racism is a result of white people viewing us in a different light. The term black wasn't even around when systematic racism first started to take place, as far back as ancient Greece. Okay, we're gonna stick to America right now. So racism is a real problem for us. Words that we choose to use are not. Okay, now I'm gonna hit y'all with a curveball. Okay, because this is the Book of Spells. This is from Hogwarts Library. A lot of people may not be aware of this, but this is what Harry Potter used to defeat he who will not be named. Okay, now this only exists in the world of make-believe. In the real world, people give words power, not the other way around. And our ancestors gave the word black a certain amount of power. And it's up to us to continue doing that. Okay. The Black Panther Party is an example of us using the word. Black Lives Matter movement is an example of us using the word. They seek, if we go by what my opponent is proposing, which is somehow denotes that the term black has somehow hindered us, I would just ask everybody watching this to ask yourself a question. If the Black Panthers have used a different name, say they used the term the White Panthers, or the Black Lives Matter movement was ADOS movement, or ADOS Lives Matter instead of Black Lives Matter, do you think both of these groups have been seen and been categorized as terrorist groups by white people? Do you really think, the question is, do you really think that changing the word black would make people who look like us less of a threat to white Americans? Answer that question yourself. Okay, so we're gonna move on to black people's obsession with identity. Our people want to be everything but black. Hebrew, Christian, Muslim, European, Native American, Egyptian, alien, you name it, we want to be it. Denying blackness is exactly what they want us to do. And when I say they, it's a broad term, but I'm speaking specifically about a lot of black conservatives, black Democrats, black Republicans, white Democrats, white Republicans. What they're trying to do, and what probably what my opponent is doing unwittingly, is denying the fact that we are unique. Our blackness is unique, especially in the United States of America. And denying that, we're doing ourselves and our ancestors a grave disservice when we do that. This obsession that we've had has led to a form of self-hate, where people choose not to identify with the word black. And this is from a article from a black man from Canada, I believe, by the name of Orville Lloyd Douglas. It's entitled "Why I Hate Being a Black Man." And he goes on to say, French psychiatrist Frantz Fanon wrote about this issue in this issue. He's talking about self-hate in his groundbreaking book, Black Skin, White Mask, in a chapter called The Lived Experience of the Black Man. According to Fanon, the black man is viewed in the third person. And and he isn't seen as a three-dimensional human being. The black man internalizes the perspectives of white society, and his negative thoughts about blackness affect his psyche. Okay. The brother goes on to say a lot of black men don't want to acknowledge the feelings of disgust we have for ourselves. It is considered emasculating to even admit the existence of such thoughts. I think my own self-hatred manifests from the exterior, from the outside world. It's born out of despair and the unhappiness I see within a lot of young black men. I can honestly say I hate being a black man. Although black people like to wax poetic about loving the label, I hate being black. I just don't fit into a neat category of the stereotypical views people have of black men. Now that's self-hate on an all-time high. And this is the exact, as you can see, he mentioned wax poetic of the label, and we love being black. That's somebody in denial. That's what self-hate is, people. And those thoughts are what our ancestors tried to combat all through through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. And that's what led us to the Black empowerment movement. Black men and black women feeling less about themselves. So we can go to the origin of Black empowerment movement. The origin of the first use of the term Black Power varies. Its roots can be traced back to author Richard Wright's nonfiction work Black Power, published in 1954 and in 1965. The Lowndes County Freedom Organization used the slogan Black Power for Black people for its political candidates. But it was not until 1966 when Black Power made it into the mainstream. During the Meredith March against fear in Mississippi, student nonviolent coordinator Chairman Stokely Carmichael rallied marchers by chanting, "We want Black Power." So the very first inceptions of us using the term black as a group, it was used to empower us and unify us. This is what history says. This is from the Journal of National Medical Association, May 1972. Titled The Black Struggle for Identity. To touch back on identity is something that we've been going through and dealing with for a very long time. Again, this is from 1972. Referring to the Dow test. The Dow test was done by in the 1940s by psychologists Kenneth and Mamie Clark. The Dow test was done by Clark a few years ago using black and white dials. The results of the study indicated that the majority of black children showed a preference for white dials. On the other hand, a similar study was done recently with a group of black children who had been placed in all black daycare center. At this center, blackness was emphasized and special attention was given to black pride. Consequently, these black children selected the black dials as having good qualities. In addition, some recent preliminary work that was reported by Spurlock and Meharry Medical College indicated that black children feel more positively about their color since the growing emphasis on black consciousness. This was in 1972. Okay, we know that putting emphasis on blackness makes us feel better about ourselves. Okay, this is not me talking. This is what history says. Okay, so we're gonna go to Dr. Martin Luther King, and the Radical King by Dr. Martin Luther King. In it, he says, page 196. The power is Black power is the psychological reaction to the white psychological indoctrination that led to the perfect slave. One must not he continues, one must not overlook the positive value when calling the Negro a new sense of manhood. In calling the Negro to a new sense of manhood, excuse me. That new sense of manhood he is talking about is Black power. Okay. Let me read that again. One must not overlook the positive value in calling the Negro to a new sense of manhood. He's talking about Black power, to a deep feeling of racial pride and to an audacious appreciation to his heritage. He must no longer be ashamed of being Black. That's Dr. Martin Luther King on the Black Power movement. These are all examples of how the term Black and Black empowerment have already been proven to help the advancement of African Americans, Black people in the United States of America. Gotta shout my guy out. I say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud. This is Christian Strain, history professor at Florida Atlantic. The song came out the height of the Black Power movement. We're talking about I'm Black and I'm Proud by James Brown. It was a quintessential Black Power song. It stood for Black empowerment and self-reliance. We'll speed up a little bit because I'm running out of time. Shout out to the brother, to the Black Panther, man. I don't have to say what this movie did for millions and millions of young Black children, millions of Black people, period. Okay. Seeking to address the deaf Black character in comics, Lee and Kirby created T'Challa, a member of the royal family of the fictional African country of Wakanda. This was the term black being used by us. I'm gonna end with this. Okay, black empowerment. This is a quote from the First Lady Michelle Obama. The first time I read Phenomenal Woman, I was struck by how she celebrated black women's beauty like no one had ever dared before. Our curves, our stride, our strength, our grace. Her words were clever and sassy. They were powerful and sexual and boastful.
All right.
And in that one singular poem, Maya Angelou spoke to the black women.
All right. Shout out to Pro Black Politics. We're going to swing this thing over to True Justice. You have 10 minutes, True Justice. Whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Hey, Solar, I resent the PowerPoint through a different email. Can you recheck for me?
Yeah, I have the PowerPoint, brother.
Oh, okay, can you pull it up?
All right.
And throw it on the big screen.
Okay. All right, hold on a second. All right, let me go ahead and pull it up. Can you see it, brother?
Yeah.
All right. So
okay.
All right. So, let me go ahead and set the timer and mute myself out.
Okay. What we're mainly dealing with is the word black and develop the how associates with development. He's kind of saying that I'm not saying that the word black didn't work. I'm not saying that at all. Go ahead and next page, Solar. Human development is the process characterized by the variation of the material conditions that most influence the possibilities of satisfying needs and desires to explore and realize the physical and psychological, biological and cultural, individual and social potentials of each person. Okay. Please pay attention to the word potentials when it comes to human development. Next page. Develop, to grow or to grow or cause to grow and become more mature, advanced or elaborate. 2, start to exist, experience or possess. Next page. My argument is my 2 points today will be by not using the word black, we would help our development socially. And my next argument will be that the word black can affect a person's brain in a negative way, and stopping this can greatly help development. Next page. Okay, black is the darkest color, the result of the absence or complete absorption of visible light. It is in color without hue, like white and gray. It is often used symbolically or figuratively to represent darkness. Black and white have often been used to describe opposites, such as good and evil, the dark night versus the day and light, with darkness representing the absence of life and white representing life and goodness. Black was one of the first colors used by artists in the Neolithic cave paintings. It was used in ancient Egypt and Greece as the color of the underworld. In the Roman Empire, it became the color of mourning. And over the centuries, it was frequently associated with death and evil. Black and white are both adjectives of the English language. The word Negro in Spanish means black. So the color black is described as black in both languages. Next page. Okay, different meanings of black. Okay, go back. So you had it right. That black. There you go, right there. Different meanings of black: very sad, gloomy, connected, with or invoking the supernatural and especially the devil through thoroughly sinister or evil, wicked, deliberately harmful, inexcusable, without any moral quality or goodness, morbid or unpleasant aspects of life. These meanings can represent no hope of life. Here's some examples of words with black to elaborate on the aspect of this definition that I am trying to get across, like blackball, black sheep, blacklist, black mark. Okay, basically black is being associated with bad. Next page. Right here, using the African American synonymously with black is presumptuous. We have become more consumed by definitions of our color and let that divide us into black men and niggas. Mind you, a river that forgets its source will definitely dry up. It's important to keep our ethnic and cultural backgrounds illuminated. The word black seems to be a color coding game, a sort of classification code, an identifier of a slave without a nationality, referred to as a piece of property having no standing. We must remember that a people will never raise to a level of autonomy until they first reclaim their right to self-determination. This is a chance for us to release ourselves from these artificial labels. Bringing self-determination will help our development. Once we maintenance ourselves, we can continue to actually develop, which is something we have not been able to do since the 60s. Next page. Reasons why we didn't use African and started to revert back to black. One of the reasons is that we didn't come over on a boat, is what people would say. Wasn't born in America. Ancestors not from America. This is a problem because genetically we are all from Africa. Another reason people would not say they're not African is because they don't understand that the word African merely refers to the land and not the nationality. A lot of people are ashamed to be called African because of the suffering that the word Africa had to deal with through the white media. Next page. To be called African American has cultural integrity. It puts us in our proper historical context. Every ethnic group in this country has a reference to some land base, some historical culture base. African Americans have hit that level of culture maturity. Okay, that's from Jesse Jackson in 1988. I agree with him on the using the African American. I say we drop the American and just say African. Okay, I don't think at that time we were ready for the maturity, but I think we are now. Next page. VWFA, visual word form area. The visual word form area is involved in identifying words and letters to lower level shape images. In addition to word recognition, the VWFA may participate in higher level process of word meaning. Changing the VWFA changes the brain. The VWFA part of the brain grows new cells called neuroplasticity. The VWFA helps you read whole words rather than sounding each letter. It processes complex patterns and classifies things. VWFA first gets info from visual cortex, is like your eye, and then auditory region to match the word with its sound, and to the language regions to associate the word to its meaning. Okay, everyone doesn't see the word black in the same way. Okay, and this is a problem for development. Next page. Neuroplasticity. The term neuroplasticity means moldable brain. Introduced by Ernesto Lorego in 1906, the term neuroplasticity describes how the brain can change throughout life when synaptic connections and neurons change over time, which is neuroplasticity. It changes the brain by growing new neurons, and the nervous system changes due to responding to the experience. Okay, so in other words, they had a guy, Ivan Paddock, who did a project, experiment to where he had wanted a dog to salivate at the ringing of a bell. Okay, so every time he fed the dog, he rang the bell, and over time he was able to get the dog to salivate just by strictly ringing the bell. These changes affect us, and they are so strong that it's what fixes the damaged parts of the brain when healing. But plasticity can affect a person in a negative way and can last throughout a person's life. Reading changes the brain, and we can make a better word to rewire ourselves, furthering our development. Next page. The visual word form area of your brain, when you start to speak, this is the area that pulls that together before it comes out of your mouth. And that's the part that's affecting us repeatedly. And that's the part you can train or mold through practice, through repetitiveness. This is why what you put in your brain is what comes out of your mouth. Filling it with our cultures, our nationalities and ethnicities would mold our brains better, pushing our development further. All glory to the Most High Master, our Lord. Thank you, Solar. That's him.
All right, shout out to True Justice. It was a very powerful round for both debaters. We're going to get into the rebuttal round, family. So, stay locked and loaded. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. We'll be back in a second, family.
If you want to stay abreast with current political and entertainment news, chop it up with Toya G, Conscious Lee, and Domo the Political Plug on the Chop Up Show. I'm telling y'all, the vibe is great. The information is even greater. The link will be in the description below. Hit the link, subscribe to the YouTube page. Let's chop it up, family.
This is the Solar Vision Debate League, and we're now going into the rebuttal round. We're going to start out with pro-black politics. You have 10 minutes to rebut. This time your cameras are on. So whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin your rebuttal.
Peace. How everybody feeling, man? Okay, the brother shared a lot of things. But I want to go back to his opening round. Well, he said it in his opening and in his premise. He admitted that the term black has been used to empower black people. What he failed to do was show when that stopped. Okay? Because as far as I know, I'm still black and I'm proud. I've been black and proud my whole entire life. My whole family black and proud as far as I know. I don't know when the term black stopped being an empowerment term for black people overall. Now what I did do, okay, I want to go back to this is from the article that I read, okay, and a lot of what the brother was saying kind of reflects exactly what I read in this article by the young brother Orville Lloyd Douglas in the article Why I Hate Being a Black Man. And he says, French psychiatrist Frantz Fanon wrote about this issue in a groundbreaking book called Black Skin, White Mask, in the chapter called The Lived Experience of the Black Man. According to Fanon, the black man is viewed in the third person, and he isn't seen as a three-dimensional human being. The black man internalizes the perspectives of white society, and its negative thoughts about blackness affect his psyche. The brother went down, he spent at least a minute and a half reading definitions, negative definitions of the term black. I don't know if he didn't watch my round, but again, through all the 50s and 60s, which you already admitted to, our ancestors fought to change that, which is why we switched the term and we gave it power. You are clearly exhibiting the characteristics that your perspectives have been dominated by white society. You give more credit or credits to the white man's definition than you do to the black people who you related to who fought to change the narrative of that term. You completely denying what our ancestors fought for. Okay? The brother also, he went to human development. The definition of human development, I can't remember it all, but in short, it was about how the environment and how certain things help propel the development of humans. That is exactly what our people was doing with the Black Power, Black Empowerment movement. They understood that the term had been used in a negative way, so they went out, they dedicated themselves to changing the narrative. And you already admitted that it worked. Okay? So, well, that's a problem, because you can't, again, I hope in your rebuttal or at some point you tell us when the term black stopped being an empowering term to black people, because I'm black and I'm proud. Like I said, yeah, you used a lot of the European definitions, okay? Now, you ended off talking about the brain, right? Again, it kind of goes back to everything that our ancestors fought for, because when you read all of these things, I'm gonna go back to the article. Let me see. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me find this. Okay, this was on Black Empowerment. From the Journal of the National Medical Association in May 1972, the Black Struggle for Identity. And this is where I talk about the Dow test. Okay, and this is a black man writing on this. He says, we know about the Dow test, but on the other hand, he says, on the other hand, a similar study was done recently with a group of black children who had been placed in an all-black daycare center. At this center, blackness was emphasized and special attention was given to black pride. Consequently, these black children selected the black dolls as having good qualities. In addition, some recent preliminary work that was reported by Spurlock and Meharry Medical College indicated that black children feel more positively about their color since the growing emphasis on black consciousness. That's from the Journal of National Medical Association, May 1972. The Black Study for Identity, James H. Carter, MD. Our people have been fighting this fight for a very, very, very long time. The brother said a lot, but he's not saying enough. He's not saying enough to support his personal preference over the work that our ancestors have put in to make us feel good about being black. Okay, the brother read a lot of small pieces of information, not realizing that everything you were mentioning as far as our ancestors knew that. I just read from an article from the National Medical Association where they were addressing these issues all the way back in the 70s. Okay, this is the work that has been put in by our people. Now I want to get into, again, the brother, he already admitted that the term was used to empower black people. What I'm looking for is when that stopped. I hope you go to that. Again, you touched on human development. I'm pretty sure if we go back to, let's see, this was the quote by Michelle Obama. She was speaking about Maya Angelou. You know, Maya Angelou was a very, very influential person in the Black Empowerment movement, particularly for black women. This is what she said. The first time I read Phenomenal Woman, I was struck by how she celebrated black women's beauty like no one had ever dared to before. That's Michelle Obama. Okay? And Michelle Obama was just at the Black Girls Rock conference, right? This is another example of the term black being used today to empower black people. Maybe you're not aware of Black Girls Rock movement. Maybe you should watch that, good brother. But there are dozens and dozens and dozens of very, very celebrities, black women, who take pride in the term black, and they go out their way to make sure that young black girls feel that same sense of pride. Again, you mentioned some things, but it just seems like you mentioned those things and you don't for 1 second acknowledge the fact that our people, our ancestors, have fought for continuously for the past 50, 60, 70 years for us to feel good about who we are. The term black, it really only has one meaning for a large group of us, man, and that is power. That's what the term stands for us. Yeah, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and see the rest of my time. I don't have much more.
All right.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna see the rest of my time.
Shout out to the brother for that very powerful rebuttal. We're gonna hand this thing now over to True Justice. You have 10 minutes as well to rebut whenever you're ready, brother.
Come on, so get in there.
All right, it's on you, True Justice, whenever you're ready.
All right. All right. So he's saying that the word black. He's saying that I admitted that it worked. Okay, and that's fine. That's not going against the title. Okay, it is. Is it bad for human development? Okay, we're talking development here. Okay, so you say that like I'm speaking when I say black, I'm speaking of today. I'm speaking in terms of today. I'm not speaking in terms of the civil rights. Okay, I'm speaking in terms of today, and especially the terms of tomorrow. Okay, because that's what matters when it comes to development. That's what we would be talking about, right? It's tomorrow. Okay, so he never challenged any of my points. All right, he never challenged any of the work that I've shown from these people. He just stopped short at that part. White empowers them. When we say black and white, they get the benefit of being called white. That empowers them. Okay, when we're saying black, we're getting the bad end of that deal. Okay, our geographical origin is Africa genetically. Okay, it's where we're all from. Just like you have Asians, you have different ethnicities and nationalities in Asia, right? You have Koreans, you have Japanese, all right? Which is why we need to get rid of black and white. White people don't even call themselves white anyways. They're Europeans, okay? You take away from your cultural and ethnic background when you do that, okay? So it's like Irish, okay, German, blot all that out because now you're just white, okay? Same thing with Africa is what I'm trying to explain to people, okay? So you can have your Ghanaians and you have your Nigerians and you have your Israelites, okay? But we're all generally from this part of the world of Africa, okay? There's nothing wrong with breaking that down. When Jesse Jackson said African Americans, he's not wrong, okay? It makes the people to have to refer, like I said, to your ethnicity, to your culture, to your history, okay? I didn't misunderstand anything he was saying. He was saying I was misunderstanding. I didn't misunderstand anything. But the repetitiveness, I wanted to go back into the neuroplasticity because he never addressed that. And the repetitiveness, okay, it helps grow new cells, okay? This is detrimental because what happens is when you create, okay, a neuron is like a building, okay? Your brain, all right, is like a city, okay? And cars go from building to building. Those are electrons, okay? And they go from building to building, okay? What you can do with your brain with the neuroplasticity, you can wipe out a whole block and create brand new buildings at different places. You can do that with your brain. You can physically reform your brain, is what I'm telling you. You can take the word black and replace it with something better, okay? Like African, okay? Rewiring your brain, You can rewire your brain with new skills. It doesn't have to be the word African. My point is that for development, we can pick something even better. Okay. Thinking with emotional reactions can also change the brain. So basically, the visual cortex, it runs that word through 3 other parts of your brain. So word association is really big when your brain starts thinking about the word black, whether you know it or not. Okay. Neurons make trillions of connections every second. Okay. And it's basically the plasticity is it's called plasticity because it's like plastic. You can shape it yourself. Okay. I'm not saying black didn't work. I'm saying for now, for human development, we can do better. It's not good if we could do something better. Okay. That's one of my main points. Okay. I just want to point out one of my sources, Daniel Lane, clinical director of the Perth Brain Center. Okay. Words can hurt you, my friend, soft or not, through the information that I've shown you. Okay. You have to deal with that information. Okay. I'm not arguing that black didn't help us at the time. So let me make sure and then make sure that's clear. Okay. I'm saying that we should move on, right? Make something better for human development. Okay. I'm not talking about Harry Potter as a source. All right. I'm talking about people that actually study in this field. Okay. All right. He says that less of a threat to them being called black. I don't care about them. I don't care about what white or what any other race thinks about that. That has nothing to do with what we're doing with ourselves and how we are dealing with ourselves. Okay. Because this is about us and our development. Okay. That's it, Solar. That's my rebut. Thank you, sir.
Shout out to both debaters. We're going to get into the rapid fire round in a brief second. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Man.
If you want the up-to-minute information on how to start a business, subscribe to Kansu Seshnu Aman's channel on YouTube.
Solar.
It gives you information on how to start a
True Justice. Whenever you're ready, brother, you can begin your interrogation.
Brain starts thinking about the word black, whether you know it or not. Okay. Neurons make trillions of connections every second. Okay. And it's basically the plasticity is it's called plasticity because it's like plastic. You can shape it yourself. Okay. I'm not saying black didn't work. I'm saying for now, for human development, we can do better. It's not good if we could do something better. Okay. That's one of my main points. Okay. I just want to point out one of my sources, Daniel Lane, clinical director of the Perth Brain Center. Okay. Words can hurt you, my friend, soft or not, through the information that I've shown you. Okay. You have to deal with that information. Okay. I'm not arguing that black didn't help us at the time. So let me make sure and then make sure that's clear. Okay. I'm saying that we should move on, right? Make something better for human development. Okay. I'm not talking about Harry Potter as a source. All right. I'm talking about people that actually study in this field. Okay. All right. He says that less of a threat to them being called black. I don't care about them. I don't care about what white or what any other race thinks about that. That has nothing to do with what we're doing with ourselves and how we are dealing with ourselves. Okay. Because this is about us and our development. Okay. That's it, Solar. That's my rebut. Thank you, sir.
Shout out to both debaters. We're going to get into the rapid fire round in a brief second. This is the Solar Vision Debate League. Man.
If you want the up-to-minute information on how to start a business, subscribe to Kansu Seshmu Aman's channel on YouTube. It gives you information on how to start a grant, how to form a non-profit organization, and how to get your credit score up to an 850. So once again, subscribe to his channel. That's Kansu Seshmu Aman on YouTube. In fact, I'll make it easy for you. Just hit the link located in the description box on this page. It'll take you to his channel, and then hit the notification sign. So
I don't know. How could we know?
Who gave the definition of a word?
Or who invented what word?
Wow. Okay.
We don't know who made those definitions.
Yeah,
can you tell me who wrote that dictionary? And can you name one person who wrote that
Don't ask me no more questions, man. Don't ask me no more questions. Okay, so you don't know where the term come from, right?
Well, I can ask a question if it's
cool. That's cool. So what you do know is that black people for the past 70 years have changed the narrative surrounding black. Why do you use white people's definition and not black people's definition if you say it's all about black people?
Because we already know the definition when it comes to black man.
Which is what you read, all of the negative
stuff. Which is the only other definition. It's either it's either referring to black as in black man ethnicity or black as in a color.
Right.
And that I was going into on the color part, I was going into how that color is looked at.
Okay, really fast. Now, neuroelasticity, you mentioned that, right? In
no, it's plasticity. It's plasticity with a P.
Plasticity in word association, right? You mentioned that a lot also, right? So basically what that means is whatever the definition of a word is, that's how the word will affect you, right? So if a word
in its entirety,
listen to what I'm asking you. If the word has a positive meaning, it can have positive effects, right?
But that black word isn't just connected with just a positive meaning.
Right or wrong is what I'm asking you.
Wrong. It just isn't connected with a positive meaning. It's also connected with those negative meanings I showed you in my premise.
So it's not wrong. Words, if a word has a good meaning, then it can affect your brain in a good way, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about black.
Right. So
you're not being specific. You're not specifically talking about black. You're just talking about any word.
Again, I'm not talking about any word. I'm talking about black empowerment movement.
Point that out so I know what you're talking about.
My whole debate was about that, man.
Well, I'm not to assume what you're to talk about.
You're not understanding. Okay, again.
It doesn't matter. It's not my job to assume what you're talking about. It's your job to communicate to me what you're saying.
Stop talking over me. Now, you brought up neuroplasticity because you're trying to associate that words, if they got a negative meaning, have a negative impact on people, right or wrong?
Right.
Right. So when you see black people trying to change the word, the meaning of the word black so that it empowers us, how is that not progressive?
Because not all black people see that word in the same manner.
Talking about the soft ones.
Irrelevant, soft or hard, it doesn't matter. We're talking about us in a whole. Not just them or them. Not just that group. That's the problem. We want to put ourselves between niggas and black men. We're all one.
You're talking too much. You're talking too much. Okay, so have you ever identified as a black man?
Yes.
What made you stop identifying as a black man?
Oh, you said have I stopped identifying myself as a black
man? Have you ever?
Have I ever stopped referring to myself as a black man?
No. Have you ever identified as a black man?
Yes.
Why did you stop?
Because I realized I was Israelite and I'm not black.
Oh, so you're searching for identity.
No, I'm not a color in a crown box. I have a culture, ethnicity, and a history, and I rather refer to myself and others in that manner. I.e. African, Israelite, Ghanaian, Nigerian.
So you saying
we should associate ourselves like that.
Cool. So black. Now what you did, you gave a lot of weird definitions and stuff, right? But what you didn't do is show how, in particular, black, the term black, the word black has affected us in a negative? How does it stop us or our human development?
That's not the debate, though. The debate is, can it help us in our human development? See what I'm saying?
You are debating that the term black prohibits human development.
Yeah.
Right. Can you?
I read the meanings of the words.
You show me where the term black has done.
Yeah, it stops us because we can make something better. Now we know the science of how the visual word part of the brain works. We know that we can shape something better with the information of neuroplasticity, that we can select a better word. That word black is holding us back because it's not the best one we can use.
Right. So you're saying that the word black is holding us back and not racism.
I'm talking about black, yeah.
So you saying if we start calling each other something else, we won't have a problem with racism?
I never said that, but it would help with our development.
I'm asking. You saying the word, this magical word black has done all these things to black people, but you haven't showed me where somebody was specifically held back because they called themselves black.
I told you the negative meanings.
See that at? Where had in history somebody said I'm black and that's the reason they went to jail? Or somebody saying I'm black, that's the reason they went to jail.
Through the study of neuroplasticity, through today, we learned we could pick something better. We know we're not a color in the box. We know we can refer to ethnicities.
I didn't ask you that. I said, can you show me a specific instance where this man said I'm black and they shot him, or he said I'm black and they took him to jail, or he said I'm black and I'm proud, and that is the only reason they discriminated against him? Can you show me that?
No, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay, so right, you already admitted, right, that the term black has been used as a way to empower us, right? Right, and you also just admitted that you can't find one time in history where somebody identifying as black caused them to be discriminated against or held back.
Prove or disprove either of our points.
And so you agreeing, right, that you can't point out one instance of that, right?
No, I'm sure I can, but I didn't do the research on it.
Right. So you debating on whether or not black.
I'm sure there's some racist situation where a person said I'm black, and then some people were like, started doing racist stuff towards them.
Again, that's somebody calling you black.
They realized they were black.
The debate is calling ourselves black. Does that hurt us? Does that stop us? You keep saying
it stopped us from our development.
That's my time, man. That's my time. That's my time.
All right, we're going to keep this thing rocking and rolling, family, and we're going to swing the ball now over to True Justice. It's on you, brother. Whenever you're ready, you can begin your interrogation.
All right. Okay. Let's see here. Pro-black. So, pro-black politics. Is that that you're for black politics, or that you're really just good at black politics? What is that?
It's a title to my YouTube channel.
Are you a black man?
Absolutely.
Are you a black?
Absolutely.
Do you think the United States government sees you as a black?
Absolutely.
Can you book a flight with an airline to a country called black?
Nope.
Is the color black a color option in a box of crowns?
It is.
In a scenario of good and evil, what color generally represents good? The color black or the color white?
That depends on what you're watching.
With the information about the VWFA I've shown you, would you say the word black would still be a good word to associate our younger generations to?
Black girls rock. I'm black and I'm proud. Black Panther was an awesome movie.
If you were 100% sure that calling people black caused actual brain damage, would you stop calling yourself a black man?
So you back to the abracadabra shit, the magical spell books.
Do you want to answer the question, or do you want me to ask again?
Ask me again. Ask me again. Ask me again.
If you were 100% sure that calling black people caused actual brain damage, would you stop calling yourself a black man?
I would not.
Why are you thinking about that? Next question. Are you a doctor of any sort?
Am I? No, I am not.
Can you 100% reassure us that even though the black community is using the word black, that it does not cause mental risk at all?
No, it caused mental risk to the soft people.
Is there a country in Africa that calls themselves Africa?
Is there a country
in Africa that calls themselves Africa?
Yeah, South Africa.
So we can't associate Africa with one ethnicity because the term Africa covers all the land mass of Africa and the country within it, right?
Why are you talking about Africa?
So we can't associate Africa with one ethnicity because the term Africa covers all the landmass of Africa and all the countries within it, right?
Actually,
never mind. Is Africa a landmass? Is Africa a landmass?
Yes, it's a continent.
In general, what is the transatlantic slave trade?
The transatlantic slave trade.
What is that? What happened there?
It was the kidnapping of millions of African Americans or Africans at that time.
Check into where?
North and South America. Nice.
If you had to choose one, would these slaves be considered black or African? The ones we're talking about that came off those ships that went to the countries you said. Would you consider those to be blacks or Africans?
They were definitely black people.
Huh. Did the United States use the term Negroes in laws concerning slaves?
Yes.
Does the Latin word Negro mean black?
Say it again.
Does the Latin word Negro mean black?
The Spanish word, that's where it comes from. Negro means
that means black, right?
Yes, black.
Right?
Negro. Yes.
Okay. Are you a Negro?
Yeah.
Are you black?
Yeah.
That's all my questions. Thank you, Solar.
What the fuck is shit sad, man? What's
All right, family. We're gonna take a brief break, and we're gonna be right back, family, with the closing, family. So,
deliver.
Share my screen again.
All right.
Okay, so just to go over the debate really quick. What we heard from this brother was a bunch of mumbo jumbo. I went over my points. Sticks to stones may break my bones. That was one of the very first ones. And it's true. We still here. We stronger than ever, man. Their terminology and the words they use do not define us as people. We've taken the term black and we changed it into a term of power, empowerment. So this was proven unequivocally. This is history. This was all through the 40s, 50s, 60s, or 50s, 60s, and 70s, all the way up to today. Organizations like Black Girls or Black Girls Rock, right? I touched briefly on black people's obsession with identity. The brother, I believe he said he was chosen, so I don't know if he's a Hebrew Israelite or what he identifies as. But again, that is an example of us just grasping for straws. you know, trying to hold on to an identity. And I also touched on self-hate. I think the brother also exhibited that a little bit in the debate, where he prefers white people's terminology to the term black over all of the effort that our ancestors put into the term black that's still going on today. I showed you what Dr. King said about black power, that it's a psychological reaction to the white psychological indoctrination that led to the perfect slave. Again, what the brother mentioned was a lot of things that the Europeans or the white man has indoctrinated us with, like this thought in his head that there's only one definition to the term black, and that's what the white people want it to be. The brother don't feel powerful enough to override what the white man's done. Okay, that's kind of what he's admitting throughout this debate, and I think I showed that. Wait a minute, let me go back up. I done lost my shit. My stuff. Hold on. Okay, so self-hate was another thing that I wanted to focus on. And again, I think I showed that, and I think the brother exhibited it a little bit. And the Black empowerment movement, embracing black, has been used as a means to unify and empower our people. I showed that pretty much through the whole entire debate. I touched on the article from let me see if I can pull that one back up. Okay, this is the article from the Journal of the National Medical Association. This was just an example of black people doing the work all the way back in the 70s. The brother kept bringing up, and he said I didn't address the point. When you bring up neuroplasticity and you try to equate words with an effect on the brain, the only reason black people were trying so hard to change the term black into a term of empowerment was for the exact same things that you were showing, talking about neuroplasticity. I don't know how you missed that. All the work that's been done was done specifically to change the way we view blackness. The brother, you know, the brother did a lot of talking about Africa and things of that nature. But again, he only used those definitions that the white people applied to the term. So I touched on that. I think we also heard a little bit from the Hogwarts Library. You know, this idea that we should come up with something new. The brother didn't mention what that something new was. He just mentioned that all the work that our ancestors put in wasn't good enough. You know, he wanted to scrap all of that and pick up something new. And again, he's trying to ascribe power to words, but the only power that he's given these people, the only power that the only people with the power to make a word effective is white people. I think he showed that because he's completely denying everything that we're doing up until today to empower ourselves and be black and proud. Again, sticks and stones may break our bones. I made that point. Black people's obsession with identity. This brother exhibited that. Self-hate, I believe he exhibited that also. And I went over the Black empowerment movement and how embracing that term all the way up until today. Good, bro.
All right. Shout out to Pro Black Politics. It is on you. True Justice, whenever you're ready.
All right, you guys. I never said that you know, the work our ancestors did wasn't good enough. He's saying that I came up with nothing to something new to replace it. That's the whole reason I was talking about Africa. It's the whole reason I bring that statement with Jesse Jackson. Okay, he said that that by sticking to black, Well, I'm saying that sticking to black is what's hindering us from here on out. Okay, I'm not saying that it didn't work in the past. I'm not even talking about that. Okay, he admitted that neuroplasticity works. Okay, as far as I'm concerned in this argument, that's game. Okay, because he just admitted that we could do better. Okay, and we can do better today and tomorrow and from here on out. Okay. Man, this was I thought it was a good debate. You know, I should thank my opponent for even showing up, man. But socially, I went into the reason why we shouldn't use the word black to describe ourselves. Okay. And the proof has been shown on why we shouldn't use the word black to describe this community by the diagram showing the function of the visual word form area of the brain. Okay. Even though we must use the word out of necessity, no other group of people has the distinct of being both collectively associated by skin tone and branded so negatively by a word. Black people aren't actually black, and white people aren't actually white. These blanketed labels just reduces a person to nothing more than a skin color. This encourages people to not associate origin, culture, or history. Black and white are predated, obsolete terms that need to be jettisoned from our usage as a people to further our development. I like to say thanks to Solar, the judges, and the audience. Okay, follow these laws, stay good, and all glory to Father. All right, thanks, Solar.
All right, family. All right, family. We're going to take a brief break. Y'all got to do what y'all got to do if y'all want to see this Chuckle Buck happen, family. Let's get that donation thing popping, man. All right, so we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a second for hopefully the Chuckle Buck round. This is the Solar Vision Debate League, man.
Yeah.
Vanglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front. What you want?
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Dot.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when your square solid and your circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push the loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick the can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And UF with KBA is a win-win. 1K.
All right, family. We're going to go ahead and close this thing out, family. Shout out to both debaters. It was a very excellent debate. I'm going to throw the link inside of the chat room for the people's vote. Get this people's vote. There you go, family. Do what you do, family. We will be having a post-debate show following this show. So make sure you tune in, maybe 20 minutes or so. So make sure you tune in. Make sure you vote as well, family. Shout out to True Justice and Pro Black Politics. This is the Solar Vision Debate League.
on the track.
How you supposed to have life? You got solar missing. Everything seemed bright with solar vision. The whole court, no witness, nobody noticed missing. I'm my own judge, jury, and the co-defendant. It ain't an idol with the solar image. Get to the core, my nigga, don't pretend. Hotter than Jamie Foxx on a solar mission. Melchizedek, no beginning nor an end.
Man, shout out to the family. You already know what it is, man. The boys swap out, snapping off entertainment, AOI, S.V.D.L, the argument league, a whole bunch of black power shit, man. Shout out to Solar Mission. Shout out to Solar Mind, the commissioner, Solar Vision Debate League, greatest debate league in the world, only debate league on YouTube. Shout out to Knowledge Born Alive, do the Knowledge Radio, Knowledge Born Alive on YouTube. Shout out to the AOI, man. Shout out to the judges, the peers, and the reason we're the people of S.V.D.L, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Yeah, fire debates back to back to back. That's what we do. All right. Okay. So we do got a debate tomorrow. We have a double header tomorrow. Tell the truth. The one dude. Suave Boss. Like I said, Suave Boss. Damn, something around. Yeah, I see. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. I think that's it. Isn't that it? Where is it at? Where is it at? Should have been in a screenshot. Is this it? Yay, this is it. Okay. Boo 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 doo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Yeah, so tomorrow we got Suave Boss versus Strap. Strap versus Suave Boss. Crypto versus Fiat. That'll be at 12 o'clock p.m. And then we have Rio versus Holly at 9 o'clock. Should black people separate from the U.S. for liberation? 2 fresh live debates, judge debates, structured debates. 2 shucklebuck rounds. Oh yeah, we got a day tomorrow. Then on the 23rd, Rio coming right back to back. Versus Mashawn. Versus Madonna. Should teachers make more than athletes? Then we got Lance versus Just Me. Does the Black Panther movie show black women is feminine? We got the 25th, Huguenot versus Lance. Jesus, the Messiah, the Israelites. 26, Yashar versus T-Duck. 27, Suave versus Nandy. 28, R. Lewis versus Shar. Roth is our verse. Holly, man. We in the building. Get some of that true justice energy against that KOT energy. Stop playing, man. Stop playing. That is what we own. That is what we're on, family. Don't worry about it. It's Friday. Damn, I only got 17 likes. Yeah, it's Friday. I know everybody cool. You know, they at the club, invited to a dinner, out at the movies. You know. Oh, in the building. What's good?
You know I ain't about to let you hang out on a Friday by yourself, bro. Stop it.
Man, you already know.
Hold on, let me mute out.
Building. What's good?
All right, there we go. Smell like it.
Man. Yeah, big dog.
Yeah, so that debate for myself and T-Duck on the 26th, that's going to be about our Spaniards, your present day Mexicans.
Our Spaniards, the present day Mexican.
Yeah.
That's hard. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Let's get this information. Let's get correct.
Yeah.
Let's get correct.
So we can start playing within our community. Fuck what everybody else doing.
That's hard. Yeah, man.
Shit, man, I thought that was a pretty decent debate. You know what I mean? I feel like pro-black came with the same old argument. He could have came with something more better and something more exciting, different. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, other than that, man, I expected that from True Justice though.
That's a fact. Shout out to Lima. Shout out to the family, man. I'm sorry, y'all. This is my first time speaking. Shout out to AAMP, man. Nobody melanated goddess, man. Brother Gold, man. Lima.
Man,
I'm gonna say everybody else cool.
African American society, you ain't got no evidence to back up none of that. It's all good.
Pro-black. Who else was in here? Tanjan. Okay. Oh man. Fridays feel like Fridays. I'm loud.
This nigga put hearts. This nigga.
Yeah, what's your perspective on that debate with T-Duck?
I say that they are. T-Duck said that they ain't. And you know, the language is what's about the killing. And then, you know what I'm saying, I then came across some modern time, you know, like I think 2020, 2021 or something like that, information about, you know what I'm saying, the migration of those from the south to the north during the time that they were pushing us up into North America. You know what I'm saying? So, and in that information, it states that they don't see no traces of mixing. You know what I'm saying? So, who are these people, man? Who are these people? I know what they look like when I look at, you know, those Spaniards. Then it's like they got mestizos, right? Harnizos, right? And all of these are different type of Spaniards, but they only difference because you got some that look like they so-called Caucasian, pale skin, and then you got some that just don't. You know what I'm saying? They look strictly like your Spaniard, but they both Spaniards though. Yeah, that shit is crazy, bro. I was breaking that shit down. I was like, ooh, I can't wait to bring this shit out. They talking about we's a mixed motherfucker. Nah, we ain't mixed like them motherfuckers. Hell nah. It's a lot of them, bro. It's a lot of yeah. They got a lot of different looks. But they all can trace back to those Latin speaking, Spanish speaking Spaniards. I think a lot of them starting to understand that when they come down to DNA wise, because Suave, bro. All right. You remember when I was doing my DNA, right? Did I tell you about the white chick? All right, well, look, check it out, fam. I'm doing the DNA, right? I'm going through CRI genetics on YouTube, right? And you know, I thoroughly understand how to read my CRI genetics information thoroughly. So when I see other people, you know what I'm saying, whether it was a couple of years ago or recently, they really don't know what the fuck they looking at for real. You know what I'm saying? They was excited basically like I was, right? But then it got to this Caucasian chick, right, where it said that she 100% European. On my life, it says she 100% European, right? In that reading, you know, she had no motherfucking places of origins in her 100% European faction. Like she had no places of origins, no possible places of related origins when she was going through her European breakdown of 100%, which she was so excited about. I was like, damn, she don't even understand what she reading. She thinks she coming from all these other places because of these high markers, and this shit ain't got nothing to do with her relation. Ain't this about something? What the fuck is that? Where do she come from if she don't have no possible related places of origins in Europe, Scandinavia, Sweden, Britain, all that shit? Where the fuck do she come from? Can anybody answer that? Self-explanatory. Nobody was there. She seen you murder yourself. Volume of the book was there. I listened to you because I was in traffic, you know, with my family. So that's why I was in and out. But you murdered yourself. Like, why would you want to get back on the panel and kill yourself again? Like, you like doing that to yourself? I thought you loved yourself, brother. Now that's self-hate. See, what you don't understand is the Afro Mexis is us. The Mexicans, that's some new shit. But the Mexicans, when you understand when you understand the origins of the word, you understand it relates back to who you would call Haitians. Like all of that shit was we occupied that. We owned that. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't gonna say there wasn't other tribes there, because there was. But when you talking about the people who was running the show in that particular part of the land, yeah, history shows it. Man, nah, I'd rather not go back and listen to the show and watch the show again. Then you can see how you killed yourself. I'd rather not kill you again. I'd rather let you do that yourself. You know what you're not understanding is there's many what you would call, or I'm sorry, what they would call Afro-Caribbeans. That's all in South America, not just in the Caribbeans, but we've been moved all throughout South America, going up into North America. Like,
yeah, man. Make sure y'all. That's the 20 what 6?
yeah, 26. Me and T-Duck about to get it in on that on the Mexicans and Spaniards.
That's powerful.
Yeah,
the Tainos.
Gotta get it right, man. Cause see, the Tainos ain't even Mexicans, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I just heard it out.
But when you look at it, like they didn't kill off all the Tainos. You know what I'm saying? They just moved inland. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So at some point in time, they got caught up with, but initially, nah, I don't think so. Well, at least I haven't read it yet, anyway. Lance, I don't never come on the panel lying, brother. So all I do is keep it funky, man.
Where the fuck is Lance at?
Ain't that Mule University?
No. Mule is that's Lima.
Oh, my bad, Lima. I thought you. My bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, sis. My bad.
Lance is known for them university.
Yeah, my bad.
They make a university real quick. What's good, Lima?
You think I'm talking to Lance like a motherfucker? My bad. My bad, Mule.
Wow, it's the Mule.
Wow.
I apologize.
You ain't nothing nice.
I want to know how I murdered myself.
You didn't. That wasn't you.
Oh, you must have been coming in while he was like, he said something about Lance. I'm like, who is Lance? He was like, ain't that Mule University?
No, some dude named Yeshua said I murdered myself last time.
Yeah, that's me.
He thought you was Lance, because Lance got a university avatar name or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he only would.
Oh, what's up, y'all? What's up?
You see, she jumped up like about to check me.
On my life, man. That's the fam band right there. You already know, man. It's Friday.
Yep. Ready for that smoke.
And I was just like, shit, tell me, explain it. You can't explain it. Let me come up and see what he said.
No, that's awesome. How your day going, Mule?
Man, it's Friday. All for the weekend. It can't be no better.
I hear that.
Look,
trying to get to that weekend and keep Monday away.
Yeah, my daughter over here. Yeah. She home for weekend.
Who, Regine? I'm so glad you got that.
You done gave her name.
That Regine, Lil Wayne daughter.
Wow. I could tell you a story about them, dude.
You can tell us a story about Mr. Skirt.
No, I could tell you a story about her mama, Toya. Her
Oh,
mama
Mama
was
Toya. Oh,
her
yeah.
mama was on drugs so bad. Toya mama. She used to go all in New Orleans East looking. This girl was 10, 11, 12, catching a bus. This girl used to catch the bus looking for her mom. Her mom was on crack that bad. That girl loved her mama. She used to go find her mama, get her mama, make her mama go back to their grandma's house, cry. I'm talking about all on the street. This was a little bitty girl. Everybody in the East used to be like, why this lady put her daughter through this? And guess what? That girl blew up.
That's a fact.
Yep. She loved her mama, though. So I always tell people, it don't matter how you is. Children love their parents.
Yeah.
She
That's a
used to go
fact.
find her mama all in crack houses, anywhere. She used to, I'm talking about was a little girl.
I know I love mine.
Amen.
She pop up. I'm bad, mama. It wasn't none of that. Where you been? None of that shit.
Yeah, for
And
real.
then disappear again. I'll see you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My mama would always find me once, twice a year. Might miss a year.
Man, that sickness,
Yep.
man, that shit ain't no joke, yo.
Yeah.
Yep. I used to be like, dang, but I will say this here, she married Wayne when she was 15. He was 16. They was young. People in New Orleans, people in the country don't realize that is so normal for teenagers to get married in New Orleans. I got married. The first time I got married, I was 17. It only lasted 2 years. Guess what? I only been single 6 months my whole adult life. Got divorced at 19. Got remarried at 21.
But
And
you
then
ain't
with
about
him,
that single life. So you ain't about that single life. Some people just relationship people.
Right.
I really am. I don't like to be. I don't even know how I feel to be single like that. I don't want to be. For
when
what?
you raised around that type of stuff, man, that's like what you, no matter whether you a boy or a girl, you know what I'm saying, that's what you seek.
I think that's what it is. I think we just so used to, everybody in my husband's family married. Everybody in my family married. Is but I'm gonna just say this here was on my heart when I was reading them comments. Talking about I murdered myself and all of that. Let me just tell you this here. This is real talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Somebody can be evil. I have known dudes who are murderers, who always give me a hug, be like, "What's up, ma?" Give me a kiss, and then wind up seeing them years later on the news, and they talking about
Quadruple
these
homicide
people.
and shit.
Man, killed 15 people and all kind of, for real.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
how I go, man. It's
if you
it's
gonna
a
take and lie
few
to
of them that's
yourself
real cold
and
hearted.
be like, "Oh, hell with him." No, you're gonna be like, "Damn, he was such a sweet baby. He was so," you know what I'm saying? You're not
And they don't
excusing the
get that
bad
when you
he do.
express that stuff
Yeah,
like
you're
in
not
court or on the
excusing the
news.
bad they do. You're like, you didn't see that part. People are tricky, multi-dimensional. They didn't show that to you. You understand? So you can't just take and say everybody evil. They're evil to you, but they might not have been evil to their mama. They might not have been evil to their people. You understand? So it's a difference on how somebody else might see them until it affects you. If I come in and do something to you and rob you, you're gonna be like, "Oh, I hate her."
Piece of shit.
Yeah. Hey, real talk, right? But to my people, they're gonna be like, "Oh man, she's so good. She feed the babies."
That's how I be. I know when you in the streets, like you gotta just put that armor on. You gotta put that mug on, you gotta put that armor on. You gotta move some way. When you're around family, man, you can take it off. You don't be trying that. You be trying to play with the kids and talk to the old
Yeah,
people and hug on your mama and dap it up with your pops. You don't be thinking about no bullshit. But it's like once you get back out there in the zone, it's like you ain't your dad's son no more. You ain't your mama's son. Like you the controller of something. You the holder down or something.
Yeah.
exactly. So
You
that's
that,
why I always
you
say
that
you
adult
can't
now.
judge men on everything they did. It might have been something bad they did. Look, let me just be honest with you. My aunt went to St. Gabriel prison, right? When I used to go visit her, prison empty. I'm talking about the visitor room empty. It be me and like two other people. You go to the men prisons in Louisiana, man, they jam packed with visitors.
Mhm.
What I'm trying to say is when a woman do something, we say she was a mother. She knew better. She had too much on her plate to go do something this stupid. But
Mhm.
men, when they do something, especially when you don't know if they got children or not, you be thinking the system set them up, or they done unfairly gave them too much time. We make up
Mhm.
excuses for our brothers, right? It's all kind of situations that came into play to hold him back. So what I'm saying is, even if somebody do something heinous, you can hate the crime, you can hate the fact they did it, but do you always have to hate the person?
I mean, nah, shit. You shouldn't be living with no hate in your heart anyway. You gotta live your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you gotta just make sure you address the situation and get clarity and closure on that shit.
So
As
it took
long
me
as you
almost
living with
20
them what
years to
ifs and
realize
I
that.
could have did something and all of that
Yeah.
shit, like you can't let that shit eat you up.
Shoulda,
Life
woulda,
is
and
what
coulda.
life is, yeah.
It took me almost 20 years to grow up and realize, because my cousin did something heinous to a family members, to two family members. And I used to go around saying, I hate him, blah, blah, blah. Get home and be crying. Like he'll come to me in a dream and I'll remember something funny he did or something. Wake up crying and stuff. Because I'm living a lie. I'm saying I hate him publicly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but your heart
Because
didn't never turn
because
like
I
that.
hate what you did. I hate what you did. But I never knew what you did until you was dead. You know what I'm saying? It's like when people grandma died. People worship their grandma. Oh, my grandma did this. But you don't know the bad stuff your grandma could have did too. Be real.
I ain't
Oh
really,
yeah.
I ain't really worried about none of that. Well, oh shit, hey, yeah, hey, grandma,
It,
He
grandma,
said, "Grandma."
listen, man,
listen,
grandma popped the
listen,
nigga and it's growing, bro.
listen.
Chicago,
I
that's
got
why.
girlfriend
Look,
who
if she
told
didn't
me
pop that
all
nigga,
her
if she didn't
grandma
pop that nigga
children
in
is
his
light
growing,
skinned.
bro, if she didn't pop that nigga in his growing, we wouldn't even made it to California, bro. I would have been raised in Chicago on me.
Wait, look, I got a girlfriend
Yeah.
told me all her grandma and grandpa children light skinned except the last one. He dark as night. Grandma did so.
Ain't it?
Grandma might have stepped out. People don't want to realize that. you know. I mean, but you love your grandma. Ain't nobody worried about what bad she could have did.
Man,
So,
her name was Cookie, bro. Will pop you. She had her little pistol right in her bosom. Let a nigga step out of line. Get your ass shot.
damn.
That's how that shit go.
They thought she, you know what I'm saying, like, cause she was a real beautiful woman, bro. You know what I'm saying, when she was younger. I seen the pictures, man. I'm like, damn. And niggas was like, damn, and thought they could just, you know what I'm saying, push up and do whatever. She wasn't having none of that. None of that.
The Blicky.
she about it.
Absolutely. I'm talking about she slept with a 357 up under her pillow. Not the bed mattress, but the pillow.
Damn. I ain't know it was like gangster. I ain't gonna lie to you. I always I never wanted to look for nothing. I never look for no problem. Never.
Yeah, I hear that. That's the way to go.
Mm-mm. I always had kids, and I always lived in a different foreign state. You know, because my husband was in the military, so I used to look for peace. But I guess what? I always was strapped. I always was strapped.
Trinidad.
Yeah, because you never know. But thank God I ain't never had it like uh I never had it to be like that.
Yeah.
But I'm like Tupac. You know what I'm saying? When we gonna do a versus swab? I want to do a versus swab against everybody. I mean,
I
that's
know
why.
everybody want to do a
No, no,
verse
no,
against everybody.
no, no. Tupac against the world, man. I'm telling you, I'm gonna win.
No, you ain't.
Oh, Pot.
Tupac against the world.
Pot.
No, you ain't. No,
Who
no.
you put up against? Who you put up against Pac? You sure?
I'll put up E40, bro.
You put E40.
Yeah.
You did.
That's a safe one. That's a safe one. I'll put up
You
E40.
did, man.
Yeah, all
You
right.
did.
All right.
The only person alive to come close to Pac is Lil Wayne. That's it.
What?
That's it. That's it. Not even Jay-Z.
Hell no.
I definitely. Let me
I'm
see.
telling you, I could put Pac up against the world. And I'm talking about only if I could include Lil Wayne mixtapes. Because he got fire. I'm telling you. Oh, that boy. Man, I used to be a Wayne head. I'm telling you, that little boy right there.
Yeah, I ain't never listened to Lil Wayne until I think the Carter 2, 3. It was like I ain't started listening to Lil Wayne. Like I listened to Hot Boys, but I ain't listened to it for Lil Wayne. Cause he was a young nigga. He wasn't cussing. He was making sound effects and shit. And
Yeah, and guess what? Some of his best music was when his mama didn't allow him to cuss. The shit he spit when he didn't cuss is unreal. A lot of people don't know.
it's
Lil Wayne is
unreal.
a beast. Oh man, that dude is a beast.
Yeah.
He was a beast.
Well, I
To
mean, he
me,
was a shorty,
Listen,
so
man.
I mean, I ain't
me,
taking nothing away from him. But when he
he
started going through them
She got
mixtapes,
she got to
he
give
was.
her fellow Louisianan, you know what I'm saying? That
Ain't no wrong with. No, I mean, Lil Wayne kind of deserve it. I mean, he earned it. He ain't not kind of.
just talking shit.
But once he started doing all them mixtapes and just started stealing it, that's why I was like, okay, now here we go. Here goes somebody that's rapping. Like once he stopped giving a fuck, that nigga was just going.
yes.
I was like, that nigga say some dumbass shit out the blue. Like that was a hard
Yes.
ass bar, bro. That was a hard bar. But yeah,
Yes.
I put 40 up against Pac.
Oh,
I think 40 is survive. I'll put Scarface up against Pac. I think Scarface is survive. I'll put
I love Scarface, but nah, not against
who else
Pac.
gonna put up against Pac?
You can put Cube up against Pac too.
I love
Can you
Cube.
put Cube up against Pac?
Yep.
You cannot put none of them niggas up against Pac.
Yeah, Cube got a catalog.
Cube got a good catalog. He got
Yeah,
a
Cube
good
got a
catalog.
catalog. I put. Oh shit! I don't know. That's kind of no. That's a no.
Hey, I'll even go Nas, bro.
He gonna sweep the floor with Nas.
Yeah, I can't see that.
Nas got a nice.
I put
I
Kanye
ain't
up
gonna
against
lie.
Pac. I'll put Kanye up against anybody. That's my anybody.
That's your
Kanye up against
anybody.
anybody.
Smoke Kanye.
Beautiful morning.
I
Man,
would
he got some
smoke
shit.
Kanye.
He got some shit. But see, you gotta
Listen.
understand, he ain't just no entertainer. He a producer, so he done produced a lot of shit.
But
That
you gotta
nigga got
remember,
ghostwriters, all type of shit. Like that nigga buy verses. Like Kanye just he's just the industry. That nigga's on something else. Pac, yeah, Pac hard, but I gotta say it's 2021. You know what I'm saying? Like
Pac told me
niggas
he'll
didn't
never
pass
leave
that
me,
nigga
P.
by. Like
He said he'll never leave, man. I believed him.
I hear that.
And I ain't gonna sway from Pac. But anyway, I'm putting money on Pac. Pac is the man.
Yeah, nah.
You don't like Pac?
It's time for me to. I love Pop. Come on, man. I still believe Pop alive.
Who you listen to?
Shit, I listen to a bunch of motherfuckers. I ain't gonna hold you up.
Top five.
My top five. I think I've done this before. What was my top five? Twista, Pac, Scarface, Kanye, E40.
I don't rock with E40 like that, man. I just never got into him like that.
E40 is hard. That's
My
crazy.
husband like E40, and I just
E40 is
never got
vicious.
into
That
him.
Element of Surprise double CD, that Charlie Hustle.
Man,
Shit, all the game.
that mustard and mayonnaise.
Man.
That shit was hard that summer. I don't know what y'all sleeping on. What?
I just never could, though. I don't know.
I'm trying to make it sound like a mob trying to get up out the super duper trunk rattling old school in the basement hillside magazine street mob shit. Nah.
Man, hey, don't let me take you back. Don't let me take you back to that mob shit.
Who your top five is, y'all? You saw?
My top Feezy. I got Cube. I got Pop. I got E40. I got your boy. Man, y'all might not know who he is, but this is my guy, man. Spice motherfucking One.
Spice One.
Oh yeah.
My gas screen fire. My pistol tell me shoot that motherfucker. He's a liar. I thought that lady like a rat. Yeah.
Yeah. And then my East Coast guy, I have to rock with Nas, bro.
I never got into Nas. I was like 2 years too young. Like my brother was on Nas, my brother was on G. I couldn't stand. Like, tell the truth. Damn, this gonna be fucked up to say. But I just didn't dig the East Coast. East Coast was not what they said they was. It was like
it was their beats for me. It was their beats for me, Suave. It was some of the beats for me. Like
I can see that being from the West Coast. Yeah. Real talk that East Coast beat is like, fam, I need that.
Some of those beats was cool, but majority of those beats, you know what I'm saying, they would make the song so trash. Like, come on, bro. Like, man, you're killing the lyrics, man.
Yeah, I just didn't. Because I'm listening to the Midwest. I'm listening to the Twista Adrenaline Rush. I'm listening to what was early. I'm listening to 8-Ball MJG. I'm listening to UGK. I'm listening to Ice Cube. I'm listening to E40. I'm listening to Ghetto Boys. And then I'm listening to the East Coast, and I'm like, they not doing what these niggas doing. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like dance hall or Afro beats or something like that. It's like I hear you. It's just not my tap of the foot. You know what I'm saying? Like we wasn't rapping about, like, it just wasn't what we was rapping about, and it wasn't how we was rapping about it. You know what I'm saying? Like East Coast niggas rhyme like they don't even want to rhyme. Like when you listen to everybody else, man, that energy be there. You know, majority of them West Coast niggas, East Coast niggas, like, I got it. I know who I am. No, niggas everywhere else was trying to get heard. Like, nigga, this shit passionate here. These niggas over here, low profiles on the new school. The certain watch with the cufflinks. Nigga, if you get the fuck out my face bragging about that downtown city cracker shit. We stand in abandoned buildings rolling up some cigarette butts and roaches.
Man.
Man, my top five would be
who is
Pac, LL,
Lil Wayne.
Oh yeah.
Did you say L? Did you say LL?
LL was that boy, man.
Listen, Mule.
let's just
LL
stop
was that
playing.
boy, man. I
He
ain't
ain't
gonna
got
lie.
no lyrics. It was all about
Listen,
the
my
looks for him.
husband,
LL ain't
though,
had
that's
no
my
lyrics. Nah,
boyfriend. That's
he
my
had lyrics and he
boyfriend.
I
had
told
energy.
you, look, Swab. That's all I was saying, bro.
That's my
It ain't got nothing to do with
boyfriend.
his lyrics for her. She liked it. Man, listen, bro.
That's my boyfriend. That's
There it
my
is right there.
That's fucked up.
Atum's baby daddy.
Who your second? Who your? Nah, you said L Cool J.
I'm
Lil
44
Wayne
this
and
year.
LL,
who else?
Tupac, Lil Wayne, you know, that's child. Now I ain't
No,
gonna say
I'll be
child's play,
44
but
this year. Melanated got it.
okay, you got to put Juve in there.
Juve. Oh yeah, you in the East Coast. You watching the
And you
motherfucker.
got to represent
Wait.
T.I.
Jewel Santana?
Jewel Santana.
Hell
Hell
no,
no.
Who said
Juve
that? No, she said Juvie. I thought somebody in the chat
Juve
said
Oh,
now.
that.
You don't know
Juvie.
he on
Yeah,
fire.
Juve. Man, that
Yeah,
nigga should have murdered baby.
yeah, that's
That
that's
nigga
his
should have
name, man.
murdered baby
It's
and did his 10 years and
Juve.
got out. He'll be on top of the world right now. That nigga should have
Yeah.
shot baby right in his face. Like, nigga,
But
you
let
got
me
me
tell you
fucked
about
up.
him. People don't
I'm
realize all the
43, Melanated.
mixtapes he done dropped. That dude will still be killing it, but he just underground now. So he fired.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'll be 44 this year in September.
Yeah, if
Melanated.
I was Juvie, me and Manny Fresh would have took over the world. Fuck that.
Man, Manny was a beast.
Manny
Yeah.
Fresh?
Yeah,
hmm
hell yeah.
I don't know if y'all heard of a dude
He had
named
he had it popping for a couple of years. Yeah.
Mm. That nigga had a whole set. Shit. That
just
nigga
got
started a
killed.
whole scene of music.
And they didn't even get that nigga his props at all.
Nah, they got his weird looking ass the fuck up out of here. Your punk
Y'all heard
ass
of
looking ass.
Jubilee? Oh, remember it was a bounce
Nah, we
rally?
don't fuck with none of that bounce shit. Nowhere outside of New Orleans. That bounce
But let
shit
me tell
Where's
you,
it
dead.
at?
this
What's that?
dude was huge. And
That's
guess
that New
what?
Orleans shit, man. That's
Did
that
like
shit that them gay
15 years
motherfuckers
in
be down there
jail, got out of
twerking
jail
off
last
on.
month and got knocked off like 3 days
Nah,
out of
Melanated.
jail.
It's kind of like mystical. I say mystical the closest I could get to it and it not be gay.
That was
That's
my
my boy
favorite.
right
That was my
there.
favorite down south rapper right there,
What?
Mr.
Yeah, I'm
What?
about my paper.
Yep, Mr.
He go
I'm the
hard.
round out the tank. I'm the loud blocker, waka, coming from behind you. Yeah, I was listening to that nigga before he was on No Limit. When that nigga was talking about, I'm out that boot camp clip. And that
What
nigga
you
had
know
the
about
weed
that, boy,
braid.
nigga?
That nigga had the
Hey,
weed braid.
I was hey,
You're left.
listen, Suave. We'll play that shit before a game,
I'm
bro.
ready.
Nigga,
Take it to daddy.
that tank shit, we'll play that before a football game, boy. That shit have us so lit.
Oh, my life.
Lit out there, boy. I'm telling you.
On my
Nigga,
life, that nigga Mitchell could come right in and knock over
If it ain't
everything. I said,
live, it ain't
damn, can't
beef.
nobody fuck
nigga.
with that nigga, dog.
Hey, Bill, why you say that? That shit just gave me chills, yo.
That nigga come in, especially surrounded by Silk and Master P and C. Better like, nigga, you could wait to him and Fiend rap. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Nah, Melanated. I'm a Virgo, sis. September 3rd. Yeah. Whatever that's supposed to
Nah,
be.
we got footwork up here. Like you go to Chicago, that shit, the coldest shit in the world. And they will not touch it. That footwork, motherfuckers call it housing sometimes, but the housing kind of a different lane. But that footwork, the world respect that shit. They know not to touch that shit. Niggas be up there, man, tearing that shit up. I be like, damn, bro, that shit used to set house parties off, man. That shit used to set house parties off. Motherfucker get to the middle of that shit and get the footwork and like boop, 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 boop. Motherfucker start challenging this shit. That was our own shit, like bounce music.
Man, let me tell you something.
Man, when
Me
niggas
and my
start throwing
husband.
bows, I step back, bro, because nigga, you hit me with
Oh
an
yeah,
elbow,
I don't know what the fuck
I'm
niggas
about to
start.
drop you.
Yeah, that was them little brothers and them lean sipping ass niggas down south. Like, nigga, we ain't doing no mosh pit and throwing no balls and bumping each other, nigga. The fuck?
Let me tell you something about that Chicago footwork. See, I'm a square, so I'm a
You
lane.
talking about that?
I
You
can
talking about
admit
the
it.
Chicago stepping?
Man, me and my husband took classes.
Oh yeah,
Hey, that's
Oh
that's
yeah, we
stepping
done
this
took
shit too.
classes.
Hey, that right there is some real
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say man.
Let
Listen,
me just
some
say
real
it. He a
classy
beast.
shit. I ain't
He
gonna say
better
it's
than
some
me.
player shit. It's some classy
Man,
shit.
my husband smooth.
Yeah.
We got us a few routines when we go somewhere to cut up. Oh, we cuss up. We cuss
I
up.
swear.
Oh yeah, man. We some real solid individuals, melanated for real.
Yeah.
But yeah, that
I got a video on
Chicago
Facebook of me
stepping
and him doing
and
a dance line.
that cha-cha. You know what you know about the cha-cha, Mew?
Oh yeah, that cha-cha slide.
What you know
The
about that?
cha-cha slide, electric slide. What was it? What's the little
The Cupid shuffle.
Cupid?
The
Yeah, the
Cupid
Cupid
shuffle.
slide. What's the R. Kelly one? The
I don't
PP
know.
slide.
Step in the name of love. I don't know.
Oh, let me tell you, that whole chocolate factory album.
Fire.
Don't start nothing. Don't be
Don't
nothing.
don't listen. She about to say which one of her children, which one of her children was conceived off of that.
I felt that one come alive. Boop.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Yeah, nah, that chocolate factory is hard. Motherfuckers don't want to say it because that nigga disgusting, but
Yes,
that
Just
chocolate
said,
factory is hard.
yeah, vroom vroom in your ignition, girl. I got that.
He is so disgusting, but back in the day, that chocolate factory,
If I was Chris Brown, I'll put that back out. I just steal that nigga. I'll steal R. Kelly whole catalog. Like, don't nobody want to hear you see this shit, nigga. I'll put all his shit out like nothing happened to it. 12.
We mix all of his shit, and
Hey,
it sound way better too.
the black community would turn the blind out of that shit. Watch. Because we want to listen to the music. We just don't want to hear R. Kelly.
Right.
Exactly.
If a motherfucker Tank, if you listening, you can come up for a little funny looking motherfucker.
No, Tank is a little suspect, so he kind of like lost some credibility too.
Hold
Because
on.
Tank said, sis, I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but did you not hear that Tank said that he done went down on a man before? You didn't hear that part?
Hold on, Miss Goddess.
She don't give a
I'm
fuck.
gonna address you properly.
She said, Miss Goddess.
She's like, niggas been on the down low for a long time.
Me and my husband went to a Tank show and he blew me a kiss.
You sure it was for
And
you?
my husband told me.
Hell nah.
Yeah, Tank did a concert at a like I guess like, I don't know, like what do you do, like if you as an entertainer, if it's a gay environment, like you still gotta perform. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. He did a concert. You about to play it?
Yeah, I'm finna play it right quick. That nigga nasty,
Yes.
What y'all talking about? He said, man, you gotta check it out. How you know if you don't do it?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, he did an interview afterwards because like he got so much publicity. You know, people like, yo, is Tank really gay? And he did an
So
interview
let's
and
say
he
a
ain't.
guy sucked a dick one time.
What?
Does that mean that?
Yes. Yeah. What? What?
Twice. A guy sucked a dick twice. I'm waiting for the rest of this. A guy sucked a dick twice. Does that make him gay?
No. Here's the thing. Okay. So,
I just sucked a dick twice.
And this is twice as excessive. Okay.
Nigga, once is excessive. Nigga, for a man.
He sucked the dick once, right? And then he's like, I'm not sure if I liked it or not.
Let me try it again.
Let me try it again. And then he says, you know what? It's not for me. Don't like the taste. You see what I'm saying?
Don't like the taste.
We're not talking about chicken. We're talking about
He said you can suck 2 dicks and still be straight.
Dick in his jaw.
How you made a bar.
Because she's an artist at heart. It's natural. It comes natural.
But it doesn't mean he's gay. It means he sucked dick twice.
Okay. So just for the sake of your argument, that's okay. I got you.
Because the art of being gay is being gay.
It's being
it's a continuous state of being.
So if you like,
he said you ain't gay, you just did some gay shit twice.
You damn near.
That's a lot of. So what's the limit?
Ain't none of these women up there losing their mind like,
you get
oh,
a
this
second
is some
chance,
bullshit.
and then if you keep it going,
Not that they want that shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
You strike out.
Crazy as
All
hell.
right.
No.
I
Listen.
think we just made some new bylaws.
We did.
We should print this out.
I don't know what book
Don't worry.
this is in,
And
but
get
this
somebody
is
to sign
documented.
it.
It's documented as we
They got to
speak.
sign
Okay?
it before you go into a relationship after
Right.
3 times. You know you become a liar.
But what if it's like he's like, I only did it 3 times. It's the 4th.
He's out.
Yeah, he's done.
And he's out.
Right. Strike out.
Okay.
He striked out.
3 dicks, you're out. Ba-doom.
No, but Yashar, part of the reason why they didn't say anything is to keep the conversation going, because it really would have, like, did you see that? It would the conversation would have halted, and then on top of that, because it's their professional, not that like they're not really like personally having a conversation, but their professional career is impacted based on how they interact with this whole LGBT thing. You know, you can be canceled out. This is this cancel culture thing. So you do have to kind of, because it's work, you have to kind of be politically correct. But did you see that? Did you see that I think it was The View or one of them where, who was it who refused to hug a transgender person?
Yeah, that was Genuine.
Genuine. Man, that was a big issue. It was a big issue because he refused, like, nah, I'm not, I'm good. Like,
yeah, who was that? Oh, Bobby Brown. That shit happened to Bobby Brown on that same show, I think. That motherfucking Big Brother shit.
Depending on what people do for a living, and somebody was to say something like that, they can't just openly at their job be like, "Oh no, you gay. You about to be in the EEOC office, an equal opportunity, and whatever, it's an equal opportunity employer office, whatever. It's gonna be an issue."
Why are we hugging? Why?
Well, no. I don't mean the hugging part, but I just mean like, let's say my coworker was like, "Oh, you know," even though they shouldn't be talking about sucking dick at work, but
I'll call it EEOC your ass.
Well, right, but you should have reported that during the sexual harassment. But if you did not,
talking to me about gay fellatio, man.
Let me tell you, my gay coworker was showing me pictures of dudes that he talked to, and these dudes look like regular, straight, fine ass black men. I mean, fine as the beard,
all these gay
the muscles and shit.
And y'all still be
listen,
don't even look gay.
no. What I'm saying is that, so this particular coworker, he looks gay, but he's telling me the men that are like hitting, hollering at him, right? And I'm like, I'm thinking they gonna be like him. No, they like real dudes. They like straight looking dudes that women and their jobs are.
Man, them motherfuckers liars, man. Them motherfuckers that have a whole bunch of pictures of niggas don't even know them. Like, this nigga be hollering at me, stalking niggas' Facebook pages and shit.
So you Suave. I'm not going to be
man
out
that's
here.
telling me he a woman, man. First of all, you lying to my face, telling me you a woman.
No, he don't think he's not telling me he a woman. He's a dude who like dudes, and he's the more effeminate one. So the ones that like him are the more masculine ones. And these dudes look like masculine dudes, and I'm like in total shock. I was hoping to see a little non-black person up in there, but no, they was like, it like a fucking ebony
bogus as hell
magazine.
What would you rather have? The gay dude that think he a girl, or the straight seeming dude?
The down low ass nigga.
No, I appreciate him more. Like, he's more openly the feminine one.
One down low, he's a danger to the whole
No,
world.
not down low. Not the nigga that's acting like he's straight. He just don't act like a woman. If you get into the conversation, he'll tell you he's gay. He's interested in men. He just don't do the wig and nail polish and all of the gay shit. He just act like a regular dude.
Go get a bow.
Yeah. I mean, I would prefer the because the other one is kind of confusing, and I think the fact that they know it's confusing, they use it to their benefit, and they straddle the
Which
fence.
one is confusing?
The ones
Look,
that's
on
like the
Rampart
ones that's
Street.
like more masculine because they still be in women's faces. They still be in women's faces. They still
No,
be
I'm not
talking to
talking about
women.
that. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about
But
that.
hold
I'm
They
on,
talking
let
do,
me
about
but
the
get
they
dude.
do, but they
on
do though.
Rampart
No.
Street.
I'm talking
They
about
got
two
a
different
club
type of gay
called
dudes. I ain't put
Wolfendale.
no caveats to it. It's just simply the gay dude that act like a woman or the gay dude that act like a man. But if you had a
It's tricky.
conversation,
The one that act like a man is tricky. Because you don't know. You don't even gonna know he gay until
so
his
it'll
boo
be
walk up and
tricky.
kiss him up.
Okay, that
So,
ain't your business though. You should know if
but
he's gay.
but then if he all, how you gonna know he all in your face talking and smiling,
He's not in
kikiing?
your face because he's not attracted to you. You
No,
keep going to the
I
nigga
didn't say
that
when
get
I
in
no, no,
women's
I
face.
didn't say in your face trying to holler. I'm saying it's a way that a man and a woman interact that it's not like overtly like I'm trying to push up. It's just you don't know. Like what the fuck? He introduced what when did this happen? How did my cute boo, my work boo, what? You be all confused because he be looking all good and shit at work, and now you like,
And
this
that's what
some
you get. That's
bullshit.
what you get
This
for
some
lusting.
bullshit.
That's what you get for lusting. Nah.
This some
Don't let
bullshit.
him be bow-legged.
Oh Lord.
Damn. hey, leave on that bullshit.
She love that vitamin D deficiency. She be like, come here with your little rickets stuff. You got rickets? I like you.
What happened to the bow-legged men? I'm just saying, what happened to them? Did they all get their legs straightened?
No, we hip on vitamin D now. Did you know that bow-legged this was a symptom of vitamin D deficiency during pregnancy?
Yeah,
They need to go back.
coming out twisted. Stop
Shut up,
playing
Squad.
basketball and shit. Look at this nigga legs, man.
And then their parents is wrong for not even trying to, you know what I'm saying, correct them.
Like, yo, listen, why don't your mom take her prenatal vitamins though? I'm just saying, what's up with that?
Some okay, so like my wife, she couldn't do it. She couldn't take those vitamins.
You gotta take them at night. I learned a trick. If you take them in the day, you're gonna throw that crap up. You gotta take it at night. Yes, you gotta take it at night.
And not early in the morning.
So we
I
did.
had to take mine around 3 p.m. I could not take. If I took it in the morning, I would throw it up.
We
That
did
thing,
we did the multivitamin
I could not.
for women.
the liquid one, or the multivitamin, or you know what? Like now that I know about, they have liquid vitamins. Liquid vitamins would have been another good source because it absorbs into your bloodstream a lot quicker. So, but I didn't know about that 100 years ago when I had a baby. You know what I mean?
But anyway, bring it back to bow-legged brothers.
I love your accent. I love that accent.
Somebody with an accent.
What happened
Y'all
to
funny.
them?
No, I'm
But y'all
talking
hate
about
our voice.
I'm talking
We just
about
talk regular as
No,
hell.
but I'm just saying.
I'm talking about
you
Mule's
don't see
accent.
them anymore.
I know. I'm saying,
Oh.
but both of y'all got an accent.
Right.
We both. I don't have an accent. My accent is.
I have an
What?
accent.
What did you just say?
I don't know why she don't. I don't know why
she said.
Who got
What?
an
Okay,
accent?
so what
Melanated,
kind of
you have a nice accent.
accent do I have?
Man, you got a
have a-
Brooklyn
like a-
Caribbean
You
accent.
have like
Yeah,
a
correct.
no,
Caribbean accent /
Caribbean, New York
New
accent.
York,
Philly.
New
You know what I'm
Jersey
saying?
accent.
Yeah, all that.
Like she got that Caribbean New Orleans accent. You got that Caribbean New
Yes.
York accent.
She said the bull-legged. I like how she talks. I like that shit. She said the bull-legged. I'm like, yeah.
No, I'm just saying, did they disappear? What happened to the people?
Everybody started taking their vitamins, sis. And sunbathing, they got scared. They stopped being scared of being in the sun. Started getting some vitamin D.
Gotta make sure my husband make sure he don't take no vitamins.
She's funny.
When I got this joke right, so we done got older. He had perfect
Brace
vision.
yourself.
Now he needs read glasses. I be telling him I forbid you to get glasses.
Oh, you want to stay blind?
Cause he always telling me how beautiful I am. I be like, baby,
Don't get no glass.
Don't get no glass. He be like, baby, read this to me. I be like, I'll read it to you.
That's funny.
That is hilarious.
You
That's hilarious. She's like, you don't need no damn glasses.
You don't need no glasses, baby. He wake up in the morning, so you so beautiful. You definitely ain't getting no glasses. And everybody be like, why you don't let him get no glasses? I forbid it.
I know that's right.
7, 8 years melanated. I know the man need glasses.
That's what I'm trying to listen, man. Yeah, you use your feminine powers. You feel me?
I read all the mail.
Just get a man just to start feeding the man some fresh carrots, right? That'll help his eyesight.
Nah, she said his eyesight is good, just how it is. You ain't hear him wake up in the morning saying she beautiful.
Right.
He don't need nothing. He got everything he needs right
how
there.
Beautiful, I still am. I be like, you ain't never getting no. He said, maybe he can't see.
They have. I have never taken it, but I know they got a herb. I probably need to take it so my eyes can stay at least where they at now. They got a herb called Eye Bright. It's supposed to work. Eye Bright.
What you say, Deshaun? Carrots? What did you say?
Yep.
Yeah, but they have an herb that you can like make like a tea. You can just buy the herb and then drop it in some water, boil the water, and make like a tea, and then drink it.
Like
Eye Bright.
It's something that's in the carrots. Like you literally when you eat fresh carrots, you literally can feel whatever it is that's in them carrots. That shit it works. My grandmother
Because he don't need glasses to drive or anything, but like to read, his arm is just not long enough no more.
Yeah.
That's cold blooded.
Yeah, you got to watch who you grow old with, fellas.
What's the time? Oh my God! I shouldn't have told you.
Stay at the gym.
Don't be like that.
We be good at outliving niggas. They back be okay to the motherfucker.
Right.
Well,
your back be out of place. These fucked up. They ran that motherfucker dancing like
that nigga over there.
Still catching the Holy Ghost and shit. Not crying.
I'm done. I'm over here about to make some make my own elderberry syrup. I buy grain or alcohol. So this alcohol is actually 189 proof. So
that's
it's 90.
Everclear.
It's 94.5% alcohol, and I just put like 1/3 of a cup of elderberries, dried elderberries, in a mason jar, and I'm gonna fill it all the way up to the top with the alcohol, and I let it sit there almost for like 2 months, at least at a minimum. If you're just gonna let it, but I had it in a crock pot, so I might just do like another like week or so. I was trying to speed up the process, because it's that season. So and then I take another third and I get like organic honey and I put that in a pot with the elderberry and I put it on slow cook and let the elderberry absorb into the honey. And then I do the last third. So I just get 1 pound and I do 1/3. And for the last third, I make like a tea. So I take the elderberry and I just add water and I boil it like a tea. And I mix all 3 parts, the one with the alcohol, the one with the honey, and the part with the water. And that shit will last for months, because the alcohol is the content is so high that you don't have to put it in the refrigerator or anything and it won't spoil. And How you make homemade elderberry syrup?
Wash your hands. Come here.
Mm-hmm.
Where you get this from? Oh, the ice cream.
Ali in the building.
Peace, family. Peace, to all. Rashad, Lima, melanated. Peace to y'all.
Peace, sis.
I just wanted to come up here and talk my shit, Swaz.
Hey, what's up, her?
I'm excited.
Yeah, you getting ready to debate, girl. Get it, girl.
I'm excited. I'm like on my countdown right now. I'm super excited. I need to do some rearrangements to the
Your PowerPoint.
no, to the leaderboard.
Uh-oh. There you go.
Congratulations, sis.
Talk,
Congratulations.
talk your shit.
I mean, like
You
there's
got your
no
timer
reason.
together. You got your timer together. You've been
Yeah,
practicing.
all that's taken care of. I'm ready. Like there's no reason for me to shoot for the number 4 on the board if you're not ready to make some rearrangements.
I'm
So keep
feeling this.
furniture movement.
I'm feeling
So
this,
I want to
man.
ask
I'm
you
getting.
something. Are you nervous, honey?
Am I nervous? No.
No.
She's confident.
That's so good. So good.
No, like I I haven't watched like all of the other debaters that are in the league. I haven't watched all of their um their videos. They're like what the hell? I'm thinking application, whatever. But their interview, that's the word I'm looking for. Their interview videos. I haven't watched anybody else's. But I went back and I watched mine after the fact and I was kind of laughing. People were like, it's the quiet calm for me. And Solar had it like rolling across the screen, like, this is to test the mental toughness of people. And you see people getting frustrated and everything in their debates, and like I don't have that problem. Like I'm coming with my information, and I can that, and then during the interrogation round, you're not going to be able to get me off my square. It is what it is. So, like, if anything, that would be the only thing that, I would be worried about, but I don't have anything to worry about as far as that. So, no, nervous, I'm not. Now, let's just be honest, though. If my scores look funny, I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. Okay?
The rope collapsed. You taking your rope off.
I'm not playing. I'm very, very competitive.
Don't pick
So,
you on that team. You going home with your ball.
oh yeah. I am
What you
not
think you're gonna
playing.
do? What you think you're gonna do on the shuffle butt? Because I would want to cut Solar the F out. Like, I ain't even gonna lie.
That is scary to me. It's like, oh my God.
I
And
don't
it's
think
like
I
you
could.
defeating him.
Yes, I would be like Solar. Like, stop it. Like, I would want to like not participate. Like, I would be like, dude, you reaching, or like, I'm not answering it. Like, I could, because he goes in places that's not what the debate was about, or like nowhere what the person that you debated said. He just does his own thing, and
I
I
don't
could
feel
see
like he
me.
goes not what a debate was about. I think he does defeat your debaters sometimes. If you watch some of them them shucklebucks, he bring up great points that your opponent didn't even bring up.
Yes.
It's
Exactly. I want to be like, yo, why is you saying that? Like,
But I
you
love
know,
the
say.
struggle book. Oh my God! But
No,
I
I
would
do.
never
I
want
do.
to
I'm
be
saying
in it.
I'm
I would
putting myself
never
in
be in
their
it.
shoes. Yes. I love the shuckle buck. I love when he said,
Somewhere,
get your ass out of here. Get your ass. I can't wait for him to do that part.
Yes, I'll be like, oh my God, I would kill him. Oh no.
Sawyer is a sadist. You can see he gets too tickled. He enjoys ruffling people's feather. Just like, like really, dude.
But the thing is, when you can address them questions and get him frustrated, that's when you know you own to something.
Really?
Oh yeah. If Solar start cussing you out or calling you names or whatever, yeah, he's stumped. He's trying to get you.
That's funny because I noticed that too. You know, watching all the different debates. I have a strategy to do just that, and I want to see if it works.
Listen,
See if
let me
I can
give you
keep
some
from.
advice. Just address the question. That's all. Anything else will be uncivilized, Holly. I'm telling you.
Uncivilized. I'm always on the damn panel eating ice. I'm so sorry, y'all.
You need to have your iron levels checked. That's a sign of anemia.
Oh, I don't have to have it checked. I've been anemic since I was damn like 10 or 11. I love it. I love eating ice. I just accept it and embrace it, and yeah, my iron's low. I'm cool with it. Every now and then I take a little tablespoon of that nasty ass, what's that thing called? Molasses or whatever the thing is called. It's disgusting. Black strap molasses. Oh, it's really a really good source of iron, but it is
Man,
horrible taste.
put that on some honey. Yeah,
Put it on some honey.
I'm sorry. Put that on some toast or some
No.
biscuits. Man,
Black strap molasses.
And listen.
Now you really are the medicine man, because that stuff tastes like medicine. Who want to eat medicine on toast?
It's good for you.
I know that it's good for you.
It is good.
I know it's good for you, but it's nasty. I just get a big tablespoon. I just take it like 2 of them, and I grab something really like good, like something good, like sweet to drink, and just wash it down. It's disgusting. Mm-hmm. No, that debate you showed today, Suave, was hilarious. That
You're the woman.
That's the shit.
The rapid fire between Akmalak and Blue. Oh my gosh, my stomach was hurting me.
All right.
Akmalak said, Could you build a home? Blue said, are you saying that black people are incapable of building their own home?
Oh my God.
Every time Akmalak asked him a question, Blue was like, so are you saying that black people don't desire to build their own homes? And then he says, have you ever laid concrete? Blue said, yes. I'm sure Akmalak was not expecting Blue to say yes.
Hell yeah, I laid something today, motherfucking that.
Yes, that shit was so funny. It was so funny. He was like, but it sucked, right? It sucked, right? Blue was like, no, I liked it. And I made a lot of money too. I was like, oh, fuck.
Melanated.
Yes.
When they came up with the title, I was like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to watch this one.
Oh, about the slaves?
Yeah, when he was like, black people need slaves, I'm like, this Negro here, this is an Uncle Ruckus nigga.
Listen, he said when we get, but then he kept saying the plumber's gonna plumb. I was like, I don't think that's what plumbers do. They don't plumb, dude. I'm just saying, like, stop saying that. I laugh. The plumber's gonna plumb. He gonna plumb. Uh, I don't know. Maybe
Okay,
maybe I'm you know. Go ahead.
okay, on a deeper meaning, do you feel like Akamalat is a white supremacist?
A white supremacist. I don't think he's a white
Yes.
supremacist. I think no, he got to be a black. He wants his nation
Okay, black
to
supremacist.
rule. He wants his nation to rule, and everyone outside of his nation will be slaves.
But what if you black and you're not and you don't believe you're an Israelite? So you
Then
outside of his rule.
you gonna be a slave.
Exactly.
So that means black folks, white folks, everybody. We gonna be slaves.
I know. That's why I'm like, he's a damn supremacist.
But you know what? What about all of the Hebrews with white women? So they gonna have black people as slaves. Damn, because they gonna be in a nation. They gonna be in a nation with their mixed race children,
Wait,
right?
Suave, I was like, the whole debate, I was like, this nigga here.
Wait. Hold on. You sure your Israelite brothers marry white women?
Yeah, they can have black children.
Yes,
They believe
do.
some of them
They
believe they can
believe in the
have black
seed of the
children,
father. They
right? The
don't care
seed of
what
the
woman.
father. So the baby is still an Israelite. So it don't matter. It don't matter the woman as long as the father's seed is the Israelite seed, and that's just how it's seen. Not all of them, but some of them believe that.
I'm sorry, you have to go back and watch this movie called "I'm Gonna Get You Sucker"
She said,
and
"I'm going
watch
to get you something."
the pro-black man with the white wife and all the white children, and they all talk about black power. That's the Israelites.
They got your
Wait,
phone.
The baby said,
Like
I
they
ain't
be
doing
having
it.
this thing. Like, look, we on this. Years, subscribe, hit the like button.
I gotta hear this directly from that nation. Yeshua.
Oh yeah, you might as well do that.
Some of your
Oh,
Israelite brothers marry white women?
he gonna come back.
Yeah, he ain't in that.
He not right there right now. But for some reason, I had the urge to watch Don't Be a Menace in South Central while drinking your juice in the hood last night. Right? And if y'all remember that movie, there's a character, his name is Preach. And
Yes.
that is the one that was like, oh, heavenly, such and such, mother of whatever. Can look at this goddess, and it was like a really unattractive looking white woman, right?
Oh
Yes.
Yes, that just cracks me up because he saw a woman and he was like, "Excuse me, can you tap that white woman behind you?" And she was like, "What?" She thought he was talking to her, a black girl. I was like, "Oh man, that just brought up so many talking points right there." And then the dude in the jail, the Muslim dude, that was just like saying all of this stuff, and it reminded me of like how I feel when I hear like people who be going left with their metaphysical stuff or speaking all this spiritual stuff. Like the guy in the jail was like, knick knack, patty whack, give a dog a bone.
Yes.
Big fish, blue fish, red fish, blue fish. I was like, yo, he was just saying anything. I was like,
girl.
I was
That's a stupid
rolling.
movie.
I said, I needed to see this stupid movie. I really did.
Mhm. That is a good funny movie. I like funny movies. It's like when I watch the Flat Earthers. It'd be hilarious to me.
Nah, man. That last debate, Swab, you better not ever debate flat Earth again.
It would be
Okay?
hilarious, girl.
I
That's a
knew
fact.
whatever happened, I knew that was gonna happen. He was gonna have a whole bunch of questions. He wasn't gonna prove anything. I knew that. That was just like, why did you do this, Swab? You already did this. Like, please don't be insane and expect different results. Mm-mm.
I loved it.
What was that debate? I had already told Suave, I'm like, listen, I'm stuck through this because it's you. Okay, because flat Earth ain't it.
What y'all trying to say? The Earth ain't flat?
That dude said I showed, but the messed up part was
Okay.
he said
Listen, that's my
the
kid.
the
And
messed
I'm
up
off.
part is he said I showed the model. I said, where's the model? Did I miss something? He said I showed the model. I'm like, where was the model he showed? I didn't see it, and he never showed it again. Mm-mm.
Melanie, I was laughing so hard. I was working. But when I watched the replay, I watched the whole thing. I laughed so hard with popcorn like it was a movie.
Listen, that's why I'm so mad. Like for some reason, I don't know. Like I'm really an awesome person, but for some reason, Solar got me blocked on there, and now I just don't even want to watch the debates because I
Solar?
can't. Huh?
You sure it was Solar?
I mean, I don't know. It's his channel. I don't know.
You know we had the great Exodus and shit.
Well, why would one of them? I mean, besides Yara, because I was kind of, I was kind of going in on him in the. But that was a minute ago. That was when Moonflower debated. That was a minute ago. Why would he be like, you know what? Fuck that. Block it. I'm blocking all these motherfuckers.
Out of here, man. Ain't nothing but a gangster party. That's fucked up.
Dang. I didn't even think Yara would do that, man. Like,
Oh no.
come on, black man. Don't be petty when you're leaving. But yeah, I'm blocked, so
That's
I'm
what
like,
everybody petty. Everybody petty when they leaving.
listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. That's why I was too scared to have another kid because yo, shit be seeming all cool when it's cool. But when it ain't cool, you be like, damn, yo, I didn't think you would be like this. So I
For my life.
just kept my ovaries to myself. Like, nah, son.
Oh my God! She said she kept her ovaries to herself.
Kept my ovaries like, nah, man. Look,
I don't blame you.
I can't do it. And I mean, the one time on a serious point, Mule, I was like, you know what? I want another baby, right? And I wasn't in the relationship that I was in was like, I don't want to say one of them forced type thing, but I was definitely settling. Like, dude was saying all the right things, like, oh, I want to be married, I want to have a baby, I want a family life. But I didn't really love him like that. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't. So I just got a dog, and I've had her for like the last 9 years. Like, I'm cool. Like, I got a dog. She wear Pampers. I just chill with her, and yeah, I ain't got no more kids.
So the dog is equivalent. I'm at
No, what
baby
I'm saying is
girl.
that urge to
Companionship.
procreate. No, like more like a urge. Like I felt like my son was already getting older, and I wanted to have something to take care of, like a baby. So when I got her, she was only 2 years old. So I just paid a lot of attention to her because it made no sense like having a baby to try to make your
What
relationship a
kind of
good one.
dog you have?
I got a Jack Russell.
Hey, get your ass off my rug.
What kind of dog do you have?
A German Shepherd mix, a
Oh, you got a
big
big.
old huge dog who think he a little bitty puppy. He think he a Chihuahua.
So lately, I've been giving marijuana to my dog, right? And she went from being like a very like ornery, grumpy, older dog, and she's almost 12, right? Is she 12 or going on 13? Somewhere around there, 12 or 13. So she's old, like 90 something years old in our years, and she just got an attitude, and she be like blocking everything, and like just she don't want my man to touch me. She don't want nobody to. I can't even get an Amazon delivery. Like nothing. She don't want nothing happening. She's super protective of me. She barks, but if it's just me and her right now, you hear she quiet. She ain't saying shit. But I gave her some weed. My man hugging me, touching me, kissing me. She just looking at us. I was like, yo, this weed is working. I'm like, yeah. Look,
Oh
this is
my
crazy.
God. I don't need to give my dog nothing. My dog, he the best. He the best. He listen. He an outside dog, really, but it's so cold out here now. So we
Did you have
inside.
your dog? Did you have your dog? Look, YouTube Street said, yo, because she's high.
I know.
Did you have your dog since your dog was a puppy?
8 weeks. Mm-hmm.
See,
Yeah.
I think that's the difference. Like, I got her from a shelter, and so she had like anxiety. So that's what she has. So the weed just like it just calms her down. She be like, "Yo, man, like, listen, just don't hurt
My
my mommy. Like, just don't
my
hurt
dog
her."
is a true black dog. He always outside, always. And unless it's a real bad weather, then he inside. But let me just say this here. This here Negro, if it's beautiful weather or if it's hot outside, girl, he gonna stand at the patio balking and growling. He gonna be growling for you to open up this door to let him back out. But while it's cold, you can't pay him to go out. If he go use the bathroom, he jump on that door so hard like he gonna break the glass because he huge. He like maybe 150 pounds. This is a huge. He's like a husky. He's a German Shepherd husky mix. One blue eye, one
Oh,
brown eye.
oh
And when I tell you,
wow,
he
you got
jump on
a
that
big.
patio.
Oh yeah,
He's
them things
huge.
they die from loneliness.
He is huge. He ain't gonna never die from loneliness because I got an 11-year-old son here, and that's
Yeah.
his best friend.
Them things be affectionate. They need attention, but they
Yes.
cool. Yeah.
But when I tell you he loves to be outside and he's just so comfortable right now inside, it surprises me. But the minute he knows when the weather is bad, he don't even attempt to go to the patio other than to use the bathroom. But I mean, he never have an accident in the house, nothing, never. Like he gonna go to that
Listen,
patio
Cookie
and
be having
howl.
more than accidents. She be having more than accidents. Right now, her ass is wearing Pampers. You hear me? Right.
What?
I got her in straight Pampers. Thank goodness for Amazon. But because I don't know if it's like older dog situations. Sometimes it just be like you could tell like she like sneezed or like she just let out a little bit of pee. It's like her bladder. She can't just hold it till it's time to go outside. So I'll be like, that's why I put the pamper on because I don't got time to keep cleaning up little accidentes all over the place. I'll be like,
And let me tell you a funny story about this dog. So last year, I took him for a walk because he started getting really fat. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start walking my dog. So I started walking him a little, then a little. And then one day I thought, okay, we're gonna go all the way over here. It was like 5 miles, right? Because he was doing so good with the walk.
5 miles.
So on the way home, this
He
dog
just sat, he just lay
refused.
down.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know I could not carry this dog? He's so huge. And then I picked him up. Do you know he wrapped his arms around me?
Like, please, thank you, Jesus. I'm
Oh
not
my
trying to
God.
do this work.
I'm walking with this dog home because my son couldn't help me carry. I'm like, and so my neighbor pulled up and said, "What is going on?" He had pulled up and backed up, and he was on a pickup truck, and so he gave us a ride home. That was so humiliating, so embarrassing. But
Now
this
I understand. Now that my dog is old, I understand why because I used to see this lady push her dog in a stroller, and I was like, "What type of shit is this?" She got the dog in a stroller, and now I
because
understand. They
you
get
don't want to walk
old.
a mile or 2 miles. You want to walk a good, if you out walking for exercise, who walks a couple miles,
Listen, Cookie. Sometimes, like right now, right now she's sleeping in the living room. Right when it's time for me to go to bed, I be like, "Come on, mommy, let's go upstairs." She be looking at me like, "Who gonna roll them damn stairs?" She be like, "I'm staying right here." Like I have to pick her up. She will be like, "Look, I ain't going up them damn stairs." And then sometimes, she's getting older. She'll trip and like fall when she go up the stairs. So in her mind, the stairs are dangerous. Like she's scared of getting hurt. So like now I understand why people just put their dog in a stroller and push the damn dog around. Like take them out, put out the stroller, put them down in the grass, make them use the bathroom, and because they just like, you know what, you on your last leg, and that's a real like. It's one thing to see like your mom, your dad, or whatever get older, but because animals age so much quicker, you could see you could see the aging process. Like I was looking at some videos of her on my phone 9 years ago. I could see how fast she could run. Right now, she'd be like, "Yo, son, I'm not chasing you. You throw that ball over there, you gonna go get that shit yourself." Like that's how she looked. Like, nah, I'm
Oh my
good.
God.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I'm good. Like, mm-mm.
And I think those are some cute dogs, those Jack Russells.
But I'm gonna
They
tell
cute.
you, if she smells you, she will definitely try. Like she tries to dominate still. Like she's a dominator. Like she tries to hump people if she can. If she can. If she can.
She wouldn't
I
hump me
just.
because guess what? I don't even like little dogs. All my dogs have to be huge. I like big dogs. I like outside yard dogs that's potty trained
It's
to
something
come
about
in.
your personality though that I think. Like when my cousin came with his wife, he was really cool with her, and he was. He wasn't like, oh, what? Like you going? He wasn't like being, aggressive with her, but she never tried to hump him. But his wife, she would just like try to just catch her slipping. Just she be
I be
watching
saying, look,
TV.
motherfucker, we ain't buying this house. We not buying.
Yeah, she would just grab her leg and start going at it. I'd be like, Cookie, stop! What the heck? She's like, why she keep trying to hump me? I said she's trying to
I had a
dominate
male
you.
dog who used to hump everybody. I remember everybody child who came by my house. I'd be like, don't let him do that.
But like so, like my friend, her dog, she got a I don't know what you call it, not a chickapoo, what not a chihuahua. It's a little fuzzy dog. I don't even know what the heck you call it. But her dog will grab like a teddy bear. And when I tell you, she be going ham on that teddy bear, I'll be like, what is she? They're not gonna stop her. They be like, why are we gonna stop her? It's natural. I'm like, oh my God, this is too funny. She be just going to work like she really about to get that teddy bear pregnant or something. I don't know what she doing over there. It's crazy. Animal Kingdom.
Violent humping.
Swab, your dogs be humping?
Man, nah. My dog don't have nothing to hump on. That nigga, it was what I used to have to say that these people in the back, they had this little pit bull.
They getting their practice
And he
pumps
used to
in.
come over there. That motherfucker used to try to hump. Bro, I
Look,
like, man, get the fuck off that dog. I don't even know that dog.
look,
Ain't nobody finna
about
get no free pit bull puppies out of me.
look, about 3 years ago, we moved into this house, right? And my neighbor Nancy, she wanted to have play dates with my dog with her dog.
Wow.
When I tell you my dog got a big social life in this neighborhood, my dog, these people, I actually gave them a key to the gate. They come get my dog 3 times a week to have play dates.
That's cool.
That's cool.
I love it. I'm like, when she first came, honestly, I don't talk to people like that. So I sent my husband out there. I ain't gonna lie. And he was like, she wanna know if Rocky could come play with her dog. I was like, she
That's
crazy.
fucked up.
And so for like a whole month, I didn't even speak to the lady. But then now I'm cool with her, But yeah, my dog goes. She got a key. She come get him. She come get him. Whether we at work or not, she come get him. So my dog is very well adjusted. But y'all, you wouldn't assume people would just do that. No, they
I
come
need to
get your
get
dog.
Cookie some weed all the time, so maybe she could be nicer to other. She's
But
just
let me
not.
tell you,
She's
I don't like
not
little
nice.
dogs because they're very aggressive. My big dogs, pit bull, German Shepherd, they are not aggressive like
Yeah, you
Chihuahuas.
know
I
why they're
swear.
aggressive? Because they all the way down there, and they just feel like everything coming at them. Because
My
I ain't
sister
gonna lie to
have a
you.
Chihuahua, and that dog
She
done beat
said
me
because
about
they all the
10
way
times.
down there and feel like everything coming at
I
her.
don't know, but that
No,
dog a
Cookie is
pro.
not. She's not a nice dog. She's
Yeah, my
not.
sister
Because
dog
She's
they
is
not.
brain
a
little and
nice
they don't
dog.
understand stuff.
My sister
Cookie
dog
is
is not
not
a nice
nice.
dog. My dog is so beautiful. He is so nice.
But
He
my dog is
calls.
nice to me. She is very nice to me. She just not nice to everybody else. But to me, she
Just pee
she
all over your house.
well, she got on Pampers now, so we golden. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Right, mama? That's a right, mama. You see, they talking about you over here on the YouTube thing. Girl, they don't know what they talking about.
You
She
put a
got that
picture of
one.
your dog up, and I put a picture of my dog up. My
She got
dog is
one.
beautiful.
She got one. She got the black. She's not like groomed and stuff, so she look a little.
Unkept.
Yeah, she look a little like a little rat or something.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
My
look at her
dog
right
look like
here.
a
Can you see?
he look
So
like
I
a
put her up
full
there.
grown man. And when I tell you that sucker will sit on my lap like he's a baby,
Cookie,
and
say
he think
hi.
he's
She's like,
small.
Say
hey,
hi.
damn, man.
Look at Cookie. Look at her pamper. Look at her pamper, y'all. She got some black pampers on. You know what I'm saying? She
She can't do
chilling.
shit. That's
That's
crazy.
her. That's her damn spot right there on my freaking couch. You see how she done smushed this shit out? My goodness. Cookie, say hi to YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
Better attack your ass.
That's my little stucker wooker. Come on, let's go outside one more time for the night. 'Cause it's late. But yeah, I put her. Did you see her mule?
Yeah, she
She
going to
try,
get her baby.
yeah, she's trying to change her profile picture.
Brushing him up and shit right quick, clipping his nails, brushing his
hmm
teeth.
She's like, look, you gotta show them your 2 color eyes. You know what
Keep
I'm
the
saying?
fuck out. I
Come
think
on,
she trying
mommy.
to change her avatar pictures.
Come on. Let's go. Come on. And that's another thing. She get all the way up here and then be scared to get down the damn couch. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't go up there.
Front door.
Oh damn, you can hear that?
Yeah, you be sleep one night, hear that shit. Front
What?
door, like, whoa.
Oh hell no.
I got me fucked up. Nah, this front door. Which front door?
Well, I started sleeping with the alarm in the house because my offspring decided to be grown and move out. So I'm in the house alone, all
Right.
excited and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. With nothing to do.
Oh no. It's stuff to do in here.
That.
Yep. I done went to the liquor store preparing for stuff. All the stuff to do. But the funny thing is, ever since this dude moved out, he been here every single day, Swap. Every day. Like I had a 24 hours. I said, I thought you moved out. What the hell?
That's how that shit go.
Let me see him.
Who
Let me
that
see.
is? Do y'all see?
No,
You
we
see
can't
your
see.
carpet?
You see your carpet.
You see that beauty?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
See, he look like a
look at that.
Labrador. Look like
Yes, he do look.
a deaf Labrador.
Yeah. You see how huge he is? Stand up, Rock.
No, we can't see. We seeing the whole house. He's showing us the
Crazy.
whole.
She stunned on this. Like y'all house don't
No,
look that
right?
good. Y'all ain't got shit on y'all walls. What y'all talking about? Yeah. You better stop it, Lee, man. Ain't nobody slow.
Come on,
You see
mama.
my beauty?
Nice house though. Yeah, I sleep on that couch.
Look. We like, that house look nice. That's a nice
Hey,
dog, but that house look nice.
yeah,
That
nah.
house need to be
I'm
clean.
trying to find a nice color gray. I cannot decide on what shade of gray I
I
want
got
to
a
paint my
hard
house.
ass gray in my not this, but the first place we had when we moved down here. It was
Hmm.
hard ass like an office gray, but that shit it was nice.
Did you pick it yourself?
Nah, it was standard with the crib. I was like, damn, this
Yeah.
a hard ass gray right here.
Because that's the thing is I'm finding that like when I go to the store and I'll be like, okay, I like this gray. I'll get a sample. I come to the house. I paint the shit in the wall, and I'm like, this looks stupid. So right now I got like mad. Look, I'm gonna show y'all. I don't give a fuck. Y'all gonna be like, this look
I
crazy.
painted my whole house myself.
That's
See,
hard
look right here. Look, y'all see, I got one little thing right there.
though.
Then I got this right there. Right.
Yeah.
Then over here, I was trying again. I'm like, oh, I don't know which color to pick.
Nah, it's a
So
real dark gray. It's like it looked like it got like a tinge of blue almost in it, but it's like real dark. It's like an office dark gray.
Oh my God, Melanie, you are so much like me. My husband be like, why do you have all these blotches on the wall?
I got blotches all over. I don't even want to show you the other side because I was like, well,
Yes.
it got to look different under different lights. So I picked another part of the living room, and then it just looked crazy, y'all. It just looked
Yes,
so.
I do that. I do that. I do that. I do.
And then I started, because YouTube will take you down a rabbit hole. So then I started looking at all these videos. Do you guys know what's called a nail pop or a screw pop? So if you ever look at your walls and you have like these little tiny like bumps, and they're kind of around the top part of your closer to the ceiling, it's basically where the joist is in the wall, the screw is starting to push against the drywall.
Hmm.
So here I go, being Bob the Builder, taking all the damn screw pops out because I want my walls when I paint them to be smooth and perfect. So now I got spackle and shit all over. I just was going crazy. I was like, you know
You
what?
bolder than me. Let me just be honest with you. I play. I play. But then when it comes down to the work, I hire someone.
No, listen, I can show
Honestly,
you.
even when my husband want to do something, I'll be like, oh, okay. And he give me all the ideas that he want. And we, go to Home Depot and pick out the paint and we decide how we want the office to be or whatever. We come up
I
with every
remember one.
design. And guess what? Then I pay somebody.
I remember one time I was
I'm not
the
messing up
same
my
guy that I
house.
was the same guy that I was telling you about, like from before. I had bought some piece of furniture from IKEA, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna put it together for you." Okay. He come to my house. He don't put it together. After 2 weeks, girl, I came out of work, had my little toolkit, put my shit together. Dude was all in his feelings. Oh, you don't let a man be a man. I was going, what you mean? I don't let a man be a man.
I like putting IKEA furniture together.
I love putting stuff
Yes,
together.
it make you feel accomplished, right?
I just like doing, like in my other life, I must have been a carpenter or something. You know what I'm saying?
Like
Or that's just,
Jesus, you heard me?
yeah. Let me tell you, I done put drywall up in my garage, which I want to fix it because it's not. It was my first time doing it, so it wasn't perfect. But I do know how to patch holes. What else I learned how to do? I learned how to put up light fixtures. I'm telling you, man, you buy your first home, your ass gonna learn how to do a lot of shit real quick because you ain't gonna be keep paying like to put up a light fixture. You're not gonna no. Like you
Look,
gonna
I
learn
have
how.
a cousin who got a Jimmy Carter house or Habitat for Humanity house about
Mm-hmm.
15 years ago, and he was asking us to volunteer, right? So we volunteered for his house, right? And this was years ago. And every year, no matter what, twice a year, me and my whole family, I make my kids who are, you have to be over 18. I make my kids who are over 18, everybody in my house who's over 18 volunteer for Habitat twice a year, one time in January and one time during the summer. And when I tell you we do a weekend, the Saturday,
Mm-hmm.
Sunday, it is such a feeling of accomplishment and it teaches you so much. But I'm gonna be honest with you. We don't do that good of work uh to just do it in our own house. I'm gonna be honest. I would go to somebody else's house and help them, but I would not do it in my own house. But I have helped build up Habitat for Humanity houses for a long time. I will say that if push came to shove and I couldn't pay somebody, I would.
So far, I've only paid someone to do electrical work in my house. Like I
Hmm.
had somebody come and put in recessed lighting, you
Hmm.
know, in a couple of
We've
rooms
done
in my
that. We've
house.
done that in Habitat homes, and we've hung up ceiling fans. Did a lot of
Hmm.
electrical work. But in our houses, well, we have a
No,
rental
I
company.
wouldn't like. I didn't. To me, when I do put them recessed lights in the ceiling, I literally felt like he was performing a miracle. I was like especially in
Yeah.
my living room because he didn't even make no holes in the wall. Like he ain't did nothing.
Exactly.
He just
Professional people give you professional outcomes. I'm just keeping it real. I'm just
yeah.
keeping
I
it
was just
real.
like, okay, that's really.
I would have to
But
have actually worked on the job, not volunteer to feel comfortable doing that in my own house. Because when you volunteer, there also are professional people who come over your work, you know?
okay,
When but for Habitat, there are actual electricians who are there that you're assisting, and they'll come back and redo your work and look at your work. And so over years, but they actually come and fix everything. That make sure everything you did is right. But so far as me to just do it as a layman on my house, girl, I'll be scared my house gonna burn up. Mm-mm.
what about painting? You okay with painting? You like I can't. You can't mess that up. You just put some more
Oh
paint.
yeah, I paint. I paint. One of my bathrooms is Mardi Gras. One of my bathrooms, my bathrooms yes, is very unique in this house. I
So
would
like,
think.
what about what about appliances? What about like installing a dishwasher? Would you and your husband do that, or would you like get
No,
the professional to do it?
no. Because Okay, so like like my dishwasher went out, but the
Mm-hmm.
dishwasher that we have is a for this house is a certain brand, and it's off everything is Frigidaire, right? But it's kind of like a chef's kitchen that when we bought the house it was all brand new everything. So everything is it's not like if you would go to Home Depot and buy another dishwasher, right? You can go buy a dishwasher for like 800. But this dishwasher, because it's so fancy, it's like almost $2,000. So we have Home Shield. I don't know if you have Home Shield warranty on your house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's only like
Girl, you just reminded me. I had the damn warranty, and I'm
yeah.
sitting here with a broken ass dishwasher.
Oh no, girl. Oh
OMG.
no, girl. And you gotta use it because guess what? They came and fixed ours. It was like $150 for them to come out, and then it was like $70.
You
So we
see,
would have
this
been out
is
2,000 trying to
divine
buy a brand
intervention
new.
right here, this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah,
If
use your
anybody wants to
warranty.
know why we're sitting here talking about this shit, it's so that Melanated can remember that her ass pays for fucking insurance, and I got insurance, and I've been dealing with. I cannot believe I feel so. No, I'm not even gonna say I feel so stupid. You know what? It is
No.
what it is. It is what it
Yeah.
is.
No,
But
but
guess
guess
what?
what? When these appliances break because these custom made things are so ridiculously priced, you can't just even if I wanted to go, I would have to order this. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
I
Because
was
it's
look. Well, I don't. I know mine is not no $2,000 thing that came standard with this house.
hmm
Um, I have a Kenmore.
look, if I would
Uh,
have knew how much that crap cost, I probably wouldn't even want the house because the appliance, the refrigerator, just the hole that the refrigerator is in is so huge. It's a huge girl. I mean, when you buying a house and you're like, oh, that's so nice, but then to the upkeep, okay, when it breaks, you used to go and get a $2,000 or $3,000 fridge. You're not looking for an $8,000 or $10,000 fridge, right? So
exactly. No, yeah,
it's
I definitely
ridiculous.
know.
It's
I definitely do
ridiculous.
not have an $8,000 fridge,
No, no, I'm saying
but
you wouldn't want to have to purchase
n-
it.
no, ma'am, no, ma'am.
Yeah.
But I will say that I did do a little bit of searching for a dishwasher, and like I think I was probably looking for more around like the $800. Like I was pleased with those types of dishwashers, but they do have some that are cheaper. But I just kept saying, I don't like that one. I don't like that one.
Girl, the microwave is $668 for a microwave. I'm like, are you
What brand is it?
everything is Frigidaire.
Oh, I don't
I'm
know
like,
what
if
brand
I
that
would
was.
have researched before we bought this here house, I would have never wanted it. I was like,
See, because when I bought my kitchen was my project. Like I wish I could show before and afters of what I've done in my kitchen. My kitchen, it was just like a skeleton. I just used it, but I painted all of my cabinets. I did the backsplash. I put candles on all of my cabinets. I purchased the stove top, the refrigerator, the microwave, and the oven. The only thing that I didn't replace was the dishwasher. So I have
I helped my sister do her backdrop. Oh my God,
Kenmore
her
everything.
kitchen is way cheaper and way better than mine. Honestly, her kitchen is beautiful. Her kitchen is so beautiful, and like I say, if I would have researched, when one thing go bad, you start pricing everything, and you start your mouth just wide open, like what?
Yeah, because when people be like, you know what, I'm gonna remodel, they like, I'm gonna just do everything. And then when you start adding that shit up.
Yes,
So
I'm
when
just
I did
like,
the damn stove, I did the stove, the microwave, and the oven, and the refrigerator, and I was like, Yo, if the dishwasher work, man, I ain't replacing the dishwasher. Fuck that. Like I was like, I'll do that another time. So now the dishwasher ain't working, but you
Do
just
you have
reminded me.
gas? Is your house electric and gas?
Yes, I love my
Oh my
gas
God,
stove.
I'm so jealous. This house is all electric. This is the first house I've ever had that was all electric. I hate my
I
electric stove. I
love
hate.
my
Oh my
gas
God.
stove.
I
Girl.
love a gas stove. Girl, I'm from New Orleans. You know I love a gas stove.
And one of the things that I loved about this house is my so I have it's a townhome. It's not like a very large home.
Hmm.
So I have a small island in my kitchen, but my stove is in my island. I love it. It is like the focal point of the whole
Oh,
kitchen.
in the middle of the kitchen.
Yes,
Oh.
so in the range is really it comes from the bottom because I don't have a hood range at the top of the
Uh-huh.
kitchen. So the range is it sucks the air downwards.
Uh-huh.
Um and I just love it. And it's gas.
Wow.
But
I
I
love a gas stove. People who cook, honestly, people who really cook know
you
the
gotta
difference
you
between
gotta
cooking on
train
electric.
yourself
Oh
to
my
use
God, it's
electric. Like when you go from gas to electric, you really have to like train yourself on how to
yeah.
because when
I
I went to
hate
get electric, I used to burn my rice all the time.
oh my God, I just stopped burning stuff like 2 years ago. I'm telling you, this electric is horrible.
But my oven is electric. If that makes you feel any better, I don't have an electric because this I only have the stove top up like on in the island.
But
It's
but
my
let me just say
whole
this here about the
thing.
electric. I done learned to cook really, good now. It's the same now with my
Yeah,
cooking.
it's just what you get used to.
Yeah, so I done
Hmm.
got used to cooking with it, but I'm gonna tell you this here: when electricity is off, when your power is off, we had a bad winter storm last year, and everybody electricity was off for like 10 days. See, when you got a gas stove, you can still warm your
No,
house.
you can't. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. My stove got a socket thing. Something is
Yeah,
plugged up
because
and
they got
keep
an
sucking.
electrical, what's the name?
Oh,
Tick,
it got
tick, tick.
electrical, but
That's
guess
it.
what? All
Yes.
you have to do is use a lighter to light
Use a
the
lighter like a motherfucker.
electrical thing. That's all you have to do.
Okay.
So
Look,
let me tell you, all
power
my
go out.
stoves
I'm be
used to
cooking
have an
everything thing
electric.
in the deep freezer.
Honey, when
I'm
I
gonna cook
tell
everything.
you, you can't warm your house. When you have a gas stove, you can open up that
Yeah,
oven.
you
You
open
can
that oven,
you can
heat the
do
house
everything. You
up.
can put some pots of water. Look, I'm old school. Girl, we was in this house. We had was two fireplaces, and when I tell you them fireplaces ain't hit no shit.
Listen, you saying they not hitting on shit. I told my man today, I said, listen, the next house has to have, I want a fireplace and I want a backyard. Because I don't have a
Listen,
backyard.
a
All I
fireplace
had,
look good, but I don't know what region you're in, but the region I'm in, these fireplaces, you have to be almost standing directly in front of it. You might as well be homeless in front of a barrel outside, putting your hand over the barrel to fill my fireplace. My fireplace is beautiful. We keep them lit in the winter for aesthetics only.
no, she said, she said,
Can't warm a
you
shit
got
up in
to
this house.
be standing directly in front of it.
You do. You have to
No.
be in front of it. Guess what? I have my fireplaces lit, but guess what? We also have the regular heater on.
Wait, so is your fireplace, is it gas or it's not gas.
Oh no, it's
It's
not.
fire,
No,
it's
it's wood.
wood.
No, it's wood burning. We have
Wood
wood burning.
burning.
But guess what? They are for aesthetics only.
So
They
listen,
are
when I first
beautiful to
moved to
look at.
Maryland, I was renting this townhouse.
Hey, my sister live out there. She worked for NASA.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Uh-huh.
All right, sister. Shout out to Mule's sister. When I first moved out here, I was renting this townhouse, and one, I fell in love with just like the image, the pictures or whatever that I saw online. But when I went in, it was like it had beautiful hardwood floors, which I'm a hardwood floor, person. I'm from New York, and I'm just accustomed to seeing hardwood floors in all the apartments and stuff. So I love the hardwood floors. And then it had well, everything's gonna seem big because it's empty. So it was like a nice sized living room, and then it had like the fireplace kind of like was like kind of like shaped like a U, and it just stuck out in the middle of the living room to divide like the hallway to go up the stairs and in the living room. And I was like, oh, what's this switch? Did the switch, and the fire just went whoosh. I said, oh shit, I want this place. Like, what? You just flip a switch and you got fire?
I
Oh,
wish not in my house. My husband
what?
have to actually burn fire. He have to burn. I don't even play with. Let me tell you something. I don't barbecue. I don't use outside grills, and I don't mess with the fireplaces in this
See,
house.
that's why I could fucks with Mule because I stays in my motherfucking lane, son. Like, I'm not on the grill. Like, I will put some drywall up. I know I love power tools. I will use a drill, a saw, all that shit. But I am not chopping no wood. I'm not messing around with no fireplace. I'm not messing around with no grill. And I don't touch the
Let me
trash.
tell you, I made my own purple sofa set. I want to show it to you, but I don't want people to think I'm stuck in that. But I am so. I made this sofa, and I make a sofa maybe twice a year for people, for other teachers who I work with. Like they'll ask me, and it takes me so long to make a sofa set, that it's just like ridiculous because it's a lot of labor for me. But and I just sell it at cost. I don't make no profit. Whatever I spend, I just save the receipt. And I
Hmm.
like to do it. But I tell you, when Prince died, I made me a velvet purple living room.
Really? No, listen, I'm not mad at you. Like the things that brings joy into your life is like
Everybody that come
all
in
of my
here, they're
family is
like,
like, oh, so what is your next project? What project are you working on in the house? Because they know I
yes,
like to do all of this stuff, but I had to chill because I got bad wrists. So obviously using a
girl, I
drill
made this
and
sofa,
all that
and
shit,
I
not
had I
good.
had been making sofas for about 10 years, but until he passed, I never made a purple one. But I made this purple one. But I make two sofa sets a year because, like I said, I don't really. I just do it for I don't know. I'm like you. I like power tools a little, but I don't like a lot of heavy manual labor.
Wait, so you actually build the frame of the sofa?
Yes, I make my own sofas. I make beautiful plush
Where do
hardwood.
you
My
where do you
sofas,
get the materials from?
I get all the wood from Lowe's. I use
Do you
real
ever
wood
use
floors.
repurposed wood? Do you ever like
No,
repurpose
no,
wood?
I've never done that. No, no. I make everything from scratch, even the pillows. I sew. Um, my back office, the office that I have, it's not even an office. It have a
A
desk
workshop.
in it. Yeah, it
That
have
joint's
a
a
desk and
workshop.
it also have a table. Yeah, yeah, it have a table because I also do like home crafts and I have a Cricut machines, a heating press. I make t-shirts, girl.
Oh
Look,
no, you
everything.
don't. You see, nah, I can't front. That's how I know about what that shit is because I was looking into it. Like, I like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I do. I have my own heating press, everything. I do a little bit. I do a lot of stuff that
Do
I
you do
just.
gardening? Are you into gardening?
Yes. Oh my God, girl! I should show you my yard, and
Oh, you see,
they
I'm
have
hating
this
right
place
now,
on not YouTube, on Facebook, where it's like black women who like patios or whatever.
y'all. Mm-hmm.
I love patios. I love patio furniture and making your patio nice and
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I was just like, look, I need a backyard. I want to have a patio and I want to have a garden. Because right now I just have a little like a balcony thing. It's like a
well,
little
I have
balcony area.
A German Shepherd dog, but so he digs holes, curl. He digs holes. Oh my God. So I have these huge bins that you buy from like Home Depot or Lowe's, and I grow cucumber. I grow what do I grow? I grow like three different squashes and one cucumbers in that. I grow cabbage. It depends on the seasons, but I have like six of them. I have six of them, and girl, you should see this dog. Let me tell you. Let
No,
me show
I'm
you.
straight
Wait, this
townhouse
dog is
townhouse
flipped
living.
upside down with his legs wide open, sleep. This dog is ridiculous.
I'm straight like townhouse living right now. So I purchased an indoor tent. Like,
Mhm.
have you? I don't know if you ever seen. You know what an indoor growing tent looks like? Like what people like. I'll just say it. What people like grow like weed inside indoors. It's like one of those
No,
things
I
that you can
never
buy.
saw that. No, I was thinking about when you say a tent, I'm thinking about like a white outdoor tent.
No, 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 no. I'm about to go downstairs so you can see my tent. Oh, the lights are on too, so this would be good for you to see. Okay. So this is my tent right here. You see it? Can you see the light?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Got that shit in there.
Yes,
I don't I
girl.
ain't got no shit. Let me show you what I got in here. Let me show y'all what let
Got
me show you what
that
I
shit in there.
look. So this
Wow.
is cilantro. Look how healthy it is growing in here. This is cilantro. This was what I don't know. This shit is dying right now. I'm trying to like I don't know it's dying. Whatever this is. This is scallion. It got some of it is dead and some of it is not
Oh,
dead.
that's dead. Yeah.
That's
Uh-huh.
this is this is this is mint. See how oh I broke a piece.
Oh
I'm
my God,
sorry,
I love
Minnie.
mint.
Look at the little
Bro,
flowers. Look how pretty the
Hmm.
flowers are. Wait, I gotta take this off. So I'm gonna just take this piece right here and dry it. It just came off, but I can dry the leaves and make like a tea.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
and then this pretty thing here, as you can see, I have a hot pepper right there, and I think I should be one more. I don't know where the hell it is. It's two. I have two peppers. I don't know whether. Oh, here goes the other one. It's not as big. I have two, and I know that they're hot because I got two from the same plant a little while ago, and it was hot. Now this is my little handy light that I got from Amazon,
Mm.
right? And I can switch the light right here to bloom, as you can see the color change, so
Yeah.
it'll make things bloom.
Wow.
But this is the
I've
little
never seen that.
and
I've never seen that.
this particular tent is really dope because this tent actually has two sides. Let me show you. Oh, where's the zipper on this side? So on this side, you could grow things on this side too, and it has a shelf. But I don't have anything.
Oh.
I don't have anything growing. And then this is my little growing thing over here. I'm trying to I have like the little light in the little just cut a hole in the Tupperware thing, and I have look a little baby. Look a little baby. You see the baby growing? Ooh. And then
Hell,
that's that's a little heating pad right underneath there, right there. So trying to help the seed to germinate. But yeah, I mean, oh, and this is my indoor composting. I'm composting right here, and I just bring my little scraps and my food scraps. I throw it in there, and I take my little shovel, see the shovel, and I just mix everything around and close it up. Yep.
You out here for real.
I love this stuff, Suave. I be getting into this stuff.
That's dope.
Yeah, man. Amazon, y'all. All this shit is on Amazon. You just gotta go like growing 10 or something like that. But you definitely can't grow the other stuff in there too if you want to grow the other stuff. But I don't know nothing about growing the other stuff. So I just leave it for the experts. I forgot what's the name of this thing called. It's called. Oh Lord, I threw away the box. My son gave me some kind of THC oil, right?
Yeah.
And the damn thing, it was late and I could not go to sleep. I was wide awake. I said, "What kind of weed is this?" Like, like, like I'm completely, totally awake. Like, it was like 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning. I'm like, yeah, this is not the weed to put you to sleep. That wasn't the
That's
move.
crazy. Got that
Mm.
indica.
Indica is the one that puts you to sleep.
I thought it was the sativa.
Well, you know what? I realized like my cousin, she has ADHD and she has a reverse reaction. So when she takes indica, it makes her stay awake. And when she takes sativa, it puts her to sleep. But most people, indica will put you to sleep. Like if you don't have like ADHD or something, indica is the more like relaxing body type of high, and sativa is more of the mind high. But this one is a hybrid, but I guess it's more sativa than it is indica.
Oh my God, I love that scent. And I've never seen one of those ingrown scents like that. You making me like I want to get one now.
You definitely gonna
Well,
get one.
the thing about it, the good thing about it is that like one, you can do your germinate your seeds and start your seedlings. Like maybe like around this time, like February, January, February.
Uh-huh.
So by April, you can go that you'll have like big like little plants that you can get them started, putting them in the ground outside.
Now let me tell you what I have. I'll show you mine the next time Swaz go live. But what I have to do is mine is not as pretty as yours because I spent a lot on these huge silver tins. But
Hmm.
because I have a German Shepherd and he would jump in them and dig, he loves to dig. So what I do is I put chicken coop over it. So it's not as pretty. But
So
when I
you
tell
can't put
you,
wait, what you
I
can't like put a
grow.
fence?
I have a
See,
fence around my tomato plants that's in the yard. So my strawberry patch and my tomato, I have plums. Uh, I- Let me tell you, I
oh,
have
plums.
orange. I have two orange trees, two lemon trees. Girl, when I tell you, I bring lemons and oranges, and I bring fruit so much. I bring them in like a wheelbarrow to the job, just giving them away.
Really?
Yes, I mean my trees grow so much. But
That's what I'm talking about.
I inherited the orange trees.
And are you in the south?
Yes, uh-huh.
You
I
see, I need
inherited
to.
these trees. These let me tell you, the orange trees that we inherited when we bought this house are so sweet. Oh my goodness. The oranges are so sweet. And the we buy all organic soil. So everything that I plant is organic and everything. But I don't know if it's the air around here or what? Everything, my strawberry patch, everything is super sweet. But that type of stuff you have to pick it. I puree a lot of strawberries and cook them down and freeze everything as much as you can. But it grows so much that I have to give it away. I have to give it away, or it's gonna rot. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I
No, I
mean,
don't have none of that kind of land,
yeah.
but I'm
Even
believing.
with the cabbages we were growing, we didn't think we were growing that much cabbage. The cabbage we were growing, we was eating cabbage like 3 times a week, y'all. It's embarrassing, girl. We was eating cabbage like, girl, we was giving cabbage like everything that I plant. I don't know if my husband said I have growing hair. Everybody
What you
say
was
that.
using for fertilizer? Cause that
Let me
gotta
tell
be
you
some.
something. My daughter hair is past her, but everybody, I've always heard that we had family. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
So I do believe I have growing hands, and I would tell you this here. Everything I grow is ridiculous. Everything I grow,
No,
even
that's
my
so
hair.
interesting you say that because that's the reason why I won't let nobody do my hair. And
Yes.
I think it's driving my dude crazy. Because he looks at it like I'm being cheap with myself. Like
Yes.
he feels like, oh, why don't you go get your hair done? Like why don't you go get it done? And I'm like, I'm going on, I think I passed 8 years with my locks, right? So my locks are like right at my butt. Like that's like how long they are, like right to the top part of my butt, like my upper butt area, and or like my waist on my hair on the side will come down to my waist, and like I have healthy hair, like I just bleached my locks, so I have like streaks in them now, and
Mm-hmm.
I did like three of them broke off because of the harshness of the bleach. But I usually my
Mm-hmm.
hair is very strong. It's long. It's healthy. I don't got no bald spots. I still got all my edges. You know what I'm saying? I just be looking at people who got locks, and sometimes it be looking thin and crazy looking. I'm like, mm-mm. Like I know my own
See, my
energy.
hair is different. My daughter's hair is way stronger, thicker, fuller, everything than mine ever could have been. But her dad is American, African American, and my mom and dad, biological mom and dad, is East African. So my hair is, I honestly, I never let my hair grow past like mid back, like brush wrap, like where your bra
Mhm.
is. I never let, because I wear my hair natural, so it shrinks up and it hits my shoulder perfectly. I
Mhm.
like my hair. I like my hair right on my shoulder, or a little past my shoulder, just a little past. I don't like extra on me. But for my daughter, but anyway, so far as growing the vegetables and stuff, oh my God, girl, I don't even grow the stuff. Look, we have my husband put in a sprinkler system. I'm gonna be honest with
Mm.
you. My 11-year-old son and me are the only two who works the yard, right? My 11-year-old son and me. And when I tell you, we come out with so much peppers, bell peppers, just everything that once it hits season time, it's only so much I can freeze. It's only so much I can cook to preserve. I have mason jars full of preservatives. People make. I have grapes. I have grape trees, right? I have grape jelly, and grape preserves. Not grape jelly. I'm
People.
sorry. Grape preserves. Let me tell you. Have you ever had peach preserves, plum preserves, orange
No.
preserves, girl?
That sounds so good.
I never knew how to make it. I YouTubed it and found out how to make it. Cause you don't want to lose that much food, right? Girl,
Right.
I have
You
so
want to
much.
find something to do with it. Listen, so using scallions in your food is very, it's pretty much essential for like, especially like Caribbean cooking. Like they use onions, but we really, I would say, we really do use lots of scallions. So this is what I did. I bought scallions in the grocery store, used the scallions, kept the bulbs, threw it in a little glass jar, and every couple of days, this joint, look at this one right here. It grows
Wow.
ridiculously, and I just go and cut it, and it just keeps growing. And look at all of these roots. Look at all these roots I have down in here, and I just keep. I don't even keep change the jar. Like I just keep getting scallions just
I grow
from.
scallions.
Yeah, but I'm
I
just saying,
grow
like people,
scallions.
you don't got to start from seed, people. Just whatever you got in your grocery store. If you want to go to get some organic scallions, keep the bulb, throw that joint in some water, and you're gonna grow roots, and you're gonna just get scallions.
Yeah, wow. In New Orleans, we have something people who cook a lot, they call it the Holy Trinity. And I know it sounds blasphemous, but the Holy Trinity is onion, garlic, and bell peppers. That's your Holy Trinity. And when I started watching these debates, everything was about religions and stuff. It's so hilarious to me, girl.
You was like, oh shit. Let me just
If they
keep this
only
to
knew,
myself.
girl, what the Holy
Yes.
Trinity is to me. But I love scallions. Oh my god. Yeah. Instead of onions, I put scallions. It's the same thing. It's the same flavor. You know that, right?
Now I'm getting hype on this shallot, whatever the hell the shallot it because the shallot is like it's the same texture of an onion, but it's like a onion garlic. So it has
Yeah.
flavor. It has like garlic flavor. So I'm like, well, fuck onions. Why am I even using onions? I'll just use this damn shallot stuff. So I'm hyping up for shallots now. I don't even be messing around with onions too much. I'm like. Oh, and
Yeah.
if anybody is into plants, like you don't gotta be growing your own food, but if you into plants, you should practice
You know what?
bottom
Let me try.
feeding
It's
your
so
plant.
cold outside. Let me try to see if you can see these bands that we have. I don't know, girl. It's so cold.
It's
Well,
the
and
weather says
plus,
the weather says feels like 16 degrees up here in Maryland, ma'am. So your cold is like 40 degrees, 50 degrees.
I
You need to
have a
leave me
light,
alone.
girl. Look, if the light, let me see. It's a light that's supposed to pop on. What you call them? Intruder lights.
Hmm.
Let
What
me
they call a
see.
motion detector lights or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, girl, it's cold out here.
I bet you it ain't no damn cold. Suave, tell her to stop talking about it's cold. It's probably like 50 degrees.
They probably getting it down there in New Orleans right now. World's so fucked up.
Oh, Jesus.
Look, look, she complaining. She
Right.
probably got a t-shirt and flip-flops on talking about I'm
You got a
outside
robe and a
today.
bonnet.
Exactly.
God, it's all the way around the back to the back of the house. Come on. Girl, my dog ain't even playing out here.
Your dog ain't even.
Oh, Jesus. You all right? Girl, my dog like, what the hell you brought me out here for? You followed me out there. Shit.
Cookie, are you high, Cookie? Cookie, are you high?
Oh, girl. I could never get my dog. Let me just tell y'all the truth about my dog. My dog is huge, right? But they neutered my dog. So my dog don't have no balls. But he
Wait, that's
is
what
the
they take off
sweetest.
they take off the balls?
Girl, I
That you know
don't know
what?
why they
That's
did this to this
probably but
dog.
that's probably why listen, that makes sense. That's why
He's the
when we were
gentlest,
talking about
sweetest dog.
vasectomies the other day, somebody said you ain't gonna have no balls because they think whatever they do to the dog, that makes so much sense.
I don't know if they do that to the men, but for
No,
my
they don't.
dog,
No,
this
no,
is the
man.
first dog
Mm-mm.
we got from the SPCA. And this dog, he was so tiny and malnourished when we got him. He was like barely 8 weeks. And,
But,
I just
Cookie,
thought
you
that
want a
the balls
boyfriend?
came in. But let
Cookie,
me
you want
just
a
be honest,
boyfriend? He's fixed.
they've never came in. And guess what? He don't have none. And this is 3-4 years later, and he still doesn't have it. But he is the sweetest, best dog. But everybody who come by my house, they see how huge he is. When we walk in the park, I walk him off the leash. He's so sweet and
So what you saying
how
it's
some dogs you gotta.
it's the balls that make him more aggressive. That's what it is.
I think so because he's not aggressive. But people just see him and like, get your dog, get your dog. I be like, girl, if you only know, this dog will run between my legs from you. This dog's so scary.
If Cookie see him and he acting all soft, she gonna try to hump that dude. I'm telling you, that's how she get down with male
Listen,
dogs too.
my
She be
aunt
like,
came and stayed by us for a little while
You
a
said
couple of
what?
years ago, and she had a Chihuahua. The Chihuahua was running my dog in the yard. I was mad wanting to hit the Chihuahua with a broom.
Cause my son decided to come home with some dog, and it's so funny because he's young and he thinks somebody gets like, oh, you can have my dog because they was going away to college, so they was like, you can have my dog. So my son was like, yeah, I'm getting a He thought the dog was a Rottweiler, so he like, yeah, I don't want no little softy small dog like Cookie. I'm getting a Rottweiler because the dog was like black and it had like a white chest or whatever. This dog is damn near. I wouldn't even say it's a Rottweiler. The dog is mixed with Labrador, right?
Uh-huh.
The dog mixed with Labrador. He didn't know the dog was mixed when he first got the dog. This My dog had to teach his dog how to bark because the dog would be like. Matter of fact, you know what the dog? The dog is a Labrador and a Damn, the name just came. What's that? Beagle. The dog is a Beagle Labrador mix. It's no Rottweiler at all, right? So you
Now
can
listen, I
imagine
have a pit
a
bull.
Beagle. Mm-hmm.
I have a pit bull named Venom, and I'm
Venom.
not,
Oh
not gonna
shit.
even show you Venom. Venom,
Oh,
Venom be just he my husband dog. He not my Venom be
you
beating my
know
poor dog up whenever he want. I mean, Venom is the dog around the house, but yeah, I
that's
have
how we
Venom.
was. We had So my son's dog was here, but he moved out with him, and so
I
he
keep Venom in the cage.
because he was a Labrador, right? He's a lot bigger than Cookie.
Mm-hmm.
And Cookie would go up to him. She would like go up on on her back 2 legs, take his head with one of her paws and push it down. And my girl would start humping that dude head like I'd be like, Cookie, where you humping?
Oh my god!
Yes, I got
But
the humping
now
dog.
my pet Venom, he's like uh he don't even growl or bark at people. But I don't trust him around anybody because I know he bites. I know he attacks. He kills any squirrel, cat, anything come in the yard is dead. Anything come
Ooh.
in my yard, Venom gonna kill it.
I
So
just
I'm
want to
like,
say peace to
okay,
Moonflower and Tequila in the chat. Peace to Moonflower and Tequila in the chat.
yeah, yes. But I'm telling you, my dog Venom, he not like Rocky. Rocky is so sweet. I can bet money that Rocky ain't gonna bite nobody. But Venom gonna bite everybody. I'm not gonna lie
I
to
used,
you.
you know, I used to be a pit bull owner. You know, when I was with my son's father, he
Uh-huh.
so we
I
had
don't like
my.
little dogs.
But you know what I like about little dogs? Little dogs got little poo poo. I don't like all that big boo boo bull crap, and I'm not picking up no big ass boo boo pile.
That's
Hell
why
no.
you gotta have outside dogs. I treat my dogs really well, but I treat them like they're dogs.
No, what
And
I'm
it's
saying is that
cold.
like if when you take them for a walk, because I don't have a backyard, so I would have to take them for a walk. And in my neighborhood, if I take
Oh,
my dog for a walk, then you got to pick it up. I'm not picking up no big ass pile of shit. Hell no. Like my dog, she do like little boo boo, little doggy turds. They just little tiny turds of boo boo. Like I just want to. Okay, you finished, mama. It's little tiny boo boo. That's it. But Benji, that damn Labrador Beagle mix, he would be like taking a dump and be like, "Yeah, go take care of that." And I'm like, "Oh hell no, I'm about to throw up." Like I'm about to throw up picking this up. I can't. But if I had a backyard like you do, where the dogs just go out there and do what they do.
yeah, but still, even with that, somebody got to go back out there and pick it up. My son and my husband have to pick that up every Friday or Saturday. They pick it up.
Mm.
They clean up and they do that. You still
I'll
have to
let
clean
that
up the
shit
yard.
fertilize the grass. I'll let that joint fertilize the grass. I'll be like,
Oh
take a
no,
lawnmower.
because it's meat. It's not gonna fertilize the grass. It
Oh,
doesn't.
what
It
you mean is
doesn't.
meat? You feed your dog meat?
I feed him dog food.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, unless you feed your dog vegetarian stuff, it's not gonna fertilize the grass.
I was giving her but she had like a salmon based dog food at one point, and now I don't even know, like, cause she got a special type of dog food, cause she kept she kept getting like some like what they call it, bladder crystals. What's it called? Some crystals in your that formulate in your bladder. I forgot what they're called.
Let me just say, my daughter is in town with two of her schoolmates. Two of her schoolmates, one boy and one girl, right? So, but anyway, they out for right now. They just left a little while ago. But let me just say you this here. My dog Venom was trying
Mm-hmm.
to kill the boy. Like, he is so passive with
Oh,
women,
I was trying
with
to ask
men
you
who come in the house.
what you
Oh
fix
my
your
God,
daughter to
I have
eat.
to. I fixed my
What
daughter
you?
some crawfish pasta and fried fish. That's what she
Mm-hmm.
had to do. And that's
See,
the
I
thing.
knew you did.
Sometimes, like, if my son, one of my sons, was like, "Oh my, can you make this here?" She's like mad, right? But before she come in town, she texts me a whole menu. That's what I don't get with her. She don't see the
Mm-hmm.
things she do, but she see the things they do. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm slaving for them. I'm muling for them, but not for her and her friends. I've
Because they're
never
men.
met.
Because they're
Yeah,
men.
but there's one guy who she brings. I've never even seen him before in my life. But everybody's welcome, When your kids
Mm-hmm.
come in town, you're not gonna say, "Oh, you can't bring," You don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, she don't see that. She don't see that. She texts me a whole menu for the whole weekend.
Oh, I mean,
Because they haven't had this kind of food, so she wants them to have this, that, and the other. The thing she really likes, she wants them for me to make.
to experience
So
it,
tomorrow I'm
yeah.
making gumbo. So tomorrow I'm
I mean,
making gumbo, and I'm like, mm-hmm.
I stopped experiencing that like when my grandmother got to a certain age, but when she was, a lot younger, it's on a popping. You come into town and she turned on that stove. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the treatment you get.
Yes, and that's the treatment all
Yeah.
my kids gonna get. But when it's the boys, it's like you don't need to do that. Mama tired. Mama don't need to do this. I just be looking at her like with my eyebrow raised. I be like, do you forget that when you're here with your friends, you expect the same thing? Yeah. She is something else. But guess what? That is not my princess. I upgraded her I think in October to my queen. She is the queen, honey. I let her be the queen of the house when she comes. That is the queen of the house.
I know that's right.
She is the queen. When she come here, I still let her rule everything. Like she live here.
Listen, then she gonna get accustomed to queen status, so she just gonna go from queen status to queen status, like boom boom, right? That's how it should
And
be.
they always say be careful what you wish for. After 4 straight boys, you like, oh God, please, one girl. And I got my girl. I'm like, I ain't about to regret it. She not no princess. She the queen now, baby.
Well, I think whenever I do become a grandmother, hopefully that's a long time from now. I think I'm gonna get a granddaughter because I am my mother's only child, you know, a woman, and I had a son, and he's my only child, right? So I'm like, yeah, my first grandchild is gonna be a girl. Like, I just,
Well,
hopefully he
none of
could
my
break the
biological
cycle.
kids. I don't
Hopefully he
have a
break the
biological
cycle.
grandchild yet, but my oldest son, my husband's first son, is 30, and he has my two grandkids from my husband. So
Okay.
I am lucky. I am lucky. I have 2 grandsons from him, and my 3 boys and my daughter so far, none of them have one. My oldest son is 27. So I
Okay.
mean, my oldest son from my husband is 30,
It's 30. So
but
you got
my
30
my
and then
biological
27.
son is
Your biological.
27. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, 27, 25. She's 22, about to be 23. She's
No,
22,
I'm
about to be
still
23.
on the,
And girl,
he just
11 year
moved
old.
out.
After all these boys, I'm like, you know what? It's too many men around here. I gotta love this girl.
Listen, this dude just moved out, and of course, he's experiencing issues in the apartment. And he was like, "Oh, I might be back." What you know? You just left? What you mean you back? Nah,
Girl, look.
listen, I done moved my exercise bike. I done moved my exercise bike into his room. Right, like I'm getting ready. Like, look,
Girl, look. My kids can
me
make
and
it.
the
Let me
boo are
tell you,
taking this shit over.
my oldest son, my 27-year-old. Oh my God, he like my rock. Beside my husband. Oh my God, my oldest boy. He cooler than a fan, girl. He got his little engineering degree.
Well, by the time my son gets 27, I will hopefully feel that way about him. Right about now, I need distance. Like, we are like oil and water. You hear me? He was like my bestie for like forever. And then right now, I made a joke because he took me to an appointment yesterday, right? And I made a joke and I said, "You so damn rebellious right now. If I told you you need to drink, you need to breathe oxygen, you would try to breathe something else. Talking about, nah, I ain't breathing no oxygen." And he was like,
Wait,
"Yeah,
how
that's
old is
true.
he?
21."
Oh, girl. From
He's so
I was
rebellious. If I said you need to, you know what? Let's say he bought a house, and I said, "Son, you should paint your walls X, Y, and Z. Or you should do this. This is going to increase your home value." He would literally not want to listen to anything I have to say. He wants to do everything his own way. So I literally have to like not
listen.
give
I have a
any advice. So I'm like, man,
25-year-old.
fuck you, man. Just get the hell out of my house. Like that. Get out of my house. Bye.
I
Bye.
I
Go
have a
live.
I
Bye.
have a 25-year-old that from the time he was like maybe 20, he was in his third year of college. This boy had less than a semester and a half to graduate. And this is when my daughter come up with her animosity. He's dropped out of college. And me and his daddy came up with a plan and we paid him $1,000 a month to stay in school and graduate for us. And since he's graduated, now he he drives 18 wheelers, but he have a whole degree. But we felt like this. Okay, my biological mom died when I was 29. So I've always felt like I wanted my kids to be self-sufficient if I was to die young. So, just having your biological mom and never knowing, she died when I was 3 years old. So I have another mom who raised me with my dad. But, it just this, in my mind, okay, if something happened, you want your kids, right? So
So
with
she
me,
raised you with your biological dad?
my new mom, yes,
Your new
but
mom raised you with your biological dad.
yes, my dad raised me. My dad is my dad and my mom are Somalian, but my
Mm-hmm.
mom is half Somalian and half Ethiopian, and my dad was born and raised in Ethiopia, but his mom and dad is Somalian.
Somali. Mm-hmm.
So both of my dad's parents are Somalian, but he was just born in Ethiopia. And one of my grandmother from my mom is Ethiopian, and my grandfather would have been Somalian, but they was born in Ethiopia too.
Listen, sis, just in case you tell this to anyone else or
Mhm.
someone from that culture, I don't want them to come at you no kind of way.
But listen to
Somal,
this.
they don't. No, no.
I'm
Listen.
Wait,
They do
hold on.
not.
I'm
They
legally adopted by Yolanda, who's from New Orleans. At 7 years old, me and my sister got legally adopted, and so my mother, who is my legal adoption, is Callio Project. So
no. I hear what you're saying. No, I hear what you're saying. But they don't call themselves because I thought that that's how you say it too. They do not say Somalian. They say Somali. So
no, I'm Somali.
Somalis are from Somalia.
Yeah.
If you say Somalian, they gonna be like, I'm not Somalian. They be like getting real, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh,
No.
like you
That's just since the Civil War. So it's two Somalians. It's one is Somaliland. If you look that up, that's
hmm
where the the bulk of the people who live in Ethiopia is related to people who live in Somaliland, Land.
mm,
But and
hmm
then it's Somalia. You see what I'm saying?
right.
So my people are from Hargeisa and Hubal, and my tribe is, anyway, let me tell you a funny story about that. So my oldest boy, he's 27, so he was 12, right? I brought him
hmm
over there. We went over there. Me and my husband, my dad, and one of my sisters, we go over there, right? Trying to get my dad affairs in order. So in Ethiopia, women can inherit everything, right? But in Somalia, women inherit zero, right? So my dad had to do all of he have like a hotel and like a camel ranch and stuff. I don't know how you claim it, but anyway, he
hmm
have a lot of land in Somalia and Hargeisa, outside of Hargeisa, if you Google it.
hmm
Anyway, women, you have to have that in your name before your parent died for you to have it, right? Women can own things, they just don't inherit things from their father. It's weird. It's really weird,
Right.
right? But in Ethiopia, you can inherit things, right? So we had to go over there to do all of this crap, right? So my son was 12, and I was thinking about the debate today about slavery. Is it good or is it bad, right? So
hmm
let me just tell you this here story. So we're over there in Somaliland. on a camel farm, right? And so I'm there with my aunt, and we had built a well and all of this crap, right? Not crap, God forgive me. So we, whatever. We built all this stuff because my dad, since I was 15, has made us send at least $50 a month there, right? But they're so impoverished that my family, with the little money we do send, with the money they make, are extremely well off to them. Not on our standards, but on their standards. They're extremely rich. So they're arrogant, right? So we're there, and I'm out looking at something, and I forget exactly what happened, but I get into a disagreement with a guy who's on the land. And this guy, he tells me something, and I'm so mad. And so I tell my aunt, I was like, I don't like him, and da 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 da. And she goes, well, put him out. And I'm like, well, okay. I don't know no better. I'm like, okay. So this man and his wife comes, and she's talking to me, and she says, what have we done to offend you, master? And I'm like, who is she talking to? Master, I never in my life experienced nothing like this crap. And so my aunt goes, yeah, they're our slaves. Girl, I was like, what you mean slaves? Like, I'm trying to think maybe something lost in the translation or whatever. So these people came like 20 years before, or 15 years before, needed a place to stay because they're starving wherever they're at, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my aunt, they give them, my uncle, they give them the old cabin that they used to live in, that so they got upgraded to this new house and this new well and all this new stuff that came from America. So they let them stay there with, and they produce all these kids, right? So they say these are their slaves. So when the crops
And they
come
use
in,
the term slave, right? Not
yes,
servant, indentured
no,
servant, or
girl,
damn, yo, that's
no,
crazy.
yo. When you hear slave, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's
As a nigga, you like what? I'm like, and so the lady was crying, and then the husband starts crying. Right? He's like, whatever I offended thee, and girl, I'm crying now. I'm like, wait, what I done put my foot in my mouth? I don't even know the culture. It's a difference
right.
when you're a visitor and you're somebody who's there. You just visiting. So I'm like, wait. We ain't put nobody nowhere. So anyway, it was him, the way he was talking to somebody else. I didn't appreciate it. He talked to somebody else like they was shit. And I just thought he was an
Mm-hmm.
asshole. And I'm telling my aunt, I don't like this Negro. That's my interpretation. Her
Mm-hmm.
interpretation is, you don't like him, we gonna get rid of him. Their interpretation is, we have nowhere to go.
Oh
Their
my
interpretation
God.
is not like I'm the slave. Their interpretation is, this is my home. And it was just mind blowing. So slavery to me now as an adult, it's like when I heard that topic today, I'm like, I can't watch this bullshit because
I know
this is
that's right.
this is
It's too
too many
close to
layers.
home. Yeah, it's like understanding what when Akmalak is like, oh,
But
it
their
was
slavery, listen, their slavery is they have no right to go beat these people. If these people don't comply to their rules, they're just telling me they have to go.
right.
Their
So the
slavery
exact and the
is not it's
examples
not
that
I
he was
own
given.
you, I own your kids, I own you, you must do what I say. No, either you're gonna do this crop, you're gonna be my shepherd for my camels, because we have a huge camel farm over there. If you're
But
gonna do this here, you're gonna do that, or you can go.
but listen to the examples that he was given. He was given examples like, okay, so they're gonna be firefighters. So hold on, I'm your slave. You beating me and not treating me right. Whatever.
Yeah,
And it's a
yeah.
fire, and you want me to run up in the damn fire. Get the fuck out of here, man. Ain't no
No,
damn slave about to be saving you and your kids.
no, they're
And
so dirt poor that they put themselves into like a bondage place where
yeah,
only
but I'm
people.
saying like if they cleaning for you, they cleaning your house or whatever, I can see that. He said firefighter. Like, bruh,
Yeah,
firefighters don't be in your in your domicile, right?
yeah, that's different. It's
You
so
don't.
different.
I was like, that was a real poor example. Like he probably could
Yes.
have gave a better example in that debate. You know what's wrong? You're doing these replays, but you ain't telling us who won some of these debates. You know,
I
like you keeping
know.
them.
That's what I was like.
You
Who
like,
won?
yes. What's the scores, man? Like,
I'm sorry, I don't got it.
like we
Swab.
don't know who
That
won
shit
that
with the
joint.
slave. When people think of Africa, I hate when people romanticize Africa because slavery still goes on. A lot of stuff still goes on, and
Oh,
people romanticize this stuff as if it's like that was the past in Africa. No, Africa is horrible.
No.
It
And
is
it's lots of
horrible.
it's lots of I think even the term African, like yes, when people like West, when people like the way we use African, we're typically speaking about West Africa, right? But we
Yes.
need to be mindful of when we say somebody is African, that does not mean that they are black or negroid or negro or whatever term you want to use. Just be saying someone is African. And when we use the term melanated, I know my name is melanated goddess and all that kind of stuff, and I be getting frustrated sometimes when I be saying this. But people misuse the term melanated. Like melanated means black. Melanated does not mean black. People in India are melanated. They are not black.
Okay, so
Please,
for
let's
me,
stop calling them black. Let's
I
stop saying, "Oh, we was everywhere. We're Indian." No, come, stop that, man. You're
I'm saying, but
scared.
what ancestor do you grab and say this is you? Like we do have
But
people in
I'm
here,
not Indian though, and they not me.
but
The
you
people,
got native
but
you
I
got
do
no,
Native
right, but
consider
American ancestors.
Africans as
but they're
melanated.
definitely dark complexion. And if you use
No, I'm saying, don't
the
you got Native American ancestors?
no, I don't.
You ain't
No.
got no Native American
Me,
ancestors.
me, me personally, no. I think it was like
I don't.
1%. No, I don't. Me
I
personally, I
don't.
don't. Mm-mm. No. See what I'm
Rob,
saying?
you want
Well,
to do a
So,
show where I show you my ancestry DNA?
so what I'm
no,
saying is,
because West Africans were in America before white people got here.
listen.
No,
So
but I'm East
And
African. And
no.
listen, the dude who
Mm-hmm.
was on our previous debate who said Somalians was Jews, on my DNA, it say I'm 74%. That's because my mom and my dad. It has it on my DNA. But this is the thing what I don't get about American Hebrew Israelite. What the hell does that matter? Like, do it benefit you? Like it don't do shit for you. Like I hate religious people, seriously. Like God forgive me. Like I know it's a God. I know he's out here, he's looking at me, but I think he's proud.
She.
He's proud of me. Like these people
Why does
boys
God
say
got to be a he? You sure God is
she,
a he?
whatever. The magnificent person who
I'm just,
created
yeah,
us all.
I know
But
it's a habit. I know it's a habit to say he, but
but
I'm
my
trying to
thing
break out of that.
is, but my point is, okay, I can show you the ancestral DNA that did all this crap, right? What does it really mean? It means fucking nothing. It means shit. I am black. I am African American. I'm African because that's where actually my biological people come from. But my mom, who helped raise me, is from the Calio Project in New Orleans. And I'm claiming all this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm born
I know
here.
this.
So my thing is, why do people always say, if you don't know the past, you don't know your future? Listen,
So like there's certain
that is the
people who are
greatest
like there's
lie.
some
Man,
people that
listen.
who are like hardcore ADOS or SBA, right? And those people will listen to a person like me and say, You ain't black. You ain't one of us. You're a tether. You're an immigrant, right? Meanwhile, I got an American birth certificate, right? And I probably know if I wanted to say, I probably know at least 200 words, which is a good amount. Maybe about, let's say, I'm gonna just say 100. Let's just say I know about a good 100 words in Spanish, right? Which is my parents' first language, right? I cannot carry a conversation in Spanish. When I go there, I am an American, I'm a gringo, I am a foreigner, I'm an outsider. If I try to buy some shit, they're gonna hike up the price just like they would
Yeah.
you,
Oh my
right?
God. Yes.
I'm just telling you,
Yes.
I'm an outsider, right? And for but for a person who is hardcore ADOS FBA, I am an outsider. It doesn't matter. I could tell them what elementary school, middle school, high school, what colleges, what daycare I went to
But
in
you can
America.
respect
I'm
that,
no.
right?
What do you mean?
Listen,
Respect what?
listen.
How am I an outsider? Where is my inside?
I'm not saying
What am I inside of?
I don't feel like I'm an outsider, but if it ever came down to a real reparations
Oh well,
reform,
reparations. Like
listen,
I'm
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
reparations.
go and try to ever get American reparations because my biological is not here. Now,
No,
if
no,
my
no. Reparations is
American,
a different thing.
my
But I'm not talking
American
about
is here. I
No, I'm
am
not talking about
American,
reparations, sis.
but I
I'm
would
talking
not
about.
say that I'm
I'm
ADOS.
talking about.
I
No, no.
support
Listen,
ADOS, but I'm not
sis.
ADOS.
I'm not talking about reparations. What I'm saying is that for someone to be like, I had some advantage being here. You know how I feel when I personally, when I have memories of me opening my front door and looking in the back of my apartment and my fucking window is broken because I lived in Brownsville, New York, and somebody came, bust my damn window in. I'm coming home from school in the fourth grade, right? And my apartment has been robbed.
So you
Where's
born
the
here?
fucking I was born here. Like I wasn't born in another country. Where the fuck is my privilege as some immigrant? Why my mom ain't get a benefit to start a fucking business? Well, we didn't get that shit. Whatever shit they talking about people got, nah, bruh. I was in the hood, Brownsville. Check it out, Brownsville, Brooklyn. I was in the hood, right? Like I was that. I had friends from Jamaica and Trinidad and Mississippi and South Carolina. Like fuck it, we all black. We fighting in the schoolyard. We're black kids. Like my upbringing. I don't know. I don't know where the fucking immigrant privilege was, but goddamn it, I wish my ass would have got it because I went to the same elementary school, same middle school, same everything, same fucked up schools. We ain't had the shit with all that shit. I didn't have an immigrant school that got benefits.
I feel you, sis. Because guess what? I was black here in America too. You know, I was black in the South in America, and I had two immigrant parents. And my immigrant mama, my birth biological, she passed away when I was 3. And
But the reparation stuff, I'm with you with that. I don't want none of that
my
stuff.
dad, you know, he raised us, and then he got remarried to my American mom, and like I said, we was just, you know, just raised New Orleans, but you know, because her whole family is New Orleans, and my dad, it was just my dad. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like my dad had other family members. All my mom's side, all my new mom's side is all American. So that's what I
Right. So
grew
he just
up
fell
on.
in place. He just fell in line. I feel you. Like,
But wait, what I'm saying is, I feel you when you say you didn't get the benefit of an immigrant, whatever, blah blah blah. But let me just be honest with you. You might have did, and you just don't realize it. Because the benefit that I got from my dad being an immigrant was the culture of my dad.
oh well, but no, I'm talking about the immigrant in America.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking about
listen,
like that benefit that
but I
supposedly
believe the
we got an
American
advantage.
male, but the American male in America, to me, from what my husband family and it's all backwards. It's all crazy. It's to me, it's always been for me. And as a teacher, I have studied children, right? I look at kids and I observe them, and it's just bewildering that we teach the opposite of what nature is. You go to any school if you're a teacher and you ask the teacher who the boss. It's always the little girls who boss the little boys from pre-K on up to fifth grade. I will promise you, they're the biggest attitudes. They're the most possessiveness. They protect they will protect the little boys who will beat them up. You would not believe the little girls' possessiveness over little boys. Come here, come, let's do this, let's play this. And then eventually the little boy's like, shit on you. I don't want to do nothing you say. But it take a while for the little boys to come into it.